Hey there. Today, I'm bringing you the full breakdown of a series about true, no-nonsense education. This one even just got a live-action adaptation. The law banning corporal punishment was passed back in 2011. In principle, teachers aren't allowed to hit students, which has made it way harder for teachers to discipline kids than it used to be. Even when students blatantly violate a teacher's authority, there aren't many measures available for teachers to keep them in check. As the saying goes, students are the sneakiest devils around. They're craftier than adults think. They know exactly how to exploit the law for their own gain. A survey of over 1,000 teachers nationwide showed that over 85% feel it's extremely difficult to teach students these days. Eventually, a case where a teacher was assaulted by students to the point of passing away actually happened. Only then did the Ministry of Education and the National Assembly finally realize the risk of the education system collapsing. So, a proposal to amend the Teacher Authority Protection Act, which had been suggested by the public, was passed. One day, just like any other, a student jumped off the school roof because they were ostracized and bullied by the entire school. But that didn't mean things stopped there. The target of the bullying just shifted to someone else. Kyung-min was beaten black and blue every single day. He had reported it to the teachers, but nothing was ever resolved. Because they were worried about their own hides, they only gave the bullies a slap on the wrist. The police got involved to investigate, but it didn't lead to anything. That's because the ringleader was the son of a prominent congressman. Feeling completely helpless, Kyung-min eventually decided to take the same path as the student who had just left this world. But right before he could go through with it, Hwa-jin appeared. He was a member of the National Bureau for the Protection of Educational Authority. Hwa-jin smiled, stopped Kyung-min from jumping, and told him to lead the way to the faculty office. In the hallway, Hwa-jin curiously asked why he wanted to end his life. He insisted that this situation could be solved, but that just made Kyung-min snap. He felt he couldn't survive another single day in this school. And while Kyung-min was pouring his heart out, some punk lunged at him and kneed him. Kyung-min clutched his head and collapsed right next to Hwa-jin. The bully kept acting like a thug, picking on him. Hwa-jin watched it all, his face darkening visibly, and then he firmly grabbed the guy's hair and jerked him backward. Hwa-jin swung his hand and slapped the purple-haired guy so hard he went flying. Once the situation was settled, Hwa-jin smiled with excitement. This left Kyung-min completely bewildered because teachers weren't allowed to hit students. The purple-haired guy, hearing that, raised his voice and challenged him, asking if he could hit him again. So, without a second of hesitation, Hwa-jin unleashed a flurry of slaps on his face. Other students started filming it to post online. When the purple-haired guy tried to fight back, he got a taste of a rod to his backside. His screams of pain made the surrounding students terrified. Just then, the principal ran over to demand why he dared to strike a student. Hwa-jin nonchalantly smiled and reported that he had just started his assignment at this school. He was an official from the Ministry of Education, and he was here to conduct an inspection. Hwa-jin solemnly informed him that the Ministry of Education had passed an amendment to the Teacher Authority Protection Act after a teacher was beaten to death by students. To put it simply, he was here to deal with teachers who shirk their duties regarding students and bribe the police to avoid responsibility. Before he could finish, the principal angrily yelled at him. But Hwa-jin had one special authority. He wasn't restricted by any teaching method at all, so he swung his rod at the principal too. Hwa-jin declared he would carry out true educational reform for this school. Inside the principal's office, loud laughter erupted. So, he was Inspector Hwa-jin. The two old men tripped over themselves, explaining that it was all just a misunderstanding, that the student Park Dae-soo committed suicide due to academic pressure. The old principal insisted firmly that their school had never had any bullying or ostracism at all. The vice principal standing behind him chimed in, "Of course. 3 years ago, we were even honored by the Korea Scholarship Foundation as an excellent school." He added fawningly, "We have produced many elite students. For instance, Congressman Ju Gwang-pil, the leader of the ruling party." The old principal went on, "So, the Ministry of Education should put in a good word for us." After saying that, he turned to the vice principal. "What are you doing? Hurry up and get that out." The man quickly caught on. "Oh, yes. The vice principal hurriedly pulled out a stack of envelopes. He proactively offered, "This isn't much. Just consider it for your cab fare." Seeing this, Hwa-jin didn't hesitate to put his foot firmly on the table. He warned in a stern voice, "Principal, I think you've misunderstood. Although I'm with the Ministry of Education, I'm not an inspector, and I don't have any teaching credentials. I don't have the ability or authority to evaluate this school, so bringing this out is useless. Cut the bribery. You two are getting up there in age. This looks pathetic." Having said his piece, Hwa-jin immediately left. Watching his back, the two old men cursed angrily. That brat still wet behind the ears. Hwa-jin suddenly stopped. Oh, that's right, he said. He then took out a razor and started shaving. Hwa-jin asked sternly, that student Park Dae-soo who committed suicide, what grade and class was he in? The principal stuttered, ah, yes, that matter. A while later, the scene cut to a certain classroom. In there, Kim Hak-jae was arrogantly shouting, open your mouth. He squeezed the guy's jaw shut and, without hesitation, poured alcohol into it. Come on, don't waste a single drop. 100%. Bai Young-soo immediately started retching. Seeing that, Kim Hak-jae threatened him right away. You dare spit it out? He punched the guy's head hard. You sicko, I told you to drink it all. Are you deaf? Kim Hak-jae provoked him. It's good alcohol. Why aren't you drinking? Others would die to have some. Ju Chol-hyung suddenly spoke up. Stop it. The bell rang. He replied, hey, I'm doing this for your own good, Ju Chol-hyung. You're still drunk. If the teachers smell it, I'm going to drop your name. Okay, the guy grunted. Put it away. You're the one still drunk anyway. Even if I get caught, it won't matter. Kim Hak-jae cursed. Damn it. What kind of teacher who doesn't know their place would dare punish the son of a high-ranking congressman? A female student smiled and asked, hey, have you seen this? It's hilarious. The students around her crowded in. What is it? A teacher smacking this guy? I heard he's from the Ministry of Education or something, so he's allowed to hit him. How is this for real? It's like something out of a comic book. Wait, isn't this our school? The uniform looks the same. Well, a lot of schools have similar uniforms. Suddenly, the classroom door was shoved open. A tall, imposing figure slowly stepped inside. Hwa-jin flashed a confident, wide smile. He took the initiative. Hello, everyone. The entire class froze. Kim Hak-jae questioned, who the hell are you? Hwa-jin feigned surprise. Didn't the vice principal tell you guys? He grinned while introducing himself. Your homeroom teacher caught a really bad cold yesterday and will be taking a few weeks off. I'm Hwa-jin, your substitute homeroom teacher for the time being. Since it's my first time teaching, I might be a bit awkward. The students started whispering to each other. Hey, are you kidding me? A substitute teacher? Hwa-jin turned, speaking calmly. I hope we can get along well. But the students didn't even bother to acknowledge him. They just kept chatting away. I told you it wasn't our school. Let's go get food later. I wasn't even watching that guy's stuff at the internet cafe yesterday. That girl at the gate earlier was gorgeous. You idiot. When are you going to set me up on a date? Hwa-jin suddenly fell into a deep silence. He suddenly broke into a grin. Hwa-jin picked up the attendance sheet and said loudly, all right, I'll take attendance. And while I'm at it, I'll memorize all your names. Kang Seon-jon, Go Kyung-chan, Kim Nai, Kim Dong-kyu. He quickly went through the names until he reached Kim Hak-jae, then moved on to Ju Chol-hyung. Then, emphasizing the most important name, Hwa-jin called out, Park Dae-soo. The faces of every student in the class darkened instantly. Hwa-jin asked loudly, where is he? Where's Park Dae-soo? Is he absent today? But there wasn't a single empty seat. Kim Hak-jae replied with a sneer, he's not here, teach. He mocked him. That idiot was so pressured by his grades he jumped off the roof. He fell and died. That's it. You really should know the situation in your own class, right? What was with this atmosphere? Hwa-jin replied casually, oh, is that so? Thanks for letting me know. I'll take attendance again. Hwa-jin called out again, Bai Eung-soo. In a split second, he noticed the boy's unusual expression. Hwa-jin asked with concern, what's wrong, Bai Eung-soo? Why is your face so red? Where does it hurt? He suddenly paused, thinking to himself, that smell. Right then, Kim Hak-jae pretended to shout, he was drinking soju in class earlier, teach. He kept making things up. Ever since this morning, I don't know what kind of stress he was under. He downed a whole bottle of soju, just drinking it back in one shot. Hwa-jin stepped close to Kim Hak-jae and pressed, is that so? You smell like alcohol too. Did you two drink together? Kim Hak-jae quickly denied it. No, because I'm sitting right in front of him. Hwa-jin laughed. Don't you know? The smell of someone drinking versus the smell of someone just being around it are completely different. Hwa-jin surmised. Maybe it's because you were drinking yesterday, Kim Hak-jae, and the smell hasn't worn off yet? And then you forced Bai Eung-soo to drink so you could shift the blame onto him. Am I right, Kim Hak-jae? Kim Hak-jae immediately snapped. Are you writing a screenplay or something? You crazy bastard, Hwa-jin questioned. You're the one who finished off Park Dae-soo, didn't you? The guy was terrified and stuttered. Finished what? Hwa-jin cursed under his breath. Damn it. What the hell are you talking about? Who finished who? Hwa-jin didn't hesitate. He covered the guy's mouth with his hand. He decisively dragged Kim Hak-jae away. Hwa-jin glared. I intended to keep this school quiet for at least one day. He shouted angrily. You've crossed the line. In a flash, Kim Hak-jae was thrown to the ground. He was so shocked and hurt he started to cry. Hwa-jin called out, Class president. The student immediately replied, Yes, here. He ordered, Take Bae Eung-soo to the infirmary. The boy hurried to answer, Yes. Hwa-jin continued slowly. I investigated this school yesterday. It turns out there are 3 pieces of trashy traditions here. First, teachers who ignore the students' issues. Second, a school-wide culture of bullying. And finally, before Hwa-jin could finish his sentence, Kim Hak-jae cut him off. You crazy dog. He immediately slammed his hand onto the guy's head. Hwa-jin said with disgust, It's the fact that even when a classmate dies, everyone just acts like nothing happened. A school that heartlessly abandons its students, leading them to commit suicide out of pure despair. Let me introduce myself again. I am Hwa-jin, an inspector from the Ministry of Education's Office of Educational Authority, but unfortunately, you all have been chosen as the very first case to be handled by this bureau. If you're wondering why a beggar organization like this appeared, go look up what true legal education means in Dubai. 32,301 comments appeared quickly. Hwa-jin asked, Your core values don't seem very human, do they? The 32,301 comments appeared one by one. Oh, well done. Kids like these need to be beaten to wake up. Hell yeah, punish them. Yes, we need to beat these punks. This is our country. Minister of Education. Seriously, at this point, Hwa-jin glared. In short, all of this is because you brats brought it upon yourselves. Now, if you understand the situation, stand up. When I was taking attendance, why were you guys so loud? So chaotic? Is that how you treat a teacher? Oh, what are you looking at each other for? You have 3 seconds to stand up. Or do you want to end up like that guy? Without finishing the sentence, Hwa-jin started counting 1 and 2. The students quickly settled down, but at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Sit down, Ju Chul-hyung shouted in a low voice. You guys don't need to listen to that guy. Everyone, sit down, Hwa-jin asked with annoyance. I counted to 3, but in response to him, the guy repeated, Sit down. Ju Chul-hyung cursed in frustration. Damn it, I said sit down. In a flash, the students obeyed. Hwa-jin swept his eyes over each chair being neatly arranged. Ju Chul-hyung asked defiantly, What now? They seem to be more afraid of me than you. Teach. At this moment, Hwa-jin just calmly looked at his list, and important information began to appear about Ju Chul-hyung. His face darkened for a moment. Hwa-jin suggested, Ju Chul-hyung, why don't you come to the front? The guy stubbornly replied, Don't feel like it. He threatened, If I have to come to your seat, things are going to get ugly. Ju Chul-hyung challenged him. Try it. Teach. Let's see who causes more trouble. After these words, Hwa-jin was silent for a long time. After a while, he laughed and said, All right, let's try it. Without a moment's hesitation, Hwa-jin slowly stepped forward. At this moment, Hwa-jin's face was brimming with killing intent as he approached. Ju Chul-hyung looked him right in the eye. Very quickly, Hwa-jin walked right past him. Without any hesitation, he kicked the door wide open. Hwa-jin called out, Principal, Vice Principal, what on earth are you two doing? The Vice Principal laughed awkwardly. Well, the thing is, Hwa-jin continued, annoyed. You guys are old enough. Why are you scurrying around like rats? The principal smiled weakly. We didn't do anything, really. I just wanted to learn your educational methods from you, teacher. The person from the Ministry of Education, I'm sorry, the Vice Principal, and I forgot to mention this to you, the man whispered. Hwa-jin asked, What is it? Well, the student sitting in the back of the class, Ju Chul-hyung, he's the son of Assemblyman Ju Gwang-pil, the one I mentioned earlier. You asked in surprise, Oh, really? The son of a congressman? The principal nodded repeatedly. Yes. He's an alumnus of the same university as the Minister of Education. It's not that I oppose your teaching methods, Inspector, but I'm worried that it will lead to trouble for you later, Hwa-jin. Hwa-jin shot the principal a cold, annoyed look. Seizing the moment, he called out, Hey, Ju Chul-hyung, how's your old man doing? The principal feigned panic and shouted, I almost made a huge mistake. If I mess with Ju Chul-hyung, the assemblyman might get angry, and I'll be the one getting disciplined. And the principal here would get dragged into it too. The man looked relieved. Exactly. I knew you were a reasonable man, Inspector, Hwa-jin replied. Thanks for telling me this. The principal hurriedly dismissed the thanks. Don't mention it. I just want the job done quickly, and for my school. Meanwhile, Ju Chol-hyung couldn't help but look at him with a smug, mocking grin. Suddenly, Hwa-jin reached out and firmly squeezed the guy's face. Ju Chol-hyung panicked. What the hell? Hwa-jin laughed. Principal. You know what? This brat is the boss around here, precisely because high-ranking figures like you, principal, keep groveling and kissing up to him. Ju Chol-hyung shrieked in pain. Let go! Hwa-jin continued with contempt. That's why he treats teachers like dogs. Because of this brat's behavior, the other kids don't respect any of you either. That's where this school's special tradition comes from. Ju Chol-hyung quickly passed out and collapsed onto the floor. Hwa-jin declared, I have to wipe out this tradition to restore the school's authority. So, if you try to get in my way again, you'll get a lesson too. He ordered the vice principal to summon all the teachers to the gym, leaving the old man trembling. All of them? Hwa-jin stated firmly, I have an announcement to make. A moment later, in the gym, a familiar voice echoed. I am Hwa-jin, an inspector from the Ministry of Education. I've only been observing this school for 2 days, and I've already seen far too many problems. I can't manage all these students alone, so I want your cooperation. First, I have an announcement. For the time being, you all have the same authority as I do. If any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. I promise you won't suffer any consequences. Right after that, the doors opened. Hwa-jin said confidently, Go ahead, teachers. He smiled. Pick whatever you like. A teacher was stunned. Wait, are you saying you want us to hit the students? Even if they don't listen, we can't do that. This is a human rights issue. Seeing a teacher step forward, she asked suspiciously. In the blink of an eye, Teacher Kim had already chosen what he wanted. All right, I'll take this one. It fits my hand perfectly. How long has it been since I last held you? He chuckled triumphantly. The golden age is finally returning. Following Teacher Kim, a series of other teachers stepped forward. Man, this brings back memories. Is this rod made of real wood? A week had passed since Hwa-jin arrived, and the school had changed drastically. Shouts echoed everywhere. Are you thugs or beggars? If you want to drink soda, pay for it yourself. Why are you making others buy it for you? From this moment on, the golden age of peace is back. I won't tolerate bullying like this anymore. You hear me? Especially teachers over 40, like my homeroom teacher, were disciplining the unruly kids in very strange ways. He questioned, What? Did you all skip lunch? Stand up straight. They seemed to be competing with each other. The school was now filled with shouts of, Carry them out, now. Damn it, where the hell did this piece of wood come from? Naturally, not all students accepted this sudden change. One of them fought back desperately. What are you trying to do with that? Are you trying to hit me? I'll tear this garbage school apart. At that very moment, Hwa-jin appeared. No, you can't do that. Don't do that. All right? He smiled. You want to tear this school apart? Don't have such silly thoughts, kid. You're still too green. Saying that, Hwa-jin draped his arm around his shoulder. Come on, let's go somewhere quiet and have a serious talk about your future. At this, the student struggled. Let go! But he was quickly restrained by Hwa-jin's strength. Any students who rebelled against the teachers were directly re-educated by Hwa-jin. In the special counseling room, a moment later, the door opened. Hwa-jin asked in a stern voice, Well, have you remembered what I told you? Seeing the student, the female teacher was startled. She suddenly burst into tears. Miss, all of them, they've all turned into different people. The student immediately knelt on the ground, begging, I want to come in and attend class. In one classroom, a teacher yelled in anger, You brat! How many times have I told you not to sleep in my class? Do you hear me? She scolded him furiously. Hold out your hand. On the rooftop, a familiar voice shouted, What's going on lately? Kim Hak-jae complained, Is this a school or a military academy? My back is killing me. Lately, I haven't even been able to go to the bathroom. Every time I sit down to study, I feel like my butt is going to split. He asked aloud, Are we just going to sit here and take it? Ju Chol-hyung, call your dad already. These violent pranks are all over the news. Get angry, man. What do you have a protector for? It's time to use it. At this, Ju Chol-hyung immediately scolded him. You crazy bastard. What are you spouting? My dad's aide said this school was chosen by the Ministry of Education as the first pilot program. How could they not know? They're not stupid. The news is out, and the PR strategy to handle public opinion is already prepared. The law that my dad pushed through the ruling party 2 years ago is already being implemented. It's all over the internet. Public opinion is saying we need to discipline these delinquents. There's no way out right now. Kim Hak-jae snapped. Are you just going to leave it like this? Ju Cheol-hyung replied irritably. You madman. Who said that? At that moment, the door suddenly cracked open, and a student stepped in. Ju Cheol-hyung's face twisted in anger. I'm just being patient for now. Watch closely as I turn the tables. Seeing him, Bae Eung-soo awkwardly scratched his head. Ju Cheol-hyung, are you calling for me? Quickly, the scene shifted to another location. Kyung-min stared at the bowl of noodles in surprise as it passed by. Hwa-jin sighed and asked, What about that rooftop incident? You haven't been beaten up yet, have you? The boy smiled and replied, Not yet. I bought this myself. Seeing that, Hwa-jin felt satisfied and flashed a bright smile. He then quickly sat down next to the boy. Puffing on a cigarette, Hwa-jin asked with concern, Teacher, is this school actually worth studying at yet? Kyung-min answered honestly, Yes, thanks to you, I'm not being bullied anymore. Lately, I've finally started to feel like a real student. He dropped his voice, looking slightly sad, even if only for a moment. Now, thanks to you, those punks have calmed down, but you can't change how they think. You were sent here specifically for this, weren't you? Once you return to the Ministry of Education, this school will just go back to the way it was. Hearing this, Hwa-jin smacked him on the shoulder. You brat. Why are you always so negative? I'm not an idiot, you know. Why wouldn't I realize that? Don't jump to conclusions yet. Just wait and see what I have planned. At that moment, a student suddenly appeared, stammering. Teacher, teacher, the boy pleaded desperately. Please, save me. It was Bae Eung-soo, he begged. If this keeps up, I'd rather die. Please, save me. Without a moment's hesitation, Hwa-jin stood up and started walking. All right, follow me and tell me what's going on. As they walked, Hwa-jin glared, looking irritated. Back with Bae Eung-soo, who followed with visible anxiety. Just a while ago, Ju Cheol-hyung had arrogantly claimed, if we solve this the normal way, it won't have any effect. But what if we do it like this? A student, unable to bear the punishment any longer, stabbed a teacher. And just like that, his plan unfolded perfectly. Chapter 4. A large amount of blood dripped onto the floor. Hwa-jin's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Bae Eung-soo. Kyung-min screamed in terror. Teacher! Just then, Bae Eung-soo, trembling, stared at him. Hwa-jin kept a poker face and glanced at the boy. Without hesitation, he grabbed Bae Eung-soo's hand. Hwa-jin scolded him in a low voice. You're a cute little kid, aren't you? If you're going to act tough and pull out a knife, at least know how to stab properly. You barely even pierced a centimeter deep. Hwa-jin cursed in frustration. You little jerk, follow me. Shortly after, Bae Eung-soo was slammed hard against the wall. Hwa-jin carefully closed the door. The counseling room was completely sealed off. Hwa-jin quickly took off his coat and ordered, Sit down. Then he peeled off his inner shirt. In the blink of an eye, the blood-soaked wound was revealed. Bae Eung-soo stood there, frozen. Hwa-jin slowly opened a small drawer. Inside was a mirror and a needle and thread. Hwa-jin quickly tossed the mirror to Bae Eung-soo and said, Hold that. Use it to shine a light so I can see the wound. Then, Hwa-jin endured the pain and began stitching his own wound. Bae Eung-soo stood by, watching, unable to say a word. Hwa-jin asked sternly, Who told you to do this? You didn't actually intend to kill anyone, right? I know who put you up to this, but I want to hear that person's name from your own mouth. After speaking, he decisively cut the thread. The boy answered in a panic. No one told me to. It's just that, Before Bae Eung-soo could finish, he slammed a blade down onto the desk. Hwa-jin threatened. Listen here, kid. This is attempted murder. You'll rot in prison for years. Are you really that scared of that jerk that you'd go to jail for him? Are they really that scary? Or am I scarier? Think about it carefully. Faced with this, the boy's resolve wavered. After a long silence, Bae Eung-soo still stubbornly refused to speak. Hwa-jin sighed helplessly. Oh, for heaven's sake. Forget it. Get out. You had a chance in your hands and you just crushed it yourself. Even if I try to help kids like you, nothing ever changes. Just go on living that pathetic life of yours. Hearing this, the boy couldn't hold it back and screamed, If I tell you, they'll kill me. What am I supposed to do, teacher? Bae Eung-soo clutched his head in despair. Park Dae-soo was also like this because he stood up to Ju Cheol-hyung, and that's how he ended up. Park Dae-soo was different from kids like him. He was a good student and loved by everyone. In contrast, Ju Cheol-hyung hung out with the upperclassmen. From then on, he became the top delinquent of this school. Park Dae-soo and Ju Cheol-hyung had absolutely nothing to do with each other. Their interests and circles were completely different, so they never crossed paths until that one day. During a lesson, a female teacher shouted angrily, In my class, don't put your feet on the desk. How many times do I have to tell you? What exactly did you come to school for? If you want to do whatever you want, then drop out and go back to your talented father. At that same moment, a student signaled, "Okay, everything is recorded." Seeing this, Ju Chul-hyung stood up arrogantly. He cursed in annoyance. "Damn it, why are you yapping so much? You're just a civil servant, and you're acting all high and mighty? You know what? Just one call to my dad's assistant and you're fired. If you dare to nag me again, watch your back." Just as Ju Chul-hyung raised his fist, he was punched right in the face. In an instant, Ju Chul-hyung fell to the floor. Park Dae-soo shouted in frustration, "I've had enough of you. Who do you think you are to be so disrespectful to a teacher?" From that moment on, Park Dae-soo's miserable life began. On his way, he constantly faced thugs. Why are you guys doing this? I'm a teacher. I still have to go to school." Park Dae-soo was unlucky and beaten to a pulp. At that very moment, every student in the school received a notification. From now on, this guy is the school's personal punchbag. No one is allowed to treat him as a senior. Hit him once every day. From that day on, the punchbag system began. "I'm a madman. Hit me." Park Dae-soo was no longer treated like a human being. Not only that, something even worse happened. Park Dae-soo's father owned a furniture business primarily dealing with civil servants, but suddenly his business collapsed. His family went bankrupt, and their house was sold. Lying crushed under Ju Chul-hyung's foot, Park Dae-soo asked in despair, "How long is this going to continue? Because of you, my family lost everything. Isn't that enough? When are you finally going to stop?" The jerk asked arrogantly. "When? Only when you're dead. If you're so tired of it, why don't you just die? You already know what happened after that." Park Dae-soo. After Park Dae-soo died, Ju Chul-hyung silenced everyone. Even the police didn't dare to touch him because he was the son of a National Assembly member. Back in the present, Bae Eung-soo trembled as he spoke. "Ju Chul-hyung is like the king of this school." He clutched his head in despair. That devil, even after Park Dae-soo died, he still calls his punchbag game fun. And after that, it'll be my turn to be the punchbag. A loud noise suddenly echoed. Bae Eung-soo froze. Not sure when. Hwa-jin had fallen asleep. He stammered, "Teacher? Teacher?" Hwa-jin stretched lazily and said, "Are you done yet? Honestly, it's just a story about some arrogant high school brat, so why are you talking for so long?" Hearing this, Bae Eung-soo immediately snapped. "Aren't you a high school student too, teach? Or are you just ignoring me because you're too scared to deal with Ju Chul-hyung?" Hwa-jin quickly pulled out his phone. "Take a look at this," he said with a provocative smirk. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, the thugs were confused and whispering to each other. "Where's the ambulance? Why haven't the police shown up?" Kim Hak-jae asked, annoyed. "See? I told you he couldn't pull it off. No way he'd actually dare to stab someone," Ju Chul-hyung replied with a sneer. "Yeah, fine. I wasn't counting on him anyway. I've already got a backup plan with 2 or 3 other guys." Just then, a loud voice boomed. "So, you guys are all hanging out here?" Hwa-jin smiled, pointing. "Look at that. A bunch of pathetic losers discussing major national affairs on the roof, huh?" Kim Hak-jae trembled. "Wait, what is this? Is Cheon-ta on the teacher's side now? You bastard, you want to die like him too?" He sneered. "Oh, wow. So now you're following him around?" Hwa-jin leaned into Bae Eung-soo's ear and whispered, "Go on, do exactly what I taught you." Seeing this, Ju Chul-hyung flew into a rage. Suddenly, Bae Eung-soo landed a powerful punch right on his face. The surrounding thugs were shocked, and Ju Chul-hyung stood there dazed before crashing face first into the floor. The air grew deathly silent. Kim Hak-jae, losing his mind, shouted, "You crazy dog, have you lost your damn mind?" But before he could do anything, Hwa-jin grabbed him by the neck. With a single shove, both of them were sent sprawling to the ground. Hwa-jin chuckled, impressed. "Not bad, kid." A rising uppercut that sent him face-planting into the dirt. Ju Chul-hyung struggled to get up, snarling, You want to die, don't you?" Bae Eung-soo shouted back, filled with resentment. "Shut up. Shut your mouth, you piece of trash. Nobody believes your crap anymore. You're finished." Just then, the news was broadcasting a scandal about Assemblyman Ju Gwang-pil involving sexual harassment and bribery. Watching it, Ju Chul-hyung couldn't believe his eyes. "Dad? Why is my dad?" Hwa-jin smiled to himself, satisfied. Choi Kang-suk looked at Ju Chul-hyung's file on the table and asked, "This is the first target, right?" Hwa-jin shook his head. "No. We can start our first official mission. Right here at this school, with the son of a national assemblyman. Those teachers are too terrified of his father, so they won't cooperate with us. If I get carelessly dragged into politics, I can't take responsibility for that. Hearing this, Choi Kang-suk understood and turned to reassure him. Stop complaining and just get it done. He smiled slightly. Leave the small stuff to this old man. Right after that, the news report hit the airwaves. Assemblyman Ju Gwang-pil involved in sexual harassment and bribery scandal. This left Ju Chol-hyung in a state of total panic. Dad? Dad! He stared at the news, screaming over and over. This isn't real. There must be some kind of mistake. Hwa-jin just watched with a gentle smile. Ju Chol-hyung wailed in despair. Dad, why? Kim Hak-jae nervously stepped closer, asking, Ju Chol-hyung? His face darkened as he interrogated him. What's going on? Memories flooded back into Ju Chol-hyung's mind at home. He was nothing but trash. Ju Gwang-pil would constantly beat him. Why won't you just stay down? How can you have such pathetic grades when you're the son of Ju Gwang-pil? His mother tried to intervene. Dear, please, stop it. But the father just turned on her. And you, what kind of parenting is this? He was just a shameful son of a national assemblyman and a local leader. But outside, things were completely different. Teachers would suck up to him and pat his head. Make sure to tell your dad I said hello, okay? Other students would flock to him too. Hey, I heard your dad is an assemblyman. You must have been born with a silver spoon in your mouth, right? Come join our group. With his father as his solid backing, everyone bowed down to him. He had used his father's power to crush anyone bold enough to challenge him, ensuring they could never get back up. Watching them squirm like insects was his greatest joy. But then, a problem arose. One of the insects he used to play with ended up taking his own life. Ju Chol-hyung was called into the counseling office. He was shaking so hard he didn't want to step inside. There were police officers there. Finally, Ju Chol-hyung mustered the courage to open the door. Contrary to his fear, the police officer smiled and said, Just have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Are you Assemblyman Ju Gwang-pil's son? Just sit here for show. 10 minutes is enough. By the way, how is your father doing? That was when he realized that no matter what crimes he committed at school, he'd always be forgiven. He was the king of this school. Back in reality, Ju Chol-hyung was covered in filth. He wondered, why the hell did I end up like this? Kim Hak-jae, standing across from him, cursed. Damn it. Without your dad backing you up, you're absolutely nothing. God, I've suffered so much bitterness because of you all this time. Suddenly, Ju Chol-hyung raised his voice. You're making a mistake, you dog. He gritted his teeth and challenged him. Have you ever seen a national assemblyman get taken down that easily? Damn it, in 3 or 4 months, this whole thing will blow over. And when it does, I'm going to bury every single one of you. Right after he finished speaking, his eyes widened in surprise. Kim Hak-jae picked his ear and turned to leave. Man, my butt's itching. Ju Chol-hyung stood behind him, muttering, I'll kill you, I'll kill all of you, every single one who bullied me lately. Hwa-jin, in the bathroom, sighed in annoyance. You guys are way too loud. I can't even focus on taking a break. Maybe I should just sew your mouths shut. He clicked his tongue and spoke up. I'm surprised. The moment your new house hits a snag, you turn on each other faster than a pancake? Weren't you guys supposed to be close friends? This made Ju Chol-hyung scream in shame. What? You heard all of that? You have to stop them. They're about to fight. Just give them a beating like you always do. Hwa-jin calmly washed his hands and asked back, Why would I do that? That's not my job anymore. He wiped his hands and said, Starting today, I'm done with this school. My mission from the Office of Education is over. There won't be any more unreasonable punishments. Everything will go back to the way it was. After this, you guys have learned a lot, haven't you? Damn it, it's over now. To make sure nothing like this happens again, you need to listen to your teachers, understand? It was extremely noisy below, driving the teachers crazy. Order! Quiet down! Kyung-min realized with anxiety that teacher Hwa-jin had left the school. And just as I predicted, I am Cheon-ta, please hit me. The Cheon-ta culture of this school had returned. Behind him, Ju Chol-hyung had a paper stuck to him. I am Cheon-ta, please hit me. He walked around dejectedly, until, suddenly, someone lunged forward and kicked Ju Chol-hyung hard. With a thud, he face-planted into the dirt and rolled a few times. The guy with purple hair stepped closer, mocking him. Well, well, well. Look at this pathetic face, Cheon. What's the matter? Can't handle getting beat up by a freshman? That's exactly what you said, right? I did a great job, didn't I? He grabbed the guy by the collar and yanked him up. Wait, this jacket. This looks nice. Take it off, you piece of trash. Take it off. This must have cost a fortune. And this time, the bullies turned their target to Ju Gwang-pil. But it didn't end there. Back home, Ju Chol-hyung got beaten again. He clutched his face in confusion, asking, "Why? Why are you hitting me, Dad?" Ju Guangpil roared in fury. "You still have the nerve to ask me?" He pointed at the news on the TV, demanding, "Then what the hell is this? What the hell is going on?" The following is a follow-up report. Video footage of a student bullying and harassing teachers is being widely circulated on the internet. This student is the son of Assemblyman Ju Guangpil. According to the posts, the student used his father's influence to commit immoral acts, such as assaulting classmates and violating educational authority. Furthermore, this student is the direct cause of the death of a classmate. Just then, a bodyguard walked in and reported, "Sir, the reporters are gathering outside right now." Ju Guangpil screamed, "Stop them! Don't let anyone in." Then, he swung his cane and struck Ju Chol-hyung. "You bastard! I'm already exhausted, and you do this to me? Why?" Night fell. Ju Chol-hyung lay on his bed, completely devastated, muttering, "Destroy, destroy, destroy." Then, Ju Chol-hyung went to the school. He started pouring gasoline all over the ground. In a daze, Ju Chol-hyung emptied the large canisters, still muttering, "Destroy, destroy." He threw one of the cans away. Ju Chol-hyung grabbed more gasoline, telling himself, "Those guys who bullied me, none of you will live in peace. Tomorrow, I'll burn this whole school to the ground." Just then, Hwa-jin jumped out from a corner and kicked him down. Ju Chol-hyung flipped over, rolling across the floor. Hwa-jin glared at him. "Are you having some kind of delusional fantasy? Still don't know what you did wrong?" Hwa-jin struck a match and declared, "Then from now on, I will begin your real education." Ju Chol-hyung sat in the corner, panicking. What are you doing?" he asked, bewildered. "How is an official from the Ministry of Education here?" Ju Chol-hyung panicked and screamed, "Hey, put that lighter out. There's gasoline everywhere." However, Hwa-jin just nonchalantly lit it and asked, "So what?" He let go, dropping the lighter. "Didn't you spread the gas to do exactly this?" The flames met the gasoline and instantly roared to life. Ju Chol-hyung screamed in sheer terror. The massive fire blinded him. Ju Chol-hyung scrambled to get up, trying to escape. He ran away, shouting, "Fire! Help!" But no matter how hard he ran, his luck ran out. He tripped and fell right into the middle of the fire. Terrified beyond belief, he opened his eyes wide and screamed. Watching the flames about to swallow him whole, Ju Chol-hyung begged, "Save me, please. I was wrong." He grabbed his head and howled, "I was wrong. Someone, please, save me." Just then, Hwa-jin arrived with a fire extinguisher. He sprayed the extinguishing agent directly at Ju Chol-hyung. Hwa-jin stood in the middle of the smoke, puffing on a cigarette, waiting. He turned and sprayed to put out all the surrounding flames. He flicked the cigarette from his lips onto the ground. After putting out the fire, Hwa-jin tossed the extinguisher aside. He turned to look at Ju Chol-hyung, smiling. There. You'll never forget this fear, not even in death. Play with fire, and you're bound to get burned." On the other side, the guy was paralyzed with fear. Hwa-jin sat down and whispered, "This is a lesson for you. You have to experience it with your own body, not just hear it in some theory. That is true education. Now, I'm sure you realize how dangerous it is to play with fire, don't you?" With that, Hwa-jin grabbed Ju Chol-hyung by the collar and hoisted him up. He recited each of his wrongdoings. Bullying others because of your clique, oppressing others because of your power, because of those things. Someone's normal life turned into hell in an instant. And when you realize what you've done to them, that's when you get your karma. Hwa-jin's face darkened as he stated, "You have to take responsibility for your own actions too. That is the kind of true education I am pursuing." Saying that, he tossed Ju Chol-hyung aside. He slowly stood up and said, "But even if you stand here and take responsibility, student Park Dae-soo can never come back to life." Hwa-jin turned and walked away. "But at least, this will make you face the court of your conscience for the rest of your life." Chol-hyung was left behind, head hanging in a daze, until suddenly, he broke into sobs. Ju Chol-hyung curled up, wailing in agony. The next morning, teacher Hwa-jin appeared on the news. Teacher Hwa-jin clearly introduced his position within the Ministry of Education. Over the past period, he had collected evidence of Ju Chol-hyung's crimes. The police immediately began arresting the bullies who tormented senior Park Dae-soo, including Ju Chol-hyung. Damn it. It was that guy who made me do it. I don't know much about politics, but after that day, news spread everywhere that Ju Chol-hyung's father had been removed from the political committee. He couldn't withstand the public pressure and held a press conference to announce his resignation from the National Assembly. But because of this, the whole country found out about teacher Hwa-jin's educational methods. Everything flooded the weekly news. Why did the Ministry of Education forget that they had previously issued a law banning corporal punishment? Legal corporal punishment. The Ministry of Education reached a dead end. In the media, public opinion harshly criticized the existence of the Department of Educational Authority that uses corporal punishment. There were many conflicting opinions online. Secretary Yun-min, after seeing the news, worriedly asked, "Is teacher Hwa-jin really going to be okay?" Elsewhere, the secretary sat in the car, presenting, "These are the expected questions for today's press conference, sir. Mainly questions. Attacking the Department of Educational Authority. I suspect the opposition party will also push and criticize us. The best way to handle this is." Before she could finish, Choi Kang-suk cut her off. "Stop it. Forget it," he nonchalantly ordered. "Predicting and writing up some pathetic, mediocre scripts is not my style. We will face them head on." The secretary could only sigh. As expected of Mr. Choi Kang-suk, in front of the Bureau, attacking the Bureau of Education Authority, I expect the opposition to push back hard and start criticizing us. The best way to handle this is. Before she could finish, Choi Kang-suk cut her off. "Forget it," he ordered nonchalantly. "Making predictions and drafting up those trivial little scenarios being mediocre isn't my style. We're going to face them head on." The secretary sighed. It was classic Choi Kang-suk. Regarding the investigation, even at this age, he's still as passionate and intense as ever. A straw hero, huh? I think Choi Kang-suk's mouth is sharper than the reporter's pens. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. His eyes widened in shock. It turned out Ju Guang-pil had blocked the front of the car. A screeching sound echoed, and the car stopped just inches before hitting him. The secretary asked in a panic, "What's going on?" The driver replied, flustered, "Ah, it's Assemblyman Ju Guang-pil in front." She immediately turned around to open the door, offering, "I'll go check it out." Choi Kang-suk usually refuses, but this time he just said, "Forget it, let me handle it," then bent down and stepped out of the car. Ju Guang-pil, with a haggard face, spoke up to confront him. "Kang-suk, are you the one who leaked my scandal to the press? Even if you've stepped down as an assemblyman, we're still in the same party, aren't we? How could you coldly throw me away someone who was practically family to you?" He kept pleading. "We have a senior-junior relationship from university, after all. Just the other day, we were participating together in the university sports festival, eating from the same pot." Ju Guang-pil shouted in anger. "So what did I do? Wrong to deserve this from you?" Choi Kang-suk, standing opposite him, calmly raised his cigar. He pressed the burning tip of the cigar against Ju Guang-pil's chest and questioned him. "You didn't do anything wrong? What the hell are you talking about? Did you eat something rotten? Don't you know your trashy scandals are being spread all over the news every single day? Why did you even crawl here? Oh, look at your face. Do you really have no idea? Fine, I'll only tell you one thing. Raise your bastard son properly." Choi Kang-suk, 26 years in politics, a 6-term National Assemblyman, former floor leader of the ruling party. Currently, the Minister of Education, 69 years old, 6-term National Assembly member, former ruling party representative. The current Minister of Education, 43 years old, first time entering politics. His political style is ignoring things like saving face, and no matter who the opponent is, he speaks straight and blunt without hesitation. His words are harsh and indiscriminate, but unlike other politicians, he isn't fake, and he doesn't just do what's popular. He is a politician with a loyal base of supporters so strong he's called the next candidate for president. Then, Choi Kang-suk casually pulled at his tie and said, all right. You reporters know my style, don't you?" He flashed an unfriendly smile and said, "Let's wrap this up quickly." A man raised his hand to introduce himself. Reporter Joe Shin from the Koryo Daily. He stood up to ask a question. "Given the current background where the Education Rights Bureau has become controversial, I know that you, Mr. Minister, based on a proposal from 2 years ago when you were the ruling party leader, organized unlimited oversight on teaching methods. In other words, it means allowing even physical punishment. I heard you, the minister who proposed the bill, support physical punishment. Is that really okay?" Choi Kang-suk heard this and immediately retorted, "Why are you bringing that up now?" This left the reporter speechless. His face darkened as he reminded him that the bill to amend the Education Rights Protection Act was passed 2 years ago. Everyone was quiet back then. "Why are you asking now?" "Oh, right. You guys were busy chasing after celebrities back then, weren't you?" The reporter started whispering. "The old man is at it again." Choi Kang-suk continued, Yes, I understand. You all have to make a living, right? You need views to make money, don't you? I don't support physical punishment. But the Education Rights Bureau is an organization established to correct schools that are being severely infringed upon. They provide instruction to schools that are extreme and cannot be improved by a normal teacher. Even though it's being implemented nationwide, it's not a repeal of the law banning physical punishment. At this point, someone else chimed in. Reporter Tak Chan-hoon, of Tak Chan-hoon. He stood up and raised an issue. Does that mean children only listen when they're hit? Isn't that coming from your outdated way of thinking, Mr. Minister? Choi Kang-suk laughed and replied, only listen when hit? No, that's not it. I completely deny that. Although I'd like to say that, how should I put it? Isn't it a fact that the results of the Education Rights Bureau's guidance have made the atmosphere in schools better? Your words, reporter, I don't know if they are truth or outdated ideas, but I think the students have to prove that for themselves. After he finished speaking, someone else continued. Reporter Yoon Jin-suk from the Lighthouse newspaper. She presented an image as evidence and questioned him. According to our results, on the bodies of the students taught by the Education Rights Bureau, as everyone can see, there are many wounds from physical punishment. In the reality of 21st century education, do you think violating human rights like this is acceptable? Choi Kang-suk didn't hesitate to fire back. Human rights for whom? While the law banning physical punishment was applied in the name of protecting students' human rights, and educational reality was abandoned, a certain student lost their life. All students have the right to be trained in a safe environment. We must immediately adjust the reality where education is infringed upon by a few students and clueless teachers. Do you mean to say that a few students getting a little bruised is a major problem? Isn't protecting the students who are obedient and listen to their teachers more important? You all have been asking the same questions, but if you are reporters, then ask diverse questions from a reporter's perspective. Isn't that what protecting the right to know is? By the way, I'll make this clear. I, Choi Kang-suk, Minister of Education, no matter how much you oppose it, I will push forward the operations of the Education Rights Bureau. So, parents, please stop calling. From now on, any phone calls related to the Education Rights Bureau will be handled by me, so keep that in mind. After watching Choi Kang-suk's response on TV and newspapers, Hwa-jin couldn't help but exclaim, "This crazy old man, really." He sat next to a gravestone, wondering. He said he was going to go explain, and now he's declaring war? How on earth did this guy become a six-term assemblyman? Just as he finished speaking, Choi Kang-suk appeared from behind and questioned him. Who's this guy? Who are you talking about? Hwa-jin froze and gave a wry smile. Ahaha, you're here. Seeing the scowl on his face, he called out softly, Dad! Choi Kang-suk immediately swung his foot and kicked Hwa-jin, shouting, Who's your dad, you bastard? The sky above was filled with nothing but blue clouds. A plate of snacks and a glass of water were placed below. Hwa-jin bowed his head in front of the tombstone, paying his respects. After taking a snack, Choi Kang-suk frowned, looking annoyed, and asked, What the hell is this cheap junk? It costs a fortune, but it's just a lump of sugar. Hwa-jin immediately turned back to explain, This is Gayun's favorite. Sir, you are her father, and you don't even know that? His hand clenched, digging into the grass beneath. Hwa-jin bowed and pulled out all the weeds on the tombstone. He looked down, slightly timid, and asked, Is it okay to move against the educational authority, sir? It looks like the reporters and the parents will turn into total enemies. On the contrary, Choi Kang-suk calmly licked the sugar off his hand and replied, Look, I am Choi Kang-suk. I'm Choi Kang-suk. If I, Choi Kang-suk, say it can be done, then it will be done. Hwa-jin slowly stood up and spoke. The next presidential candidate is that powerful, just a glare from him is enough to terrify anyone. Both turned toward the neatly cleared tombstone in front of them. Choi Kang-suk bowed his head, looking dejected, and wondered, I wonder if Gayun would like what we're doing. We aren't doing this for revenge for the dead, but to make sure the living can't bear it. As he finished, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Then, Choi Kang-suk suddenly raised his head and laughed at himself. Damn it, why is it so bright? It's blinding me. He tried to hold back his tears, bowed his head, and began to walk away. You go ahead. Hwa-jin, standing behind him, suddenly replied, You go first, sir. I have the next job. Choi Kang-suk quickly realized and asked, Oh, is that so? Where is the next school? Hwa-jin immediately answered, It's Guan, 2 Technical High School. Technical High? The principal personally requested an investigation. This made Choi Kang-suk pause and ask, The principal requested it? He nodded and explained, Usually, if a problem occurs at school, it's covered up. But Hwa-jin brushed the dust off his hands. The principal specifically requested it. That means it's reached such a dark level, huh? With that, Hwa-jin went to Guan, 2 technical high school alone. As he walked up the stairs, he smiled and wondered, let's see, what kind of darkness is waiting for me? Right at the turn of the stairs, Hwa-jin witnessed a brawl. One guy swung his fist hard and yelled, "Damn it, you piece of trash." The other guy wasn't one to back down. He gritted his teeth and charged, "What did you say, you bastard?" The students around them saw this and were terrified, turning to run away. "Here we go again. Get out of here. Don't get involved." Just then, Lee Ho-sung walked out with his hands in his pockets, followed by a gang of subordinates. On the opposite side, Jo Hong-ki had a grim face, waiting to greet him. He laughed mockingly. "Damn it, you piece of scum. Are you still not moving out of the way, you motorhead?" He frowned, jeering. "What, you car enthusiasts with a body like yours? You must be a good driver, huh?" And then, they all charged at each other in the chaos. "Wipe them all out. Step all over these bastards." Hwa-jin stood to the side, watching with great interest, and chuckled. "Right on time, huh?" He took a step forward. "So, this is how I turned." Hwa-jin spread his arms and wondered, must this fight end? Or a memory surfaced. Since I was little, I was crazy about cars. I didn't care about toys like robots. I was always focused on cars. I chose my future dream earlier than others. Because I wanted to become an automotive engineer, I came to this school. But the scene shifted to the automotive department. Kim Hyung-ju gritted his teeth in fear at the insults. "Damn it, beat him. Smash him, fight." He looked at the crowd charging at each other, wondering, is it like this every day? One guy had been kneed until he was bruised, while the other took a punch straight to the face. They just kept charging at each other uncontrollably. A guy fell right in front of Kim Hyung-ju. It was Lee Ho-sung. He looked up at him from the floor and questioned, "You bastard, who are you? Why aren't you fighting?" Then Lee Ho-sung shouted, threatening him, "Get in here, keep fighting." Kim Hyung-ju heard this and stood there shouting, clenching his fists and preparing to charge. But before he could do anything, Kim Hyung-ju took a punch to the face. Kim Hyung-ju collapsed to the ground, crying in helplessness and pain. "It's boring. Every day is like this. It's so boring." But just then, Hwa-jin walked to his side, his face full of seriousness. "Move." And just like that, Hwa-jin brushed past Kim Hyung-ju. Behind him, he watched, confused, wondering, who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. After entering the principal's office, the old man's voice sounded formal. "I only just contacted you this morning, and you're already here. Thank you very much." He set a cup of tea down, inviting him. "Come on, have some tea. About the matter you wanted me to consult on." Before the principal could finish, Hwa-jin interrupted. "I've seen it already." He picked up the cup and asked, "It's the power struggle between the departments, right?" The principal's face lowered in sadness. "This technical school is truly a trashy school." A guy had just been kicked flying backward. Lee Ho-sung was the one who had delivered the kick. Beside him, many others were waiting. He was furious and kept scolding. At the very least, beat them until they're bedridden. "You're not meeting the quota. See that? Damn it." Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-ju, standing nearby, remarked, "It's exactly like a pile of trash. If there was a time machine to go back to the past and not play with robots, I would scream at my past self. Don't like cars anymore." The first day of school, the class ranking fight happened. Lee Ho-sung had excitedly cheered. "First year, we won." A week later was the school ranking fight. A month later was the fight for the top spot for second and third years. The ranking fights between the departments had officially begun. A weak shrimp, like me of course, was ranked last for 3 years straight in the automotive department. To think I actually endured it until the third year. The practical classes are actually very interesting. I am a third-year student now. I thought that by the next semester, these fights would end, but just then, Lee Ho-sung approached him. Kim Hyung-ju looked at him and cursed under his breath. Lee Ho-sung, the lowest bastard in the automotive department. Just then, he shouted, "Everyone listen up. We've been in second place forever, but our department can take first. I, Lee Ho-sung, before I graduate, will definitely take first place. That is what you all must do at this school." Kim Hyung-ju gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. "Damn it. Take the top spot before graduation? But what's the point of that?" At that moment, he was also waiting for a kick from him. "Just because of a piece of trash like you, we didn't meet the quota." Suddenly, Lee Ho-sung paused and asked, "Wait, who is this? Isn't this Kim Hyung-ju, my loyal errand boy of 3 years?" Lee Ho-sung leaned down, helped him up, and smiled. "Oh man, Hyung-ju, you're a third-year student now. Why are you kneeling like this? Get up. Stand up and get comfortable," he said, before turning his back to walk away. Our Hyungju has worked so hard, he deserves to be treated properly, right? But before he could take more than a few steps, Lee Ho-sung spun around, furious. He delivered a swift kick straight to Kim Hyungju's gut, sending him flying. Lee Ho-sung smoothed his hair, clearly losing his patience. Damn it, you're making me look pathetic. Then, he grabbed Hyungju by the hair and demanded, Hey, Hyungju, you looking for a fist to the face or what? You're a third year. You can't even fight back? Why are you acting so pathetic? Lee Ho-sung hauled him up by his hair. Why the hell did you even enroll here? This technical school's long history was built on fists. Why would a moron like you even apply? This left Kim Hyungju stunned. What kind of stupid question was that? Students go to school to study. Obviously. Just then, Hwa-jin stepped in from outside, remarking, I've lived a long time, but that's the first time I've heard such bullshit. He crossed his arms and stared him down. Hey, is a school a place for learning or a place for brawling? Lee Ho-sung, having heard that, snapped back. What? Are you trying to lecture me? Who the hell are you? Hwa-jin pointed at himself with a curious look, saying, Me? I'm from the Department of Educational Rights Protection, directly under the Ministry of Education. This left the bullied students frozen in shock. Kim Hyungju was stunned. Too right. He'd seen this guy on the news. He continued his introduction. Hwa-jin, field inspector. Lee Ho-sung's face darkened. The hell is that? This left Hwa-jin speechless. He asked, bewildered, Hey, you don't know the Department of Educational Rights? You don't read the news online at all? I'm pretty famous. Lee Ho-sung grew increasingly irritated. Damn it, I don't give a damn about the news. He began clenching his fists, showing his thuggish nature. If you don't shut your mouth, you're going to get a taste of my fist. But Hwa-jin simply sidestepped and punched him square in the face without a moment's hesitation. This left Lee Ho-sung shocked, before he slowly collapsed right in front of Hwa-jin. The onlookers screamed in absolute shock. What just happened? Senior Lee Ho-sung, taken down in one hit? Hwa-jin gestured to Kim Hyungju, calling out, Hey kid, get over here. He offered a smile. Could you help me for a second? This left the boy completely confused. Meanwhile, in another room at the school, Jo Hong-ki's cursing could be heard. Those bastards in the automotive department. He had gathered everyone together, declaring, To make sure they don't even dream of challenging us a second time, we need to completely annihilate them. Number 1. In the electrical department, Jo Hong-ki began laying out various plans. We'll ambush the automotive department on their way to school. Lee Ho-sung, you take care of me. You guys are responsible for cleaning up the rest. This school's top spot has always belonged to the electrical department. You hear me? Everyone shouted in unison. Yes. Just then, Kim Hyungju's voice blared over the school speakers. Hey, you assholes in the electrical department, listen up. He hesitated before shouting. I'm Kim Hyungju, the best of the automotive department. For losers like you, just me is enough to settle this. Let's have a fight at the gymnasium. Jo Hong-ki, hearing this challenge, was extremely annoyed. That son of a bitch. So, the whole pack headed to the gym. One guy kicked the door open aggressively, but waiting for him was a rod, slammed right into the middle of his head. Hwa-jin tapped them one by one on the head, bam, 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 causing them to panic and scream, Ah! What is this? He smiled gently and gave an order. Hello, kids. Sit down and clear your heads. From now on, I'll be merging the electrical and automotive departments for a lesson. The name of the course is Mental Education. Hwa-jin looked extremely punchable, beckoning them with his hand. Anyone unsatisfied, take off your badge and come fight me. After hearing Hwa-jin's challenge, Jo Hong-ki's face turned grim. What the hell are you doing? He marched straight toward him, challenging him. Who the hell are you to act all high and mighty here? Hwa-jin just coolly asked. Me? Then he began his introduction, leaving Jo Hong-ki dumbfounded. I am an official from the Department of Educational Rights Protection, under the Ministry of Education. Field Inspector Hwa-jin. The guy's eyes began to dart around in confusion. Field Inspector Hwa-jin? He asked, mouth agape. I've seen you on YouTube. You're that guy who beats up students, right? Hwa-jin heard this and laughed excitedly, praising him. Ha, you're an educated kid. Jo Hong-ki, hearing that, confidently tilted his head, reminding him, That's right, looks like our school caught your eye this time. The kids at this school are crazy, teacher. Better prepare yourself. Then he turned and ordered his underlings. Let's go. So, immediately, Hong got hit with a rod right in the middle of his back. Hwa-jin asked indifferently, This kid is funny. Hey, Who told you to leave? Jo Hong-ki was furious now, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it. He bent down to pick up the rod, threatening. Teachers should just stick to teaching. What do you mean by, take off your badge? As he stepped up, shoving the rod toward Hwa-jin, he asserted, if you keep annoying me, even if you're an adult, I'll hit you too. But Hwa-jin just stood his ground, laughing and asking, you don't know what take off your badge means? Hwa-jin bluntly challenged him. If you're unsatisfied, come at me. I really hope you do. Mental education. Lesson 1. In this life, you have to know who you are. Jo Hong-ki's face crumpled involuntarily after hearing that. He screamed, damn it. Who said it's lesson 1? He swung the rod high and charged at Hwa-jin, yelling, it's already the 7th period. I should have been finished with school and heading home by now. And the result was an uppercut that caught him right in the jaw. In just one move, Hwa-jin sent Jo Hong-ki flying. He soared through the air before crashing down in front of his underlings. Hwa-jin walked over, flicked the rod with his toe, and mocked, talking big about hitting me, and that's all you've got? He rested the rod on his shoulder, taunting, you're only raising your hands high because you don't have the strength to yell? You're still green, kid. The underlings immediately swarmed around him, screaming, Jo Hong-ki, are you okay? Wake up, Jo Hong-ki. He had been beaten so badly he was unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Jo Hong-ki, Jo Hong-ki. Just then, a dark look appeared on someone's face. That son of a bitch. Number 2, Jeon Ki-gwan, pointed at Hwa-jin and ordered, beat him up for me. So the whole group charged at him aggressively. The students who had arrived earlier just sat back, lazily watching the show. Lee Ho-sung gave a faint, cold smile. 30 minutes ago we were the same. Hwa-jin dodged to the side and struck from the flank, a rod slamming hard onto the buttocks of the one who arrived first. He could only buckle at the knees, yelping in pain as a barrage of rod strikes rained down on their posteriors. A bunch of guys could only huddle on the floor, clutching their backsides and groaning. My ass, it hurts so much. Hwa-jin looked at the scene, glancing coldly at Jeon Ki-gwan, who could only stare with his jaw dropped in disbelief. What the hell is up with that teacher? He's insanely fast. He walked right up to the guy, flashing a mocking grin. What's the matter? Aren't you going to jump in yet? But Jeon Ki-gwan chickened out and waved his hands. No, not me. Still, Hwa-jin grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him up. He lifted Jeon Ki-gwan high into the air and sneered. You look like a complete waste of space for the electrical department. Hwa-jin's eyes locked onto him, dripping with sarcasm. When war breaks out, the leader is supposed to take responsibility, right? Then, Hwa-jin gripped his stick tightly and swung it hard against his rear. After absolutely wrecking Jeon Ki-gwan's backside, he tossed him aside and shouted, next. Hwa-jin flicked his wrists and turned around to ask, anyone else? He smiled faintly and commanded, if not, then everyone sit down. A stack of test papers was passed out. Hwa-jin walked down the aisle of the classroom, lecturing, school is a place for learning, not for fighting. Your fate will be decided by this exam. Be honest while you do it. Holding the test paper, Kim Hyung-ju's eyes lit up. This is it, the standard of our school. He looked at the crowd around him. Everyone was holding their heads, teeth gritted in agony, while others just sighed in resignation. Kim Hyung-ju put his pen to the paper and told himself, in this place, there's no glory in this, so I can't talk to anyone. He proudly held up his test to submit it. When it comes to academics, I'm the top student in the whole school. Hwa-jin saw this and smiled in satisfaction. The next day, a giant tire was thrown down. The students were running while dragging it behind them, shouting, school is a place to learn. We must not fight. Those with a grade point average of 0 to 59, the slaves were the ones forced to shout. To the students, academics were the top priority. Fighting had no benefit at all. Meanwhile, some people got to sit in the shade. Jo Hong-ki, who belonged to the 6090 gigapascals noble class, watched as the slave class students finished running, panting heavily. Lee Ho-sung led them, screaming, we've finished pulling the tires 20 times. The one with a 100 gigapascals, Kim Hyung-ju, stood there. They all turned toward him, shouting, what do we do next? Please tell us, sir. Kim Hyung-ju's face was filled with malice as he commanded, run 10 more laps. With a 100 gigapascals. In this place, he was the king. Night began to fall. In the park, countless people lay sprawled on the ground, all of them battered and bruised. Among them, one guy was still chilling, talking on the phone. He was sitting on someone else's back while chatting. Yeah, all right, Jo Hong-ki. Suddenly, he got a message. He went on, I just heard that my suspension was lifted. I don't know how. The school suspended me indefinitely, but it's only been 2 weeks and they already lifted it? Right after that, he changed the subject. How is it over there? Did you handle that ranking issue? Whatever he heard, his eyes darkened instantly. What? Just like that, he crushed his cigarette with sheer force. He was extremely annoyed and asked, "The Office of Education? What the hell are you talking about?" He was a third year in the electrical department, Jang Gwan-hyuk, ranked first in the whole school. The scene quickly changed to the integrated classroom for the electrical and auto departments. Our classroom rules are, we are students. We need to study. Class rankings are determined by academic performance. You can challenge the prefects at any time. We absolutely will not tolerate any acts of defiance against your superiors. The rules were laid out as follows, with the regulations defining the nobles as those with a 6090 gigapascals, and those below that were the slaves, with a 050 9 gigapascals. The students with that status complained constantly. War is happening already? What is this 6.35 menu? Is there discrimination even when we're just trying to eat? Suddenly, another voice spoke up. Ugh, meat again? I'm so sick of it. Kim Hyung-ju sat on his throne, pretending to complain. To keep up my health, I guess I have to settle for what's on the table. But in reality, he held the highest status, the king with a 100 gigapascals, the top of the class hierarchy. You could see that status in this class was determined by achievement. That allowed Kim Hyung-ju to carelessly enjoy the delicacies, not even knowing what they tasted like, just eating. Suddenly, a classmate smashed a wrench into his meal tray. Lee Ho-sung couldn't take it anymore and exploded in anger. Even eating has these stupid rules? Besides, according to the second classroom rule, students with the right rank could challenge the prefects at any time, which is why he dared to do that. He didn't know the reason behind the rebellion. Hwa-jin heard this, and his eyes welled up with tears. Oh my, is this a reward? For an educator like me? It's so moving, I'm about to cry. Rebellion. Coming out of your own mouths, huh? Then, that touching moment led to the whole group getting a beating. He held the stick in his hand, smiling maliciously. Since you all moved me so much, I have to pay each of you back, don't I? Seeing that scene, everyone understood, but the risk of failure was huge. A moment later, Kim Hyung-ju was grabbed by someone else. Damn it, you dog! That guy was Lee Ho-sung, who was clenching his fist. How long do you plan on acting high and mighty? He was full of attitude, as he shouted. Do you think that teacher is going to be here for 10,000 years? Every threat from Lee Ho-sung made him fearful. The day that teacher is gone, you'll be on the 9 o'clock news. Do you want to appear on the news as a body of some high school bookworm found in the river? A shadow suddenly appeared. By the law of the land, threatening the king of the slaves is punishable by the extermination of one's entire clan. Hwa-jin looked cold, gesturing with his hand for all the slaves to gather. The whole group suddenly remembered something. Very quickly, all the students backed each other up. We respect the king. We will not defy the king again. Studying was the only way to rank up. The rules had warned very clearly that acts of defiance against superiors would absolutely not be tolerated. Kim Hyung-ju sat on his throne, putting on a show of power, saying loudly, "If you're frustrated, study hard and become the king." Seeing that, he was excited and praised him. At first you were hiding, but now your skill at tormenting them is really growing. Hwa-jin even made a suggestion. You've got talent. Later, why don't you try doing something like being a prefect? But Kim Hyung-ju's next words surprised him. Teacher, can I stop being the king? He had tears in his eyes, clutching Hwa-jin's pants. If you leave this school, I'm done for. It seemed like Kim Hyung-ju was completely panicked. They said Jeon Sang-jio wouldn't stay here forever. I gritted my teeth and endured for 3 years. How could I just die like this? He saw the teacher look at him seriously and put a hand on his shoulder. Don't be afraid, you're not going to die. Hwa-jin's eyes were full of determination as he spoke. Same age, wearing the same uniform. There's no reason for you to be afraid. He calmly spoke to reassure Kim Hyung-ju. If the education program ends, this technical school, it'll be just like it was before, Hwa-jin remarked coolly in front of the classroom. Even if you do catch them, this school won't change. Suddenly, he turned and asked Kim Hyung-ju, do you know who created the school's ranking system? A familiar figure gripped the door handle. Jang Gwan-hyuk's face remained expressionless. Meanwhile, in class, Lee Ho-sung couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Jo Hong-ki sat in his chair, mocking him. Oh please, you stay for brains, you know you can't do it, so why do you keep throwing yourself at it? Enraged, the other guy retorted, shut your mouth, to hell with your points, I'll beat you to death. Damn you, the guy spat. Then, he suddenly dropped a bomb. You know what day it is today? Jo Hong-ki's next words left him stunned. Today is the day Jang Gwan-hyuk's suspension is lifted. Lee Ho-sung couldn't believe it and shouted, What? Wasn't he expelled indefinitely? It's only been 2 weeks and he's already back? Contrasting that reaction, the guy replied calmly, "Who knows? The school just contacted him and said so." Jo Hong-ki's expression turned cunning as he muttered, "The absolute sovereign, the one who rules this school. If Jang Won-hyuk comes back, that teacher," his cryptic words made the other guy realize immediately. But then, a loud noise erupted from the back of the classroom. It shook both of them, even startling Hwa-jin. Tremors rippled through the room. Only Lee Ho-sung was thrilled, whispering, "Holy crap, that teacher is finished." In a split second, the doorknob fell off. Someone slowly emerged from behind the door. Jang Won-hyuk walked into the classroom with an air of defiance. "Sorry, the school called me, telling me to come back, but the door was locked." He spoke with a cold face. "I'm Jang Won-hyuk, 3rd year, electrical department." Kim Hyung-ju looked terrified at the sight of him. Jang Won-hyuk noticed the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He calmly let out an "oh." Jang Won-hyuk glanced over the school rules board and judged. "So, this is the current system, huh? Not bad." Meanwhile, Hwa-jin stood right in front of him. "So, you're Jang Won-hyuk?" Quite the entrance. He wore a friendly smile, but his words were anything but. "I heard everything from the principal. You're the mastermind behind all the chaos in this school, aren't you? I'm the one who lifted your suspension. Aren't you grateful?" Immediately after, Hwa-jin shifted into homeroom teacher mode. "But you're late on your first day back. I have to punish you, don't I? Lie face down. Put the hammer down." Jang Won-hyuk didn't resist, and complied. "My apologies." He slowly lowered his body. "I overslept a bit, but he used that as a feint for a surprise punch at Hwa-jin." His eyes burned with confidence. "Oh? Just like they said, huh?" The dust settled, revealing Hwa-jin's bruised hand. "You should have kept your guard up, teacher. Though, it looks like you actually hit me, right?" Even now, Jang Won-hyuk was still being arrogant, pointing behind him. But why did the teacher's expression look like that? The teacher, standing over there. "Number 2, you can challenge me anytime, can't you?" He taunted Hwa-jin. "Ah, I guess my strength surprised you?" He didn't answer, but stared intently at his own palm. Hwa-jin wiped the corner of his mouth nonchalantly. "Clearly, with the force of that punch, I bet your shoulder must be hurting pretty bad right now." After that, he slowly approached Hwa-jin. "That's it. That's what I'm talking about." Hwa-jin was thoroughly intrigued as he faced him. "Now it's starting to taste like an education." A stick fell to the ground at his words. "Exactly, that's it." Jin stood excitedly facing Jang Won-hyuk. "It's starting to taste like an education." He didn't back down either. "Stop with the gibberish. Just say it clearly. If I win, John Sanjio leaves this school, right?" He smirked mockingly. "If you're embarrassed, just get lost. Got it?" Hearing that, Jang Won-hyuk clenched his fist. "Then I'll help you clock out early." Immediately, he lunged toward Hwa-jin. He tilted his head to the side, dodging easily. Following that, Hwa-jin countered, landing a clean hit right on his face. He was momentarily shaken by the blow, but Jang Won-hyuk regained his composure in a flash. His hand reacted quickly, slamming Hwa-jin's head into the floor. Jang Won-hyuk slowly rose, while he seemed to have lost consciousness. Time shifted back to a moment in the past. The first time I saw Jang Won-hyuk was during the battle for the top spot among the first years. One by one, they were all defeated by him. That's when I knew. Jang Won-hyuk didn't even have many injuries after the fight. He would become the new legend of gun technical school. And very quickly, not long after that, he defeated the 2nd years and 3rd years in turn. For the first time in 8 years, a first year held the top spot in the entire school. One day, a guy from Gun was called out. "Hey, you gun school bastards." A group of students in an alley provoked them. "Heard your school has to lick the boots of the first years? What can brain-dead losers like you even do in a fight?" They mocked him right to his face. "Next time, don't you ever walk past our school again. You smell like oil." Of course, the consequences of such thoughtless words were easy to see. The influence of Jang Won-hyuk didn't just stop within the school grounds. He quickly achieved the title of number 1 in the whole region. The whole gun school was ecstatic. After winning, "We've finally become the kings of this area." Damn, this was the gun technical school classroom. Jo Hong-ki was lost in his thoughts at that moment. 8 years ago, when our school was still the Hun Vocational High School, even as he stood there amidst endless cheering, Jang Won-hyuk, Jang Won-hyuk, that didn't affect Jo Hong-ki's agitation. Back then, the seniors known as Hun's Man were extremely furious at being called that. At that moment, only one thought remained in his head. "But I'm sure Jang Won-hyuk," and that thought still lasts until today. He will surpass the legends of the Kun Vocational High School from 8 years ago. Everyone in the class was excited. Senior Jung Hyuk beat that teacher. As expected of Jung Hyuk, one by one, they chanted his name. Jung Hyuk, Jung Hyuk. The sound of the cheering went on and on. Jung Hyuk, Jung Hyuk. Lee Ho-sung was incredibly overjoyed, praising him non-stop. As expected of the Hunmun man, Jung Hyuk. Everyone has to bow before your fist. And Jo Hong-ki joined in. You've worked hard, Jung Hyuk. Suddenly, his eyes turned toward the back. All right, only one left. Lee Ho-sung shouted loudly, threatening Kim Hyung-ju. You trash! Get down here, I'm gonna kill you. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Jung Hyuk, without warning, delivered a brutal blow to Lee Ho-sung. He got worked over and collapsed right next to Jo Hong-ki. Immediately, Jung Hyuk turned his freezing, intense gaze toward Jo Hong-ki. Damn it, are you guys mocking me? He demanded, his voice dripping with venom. Do you think I'm a pushover? Did the teacher tell you to take off your school badges? Jung Hyuk's rage kept mounting. And yet, with so many of you, you couldn't even take him down? You just let yourselves get thrashed? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, kicking Jo Hong-ki square in the stomach. You worthless piece of trash, the guy groaned in agony, collapsing as the air left his lungs. But then, Jung Hyuk's next words made him look up. Oh man. And here I was actually planning to take you pathetic losers with me to the regional tournament. Jo Hong-ki, unable to believe his ears, stammered back. Regional tournament? Jung Hyuk didn't answer, just shouted at the whole lot of them. Listen up, he spoke clearly, laying it all out. 2 years ago, I suppressed this district, but lately, more and more punks are trying to challenge our school's status. He recounted the events, slowly and methodically. This time, we need to settle this for good and rebuild the school's reputation. The competition for rank within the school over the recent period was meant to be real-world training for this tournament. Jung Hyuk's eyes were deadly serious as he issued his declaration. The legend of the seniors, those so-called Huns from 8 years ago, we have to completely erase that legend and write a new chapter. But he was suddenly cut off by a laugh that sounded like a horse whinnying. It was Na Hwa-jin, who had been ignored until now. He couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Legend? Suppressing the district? My sides are killing me. Na Hwa-jin's voice came through, jagged from his laughter. I don't mean to interrupt you kids, but he spoke his mind bluntly. I just can't stop laughing hearing you talk. In a flash, Na Hwa-jin stood up and snatched the cigarette right out of his hand. This kid is trying so hard to act tough. You're definitely still in your growing phase, aren't you? He didn't miss the chance to mock Jung Hyuk. All right then. If you win this district, should I buy you some ice cream? That drove Jung Hyuk over the edge. Don't look at me like that. He lunged to punch Na Hwa-jin. Despite the intent in those eyes, Na Hwa-jin blocked it with his elbow. A sickening little crack echoed. Jung Hyuk's eyes filled with pure shock. He screamed in pain, while Na Hwa-jin calmly puffed on his cigarette. Oh man. Hearing you scream like that, you definitely broke a bone. He casually brought up something every high schooler fears. Newton's third law of motion. Na Hwa-jin even kindly explained. The greater the force applied, the greater the reaction. You put so much power into that attack that it just came right back at you. Suddenly, he shifted to a different topic. It might be physics, but it's also the truth of how this world works. Na Hwa-jin offered a bright, sincere smile right to his face. Give money, you get money back. Use power, you get hit back with power. Getting hit back with strength, that's the principle of true education. Then, he calmly checked Jung Hyuk's condition. Let's see, looks like you've got some broken ribs. You won't be fighting for the next 2 or 3 weeks. Na Hwa-jin suddenly called out, Hey, Kim Hyung-ju, listen closely to what I'm about to say. From now on, this guy's rank. But even Kim Hyung-ju was absolutely stunned by the conclusion. Is the king's personal servant. Na Hwa-jin, down below, turned and smiled. Try experiencing the lowest rank yourself. He spoke sincerely to Jung Hyuk, who was still writhing in pain. Try living by the ranking system you created and see how it feels, yeah? At a certain restaurant, whispers were breaking out. Did you hear? A group had gathered for a meal. A few days ago, that guy Jung Hyuk wiped out the Sodok High guys. They were the group rivaling Gun High. One of them spoke up first. Based on what I've heard, Jung Hyuk isn't going to stop at just Sodok High. If he keeps going like this, we're all going to be finished. He puffed out his chest, making a proposal. That's why we need to team up and take down the Gun High kids first. Seeing his comrades hesitate, he couldn't stand it. What's with the long faces? Why do you look as stupid as those bookworms? Don't be afraid, you dogs. Except for Jung Hyuk, the rest of them are just small fry. Only then did the guy next to him hesitantly speak up. Damn it, everyone knows that, but Jang Gwon-hyuk is the whole problem. Hearing this, the guy retorted, that's exactly why we need to come up with a strategy to catch him. Someone else was eating and talking at the same time. I heard he took down 20 Sodak guys all by himself. How are you planning to catch him? The guy couldn't take it anymore, and bluntly gave his opinion. Are you crazy? Who said anything about attacking him head on? We can ambush him from behind, or drop bricks from the rooftop. One hit is all it takes to kill him. Suddenly, a figure barged into the dining hall. I said the same thing, and look at the result. I got my ass kicked. He bitterly pointed out his own experience. Damn it, let's all just pool our money and hire some gangsters to take him out. With enough cash, nothing is impossible. And that person was someone from Sodak High who had been beaten a few days earlier. The scene shifted rapidly. Kim Hyung-ju was absolutely shocked to see this impossible scene unfolding right in front of his eyes every day. Jang Gwon-hyuk, serving him water. He looked up at Kim Hyung-ju and asked, "You need anything else?" It made him even more terrified. Jang Gwon-hyuk, the strongest guy in school, was now serving him. Of course, it wasn't like this at the beginning. Naturally, at first, he didn't listen obediently. He suddenly recalled Jang Gwon-hyuk's past image. What the hell did you just say? You're telling me to pour water? He cursed at Kim Hyung-ju. I'm so sick of this bookworm asshole. Jang Gwon-hyuk didn't care and threatened him. Say that one more time, and see if I don't knock your teeth out. But he was quickly cut off by Hwa-jin. Oh ho, why is this servant being so rude to his majesty? He acted like a brat, holding a stick and teasing him like he was a cat. You are the king's eunuch, after all. In the name of justice, I shall not forgive you. Hwa-jin quickly enforced his brand of justice. It was too much for Jang Gwon-hyuk's nose. He couldn't help but sneeze. Damn it! A familiar feeling shot through his ribs, making his face go pale. Jang Gwon-hyuk clutched his stomach in agony. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he handed the toy to Kim Hyung-ju. Take this, Your Highness, Hwa-jin said, with a grand flourish. It's for punishing those wicked, troublesome brats. It's called the King's Cat Fur. The scene shifted to outside the classroom. Everyone, charge! Beat that old man up. Jang Gwon-hyuk rallied a group of students and spoke up. He couldn't take it anymore. He cut straight to the chase and scolded the lot of them. You guys are just mindlessly obeying him. He's the reason we're in this pathetic situation. Can't the whole bunch of you take him down? But then, one of them piped up. If you're so tough, why don't you do it yourself? The comment was quickly echoed by the others. You're getting beat up just like us, so why are you standing there screaming at us? We're no match for him. Given the situation, it was easy to see that Jang Gwon-hyuk had lost his strength, and he couldn't intimidate people like he used to anymore. Besides, Hyung-ju noticed one more thing. It wasn't just Jang Gwon-hyuk who had changed. A loud noise suddenly grabbed his attention. That's it! That's the way, you dog! Now we're talking. Jo Hong-ki laughed, genuinely praising him while stuffing knowledge into that empty head of yours. It's actually pretty funny, you know? It made Lee Ho-sung beam with pride. My brain is just that good, you dog. Hearing that, the guy made an offer. If I help you climb the social ladder, how about a round of sweet and sour pork? He didn't object at all and agreed. Deal. Throw in some sweet and sour chicken too. Seeing this, Jo Hong-ki walked away while squeezing in more food requests. Buy me a Coke as a down payment, Lee Ho-sung joked back happily. You dog, acting like I'm ripping you off. In another corner of the classroom, a student was talking about someone else. That pathetic little slave. The moment he opens his mouth, I'm going to smash his face in. During all this time, Kim Hyung-ju had been witnessing everything. It had been over 2 weeks. Groups of people were gathering to hang out together. Stop it! Over there! Watch out, you idiot! This made him feel as if the barrier between the electronics department and the auto department was slowly fading away. But in the end, there was still something weighing on Kim Hyung-ju's heart. In this situation, even if Mr. Hwa-jin left, everything would still be fine except for him. What should I do? Standing outside the classroom, a shadow was silently watching. The school principal, Gun, smiled warmly as he saw the whole situation. A while later, in his office, he started the conversation. Since they can't fight, the kids are gradually treating each other better and living in peace. Mr. Hwa-jin is truly something else, Principal Gun said with excitement. Furthermore, even that aggressive student, Jang Gwon-hyuk, has become obedient. He couldn't help but express his joy at seeing the students turn over a new leaf. Isn't that the dream of every educator? However, Hwa-jin quickly cut him off. Principal, you have a soul more innocent than your age suggests. He bluntly asked him a question. Do you really think that kid has truly turned over a new leaf? Time flew by, and it was time to go home after school. Kim Hyung-ju stammered as he spoke to Jang Gwon-hyuk. "School's over. You don't need to walk me home." But he was stopped by Jang Gwon-hyuk with a single sentence. "Isn't this the current rule at school?" He didn't care, and continued. "You've lived like this for 3 years anyway, haven't you?" That made Kim Hyung-ju deeply realize that the person who had changed the most was Jang Gwon-hyuk. He couldn't stop those thoughts in his head. He was being ignored by all the followers he used to have. Had he realized something? In front, Jang Gwon-hyuk reached out to touch his stomach. His hand gently felt the area. 2 weeks had passed. His physical condition had improved. His ribs were almost healed. He instinctively started replaying everything. Since he was born, he had never suffered this level of humiliation. Even in his dreams, that bastard's face appeared. But the more he thought about it, the more it fueled an intention in Jang Gwon-hyuk. "Tomorrow, I'm going to beat him." His face was now filled with schemes. "Once I take down that old man, you guys are next. I'll wipe you all out." Suddenly, someone walking behind them spoke up unexpectedly. "This is even more precious than seeing a UFO." The leader of the high school thugs said with disdain. The big boss, Jang Gwon-hyuk, of Gun's school, now having to carry the bag for a bookworm? That's truly a strange sight. Jang Gwon-hyuk ignored him and asked, "Are you looking for trouble?" He confidently replied, "I came to look for trouble to get revenge, you dog." Hearing that, he could only laugh in contempt. "With just the 3 of you? Even 30 wouldn't be able to do anything to me, let alone you. Where are you getting that confidence from?" The leader was equally angry and retorted, "You ask where I got the confidence? My confidence comes from money." While he was replying, someone else walked up. He was puzzled when he saw that person. The world is already in the 4.0 era. As long as you have money, you can catch brats like you. The leader politely introduced, "I've got a service here. This uncle is taking action." A group of people quickly appeared, a business specialized in cleaning up. The K7 uncles. Seeing that group, Kim Hyung-ju was terrified. Are they a gang of thugs? An uncle with his hair tied smiled and spoke first. "Oh, give me a break with that 4.0 nonsense. Take it easy on these little brats." While the uncle was continuing, he was interrupted. "We have to let him access proper and true education," because Jang Gwon-hyuk had just delivered a punch straight to the man's face. He was even relaxed enough to chat. "I heard these thugs usually wear metal armor, right? But even if you guys are thugs or whatever you are," but right after that, Jang Gwon-hyuk rushed in again, "You're all going to fall under my punch." However, his punch was easily blocked. The man with glasses in front praised him. "This kid is pretty strong." But then he started saying things full of mockery. "But to think a level like this is the strongest in the whole region?" Meanwhile, Jang Gwon-hyuk was extremely shocked he had caught his punch. The man started recounting the past. "Back when I was in school, I was the school boss too." Then, he delivered a kick to Gwon-hyuk's ribs. That attack made him spit out red syrup. He didn't care about Jang Gwon-hyuk's pain and said, "This puts me in a tough spot, but I've been paid, so I have to do it." Suddenly, he revealed, "Having to beat up a junior from the same school like this is really annoying." That piece of information successfully caught Gwon-hyuk's attention. "A junior from the same school?" Hearing that, he slowly laid it out. "I graduated from Kuhn Industrial School 8 years ago." Then he slowly took off his glasses. "Around here, people usually call our school the Mongol Empire." He continued with a smug grin. "And as for me, they call me Daehan." The truth is, this guy is a legend from the Gun Industrial School 8 years ago. Known as Daehan, he looked at Gwon-hyuk, who was still in total shock. Gwon-hyuk looked up at the man standing over him and stammered, Are you really the Daehan from Gun?" Trembling with fear, he tried to keep talking. 18 years ago, you wiped out this whole district." Gwon-hyuk slowly stood up and suddenly blurted out, "Hey, senior, do you know who the strongest person in this area is?" Before the other could even answer, he clenched his fist and roared in anger. "It's you and me." Gwon-hyuk kept pushing his luck, while his opponent just calmly flicked his cigarette away, not looking the least bit panicked. "Let's see who's stronger then." Daehan struck immediately, delivering a brutal kick straight to Gwon-hyuk's chin. Gwon-hyuk doubled over, gasping for air. Pure disbelief started to creep into his heart. "What the hell?" he asked himself. "How was his kick faster than my punch?" The guy flashed a wicked grin and taunted him. "You asking who's stronger?" Daehan lunged forward with a punch, never stopping his insults. "Quit dreaming, kid. Don't think you can bark at me like you do to those other losers." He slammed a fist into Gwon-hyuk's throat, making him spit up blood. He didn't stop there, mocking him relentlessly. "The only reason you made it this far is because you were born in a generation of weaklings." That last punch left Gwon-hyuk eyes wide, unable to fight back. He started remembering his past. I started having violent tendencies back in first grade, he thought. Back then, all the kids around would constantly curse at him. Look, it's that dirty little pest again. They stood in a group and started grilling Gwon-hyuk. Hey, I told you not to use this playground, didn't I? What right do you have to be here? The toxic words kept spilling out of the kids' mouths. Every time I see him, it pisses me off. Why does a beggar boy like him live in these apartments? You know what my mom says when she sees families like his? The kids used a tone of pure contempt to mock him. Someone who can't even afford rent living here? It's like a beggar coming here just to take a dump. He wouldn't give in. Gwon-hyuk used his fists to deal with the kids who dared to insult his family. That guy's crossed the line. Right after that, his mother was criticized by other parents. What kind of parent are you? How are you raising your kid? Facing that situation, Gwon-hyuk's mother could only apologize over and over. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. But even then, they wouldn't stop, continuing to berate her. Poor and uneducated, just pathetic. Ever since then, he understood. I realized it back then when I saw his scarred face. Gwon-hyuk thought to himself, as long as I'm good at fighting, I'll never be inferior to anyone. Back then, he arrogantly convinced himself that those who looked down on people with no money, those who looked down on the uneducated eye, made them scared out of their minds. No one could take me down because I was always on top. Coming back to reality, Gwon-hyuk felt dizzy. This is the first time I've ever experienced something like this, he thought. Looking hopelessly at the guy who was raising his fist to strike, he felt completely desperate. My punch didn't even land. A heavy blow landed on Gwon-hyuk's face, leaving him badly injured. I'm so scared. That's all Gwon-hyuk could think about now. So scared. Another punch landed. So scared. Finally, he gave up and started begging. Stop, stop. Gwon-hyuk's face was covered in tears as he stammered, begging for mercy. I surrender. I'm going to die, he insisted. In front of the crowd, which was getting worked up, he added, I won't mess with them ever again. Gwon-hyuk kept going. No, I'll never fight again, he begged. So, please, just let me go. The guy turned to the crowd. What do you think, customers? He replied, satisfied. Damn right. Good shot. That's enough. Money really is God, isn't it? Watching Gwon-hyuk sobbing there, Dae-han suddenly changed his mind. Actually, I think differently. This dog will never learn. If he gets strong again, he'll definitely cause trouble. I'm sure of it. He looked at Gwon-hyuk's messy face and said regretfully, what to do? If you pay a bit more, I'll take care of this cleanly and guarantee your safety until graduation. Night fell at a construction site. Another guy slowly grabbed Gwon-hyuk's trembling hands. Dae-han lifted his foot and ordered, hold his hands tight, don't let him squirm. Gwon-hyuk pleaded in fear. Please, please let me go. The henchman snapped, hey, shut up, you're not going to die. Hyung-ju sat obediently to the side, dragged along so he couldn't snitch. His face turned pale as he witnessed the scene. We'll make this quick. Endure it a little. That's what makes a man. It wasn't before this whole thing happened. I had never even talked to Gwon-hyuk. Hyung-ju remembered what he had done before. Because of the ranking system he created, memories of being beaten flashed back. It made me suffer for 3 whole years. Back then, Hyung-ju had to lie on the ground and cry because he was helpless, unable to do anything. Just because he couldn't fight, I had to live worse than a dog. I still held a grudge and cursed him. He shouted to convince the guys. But I beg you, please, just let him go this once. Just as Dae-han's foot was about to hit Gwon-hyuk, Hyung-ju bravely lunged forward to take the blow for him. That caused him to cough up blood. Gwon-hyuk looked up, astonished, not understanding what was happening. The guy stared intently at that action. Dae-han asked, confused, what is it, kid? Hyung-ju kept begging, please, senior, let him go. But you think that no matter how much I hate Gwon-hyuk, I still don't want to see him end up like that. Hyung-ju spoke up again. That's enough already, isn't it? The guy commanded with disgust. What are you rambling about? Get out of the way. But he got a headshake in return. Losing patience, Dae-han lunged and slapped Hyung-ju. He yelled, get lost. I told you to get the hell out of here. Gwon-hyuk was lying flat on the side, filled with doubt. That kid. Why would he stand up and beg for me? Thank you. But he asked himself, we don't even have a relationship. Why would you do that? Being attacked repeatedly, he raised his arm and looked at his watch. Hyung-ju, send the data on the watch now. Immediately, a notification sound rang out. Hwa-jin was in the middle of push-ups when his phone chimed. He stopped, took a break, and glanced at the screen. He stared intently at the phone. Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-ju was still being pummeled, gasping for air, unable to fight back. Dae-han couldn't help but boast. Compared to that guy who calls himself the strongest in the district, you're not bad at all. You've taken my hits for over 10 minutes now. Not bad, kid. Daehan wondered aloud. What's your deal, anyway? It's obvious you're his lackey. Aren't you resentful of him? Kim Hyung-ju replied calmly. Even if I hate him, he doesn't deserve this. Kim Hyung-ju added, right, Teach? Hwa-jin looked at Daehan's crew with an icy, cold gaze. They stared back at him, bewildered. Hwa-jin walked over to the boy and said, give me a quick rundown. Kim Hyung-ju hurriedly explained. They're part of an uncle service. They get paid to deal with bullies. They're just a bunch of thugs. Hwa-jin wasn't surprised. He replied lightly, ah, so just thugs, huh? No wonder, but I think you guys are a bit too old to be picking on kids. Daehan felt insulted and flared up. What? You little… I'm only 20-something, okay? Hwa-jin continued to mock him. 20-something? Did you soak your face in a bucket of acid? Why is your skin so saggy? One of the lackeys frowned and started shouting. You little bastard. What did you just say? He warned. You want to push my buttons? Or do you want to play jump rope with your own intestines? Hwa-jin slammed one hand onto the guy's forearm and twisted his wrist with the other. The pain made the lackey scream, damn it, my arm, my arm. Hwa-jin reached out calmly, grabbed the guy's head, and smashed it into the ground, splattering blood everywhere to the shock of the onlookers. Hwa-jin's voice echoed again. That's right, good. Since you're just a thug, Daehan watched in utter terror. My pent-up frustration lately might finally get some release. Hwa-jin gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. I'm not a student. Why the hell are you looking at me like that? A guy lay there with his head smashed into the ground, bleeding. Hwa-jin continued. You're the Uncle Service, right? I've seen you on the news a few times. They say you're a gang of thugs paid to punish kids. Daehan and his crew stood there, terrified. Well, that's great. What you're doing is similar to what I do. But do you know the difference between me and you? Hwa-jin looked at him with a terrifying expression. I'm state-recognized, and you're just a pack of street thugs. Daehan frowned, looking worried, thinking to himself as Hwa-jin threw a powerful punch. He moved like lightning. After slamming the guy's head into the ground, he stood there as if nothing had happened. Daehan pulled out a knife, getting into a stance, thinking, this guy is no joke. Hwa-jin breathed out. Look, if you can, put that away. His words carried through as Daehan gritted his teeth. Sweating, holding the knife, Daehan thought, I was only going to show you a few moves, like dogs fighting in the alley, but since you're holding that, Daehan lunged at him. Stop the tough guy act. Hwa-jin tensed his muscles. If you really want to bring out a weapon, then I'll. His face turned serious as he stepped into a stance to go all out. They both stood in combat stances. Hwa-jin watched carefully, and Daehan's punch was blocked. Daehan gasped in surprise. He glanced back, thinking, what? What was that? He had disarmed the knife hand as easily as breathing. He stared at Hwa-jin's hand positioning, thinking, and that stance, his hand still held the knife, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, could it be? Daehan lunged again, but Hwa-jin's hands gently pushed him away. Daehan's eyes went wide, and he thought, damn it, I picked the wrong guy. Looking at the rapid-fire defensive movements, he thought back to when he first joined the organization. The boss had mentioned something. When an opponent uses this technique, even if you have a knife, you have to avoid fighting them. Suddenly, the knife went flying. The two stood close, but Daehan's eyes were fixed on the knife. As it hit the ground, he thought, that move, that's a specialized combat technique for going one-on-one against a knife. Hwa-jin immediately followed up with a punch that made Daehan spit blood. He collapsed, his head slamming hard into the ground. Before he could recover, another punch to the face sent red blood spraying everywhere. Hwa-jin pulled his bloody hand away, thinking, that is a defensive and offensive technique that has no limits or drawbacks. Terrifying thoughts emerged. Krav Maga, Special Forces combat techniques. Krav Maga is an Israeli martial art. Today, it's used by the Israeli Defense Forces. Its efficiency in self-defense and rapid offense is what makes Krav Maga so dangerously attractive. Hwa-jin's eyes gleamed with a terrifying light as he looked down. Get up. It's not over yet. He grabbed Daehan's head to force him up. I said I'd go all out with you. He landed a straight punch to Daehan's face. One of us has to die for this to end. Jang Gwan-hyuk, battered, with bruises on his face, looked up as the agonizing screams echoed. Kim Hyung-ju, covered in blood, also looked up as the desperate cries rang out. A thug also turned around when he heard the screams. Stop it. Hwa-jin slammed Daehan's head straight into the wall. Then he kicked him square in the face. His face was already a mess. He whispered weakly, This guy one hit, another punch was being set up. Daehan's eyes went wide as he thought, does he really want to kill me? No, no way. He lunged desperately, hugging the other man's leg, thinking, I want to live. He looked up, screaming, please, boss, spare me. Hwa-jin looked down as the please, I was wrong. Please, please spare me. Hwa-jin kicked him, sending him flying. Daehan's head slammed into the ground again. He knelt down and bowed desperately. I beg you, please spare me. If you just let me go, I'll give up this thug life. Blood continued to spray as Hwa-jin kept smashing his face. Hwa-jin watched him collapse, covered in blood. Kim Hyung-ju looked over at the guy lying on the side. The man lay there, glancing up. Kim Hyung-ju, his face covered in blood, looked down. Then the man stood up and knelt, making the boy jump. I'm sorry for hitting you. He clasped his hands together over his head. Please, make him stop. The boy's eyes went wide when he heard. I'll pay 10 times the medical bills. No, 20 times. Hwa-jin lit a cigarette and stood back, watching. You found the right address, all right. He held the cigarette, looking down. If you want to be forgiven, don't just ask. If you hit someone, you should be the one begging for forgiveness, not the other way around. That's just how it works. Daehan shot him a sharp glare. Got it? Now get lost. With that, he walked over to Jang Gwon-hyuk. Gwon-hyuk stood there, stunned, as he approached. Did you see that clearly? Hwa-jin said, still keeping his cigarette in his mouth. Gwon-hyuk bit his lip, his face stiffening. This is exactly what you've been causing all this time. The next day, Hwa-jin had left the school. Kim Hyung-ju was tied up, his mouth gagged, sitting there amidst the shouting from the electrical and automotive departments. We finally waited for this day. Let's carry out the punishment on that guy, Kim Hyung-ju. Lee Ho-sung stood in the center, turning his face to look at him. Did you hear that? That's all the resentment we've been holding back. Jo Hong-ki shouted, standing alongside a group of followers, all chanting, Take him down! 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 Lee Ho-sung sneered with a twisted smile. Kim Hyung-ju, I told you, didn't I? The day that teacher leaves, Kim Hyung-ju trembled with fear as a loud voice interrupted the scene. The broadcast is about to show the news of your death. Suddenly, someone kicked the door open. It was Jang Gwon-hyuk, and everyone turned to look at him in unison. Get lost, all of you. He frowned, his gaze cold. The first one to lay a finger on Kim Hyung-ju is going to die. That threat made the kid on the other side widen his eyes. A car sped down the street and eventually pulled up in front of a massive corporate building. A mysterious woman sat in the back seat, rolling down the window slightly to look at the guard. Thanks for your hard work. The guard bowed politely. Yes, ma'am. May I ask what you're here for? Her lips curled into a faint smile. I'm the new inspector appointed by the Education Rights Protection Bureau. Meanwhile, Lee Ho-sung was walking with Jo Hong-ki, both of them acting incredibly arrogant. Suddenly, Ho-sung stopped and turned his head, puzzled. Wait, how is this possible? He was the one who got bullied the most, right? Jo Hong-ki wondered, equally curious. Could it be that the teacher threatened him? Over there, a young man had been beaten so badly his lips were swollen. Even though Kim Hyung-ju's face was bruised and pale, he still clutched his face, looking grateful. T-hate. Thank you, he stammered. As soon as he said it, he scratched his head and gave a bitter smile, secretly wondering, wait, was he going to deal with himself? So he chased them all away? Jang Gwon-hyuk's stern expression returned, accompanied by the question, did you see that clearly? He recalled how, in the past, he himself had been trampled on mercilessly. This is exactly the kind of thing you've been causing all along. His eyes were vacant, yet he listened intently. He had used his strength to hit those weaker than himself, just to humiliate them and trample on their self-respect. By creating a hierarchy, Hwa-jin's solemn and terrifying voice echoed. If you've never experienced that feeling yourself, then you will never understand. As he finished, he swung his leg toward Jang Gwon-hyuk. Gwon-hyuk's face was bruised and dirty, teeth clenched as if enduring a wave of pain. But Hwa-jin's strike just grazed Gwon-hyuk's body. He slowly leaned down, getting right in his face. You're lucky, you know. Hwa-jin's eyes and tone became dark and chilling. If those thugs hadn't shown up, I would have taught you a lesson using that exact method. Jang Gwon-hyuk remained silent, staring intently as he listened. And there's more. You're still lucky. Hwa-jin stood before him and emphasized, it's thanks to Kim Hyung-ju's character too. Kim Hyung-ju's face was bruised and swollen. Hwa-jin used that as his point. In that situation, that kid could have just stood by and watched your hands get broken, or even laughed at you, because the person who ruined his school life was getting beaten up. But instead, Kim Hyung-ju chose to put himself in harm's way to save his enemy you. If it were you, would you have done the same? Jang Gwon-hyuk? He slowly stood up and deliberately emphasized that human worth isn't found in strength. It's determined by one's character. A person who lives their life without knowing this. He hesitated for a moment, then stuffed both hands into his pockets and walked away. Is going to receive a lesson they truly deserve. Back in the present, Kim Hyung-ju stared in shock at Jang Gwon-hyuk's silent reaction. He continued to sit there quietly, watching as Gwon-hyuk walked away. As Gwon-hyuk walked, his gaze felt heavy, as if something was weighing on his mind. After walking for a bit, he spoke up softly. I don't want you to misunderstand, so I'm saying this now. I didn't do that because the teacher threatened me. Jang Gwon-hyuk stopped, his voice filled with hesitation. It's just that yesterday, he seemed to gather all his courage to utter a few kind words. You were cool back there. Hearing the compliment, Kim Hyung-ju was stunned at first, but then he smiled with genuine satisfaction. After that, Kim Hyung-ju was never bullied again and graduated smoothly. Jang Gwon-hyuk also stopped fighting for the rest of his time in high school. He focused on his internships and planned for the future after graduation. They both went their separate ways, and 15 years later, they ended up working at the same electric car company. On a beautiful morning at that electric car company, Hwa-jin sat, grumpy, in front of a giant stack of documents. He stood up, sighing wearily. No way, I just got back. What is all this? Choi Kang-suk walked in right at that moment and said, It's the next case, Mr. Grumpy. Hwa-jin's voice was deep and firm. Was the punishment appropriate? How were they beaten? Doesn't the information they've gathered have any value for our work? If you look at it, you'll be able to work smarter and faster. You usually spend 2 to 3 weeks on one case, don't you? You're wasting too much time. Hearing that, Hwa-jin was furious and retorted, Do you think I'm some kind of hired thug? If I could, I would have just beaten them all up, and ended it all quickly. When Hwa-jin picked up the stack of files and started reading, he wondered, The number of applications keeps rising. How am I supposed to handle this alone? Hearing his complaints, Choi Kang-suk sighed, thinking that this monkey-headed guy was still acting dissatisfied. He especially reminded him, Oh, and a new staff member is arriving shortly. Hearing that, Hwa-jin sped up his reading, scanning the documents. As he read, his eyes went wide with shock. This is insane. These things all happened at the same school? Who on earth made that school like this? He slammed the folder shut. Hwa-jin sank into deep thought, contemplating. An all-girls high school? This is giving me a headache. Hwa-jin frowned and asked, Hey, Chief, can I handle a different case? But a girls' school is a bit. Choi Kang-suk heard him and shouted, You've got a habit of being difficult, don't you? Just then, the secretary led that mysterious person into the office. From outside, she had already heard Hwa-jin and Choi Kang-suk arguing. You know I get annoyed by these kinds of things, don't you? But you don't have to worry. I've already recruited a very capable female employee. The mysterious person who had just arrived heard this and broke into a bright smile. Kang-suk's voice kept echoing. Sometimes it was even someone he knew. As soon as he finished speaking, his secretary announced from outside, Minister, the new inspector from the Protection Bureau is here. Hearing this, Kang-suk excitedly ordered, Oh, they're finally here. Send her in. Then, the door to Hwa-jin's office swung open. The moment she entered, she gave a stern, formal salute. Choi Kang-suk was startled and instinctively saluted back, thinking, Wait, what? Do I have to salute too? The girl spoke clearly, reporting from Special Task Force 7, Hwa-jin. Hearing that name, he squinted, feeling skeptical. Who is that again? The face looks familiar. The person immediately introduced herself, Sergeant Lim Han-rim. Hearing that name, Hwa-jin was shocked and yelled, Wait, she said what? Lim Han-rim announced loudly, I have been dispatched by my superiors to the Education Bureau's Protection Division. End of report. Hwa-jin was still stunned. He slowly stood up. Sergeant Lim? Why are you here? Lim Han-rim scratched her head with a sheepish smile. I'm here to round up a runaway soldier. The captain suddenly disappeared in the middle of a deployment, so this is where you ended up, huh? She kept laughing and greeted him warmly. Long time no see, Captain Hwa-jin. How time flies. Time passed until the next morning. At Sejong Girls' High School, a man named Nam Sang-guk was being bullied. He gritted his teeth in fear, trying to endure it. Seeing the rowdy group of girls acting out in front of him, he shouted, Why are you doing this? A girl with purple hair chuckled, Oh my, teacher. Why are you so serious? She held a pair of hair clippers and approached him. Your face is fine, but your hair is just pathetic. Come here, I'll give you a nice trim. Hearing this immoral insult, Nam Sang-guk couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward, grabbed the student's wrist, and shouted, Stop it! You can't do this, Han Jerry! Messing around with a teacher like this, is it that fun for you? Faced with Nam Sang-guk's resistance, Han-jae struggled and barked. Huh? Are you holding my wrist right now? She even mocked him. What now, Jeon Sanjio? Are you okay? Hearing that, Sang-guk hurriedly let go of Han-jae's hand, looking panicked and flustered. I didn't mean Han-jae. Seeing his flustered attitude only made her more excited. As she touched the female student's body, a sinister smile spread across her face. You know exactly how this is going to end, teacher. Before long, Nam Sang-guk's hair had been arrogantly butchered by Han-jae and her friends. A while later, he stumbled back to the teacher's lounge. Seeing his disheveled appearance, everyone crowded around. Oh my god, what happened? Mr. Nam, what's wrong with your hair? Seeing Nam Sang-guk's expression grow even more somber, the other teachers asked, was it class 4-2 again? Seeing him not answer, everyone understood. Seeing how intense the situation had become, the teachers racked their brains. What are we supposed to do with those kids? If we're this scared of them, can we even keep teaching? That's right. After that incident, things just kept getting worse. Why are you bringing that up now? Over there, Jung Sun-ju was deep in thought, working with a foggy mind. So today it's Mr. Nam Sang-guk's turn, but Mr. Nam is still way too nice. As she walked, her mood seemed to be one of disappointment. If he keeps acting like that, they'll still think of him as a human being. After a while, Jung Sun-ju arrived at the classroom and gently pushed the door open. Inside, the girls were chattering and noisy, with absolutely no order. A group of students was gathered, gossiping. Did you see this? What is it? That's insane. Seeing these students, Jung Sun-ju sighed helplessly. With these kids, she muttered, then tiredly ordered, everyone, open your books to page 87. Despite Sun-ju's words, the students kept playing around, not paying any attention. Seeing that, she felt helpless, thinking, I might as well be a ghost. Meanwhile, a red car was driving at breakneck speed down the road. Captain, that's going too far. How could you not recognize your own comrade who ate from the same pot and played in the same group? Hwa-jin gripped the grab handle tightly, his face contorted. Look, if you were me, would you recognize her? Lim Han-rim glanced at him, amused. It hasn't been 12 years. It's only been 2 years. Hwa-jin was unconvinced, trying to analyze it. Just grab some random person on the street and ask them, and they'd know. How could anyone recognize you after changing that much? Then, he looked at Lim Han-rim, hesitating for a moment. So, because of the twists and turns of life, you let your hair down? Huh? So, what is this house-destroying rat color all about? Hearing this one-of-a-kind question, she furrowed her brows, looking troubled. You're still as nosy as ever, huh? House-destroying rat. Really? Saying that, Lim Han-rim reached up to stroke her current hair. Back in high school, I dyed it this color. I wanted to deal with those kids, so I wanted to get back that feeling, which wasn't too bad, actually. Hearing that, Hwa-jin sighed. Oh my, are you daydreaming or what? Han-rim frowned. Whatever, just let me be. Thinking back, it is kind of funny though. Then, she casually asked Hwa-jin, what's up with that long hair of yours? It's not like it doesn't suit you, but if you intend to grow it out, you should trim it properly. Hwa-jin replied seriously, I'm in mourning. Hearing that, Lim Han-rim's face froze, then became a bit flustered. Just then, Hwa-jin suggested, you can drop me off here. Then, Lim Han-rim pulled over to the side of the road to let Hwa-jin out. He leaned over and spoke to her through the window. First, you'll take the position of an intern teacher until I arrive, so make sure to keep the atmosphere there in good shape, all right? Lim Han-rim smiled and nodded in obedience. With that, she drove away, leaving Hwa-jin behind. He looked up, at the sky, lost in thought. Soon after, he headed straight to the police station. Hwa-jin walked in leisurely with both hands in his pockets. As for Lim Han-rim, upon arriving at school, the teacher began the introductions. This is Miss Lim Han-rim, our new intern teacher. I hope everyone will help her adjust well. Lim Han-rim also politely and warmly greeted everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Lim Han-rim. I look forward to working with you all. The man behind her then pondered. Let's see the supervising teacher will be. He hesitated for a moment, then introduced her to Jung Sun-ju. Miss Jung Sun-ju, the homeroom teacher of class 4-2. Please help her out. Lim Han-rim walked right up to her. Jung Sun-ju looked at her with a confused expression. Oh, sure. Lim Han-rim warmly spoke up. I look forward to your guidance. Seeing this outgoing enthusiasm of hers only made Sun-ju even more flustered. Lim Han-rim followed her toward the classroom to teach, observing and looking around as they walked. It's been 7 years since I've been to school. I miss it. I also attended a girls' school. How are the kids lately? Back in my day, we used to mess around with the teachers. And, before she could finish her sentence, Jung Sun-ju sternly warned her. Lim Han-rim stood in front of the classroom door. She gently spoke up. Let me give you a piece of advice. She hesitated for a moment, then emphasized. Absolutely do not act recklessly. With that, Jung Sun-ju walked in first, with Lim Han-rim slowly following behind. As soon as she stepped inside, Lim Han-rim was momentarily stunned. It's unbelievable how these schoolgirls are just goofing around, totally oblivious. Hey, did you guys see the science teacher yet? He's got a huge bald spot. Seriously, it's hilarious. Look at this guy. Did you unfollow him yet? I already dumped him. Jung Sun-ju walks in and speaks with a formal tone. Listen up, everyone. I'd like to introduce our student teacher, Lim Han-rim. Seeing that the girls aren't paying any attention, Jung Sun-ju speaks up again. Students, we have a guest teacher today, so please keep it quiet. Lim Han-rim frowns, thinking to herself about the air game. She quietly observes the girls' behavior and attitudes. They aren't saying anything or explicitly bullying anyone. This malicious method is designed to isolate others as if they don't exist. These kids are doing this to a teacher? Seriously? Then, Lim Han-rim forces a bright smile. Hello everyone, I'm Lim Han-rim. I hope we can get along well. As she speaks, she thinks to herself. The scary thing about this air game is that anyone who dares to break the rules and talk to the target becomes the next victim. Just then, a female student raises her hand. A student teacher. The moment Lim Han-rim sees that hand, she thinks, this girl is the ringleader. Han Jae-ri smiles at her, complimenting her. Your hair color is so pretty. It looks better the more I look at it. Where did you get it done? Tell me, please. Lim Han-rim replies bluntly. At a salon in Songbuk. If you're interested, I'll give you my business card. Han Jae-ri puts on a fake expression and tone. Thank you, miss. How old are you? Lim Han-rim smiles slightly and answers. I'm 26. Do you have a boyfriend? Han Jae-ri sighs. Unfortunately, I don't. Hearing that, the girls nearby giggle to themselves. I'll take him. Then, the group starts throwing out rude comments. How much did you spend on your face? It's so creepy. If you're going to get work done, do it right. Her face and her whole body look artificial. I bet she had to get fillers too. Lim Han-rim continues to listen silently. Beauty monster. It's so gross. Hearing all those remarks, the corners of Lim Han-rim's mouth twitch slightly upward. Then, she says cheerfully, half joking. It's true that I've had surgery, but it was for a breast reduction. The answer leaves the girls speechless for a few seconds. Then, Lim Han-rim stretches her body. I love sports, and I had a reduction because it was inconvenient for moving around. I'm sure you guys aren't interested in breast reduction, so I don't need to give you the price, right? Seeing they couldn't tease her as usual, they get irritated. Damn it, what a drag. Lim Han-rim immediately asks sharply. Who said that? Who just said that? The girl replies with a snarky tone. I wasn't talking to you. I was just cursing because this YouTube video is ridiculous. Lim Han-rim smiles slightly. The girls keep pushing their luck. Her hair is dyed red like a crazy lady. Lim Han-rim can't hold it back and snaps. You kid, that is incredibly rude. That remark stuns the group. What? She stands up abruptly. Hey, what did you just say? Lim Han-rim narrows her eyes and gives a mysterious smile. I wasn't talking to you. As soon as she finishes, the bell rings. See you all in class later. Han Jae-ri laughs. That teacher is interesting, huh? She declares arrogantly. I'll make sure she gets a taste of our brand of education. Outside, Jung Sun-ju loudly scolds her. Han-rim, didn't you hear what I said? I told you not to act rashly. She rubs her chin, plotting something. These kids are a bit sharp, aren't they? But can they treat a teacher like that? I also went to an all-girls school, so I know. I have to catch them in the act once. Jung Sun-ju doesn't agree and scolds her instead, saying she knows nothing. She shouts, do you know how sharp and cunning these kids are these days? Right at that moment, a potted plant from the floor above suddenly falls. Lim Han-rim notices it just in time. At the critical moment, Lim Han-rim quickly pulls Jung Sun-ju aside, avoiding the plant. Jung Sun-ju realizes what happened and trembles with fear, her face turning pale. Lim Han-rim lowers her voice, whispering in her ear, I know. I am an inspector from the educational authority, sent here because of this. The girls in the class look down, intentionally taunting them. What's wrong? Are you okay, miss? Lim Han-rim looks up with a sharp gaze. Tell me why this school has become like this. Han Jae-ri looks down from above with a bright smile. Seems like you two are getting some air, huh? Jung Sun-ju starts explaining. I was originally in charge of this class. The homeroom teacher for Class 2, Year 4, is Mr. Go Jun-soo. He teaches Korean history. Go Jun-soo walks over, smiling warmly. "Oh, Miss Lim Han Rim." The girls wrinkle their noses and reply, "Mr. Go Jun-soo, could you stop using that awkward way of speaking? He always says there are no bad students in the world and treats them very kindly and warmly. He is the kind of exemplary teacher that a 3-year veteran like me should emulate." Back then, Go Jun-soo entered the classroom and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I'm Go Jun-soo, the homeroom teacher for Class 2, Year 4. Let's get along and have fun from now on." Go Jun-soo's misfortune began when he became Han Jae-ri's homeroom teacher. Later, Go Jun-soo discovered a prohibited item. "I found this on your desk." Han Jae-ri tries to explain, "Teacher, this isn't mine. Someone framed me." He hangs his head, looking completely dejected and disappointed. "I saw you smoking in the alley this morning," Go Jun-soo still calmly explains. "Research shows that e-cigarettes are harmful to teenagers like you. Don't smoke out of curiosity anymore. Protect your body." Han Jae-ri bows her head with an extremely apologetic attitude. "Yes, you're right. My friends pressured me. That's why. I didn't know." She puts on a pitiful face and a repentant tone. "I won't smoke anymore, so please forgive me just this once, teacher." The next day, in the office, Young Sun-ju asks, "Mr. Go, did you meet with Han Jae-ri yesterday? A teacher tried to discipline her last year and ended up being humiliated. It hasn't happened just once or twice. Don't mess with her." He smiles slightly, downplaying it. "Oh, come on. Han Jae-ri isn't that kind of kid. I've already advised her to admit her mistakes." If he had tried to advise them gently before Go Jun-soo could finish his sentence, someone runs in, panicking. "Mr. Go." He is stunned and startled. The principal storms in. "Do you know who I just got a call from?" "The Minister of Education." "Teacher, did you sexually harass a female student in the counseling room?" An anonymous tip accusing Go Jun-soo of harassing Han Jae-ri was sent to the Office of Education. The Office of Education and the school processed it and dismissed Go Jun-soo. Go Jun-soo protested his innocence, but he feared it would affect the student who made the accusation, so he didn't investigate, facing only criticism and contemptuous stares. What hurt him the most was being betrayed by the very students he trusted. The end result was that Mr. Go Jun-soo passed away. The investigation later revealed that it was Kim So-hyung who accused him. That day, standing outside the counseling room, she heard Kim So-hyung cowering and trembling as she told Han Jae-ri that the teacher had sexually harassed her. At the time, Han Jae-ri had said, "It was just a joke. Mr. Go Jun-soo was always happy to mess around and joke with me too." Kim So-hyung thought it was hilarious too. "Why didn't you ask me?" but went and reported it instead. That was one of the girl's tactics. Back then, So-hyung was terrified and tried to explain, "I just wanted to protect my friends." Han Jae-ri flashed a creepy smile. "It's just a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. If anything happened, they would just deny it and claim it was a misunderstanding." When someone came over to inform Han Jae-ri that Mr. Go Jun-soo had died, she rolled her eyes, indifferent, and said, "Well, it ended up like that because of a misunderstanding. It's a pity, but people die in car accidents all the time, right?" Han Jae-ri brushed her hair back and flashed a sinister grin. "Wouldn't it be better to think of it like that?" This was the investigative video of students Kim So-hyung and Han Jae-ri. Now Hwa-jin watched the entire video quietly at the police station. A voice whispered in his ear, "I'm only showing you this because I have an official directive. The content of this video absolutely cannot be leaked." At that moment, Lim Han Rim held her files, preparing for her first class. As she opened the door, she was extremely cautious, careful with every single millimeter of her movement. A party popper went off. The female students approached Lim Han Rim with a cake. "Surprise! Welcome to our school, Miss Intern." The students crowded around Lim Han Rim, cheering excitedly. "Miss Intern? You don't look happy, do you? We were just joking. Just joking. Let's get along and have fun together from now on, okay?" She scanned the room and thought to herself, even under the authority of the Bureau for Protection of Educational Rights, catching these kids wouldn't be easy. She glanced around and concluded that the mastermind was Han Jae-ri. Seeing how calm she was, she figured it out. She didn't do anything herself. The other girls kept urging her, "Han Jae-ri, what are you doing? Hurry up and blow out the candles." She tucked her hair behind her ears, leaned down to blow out the candles. A malicious, flickering look appeared in the student's eyes. She lunged forward with the cake toward Lim Han Rim, as if to shove the whole plate in her face. In an instant, cake splattered everywhere on the floor. That cake ended up right on Han Jae-ri's head. This left her completely stunned and in disbelief. The other girls were shocked, not understanding what had just happened. Lim Han Rim flashed a faint smile. Sorry. I dodged by reflex. I didn't think it would fly that way. A stream of bright red liquid began to trickle down Han-jaeree's fair forehead. As the blood flowed down, Han-jaeree frowned, as if she couldn't take it anymore. Lim Han-rim hurried over, feigning worry. "Oh my god, what happened? You're bleeding. Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Han-jaeree snapped. "How are you going to take responsibility for this?" She glared straight at Lim Han-rim. "You made me bleed, you crazy woman. How dare you hit a student? Damn it." Hwa-jin didn't say a word. He just walked up and shoved Han-jaeree's head directly into the pile of cake. This event left the female students paralyzed. What was that?" As she shoved Han-jaeree's head down, she replied, "You want to know how I'll take responsibility? That's exactly what I wanted to ask you." She emphasized the question. "You had a cake shoved in your face, so why are you bleeding?" The cake was filled with razor blades. Looking at it, even she couldn't believe it. "Did you intend to slash my face like this?" Han-jaeree yelled, trying to shift the blame. "How would I know? This was done by those." Before she could finish, Lim Han-rim spoke up. "Let me introduce myself again. I am Lim Han-rim, an inspector from the Bureau for Protection of Educational Rights." Her voice rang out, cold and steely. "You guys are always on your phones, so you must have seen Mr. Hwa-jin teaching those jerks a lesson on YouTube, right?" Lim Han-rim hesitated, then pressed on firmly. "But here's the thing, I'm not as nice as he is." In another scene, someone was training intensely with a punching bag. It was Lim Han-rim, working hard to build her strength. After training for a while, she took a break. Just then, someone walked up and said, "You told me to come here to see this, right?" Hwa-jin handed her a drink and added, "It must be really frustrating at school, right?" Lim Han-rim shook her head, denying it. "It's not like that. I just haven't been able to exercise much lately, so I came here." She took the drink from Hwa-jin's hand and thanked him. Lim Han-rim sat down to rest and asked, "Did you watch the investigation video at the police station?" Hwa-jin nodded. "Yeah. That girl's way of thinking is beyond my imagination. Even though someone died, she just giggled, like it was nothing. Furthermore, she seems very intelligent. She's flexible when it comes to dirty work. When it came to framing Mr. Go, she pushed the responsibility of the accusation onto her minions and created a perfect safety net for herself." After a moment of hesitation, Hwa-jin said, "This time, we really need to think seriously about our method of education. If we only use normal methods, we'll never make them feel a shred of conscience." Lim Han-rim stood up, her tone decisive. "Captain, can you leave this entirely to me?" She walked to the punching bag and touched it triumphantly. "No matter how evil the opponent is, you're not someone who can be cruel to women." Lim Han-rim started punching and kicking, adding, "Besides, I graduated from an all-girls school too. I know exactly what I need to do to deal with types like this." Hwa-jin went pale hearing that. Lim Han-rim then suggested, "Since you're already here, let's have a match. You haven't trained in quite a while. Your joints must be pretty stiff, right?" He shook his head in fear and answered bluntly, "I decline." The female students were watching the video on YouTube with a hint of panic. "What do we do now? She belongs to the Bureau for Protection of Educational Rights. We're finished. Even the National Assemblyman's son got thrown in jail. What's going to happen to us?" The girls gathered around for a while and wondered, could it be that she came here because of Mr. Go Jun-soo's death? But that matter is already closed. Could it be that now Han-jaeree watched it and remained nonchalant, saying, "What are you afraid of? Just act like usual." She typed a few messages and said, "According to what I've found out, the Education Rights Bureau's work term is only 2 weeks. Let's just ignore her for now and see what she's up to." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Who said that? Who said our work term is only 2 weeks?" Lim Han-rim walked slowly up behind Han-jaeree and asked, "The Education Rights Bureau's work term will last until the school returns to normal. Teacher Hwa-jin was just so skilled that she wrapped it up in 2 weeks." She snatched the phone right out of Han-jaeree's hand and added, "I don't have much experience yet, so how about I stay here until you graduate?" Han-jaeree reacted sharply. "What the hell? Give that back." As soon as she finished speaking, Lim Han-rim pulled out a ruler and slammed it down, making her jump. Lim stepped forward, glared at Han-jaeree, and emphasized, "Sorry, but I'm a human being too. And as a human, I can't stand being talked down to and insulted by a little brat like you." Lim Han-rim growled. Han-jaeree went pale and broke into a cold sweat, unable to utter a single word. She frowned and looked away, clearly fuming with rage. Lim Han-rim used the ruler to straighten out the other girls in class too. "You all too, put your phones in your bags. During the Education Rights Bureau's work term, students are forbidden from using phones." Hearing this, the girls protested in unison. "That's ridiculous. What did we do wrong? This is insane." Lim Han-rim smiled slightly and declared, "After school, go check the notice board at the front gate. You have that someone to thank for all this trouble you're in." This statement made Han Jae-ri so furious she couldn't keep her mouth shut. The following classes went on as usual, with teachers standing firmly at the podium. Even animals have social instincts and emotions, but they are distinguished from humans by their instinctive actions. However, humans can only develop into complete individuals when they grow up in a society with distinct traditions. The teacher scanned the room and continued the lesson. "So, what are these distinct traditions I mentioned?" She immediately looked toward Han Jae-ri. "Han Jae-ri, you answer." The next teacher did the same. "Han Jae-ri, come to the board and solve this problem." The third teacher was just as rigid and blunt in calling on Han Jae-ri, and the fourth teacher was no exception. Han Jae-ri, being called on so many times, made her snap. She stood up abruptly and shouted, "I don't know. I already said I don't know. So why are you all targeting me since this morning?" Lim Han-rim, standing outside, tapped her ruler lightly. "There's nothing to be proud of if you don't know the answer." She glared and barked. "The teachers have been accommodating you, and yet all you can do is scream that you don't know. Have you ever even bothered to open the textbook?" Lim Han-rim then gave a direct order. "Kneel down and put your hands up." As Han Jae-ri walked over, she muttered, "This is so childish." Han Jae-ri took a mocking tone with Lim Han-rim. "Do you have any proof that I've been harassing teachers? You're just bullying me because of your suspicions. Isn't that a violation of human rights?" Lim Han-rim didn't say another word. She just walked up and kicked her legs out from under her. Han Jae-ri lost her balance and stumbled, slamming her back against the storage cabinet behind her. Lim Han-rim didn't stop there. She pressed her knee into Han Jae-ri's thigh, grabbed her arm, and twisted it tightly, making her scream in pain. "Ow! Ow!" Lim Han-rim growled. "Proof, you say? That's rich. The teachers all have evidence exposing your harassment of them. They didn't just fly into a rage based on suspicion like you." Lim Han-rim then gave a blunt order to the homeroom teacher. "I'm adding one more rule. From now on, if any student acts like a delinquent in class, the whole class will be held responsible." Lim Han-rim growled, "All of you, kneel and put your hands up." Before long, the period was over. In the girls' restroom, the students were cursing angrily. "Damn it! Is that crazy woman insane? Why is she hovering around our class and not going anywhere else? Damn right, we didn't do anything wrong, so why are we being treated like dogs?" Kim So-hyung gritted her teeth in frustration. "She's only staying for 2 weeks, right? How can anyone stand it when she's in a foul mood every single day?" Han Jae-ri whispered, and then she lunged forward with a crazed look. She was so furious that she couldn't take it anymore. Without reason, Han Jae-ri swung her hand and hit Kim So-hyung. This left her stunned. Why would you do that? Han Jae-ri, stop it." Even as she pleaded, Han Jae-ri kept swinging harder. "What should I do now?" After getting her fill of hitting her, she put on a twisted, crazy expression. Our dear Kim So-hyung got slapped by the crazy education rights lady. Her cheek is swollen, and she's bleeding. She gave a creepy smile. "There's a public phone across from the school. Go make that call right now." Before long, someone arrived at the school in the middle of class. A woman appeared, causing everyone around to gasp. The PTA president pushed the door open and shouted, "Who is it? Which teacher with the red hair hit my daughter until she bled? Who is it?" After seeing Han Jae-ri with the red hair, she immediately jumped to a conclusion. "Oh, it was you." Without a word, she walked up and slapped her hard. "You dog! If you're a teacher, stay in your lane. How dare you hit my daughter? I didn't even hit her, and she grew up just fine. Not long ago, I was the one who kicked that perverted teacher out. You little brats." Before the woman could finish her sentence, Lim Han-rim slapped her across the face. Witnessing this scene, the students and the homeroom teacher were shocked, unable to believe their eyes. The PTA president was knocked to the floor by the teacher's blow. The homeroom teacher whispered in fear, "Inspector, she is the school's PTA president." Lim Han-rim wasn't scared at all. She walked over nonchalantly. "So what?" she glared, emphasizing her point. "Does being the PTA president give you the right to lay hands on a teacher without knowing the facts? If you feel so aggrieved, then call the Minister of Education to settle who's right and who's wrong." The woman was furious and shouted loudly, "Hey, you think I won't do it?" Lim Han-rim furrowed her brow, goading her. "Go ahead and do whatever you want. Do everything you possibly can. That would be even better." She emphasized every single word clearly. "But the more you act out, the more miserable you'll become." Han Jae-ri sat there still, her heart restless, muttering, "The barrier to having fun is, for adults, the worry that they'll look stupid, inappropriate, or foolish." The Education Rights Bureau had been working at the school for 10 days. Han Jae-ri stood up and answered hesitantly. Let the adults have real fun. After many days at school, the homeroom teacher, Miss Jung Sun-ju, realized that Han Jae-ri had truly changed. Of course, at first, she didn't give in at all. After the PTA president's visit, she continued to plot. One time, when Han Jae-ri was acting inappropriately, she was easily nabbed by Lim Han-rim. She opened it to read and said slowly, "You're not allowed to use phones, so you're playing new games?" A young girl's secret notes. How thrilling. A note appeared with a few lines written on it. Starting tomorrow, all students are forbidden from coming to school. Reading this, Han-rim's lips curled into a faint smirk. All second-year students assemble on the sports field. Everything was handled by Inspector Han-rim. She shut them down, and all the second-year students were punished. After it all, Han Jae-ri sat alone, seething with anger. Clenching her pen, she slammed it hard against her thigh, her whole body trembling. Han Jae-ri, furious, muttered, that bitch, that bitch." While in the bathroom, Han Jae-ri accidentally overheard some complaints. "My thighs hurt so much. If this keeps up, they're going to get as thick as pillars. I'm going to lose my mind. When is that girl finally going to leave?" She perked up her ears to listen. It's all because of that psycho, Han Jae-ri. All the female students outside were constantly blaming her because she kept messing with the teachers. We're the ones suffering now. Exactly. It's because of her that the Education Rights Bureau came to our school. That psycho is so arrogant and disrespectful, acting like she's something special. She remained silent, locking herself in the bathroom to listen. Right now, the second years are planning to deal with her. Because of her, the whole school can't use their phones. Only the third years. Once the Education Rights Bureau leaves, she's finished. In the end, the entire student body shifted all the blame onto Han Jae-ri. Han Jae-ri, the queen of these kids, has finally fallen from grace. But I think even the kids blaming Han Jae-ri don't have the right to act all high and mighty. Aren't they just accomplices to Han Jae-ri? And from that point on, Han Jae-ri was always timid and shy. That irresponsible. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, "I'm sorry. I don't know how to read this part." Jung Sun-ju immediately replied, "Irresponsible. It means lacking responsibility." Afterward, she ordered Han Jae-ri, "All right, sit down." At the center of this passage, Lim Han-rim stood there, quietly resting her chin on her hand, observing Han Jae-ri. In another aspect, at the sports center, Lim Han-rim, she and Hwa-jin were on the mat, going all out, pouring all their energy into it. Hwa-jin carefully focused, dodging Lim Han-rim's attack. His lips couldn't help but twitch into a faint smirk. "So, has that kid Han Jae-ri been behaving?" Lim Han-rim threw a punch and replied, "Of course. She's completely isolated now." No sooner had she said that than she kicked straight toward Hwa-jin. He stood there calmly, letting her do whatever she wanted. After the match, the two looked at each other, nodding in acknowledgement of the hard work. Lim Han-rim sighed wearily as she walked. "Once you lose your leadership, it's hard to get it back. Even if our bureau leaves, she won't be able to stay behind and manipulate the kids like she used to." She wiped away her sweat, thinking that even when everything ended, Hwa-jin suddenly thrust his fist straight toward her. Lim Han-rim instinctively blocked it. "Oh my, what a surprise," she laughed, thinking, "this doesn't seem like the captain's style." She added, "If this were real combat training, I wouldn't have anything to say." But Hwa-jin suddenly spoke up. "Don't get complacent. If that girl were that easy to subdue, then from the very beginning, we wouldn't have needed to come here." He also specifically emphasized, "Don't forget the reason for the Education Rights Bureau's existence is because of the appearance of monsters, people as twisted as this." On the other side, Jung Sun-ju was heading home late at night. She walked, thinking to herself, "No teacher should be ignored. The lessons have become more comfortable. I don't know why I feel so uneasy. Before, Han Jae-ri was heartless and cruel. As a teacher, I shouldn't have thoughts like this about a student, but she really is a devil that no one can teach. Yet today, she showed such a fragile side. Could it be that I was wrong about her? With those misguided prejudices, we abandoned her. Could this lead to things beyond our control?" Jung Sun-ju trudged up the stairs to get home. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Han Jae-ri was sitting in front of her door, crying. Seeing this, Jung Sun-ju was quite stunned. "Han Jae-ri, what are you doing here? It's so late." She looked up, crying pitifully. "Teacher, what do I do?" She sobbed as she explained. "The friends and teachers all blame me. They think that because of me, the Education Rights Bureau came to school. Everyone treats me like a bug. Of course, it's my fault. and I'm reflecting on it myself. But Han Jae-ri cried, acting pitifully. How can I apologize? What do I have to do so everyone will forgive me? Jung Sun-ju remembered the words Go Jun-soo once said. In this world, there are no bad students. Children who commit bad acts have reasons for doing so. Understanding those reasons and guiding students back to the right path is a teacher's duty. So, Jung Sun-ju leaned down to comfort Han Jae-ri. Han Jae-ri, get up. Let's go inside and talk. Jung Sun-ju busily fumbled to unlock her door. Her hands typed the password quickly. However, Jung Sun-ju could never have expected that Han Jae-ri's expression would suddenly change. She whispered softly, "Come in." No sooner had she finished speaking than Sun-ju had her mouth covered tightly by Han Jae-ri, who suddenly used all her might to pin Sun-ju down. She was struggling to breathe, trying to muster the strength to push Han Jae-ri off. Right at that moment, Kim So-hyung and another female student appeared. Han Jae-ri growled, emphasizing every word. You know what? Han Jae-ri gave a devilish smirk. The implication of that sentence was, the Education Rights Bureau is a place where anyone can come to point out bad things, right? The moment she finished, she squeezed harder, growling, "It was you, right? You were the one who pointed fingers, weren't you?" Han Jae-ri, like a madwoman, kept screaming, "It was all just a joke, but you sold out your own students?" At this very moment, Jung Sun-ju bitterly realized that both she and teacher Go Jun-soo were wrong. These children, Han Jae-ri, spoke like a lunatic. Now, the game is over. Jung Sun-ju was terrified when she looked into those devilish smiles. They couldn't be human. They were monsters. Just then, a noise came from behind Han Jae-ri. "I'm the neighbor next door. Why is your place so noisy? Is something wrong?" Han Jae-ri angrily snapped. "Shut your mouth and get lost, you crazy idiot. Everything will be over soon." As soon as she finished, a familiar voice rang out. "Open the door." Han Jae-ri. The silhouette of Han Rim appeared. "Things have gone too far." She stared sharply, ordering, "If I count to 3 and you still don't open the door, the thing that will make you regret your life the most is about to happen." Han Jae-ri's mood began to panic. In her ears, she heard the counting at the door. Lim Han Rim's 1, 2. Suddenly, Jung Sun-ju trudged over to open the door. "Huh?" When she saw her step out, Lim Han Rim was quite surprised. Jung Sun-ju stood frozen outside the door. Inspector Lim Han Rim was also momentarily flustered, greeting the homeroom teacher. She walked over, curiously asking, "What's going on? Do you live around here?" Lim Han Rim smiled awkwardly. "Yes, for the time being, I'm staying here. It's also close to school." "So, I know you live here now. What an amazing coincidence, isn't it?" Back in the practice room, relying on years of experience, Hwa-jin immediately analyzed that human psychology is quite fascinating. Once people realize they can't deal with the person they resent, they naturally vent all their anger on an unrelated target. That girl will definitely find every way to give you a hard time. Next, she'll look for the person who reported her to the Office of Education. Han Jae-ri surely thinks the whistleblower is the one she bullied the most. So, you need to identify who will be Han Jae-ri's next target. Go. And absolutely do not leave that person's side. Back here, Lim Han Rim's voice still echoed outside. Opening the door, Han Jae-ri glared and shouted, "If I count to 3 and you still don't open the door, something you'll regret for the rest of your life is about to happen." 1. Hearing the voice of Lim Han Rim outside the door, the students were furious. "Damn it, is she crazy? Why is she here?" 2. Jung Sun-ju, at this moment, tried to stand up. Han Jae-ri opened the door. "She came here to give you advice. She won't do anything to you. She'll talk to the inspector." Hearing that, Han Jae-ri's gaze turned terrifying. "You're still denying it? So, you really were the one who reported me." Saying that, she grabbed a utility knife. Han Jae-ri lunged at Jung Sun-ju, intending to attack, but Kim So-hyung stepped in to stop her. "What are you doing? Didn't we come here to threaten her and make the teacher from the Office of Education leave? That's all." Kim So-hyung held Han Jae-ri's arm tightly and asked, "Are you trying to stab her? Have you lost your mind?" As soon as she finished, Kim So-hyung was slashed across the arm by Han Jae-ri. She clutched her arm, screaming in pain. Han Jae-ri glared, her tone sounding like she had lost her grip on reality. "Are Kim So-hyung planning to back out? How dare you stop me?" Jung Sun-ju rushed over. "So-hyung, are you okay?" Seeing that, the other girl trembled and stammered, "She's crazy, she's crazy." She frantically pressed the door open button. Lim Han Rim's stern, dark face appeared. She glared, shouting in a low voice, "I counted to 3 already." Seeing that, Han Jae-ri was terrified for a split second. Then she lunged, intending to escape through the front. Han Jae-ri dashed straight toward the balcony. Right before their eyes, she skillfully opened the door and leaped straight out. Just like that, Han-jae-ri fell from the balcony. She landed in the thick bushes nearby. Han-jae-ri slowly stood up, panting heavily. Lim Han-rim, from above, hurriedly caught up. She immediately climbed down the stairs. Seeing her closing in, Han-jae-ri scurried away. Lim Han-rim loudly shouted, "Han-jae-ri, I'm not letting this go." The girl just kept running blindly. While running, Han-jae-ri suddenly stopped as if she had encountered something. In front of her were two night shift security guards. Han-jae-ri ran to them, her voice weak. "Help me! That crazy woman is trying to finish me off." Han-jae-ri sobbed, acting scared. Seeing this, the two men tried to protect the girl. "Stand over here, you! Come here!" Seeing this situation, Lim Han-rim was furious. "Damn it." The two men continued to interrogate her. "Who are you? Why did you do that to her?" Lim Han-rim straightforwardly explained, "It's just a misunderstanding. I'm her teacher." Han-jae-ri smirked wickedly, while Lim Han-rim was busy defending herself. "A teacher, you say? First, show me your ID. I don't have my wallet or phone on me right now." Taking the chance, Han-jae-ri immediately bolted. Lim Han-rim called out, "Hey, Han-jae-ri." The two men kept blocking her. "Wait a minute, we need to talk." Hearing that, Lim Han-rim got into a combat stance, ready to fight. Just like that, she easily slipped past the two men. Seeing Lim Han-rim get away, the two men were startled. "What the?" As she ran, she explained, "I'm Lim Han-rim from the Office of Education Rights Protection. I'll come back to talk to you tomorrow." Saying that, Lim Han-rim accelerated to chase Han-jae-ri. The two men were stunned. "What? The Office of Education Rights Protection? I think I've heard of that somewhere." Back here, Young Sun-ju was carefully bandaging Kim So-hyung's wound. She looked at the injury and muttered, "Thank goodness, it's not deep." Jung Sun-ju's eyes were filled with unspeakable sadness. She looked up and asked, "Kim So-hyung, did you go to school? You and Han-jae-ri went to the same middle school, right? Was Han-jae-ri like this from the beginning?" Meanwhile, Han-jae-ri was still trying to run as fast as she could. She decisively kicked open a door in front of her. After entering that room, Han-jae-ri immediately shut and locked it. But Lim Han-rim quickly arrived, kicked the door open, and delivered a clean kick to her face, sending Han-jae-ri flying back several meters. Lim Han-rim slowly stepped toward Han-jae-ri. As she walked, she said, "I told you, didn't I? Something you'll regret for the rest of your life is about to happen." The girl fearfully scrambled backward. On the other side, Kim So-hyung whispered softly, "Back in middle school, Han-jae-ri wasn't like that. She was pretty and had a friendly personality, so she was loved by many. She was also smart and got great grades, enough to go to an international school if she wanted." Jung Sun-ju frowned, trembling. But then, something happened. Here, Han-jae-ri reached a dead end and whispered, "That's right, I've got it. If I do this, both you and that damn office will be finished, right?" Lim Han-rim hurried over to intervene. Han-jae-ri's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Kim So-hyung continued, telling her about what happened after that Han-jae-ri completely went down the wrong path. After hearing Kim So-hyung's story, Jung Sun-ju was quite shocked. She stammered, trying to say, "Really? Is there really a teacher like that?" Jung Sun-ju, both angry and emotional, said, "Because of that jerk, I started to hate our middle school homeroom teacher, Jeon San-jio." Han-jae-ri, meanwhile, climbed onto the rooftop railing and laughed. "That's right, good idea. If I do this, both you and that damn office will be finished, right?" Seeing this, Lim Han-rim rushed over as fast as she could, but Han-jae-ri nonchalantly let herself fall. Lim Han-rim didn't hesitate and dived down at the same time as her. Lim Han-rim quickly used her hands to catch Han-jae-ri. She hugged her tightly and fell from the great height together. Fortunately, later, Lim Han-rim found a support point and held on tight. Lim Han-rim and Han-jae-ri were now dangling in midair. She trembled, trying to muster the strength to hold on. Lim Han-rim gritted her teeth and asked, "Han-jae-ri, are you crazy? What the hell are you doing?" She smiled slightly and replied, "That's right, I'm crazy. After everything that's happened, you still don't know?" Just like that, Han-jae-ri struggled, trying to kick Lim Han-rim. Seeing that, Lim Han-rim shouted, "Hey, what are you doing right now?" Suddenly, Lim Han-rim's hand slipped from the railing she was holding. She and Han-jae-ri fell from the high floor. Before long, the two hit the ground with a thud. Lim Han-rim immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Han-jae-ri slowly stood up. She stood up with a beastly gaze looking at Lim Han-rim. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Han-jae-ri's face. She continuously kicked forcefully toward Lim Han-rim. On this side, Jung Sun-ju and the female students went to find Inspector Han-jae-ri. Han-jae-ri. After searching for a while, the student finally stopped. After looking everywhere, the two were nowhere to be found. "Miss, can I go home now?" Just then, they all heard a loud shout. "Die!" Hanjeri swung her leg, kicking Hanrim hard, her mouth spitting out, "Die!" After kicking and punching for a while, she finally stopped, standing there panting. Suddenly, Hanjeri spotted 2 bricks on the side of the road. Without a second thought, she walked over and picked one up. Hanjeri slowly stepped toward where Lim Hanrim was lying motionless on the ground. She raised the brick high, intending to smash it down onto Lim Hanrim. Just in time, Kim So-hyung ran over to stop her. Seeing Jung Sun-ju come to interfere, Hanjeri shouted, "Let go! Don't you dare!" Jung Sun-ju calmly spoke up to reassure Hanjeri. She had already heard everything from Kim So-hyung. "The disgusting things he did to you, but the actions you're taking right now aren't right either. Don't make things any worse." Hanjeri slapped Jung Sun-ju hard across the face. She glared at her. "So, Kim So-hyung told you everything, huh?" As she spoke, she raised the brick high again. "So you know the whole story then? I absolutely hate people who act all innocent like you." Jung Sun-ju was terrified by Hanjeri's inhumane behavior. Just then, a hand reached out and grabbed her wrist tightly. It was Lim Han-rim, struggling to hold onto the hand holding the brick. Seeing her suddenly standing behind her, Hanjeri was momentarily stunned. Lim Han-rim didn't hesitate and slapped her across the face, a hit so hard it sent Hanjeri sprawling to the ground. With her face bruised and swollen, Lim Han-rim slowly walked toward her. Hanjeri backed away in fear, and suddenly, she knelt down in front of her. "I was wrong. I was wrong. From now on, I won't play the air game with the teacher anymore, and I'll listen to them. Please, just forgive me this one time." Right then, 2 police officers appeared out of nowhere. "Hey, over there! Everyone, come over here!" Hanjeri immediately stood up, intending to run toward them. She ran, her mouth begging for help. "Help! Help me! That crazy woman is trying to kill me. Look! Do you see this swelling on my face?" Lim Han-rim turned her head to ask Jung Sun-ju. Seeing that, she walked over slowly and spoke up. Hanjeri, don't Sun-ju, walked straight ahead to explain to the 2 officers. "Officers, you've worked hard. I am this child's homeroom teacher." She glared sternly. "I have something to say." Hearing that, Hanjeri was quite stunned, as if she couldn't believe teacher Jung Sun-ju had told them everything, from Hanjeri's trespassing to her threats, to the way the kids isolated the teacher at school. After that, the truth about the plot to frame teacher Go Jun-soo was found on Hanjeri's phone. Kim So-hyung was also investigated for being an accomplice in this case, framing teacher Go Jun-soo, ordering the others to isolate the teacher, and being behind the school violence, trespassing and threats. Currently, Hanjeri is awaiting a court verdict at the Juvenile Classification and Examination Center. Hanjeri sat there, still acting like a brat. "Damn it, what is this? Is everything over now? Do I have to see your ugly face again?" Lim Han-rim remained calm and spoke up. "I came here to tell you something you've been wondering about for a long time. There were 62 reports filed about your actions to the Teachers' Rights Bureau. Most of them were from students who were angry about teacher Go's death." Lim Han-rim also stated bluntly, "Your homeroom teacher didn't report me." Hanjeri tore up the information sheets, scoffing. "Funny. That fake innocent act of yours is that good, huh? If you're done, get lost. Just looking at your face makes me want to puke." Lim Han-rim suddenly pressed her, asking if John San-jio was the one who made her become such a cruel person. Hanjeri thought of his smile and demeanor from before and couldn't help but feel enraged. Lim Han-rim stood up abruptly and analyzed her point blank. I understand why you turned out so twisted now. A person's character is usually formed during middle school, and yet you had to go through all that. But even so, I can't sympathize with you. There's no law that says all bad people are criminals." Before leaving, Lim Han-rim emphasized one thing, but remember one thing, that trash, John San-jio. Scene changed to Jukmi Middle School. Hwa-jin personally stepped onto the grounds, thinking that he would have to pay a proper price for his mistakes. Over here, a hand was slowly checking the dust on a window ledge. After just one swipe, the dust turned the fingertips black. A stern voice rang out, "What did I tell you?" A student named Choi Hyun-woo kept silent, listening. "There's been a lot of fine dust lately, so I told you to pay special attention when cleaning in the morning, didn't I?" Having said that, he directly put his dust-covered finger into Choi Hyun-woo's mouth. The boy couldn't handle it. Out of reflex, he coughed and vomited. Seeing that, the man in front of him asked, "Why did you spit it out?" "It's dusty because you didn't clean properly. Shouldn't you eat the rest?" He smirked. "You're always so half-hearted with your work. That's why you're always called trash." John San-jio's eyes and tone echoed. In another area, a student brought a gift along with sweet words. "Thank you, teacher." He was taken aback, asking, "What is this?" The female student replied, "Why? What's wrong? I'm thanking you because you gave me advice last time. Ever since then, I've felt so much better. I'm really grateful to you, teacher." Joan Sanjio quietly took the card attached to the box. "I only accept letters, you know," he replied with a smile. "Next time, Joan Sanjio will give you more advice, so don't bring this anymore, okay?" Seeing that, the teacher next to him exclaimed, "I'm so jealous of you, Teacher Jian. That student isn't even in your class, but you're still so dedicated?" He slightly opened the letter and smiled smugly. "My class or your class, what's the difference? If the students are having trouble, we have to help them, right?" Inside that card were several shining bills. John Sanjio looked at them and felt even more justified. Isn't that exactly the duty of us teachers? Just then, a shout rang out. "Wait, Inspector, we haven't finished talking yet. I already told you that at our school, we really don't have any students with problems. You must have misunderstood something. Let's go outside and talk more, shall we?" Hwa-jin smiled and replied, "I received a tip, so I wanted to come here to verify it. If there are no issues here, like the vice principal says, then surely nothing will happen. Don't worry." Then, he announced clearly, "Hello, teachers. I am Hwa-jin, from the Education Rights Protection Bureau." His lips curled into a slight smirk. "I hope for everyone's cooperation moving forward." Seeing that expression, John Sanjio's face darkened, and he didn't look happy at all. Over here, the students were happily and excitedly chatting. Choi Hyun-woo, meanwhile, sat alone in a corner, dazed. Suddenly, someone used their foot to kick his notebook hard. It was his friend, Kwon Sit. He glared and asked, "Hey errand boy, what are you doing? The next period is our homeroom teacher's class, and you still have time to park your butt here, huh?" He gave a firm order. "Get up and clean it up quickly. You dog. Hey, don't tick me off first thing in the morning. Midterms are almost here, and you're interrupting my studying. What am I supposed to do about that?" Choi Hyun-woo. "Try to hold it in." "I got it. Take your foot off." But Kim Kwang-sik kept his foot right on top of Choi Hyun-woo's notebook. He smirked, mocking him. "What kind of future do scumbags like you have in college, anyway? It's lunch break. Go clean up, you jinx. Your grandfather can't even stand up straight from picking up trash. Is that why your life is so pathetic?" Meanwhile, Hwa-jin was walking to class with Jeon Sanjio. Suddenly, he stopped and asked about the school. "But why are you asking me about school issues?" Sanjio asked calmly. "Oh, I've already asked the other teachers. There's nothing particularly unusual going on, so you can rest easy." Jeon Sanjio just stood there. "Students with problems, you say? Let's see. Which school doesn't have students with problems?" He emphasized that if someone thought that way, the Bureau of Educational Rights must have a really tough job. At our school, out of 100 kids, maybe one has issues. I'm sure you aren't targeting the rest of them, right? Of course, unlike us, you have the authority to issue punishments. But before Sanjio could finish, Hwa-jin spoke up. "I think you've misunderstood something." He explained to Sanjio that the subjects they deal with aren't just students. Jeon Sanjio nodded. "I completely agree with your methods. These students who don't understand how the world works look just like trash scattered on the ground." Jeon Sanjio chuckled, concluding that this trash had to be beaten to wake up. With that, he picked up his files and started to leave. "I'll head to class then. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask." Hwa-jin just stood there, watching Jeon Sanjio walk away with a faint, cynical smirk. Jeon Sanjio opened the classroom door. The sight before him was Kim Kwang-sik violently hitting Choi Hyun-woo. He was yelling as he hit him, "Damn it, you mutt! I told you to get back here." Kim Kwang-sik kept hitting him and cursing. "You dare hit me back?" Jeon Sanjio stepped in and commanded, "Stop it." "Kim Kwang-sik, what do you think you're doing?" He looked up, flustered. "Oh, I'm sorry." He glared at Choi Hyun-woo and gritted his teeth, saying, "I reminded him what you said about cleaning up, but this dog tried to fight back, so I had no choice but to hit him." Sanjio coldly ordered Choi Hyun-woo kneel down in front of Kim Kwang-sik and apologize. Hyun-woo refused, standing up to defend himself. "Sir, he insulted my grandfather first." Jeon Sanjio brushed it off, claiming that was just a lame excuse. "You threw the first punch, didn't you?" He walked over and whispered in Choi Hyun-woo's ear, "You violated my direct orders. And now you're hitting a classmate? Trash will always be trash, no matter how much you try to clean it up." He kept mocking him. People who make a living picking up trash, what else could they possibly amount to? That comment was the breaking point for Choi Hyun-woo. He grabbed Jeon Sanjio by the collar. Hyun-woo raised his fist and demanded, "Why do you treat me like this? You don't treat the other kids like this. Why are you only doing this to me?" That question just made Jeon Sanjio smirk with contempt. He remained unfazed. Students talking back, grabbing a teacher's collar. "You're ruining your own rights, kid." Just then, a hand grabbed Hyunwoo's arm and asked, "And if he isn't, then what?" Jeon Sanjio was stunned. "Inspector Hwa-jin?" Hearing that, the students in the class were shocked. "What? The Bureau of Educational Rights is here? Is there a problem at our school? Why are they here?" For Choi Hyunwoo, it was over. He let go of Sanjio's collar and looked at Hwa-jin with fear in his eyes. The students whispered among themselves, "If the Bureau catches him, will he go to jail or get expelled?" Hwa-jin gripped Choi Hyunwoo's hand. "Sir, can I hold on to this student for a moment?" Jeon Sanjio, feeling smug, thought, "Of course, you've only just arrived and you're already doing me a favor. What a piece of trash. How unlucky." Hwa-jin whispered into Choi Hyunwoo's ear, "Hey, keep your fist tight." Then he glared straight at Jeon Sanjio. Without a second of hesitation, he guided Choi Hyunwoo's hand and punched Jeon Sanjio square in the face. His face was practically bent out of shape. The students were frozen in shock. Jeon Sanjio clutched his face in disbelief. "No. Why?" Hwa-jin spoke up. "I agree with you on one thing. You have to beat them so this kind of trash wakes up. Isn't that right? Why would a piece of trash teacher call students trash?" He clutched his face, fuming with rage. Hwa-jin emphasized his point, holding a stack of documents. It was full of information about a girl, the birth certificate and report cards of Han Jae-ri, the one you asked me to look into. Lim Han-rim was standing outside the school grounds, discussing it with Hwa-jin. I had no idea she was such a top student, and so sharp in middle school. Up until Jeon Sanjio became her homeroom teacher, she was always in the top 10 of the entire school. He carefully flipped through the pages. What about her parents? She answered the question with the info she had gathered. Her parents divorced when she was in the first grade. She lived with her father. Hwa-jin looked up with cold eyes. For some reason, his business suddenly went downhill, so he stopped caring about his daughter's school life entirely. He rolled up the documents with his hand and muttered a single word. "Same, huh?" Lim Han-rim heard him, but looked confused. "Huh?" He shifted his gaze elsewhere. In his mind, it all felt so familiar. It was exactly like the situation of the student Jeon Sanjio was targeting Choi Hyunwoo. He's an excellent student, always ranked 3rd or 4th in the whole school. He lost his parents, so he lives in extreme poverty with his elderly grandfather. Lim Han-rim heard this, and her expression turned curious as she started asking rapid-fire questions. What exactly is going on here? She felt uneasy. He hates students who are smart but have no parents? I don't have a mother either. How annoying. Suddenly, an angry voice echoed from behind them. "Hey, stand up straight." A stern-looking teacher was berating some students. "You kids dare to skip class?" He immediately got an explanation from one of the students. "It's not like that, sir. We know leaving school grounds is wrong, but we weren't trying to skip. We just wanted to go to the front gate and buy something to eat before heading back." But, the very next second, he aggressively slapped the student across the cheek. "You little jerk." The teacher kept violently hitting the student over and over. Lame excuses? Leaving school grounds is against the rules. The kid could only endure the beating. "I'm sorry, sir." The two of them just stood there silently, watching the scene unfold. "Hey, what are you looking at? Get lost. Get lost." The arrogant teacher kept yelling at them. "You know the Bureau of Educational Rights is here, right? This is a lawful punishment." Lim Han-rim witnessed the scene, stunned. "I didn't expect to see things like this beyond just Jeon Sanjio." The teacher's loud, echoing voice continued to berate them. "This time, I'm going to deal with arrogant people like you all." Hwa-jin sighed, feeling helpless. They were completely misunderstanding the purpose of his visit. Right after saying that, he walked straight toward them. "Before I catch Jeon Sanjio, I need to fix their trashy mindset." In the school hallway, thoughts were piling up from a man. Damn it, what the hell is going on? That inspector from the Office of Education never even asked for his name, yet he knew who he was and kept dragging him around. Jeon Sanjio's eyes were shifty, looking down nervously. Could that trash Choi Hyun-woo have ratted me out? He walked while stroking his chin, deep in thought. "No, I've only just started messing with him. And I haven't done anything extreme enough for the office to show up here." Ahead, he spotted a group of students gathered in the hallway. As Jeon Sanjio approached, he heard a shrill voice echoing from inside the classroom. "Hey kid, are you going to solve it or not?" A student standing outside grumbled in annoyance. "That old hag is at it again. Where am I supposed to find gym clothes?" Kang Hyun-suk stood with her hands on her hips at the podium, berating a student. "If you can't solve it, don't even think about taking a break." The student, feeling completely helpless, had to shout, "I really don't know how to do it. Just staring at it will give you the answer, you idiot." Immediately, she slammed a book directly onto the student's body. "What are you being so proud of, you dog?" She grabbed the student and kept beating them aggressively. "Why can't you solve it? We went over this." "Why? When I was teaching, were you not listening?" Her shrill voice could still be heard echoing outside the classroom. "If you won't listen to the lecture, just drop out and go work at a construction site." Jean Sanjio passed by, sneering at the scene. Teacher Kang Hyun-suk is probably grumpy because she hasn't eaten, so she's taking it out on the kids. But he just intended to ignore them and walk past. They're all problematic like this. But why is that guy targeting me? Behind him, Hwa-jin appeared with a pen and notepad. He didn't say a word, but his gaze was intense as he carefully wrote down a few names, already listed, neatly on the paper. In another area, a small stick was hooked into a female student's hair. "What is up with this hair of yours, huh? The dye is pretty nice though. Are you planning to go job hunting?" The girl lowered her voice and gently retorted, "Teacher, our school allows students to dye their hair." But that teacher kept teasing her on purpose. "Freedom, my foot. Everything has its limits, you know." He wore a smug, malicious expression and pointed the stick at the student. "Tell the truth." He pressed the tip of the stick into the girl's shoulder and forced her. "Are you planning to go to a club and seduce men? Is that right?" The stick didn't stay still. It even pressed against a sensitive area of the student. The student was startled and instinctively recoiled in panic. "Oh my God, I'm done for." The teacher still looked at her with an arrogant, coercive gaze. "What's wrong? Are you going to say this is sexual harassment? Women these days are really something, aren't they?" The student heard those words and felt both ashamed and shaking with anger until her face turned red. "That's right. Go ahead. Report me. After that, I'll hang myself in front of your house. Can you take responsibility for my wife and children, huh?" He was still casually teasing her even while the girl was sobbing. "Oh my, are you crying? Are you trying to make me out to be the bad guy?" Hwa-jin stood from a high vantage point, watching down while taking notes. In another classroom, a female teacher was also arrogantly pointing fingers and scolding students. "Do you dare glare at me?" In another room, a teacher threw a book at a student who was hanging their head. "Is this your bedroom?" At the podium, a grumpy teacher was also yelling in anger. "Get out! Get lost!" Hwa-jin recorded every single name he had observed. In a room with many people, a girl stretched lazily. "Time to eat." The grumpy teacher with a thick beard stood up. "Next, I've already booked the Chung restaurant." But suddenly, everyone froze when they heard a voice broadcasted down. "This is a notice from the Office of Education." It was Hwa-jin. He held the radio microphone and announced, "The teachers whose names I am about to call, please gather at the sports field." A teacher picked up a gym uniform with a look of disbelief after hearing the list of names. Jeon Sang-jio, Ma Jung-chan, Kang Hyun-suk, Park Han-so, Choi Chun-hyuk, Kang So-mi, Lee Jong. Every teacher was confused and looked toward the inspector. "What is this, Hwa-jin?" He very calmly slung his baton over his shoulder and explained. "Yesterday, I went on an inspection around the school and saw that your teaching methods were problematic." Every word he uttered made those teachers' faces go pale. "Therefore, during this time, please set aside your positions as teachers and stand in the students' shoes to feel what it's like." Hwa-jin looked very calm, even when hearing the teacher's objections. "Are you kidding us? The midterms are coming up. What kind of game are you playing?" Kang Hyun-suk refused to follow orders and shouted in protest. "No way." She stepped forward, pointing angrily and blaming him. "What is the duty of the Teachers' Rights Protection Center? Isn't it supposed to protect teachers' rights? But your actions are destroying our dignity." Jin stared at her with a calm expression. "Do you know what educational rights really mean? It is the teacher's right to teach, the parent's right to be involved, and also the student's right to learn." Each word he spoke left her speechless, grinding her teeth in anger. For teachers who lack understanding, who infringe upon students' right to learn and violate educational rights, Hwa-jin brushed past Hyun, Asuk, and looked at all the remaining teachers. "You seem very dissatisfied, don't you? If you don't want to wear it, then don't." He was very casual. He tilted his head and gently delivered the final blow. "Instead, tomorrow, a disciplinary notice with the Minister of Education's seal will be placed on your desks." All those teachers held the gym uniforms in their hands, furious but unable to do anything. Jean Sang-jio, in a school uniform, was blushing from embarrassment, but still stuttered a greeting. "Hello, I'm Jean Sang-jio, the new transfer student." Hwa-jin stood beside him and happily said to all the students in the class, "Hey kids, he is a student just like you." The whole class was hiding their laughter, acting like they were just friends. No need to be formal, just act natural. A phone started recording, and a mocking voice echoed. Jeon Sanjio, the more I look, the more he looks like our head teacher. It's hilarious, really. He's gritting his teeth in fury, yet all he can do is sit silently in the corner. Look at Jeon Sanjio. He suddenly jumps when something is shoved right in front of his face. Hwa-jin walks up with a cold expression and thrusts a towel at him. Shin said, "You're the next one in line for this, Jeon Sanjio. Go clean the windows." The moment he hears that, his face twists into a hideous grimace. Back in the classroom, the teacher is lecturing. Even though Japan continues to assert its sovereignty over Dokdo Island, in reality, there are many documents acknowledging Dokdo as South Korean territory that have been circulating within Japan. The teacher puts down her chalk and looks down at the class, asking, "Can anyone name 3 such documents for me?" Jeon Sangjio stops writing and looks up when he hears her continue. "Whose turn is it this week? Answer me." He looks up and manages to grunt out, "Yes?" The teacher looks at that familiar face and jumps in surprise. "It's Jeon Sanjio, ma'am. Is there anyone else who can answer?" Choi Hyun-woo. Choi Hyun-woo in the front row has his hand up. "It's my turn." Choi Hyun-woo. He looks confident, staring straight at the podium, answering fluently. Those would be the Unyongbox records of 1667, the Hayashi map of 1785, and the Dajokan order of 1877, ma'am. The teacher is deeply satisfied after hearing the answer. "Excellent, Choi Hyun-woo. Very good. You even remember the years." While the two of them are talking, Jeon Sanjio is watching with a sour expression. "I'm sure you'll get a perfect score on the South Korean history exam this time. You're even better than that." By lunchtime, some students have already picked up their trays. Choi Hyun-woo sits there, chewing away while flipping through new vocabulary words, while Jeon Sanjio, sitting right behind him, keeps shooting glares at his back. His face is miserable, and he keeps poking at his food tray. Now Hwa-jin suddenly appears, brings his food, and sits right in front of him. His eyes seem to be shooting lasers. He calmly picks up a piece of food and brings it to his mouth, then looks right at him. "Listen closely, Teach. Choi Hyun-woo is an exemplary student. Despite his difficult family situation, he studies better than all those kids going to cram schools. He's also very friendly with the teachers." Jeon Sanjio doesn't show any emotion, whether happy or sad. He just stares fixedly at him. So, how is it that only the homeroom teacher can't see that, instead acting so annoyed? Jeon Sanjio stands up, ready to grab his tray and leave. "I don't discriminate against students." Hwa-jin quickly sticks out his chopsticks. Come on. If you're not going to eat that piece of rubbery meat, give it here." Hwa-jin eats happily, while he leaves with a sour look on his face. Hwa-jin continues eating his food while watching the man's retreating back. Just then, 3 students are standing behind a secluded wall. A blonde kid with a cigarette in his mouth warns the fat kid in front to keep his eyes on the inspector. He could show up at any moment. The fat kid turns around and grumbles, I know. Being human and not smoking is rough, man. Everyone looks at me and thinks I'm a total nerd." The fat kid's face suddenly turns pale. He turns back to look at the 2 guys behind him, and starts hesitating. "Damn it, this is bad. Should I say it? Should I not?" The blonde kid takes the cigarette out of his mouth. "What is it?" Jeon Sanjio has suddenly appeared behind the wall and calls out one of their names, Kim Gwang-sik. Both students hurry to toss their cigarettes away. "Homeroom teacher." But he remains remarkably calm. "The rest of you, get lost." Jeon Sanjio holds up 2 fingers, demanding they give him a smoke. Kim Gwang-sik, clearly terrified, gently lights the cigarette for him. Jeon Sanjio takes a drag and turns to question him. "Why aren't you doing your job properly?" The kid jumps at the question. "Yes? What do you mean?" Kim Gwang-sik puts on a weary face as the teacher keeps bringing up the same subject. "That Choi Hyun-woo kid. How is that bastard still holding his head up high? Make him break down before the midterms." He looks pathetic as he mutters a few words back to the homeroom teacher. "His mental state is rock solid, sir. More importantly, the inspector is already at the school." Jeon Sanjio isn't in a hurry to blame anyone. "Who told you to do it inside the school? There are plenty of ways. After school is fine too." Kim Gwang-sik tries to brush past him, voicing his refusal. "No, I'm not doing it. If you want it done, do it yourself, sir." But he is a stubborn man who slams his hand onto the kid's shoulder. Jeon Sanjio bites down on his cigarette and makes an offer. "I'm not asking you to do it for free. If you listen to your teacher, Kim Gwang-sik is still standing his ground. I don't need it. I told you I'm not doing it." Jeon Sanjio spits the cigarette out of his mouth, narrows his eyes, and says, "You don't have a choice." Jeon Sanjio ominously leans in close to his ear and whispers something. Hearing that secret information, the kid's eyes widen in shock. Kim Kwang-sik, half doubting, turns back to be sure. Is that true? Jeon Sanjio sternly warns him. Quiet, you brat. The conversation between the two down below has been watched from above by Hwa-jin, who casually smokes a cigarette while looking down. A cute sticky note is attached to a bag of cans. I collected these to give to you. I hope they help you. A frail but very familiar voice says, thank you, child. Continued. An old man is struggling with a cart full of scrap metal, collecting empty cans day by day. It must be tough work. One must live honestly to encounter good fortune. He is Choi Hyun-woo's grandfather. His expression is quite bright. I feel so happy today. I should buy half a caddy of meat and make soup for Choi Hyun-woo. With that, he happily pulls his scrap cart across the street. But a group of 3 people, dressed all in black, are lurking, watching him. Their gazes are fixed intently on his back. Inside a cafe, a woman's voice rings out. I heard everything from my daughter, she said. The inspector from the Office of Education Rights is putting pressure on the teacher. A woman with short hair shows a worried expression. Are you okay, sir? She bares her heart while the person across from her calmly stirs his glass of water. I'm worried about Jeon Sanjio. That person is Jeon Sanjio. He calmly sets his glass down on the table. You don't need to worry about Jeon Sanjio. I've already prepared everything. She still shows a bit of concern, but he keeps picking fights. His grades are still high even though he keeps getting into fights, so I'm worried. Jeon Sanjio had a cunning, smug look on his face, as if he'd planned it all. If you're talking about Choi Hyun-woo, then you don't need to worry so much. That kid is definitely going to crash and burn in these midterms. Meanwhile, items were being tossed and scattered into the air. This was clearly not a time when the kid could focus on his studies. Choi Hyun-woo's grandfather. He felt so terrified as a group of students trashed his scrap cart. What are you doing, you maniacs? He rushed over and grabbed one of them by the shirt, begging, please, just stop. But suddenly, he was met with a brutal punch to the cheek. He collapsed onto the road, his hat flying off his head. The boy he had touched brushed. How dare you lay a hand on my grandfather? Do you have any idea how much this outfit is worth? The thug growled and tried to stomp on the old man. You couldn't even afford this with the earnings from 50 of your carts combined. The fragile old man couldn't do anything but raise his arms to protect himself. Just then, Choi Hyun-woo, who had been walking down the street intently reading through a stack of flashcards, looked up and saw a familiar silhouette pulling a cart across the road. Choi Hyun-woo quickly rushed over and smiled gently. Why would I be embarrassed? This is how we make a living, after all. He was shocked to see his grandfather's aged face covered in bruises and grime. Grandpa, what happened to your face? Choi Hyun-woo clenched his fists tightly, trembling with rage. You were beaten up. Yet, the old man still tried to stay calm and reassure him. These things happen from time to time. You don't need to get all worked up like this. Choi Hyun-woo was a bit startled when he heard what happened today. But I was lucky today. A young man passed by, beat those guys up, and chased them away to help me, the old man said with a smile, despite the many wounds on his face. Hyun-woo, no matter what bad things happen, don't let yourself get consumed by anger. If you do, you're the only one who ends up losing out. There are bad things in this world. Meanwhile, Kim Kwang-sik and the other 2 guys had been forced to their knees by Hwa-jin, and there are also good things. He suddenly crouched down and spoke right in front of the students. I'm here, Kim Kwang-sik. You're not that stupid, are you? You still knew how to save your own skin the moment I arrived, didn't you? Hwa-jin looked up with an icy, piercing gaze. What exactly did Jeon Sanjio give you that made you do something so shameful? A finger pushed a yellow file across the table. This is a guarantee, in case anything goes wrong. Jeon Sanjio had just given the woman something important. When the time comes, tell Jeon Sanjio, you're allowed to look at it alone, and don't let anyone else know what's inside, okay? The woman took it into her hands and asked, what is this? Hwa-jin, with a cigarette still in his mouth, grabbed the yellow file and smirked. What else could it be? Isn't it obvious? This is the midterm exam paper, right? He casually tossed and caught it with 2 fingers in the air. His goal is to make the top students' grades drop, specifically targeting broken families, so the school can't investigate if any trouble arises. Then, he suddenly crushed it in his palm. Clever. So it was all about academic performance. Hwa-jin wore a triumphant smile, looking as if he were eagerly waiting for what was to come. Everything is clear now. We have the evidence. Let's start the real education now, shall we? Jeon Sanjio was sitting there, wearing such a smug look on his face, thinking that the flash drive had already been handed over to someone else. They were bullying disadvantaged students just because of their grades, And they actually dared to leak the exam paper? Lim Han Rim sat in the arena, turning the device over in her hand. If we turn this over to the police, Jeon Sanjio, he's finished. But she was suddenly startled when Hwa-jin's voice cut through her thoughts. No way. If we do that, Jeon Sanjio's only charge will be leaking the exam. Hwa-jin, his muscular frame focused on training, added, I have to teach that guy a lesson myself. He threw a powerful punch straight into the punching bag in front of him. The bag, unable to withstand the force, crumpled and fell. He calmly wrapped his hands with tape. Lim Han Rim, standing behind him, watched Hwa-jin with a mix of surprise and concern. Captain, are you angry? Is it because they messed with that boy's family? Right? Hwa-jin didn't even turn around at the question. He just held up 2 fingers, signaling just a little. Meanwhile, all the teachers in the school were panicking, clutching the papers in their hands, while the other female teachers couldn't believe what they were reading. The contents of the midterm exam were written there. 1. Clean the classrooms, 2 points per day. 2. Assist in preparing group meals, 2 points per day. 3. Greet the students in a friendly manner, 0.1 points per person. 4. Read the entire Student Human Rights Code aloud, 2 points per day. 5. Apologize to the students below, 50 points, and I will forgive your sins. They all looked up at him, questioning him in unison. Inspector, what on earth is this? Hwa-jin remained calm, glancing back at them before announcing clearly, starting now, we are beginning the midterm exam. They were stunned by every word. The exam period lasts until 9 a.m. next week. Within 1 week, any teacher who fails to get over 60 points will be expelled immediately. Hearing the consequences, the teachers were left wide-eyed and breaking into a cold sweat. Being expelled meant being fired as well. Hwa-jin revealed an even more sinister smile, having them cornered. Make sure to pay special attention to the last item. Jeon Sanjio gritted his teeth, shaking with rage, as he read the words that felt like a slap in the face. His paper was divided into 2 boxes with 2 familiar names. Even if they did everything else well, if they failed the last one, it was all useless. Is everyone clear on that? A teacher was being poked in the chest by a student using a stick. Stop it. You kids. The female student who used to be harassed by that teacher was now pressing the stick against his body. What was that? Forgiveness? You want forgiveness? You did that to female students for so long, and you have the nerve to ask for forgiveness? He endured the sensation until his face turned sour. Oh my. Do you think crying will make me go soft on you? Give it a rest. Stop overreacting. The female student spoke arrogantly, pointing the stick at him and mocking him. I wonder who scared you so badly that your hands are shaking like that lately, sir. Did you mess up again? The student didn't hesitate at all. Get your hands off him. That's far too precious for me to lose. Jeon Sanjio gritted his teeth, visibly struggling with his own restraint. Damn it, what kind of sick joke is this? Do I really have to grovel and beg that piece of trash Choi Hyun-woo for forgiveness? He glared down at his midterm exam paper, feeling an urge to just tear it up. Fine, whatever. I'll deal with that later. His eyes darted to the second name on the list. But why on earth is Kim Kwang-sik's name here? He sighed. Screw it. Might as well start with the root of the problem. He found Kim Kwang-sik in a corner, puffing on a cigarette, and shoved the paper toward him. Kim Kwang-sik, sign here. He kept his tone casual, hands buried deep in his pockets. You finished handling Choi Hyun-woo's old man, right? But he completely missed the look of pure disgust and rage on the kid's face. Report. Then, what did you do? If you put him in the hospital, that's even better than I expected. Without a second thought, Kim Kwang-sik stood up and delivered a crushing blow straight to Jeon Sanjio's face. Yeah, he's in the hospital all right, you bastard. Kim Kwang-sik unleashed his fury, raining down, blow after blow, onto the teacher's face. Do you have any idea how long he has to be treated? A week? 2 weeks? Or is he screwed for life? Jeon Sanjio was beaten to a pulp, his eyes rolling back, yet he didn't even try to fight back. What the hell? Are you insane, Kim Kwang-sik? He even stomped hard on the man's stomach. You're the one who's insane, you piece of trash. You're a teacher, how could you order a student to do something like that? After leaving him writhing in pain on the ground, Kim Kwang-sik picked up the paper. He took the burning cigarette from his mouth and pressed it hard into the corner of the document. What is this? Asking for forgiveness? You've got some nerve. With that, Kim Kwang-sik slapped the paper against his face and walked away. Done. You're trash. Jeon Sanjio struggled to pull himself up, clutching the paper. Hwa-jin appeared from above, his voice dripping with mockery. Even someone like you knows how to run around begging for signatures? Congrats, man. Only one left now. He stared deep into the teacher's eyes, mocking his desperation. Just 2 signatures, And you're already struggling this much, huh? Joan Sanjio, face bruised and swollen, could only stare up with a blank, hollow expression. Later on, the other teachers were struggling, forced to do manual labor in their student uniforms. Jean Sanjio, his face still covered in grime and wounds, puffed on a cigarette while his mind raced. Why did Kim Kwang-sik suddenly change his attitude? He recalled the moment he leaned in to whisper in his ear. Could it be that what happened yesterday was exposed? He realized he was the one who had slipped that yellow file, the exam file, into the kid's pocket. Everyone else was busy working, but he stood to the side, lost in thought. Well, this isn't the worst-case scenario. That brat can't do anything to me. That was last year's exam paper, of course. He couldn't tell the kid the truth. A teacher who had finished collecting trash set it aside. All right, everyone, you worked hard today. Suddenly, a rolled-up paper smacked Jeon Sanjio right in the forehead. From the upper floors, students were raining down all sorts of trash onto the teachers below. Done? You think you're done? I heard you're getting fired if you don't get enough points, someone shouted. Throw it in the trash. A teacher tried to intervene. Kids, stop it now. But the students just kept hurling things down from the windows. Quit! Just quit! The teachers were stunned. Quit! The students were all chanting it in unison. A neat stack of resignation letters was pulled out. I'm submitting my resignation. Hwa-jin took the letter from one of the teachers. I see it now. Not a single student wants me to stay. Kang Hyun-suk looked heartbroken, but she had finally realized her mistakes and felt remorse. So, this is the price I pay after causing so much pain for them. Hwa-jin listened quietly, looking up at her. Whether you resign or not, I'm still going to apologize to them. But a teacher, who doesn't earn the respect of their students, has no right to stand at the podium anymore. She was so humble, bowing her head carefully. Thank you, Inspector, for helping me wake up to this truth. Goodbye. But just as she was about to walk out the door, he called out. Wait, Kang Hyun-suk. Hwa-jin opened the midterm exam paper and pointed to it. This morning, 2 of your students signed it. You might snap and yell at students sometimes, but that doesn't mean you have to quit like this. Hyun-suk heard his sincere words and turned back, her face tear-streaked. Miss Kang Hyun-suk, you got a 62. Congratulations, you passed the test. Take off the uniform and get back to the podium. Then, he turned his gaze to the remaining teachers. See that, everyone? You can do it too. Hwa-jin smirked, explaining with total honesty. You know, the students at this school are actually on the side of justice. If you just sincerely apologize, they'll definitely forgive you. Jeon Sanjio, standing behind him, turned beet red with rage as he heard the rest of his words. As for how sincere one should be, the scene shifted to Choi Hyun-woo, who was focused on his studies. Teacher was wrong. Choi Hyun-woo, please forgive me. Jeon Sanjio, looking utterly pathetic, knelt right by the boy's desk. If you have any resentment in your heart, feel free to let it all out right now. But inside, he was thinking something completely different. I've stooped this low already. He went as far as to say things that were hard to even put into words. If you want me to quit, I'll quit on the spot. But in his heart, he was certain the kid wouldn't actually ask for that. Choi Hyun-woo stood up suddenly, but didn't say a word. Jeon Sanjio put on his most pitiful face, trembling as he called out, Choi Hyun-woo? Jeon Sanjio faltered when the boy started recounting the past. You were wrong, teacher. You couldn't control your temper and grabbed me by the collar. Choi Hyun-woo sat back down, his expression cold. He picked up his pen and started writing. If the inspector hadn't shown up to handle you, my life would have been over back then, right? Each word that followed only made Sanjio grit his teeth in frustration. If you want to quit, then quit. I don't care. Wasting time on a person like you is just a waste of my own time. Choi Hyun-woo showed no fear, looking him straight in the eye as he delivered the bitter truth. I will never do anything to ruin my own life just because of someone like you. Jeon Sanjio appeared before Choi Hyun-woo again, holding a bag of food. Choi Hyun-woo, you're hungry, right? He tried to smile, but he couldn't hide his sleazy demeanor. Eat this while you work. Usually, he wasn't allowed to eat things like that, but Choi Hyun-woo didn't even bother to acknowledge him, putting on his headphones and nonchalantly cranking up the volume, leaving him there all alone. The poor bag of food was thrown hard against the wall. Jeon Sanjio stood there by himself, swearing in frustration. Damn it. The more he thought about that expression of his, the more he scowled, getting angrier. How dare he act so arrogant with me? Suddenly, Hwa-jin appeared out of nowhere and picked up the bag of food from the ground. Why are you always wasting food? You already ditched that tonkatsu the other day. No wonder you're so scrawny. He held a pastry in one hand while offering a test paper with the other. You still haven't passed the midterm exam. It's just you and the PE teacher, Lee Jong-dong. left now. Jean Sanjio started to feel panicked when he mentioned the deadline for the test. You still remember the deadline is tomorrow morning, right? His hand touched the door handle. Sanjio had just returned home and wearily collapsed onto his soft pillow. He put his hands behind his head, feeling depressed. Tomorrow is the deadline, huh? Suddenly, his phone made a sound. His phone rang. On the screen, it showed an incoming call from his cute daughter. Sanjio quickly reached over and picked up. On the other end of the line, a cheerful voice rang out, "Daddy!" He looked genuinely happy and replied excitedly, "Is that my little princess? It's been a while since you called me, hasn't it?" From the other side, his daughter started chatting away. "Daddy, I'm at Justin's birthday party. It's so much fun here." Jeon Sanjio sat up and listened happily to his daughter's story. "Is that so? My princess has so many friends, huh?" The little girl continued to tell him about more plans. "Next week, I'm going camping too. I'm so excited." He smiled more gently than ever before. All right, have a fun time." But suddenly, he had to stiffen up when he heard her mention something else. Daddy, Mommy said she needs some money, about $2,000. Jeon Sanjio went quiet, feeling uneasy. "Can you send it tomorrow?" He sat swaying on the edge of the bed, thinking, this woman puts herself above even our own children. Yet, he still answered his daughter very cheerfully. "Of course, Daddy will definitely send it tomorrow." The little girl was so happy when she heard that. "Thanks, Daddy. I love you." After hanging up, Jeon Sanjio stared at the phone screen, his expression deep in thought. Choi Hyun-woo was climbing the stairs with his backpack late at night. Jeon Sanjio was already sitting nearby, waiting. "Coming home late, huh?" He was dressed neatly, looking up at him with teary eyes. "Did you go to the city library?" Choi Hyun-woo remained silent, looking at him through his glasses. "I get it. When I was young, I lived just like you, being looked down upon. But thinking back, those negative experiences were actually my motivation." Choi Hyun-woo had no intention of paying attention and just brushed past him, despite Jeon Sanjio still talking. "At times like that, I studied really hard to show them." He pushed a file toward the boy's cheek. Jeon Sanjio was very blunt as he held out the item and spoke, "I don't need your forgiveness. Instead, let's make a deal." Choi Hyun-woo was startled, unable to believe what he was hearing about that file. "This is the file for this midterm exam." Jeon Sanjio smirked triumphantly and laid out a sweet condition. "Not only that, from now until graduation, all your grades and rankings will be handled by me." Choi Hyun-woo paused for a moment, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "A smart student like you would know how beneficial this is, right?" In silence, he reached out and touched the item. Jeon Sanjio was caught off guard when the item was thrown right back into his face. Choi Hyun-woo, by nature, didn't care and just walked past him. "You're a teacher?" "Thank you, sir. Because of you, I've learned something important." Jeon Sanjio was overwhelmed and left speechless. "That is, in this life, I must never live like you." Jeon Sanjio reached his hand out from behind the boy. He quickly slammed his head down onto the ground and gripped Choi Hyun-woo's arm tightly. Jeon Sanjio used his knee to press into his cheek. "I can't take it anymore. You little bastard." He reached into his coat pocket, feeling for something. "Are you having fun?" "Huh." Jeon Sanjio pulled out a piece of paper, along with a red stamp ready to go. Jeon Sanjio quickly stained his thumb red. Jeon Sanjio used a look devoid of humanity as he forced the boy's thumb onto the paper. "Stamp it here for me?" A few seconds later, Jeon Sanjio put on a scowling face. "I really can't stand you, you bastard. What did I ever do to you that makes you hold such a grudge against me?" Huh? Inside, he remembered the pitiful sight of a girl sobbing, with both cheeks swollen. "The things you're going through are nothing compared to that girl 2 years ago." Jeon Sanjio was still obsessively pressing his finger onto the signature line. Sanjio then picked up the test paper and looked back. "Want to report me to the inspector? Go ahead. At worst, I'll just get fired, right?" Even so, he still intentionally gave a look of intimidation. "But in return, your family won't be at peace either." Hyun-woo was filled with fear, unable to do anything but glare. "I'll do the exact same thing to your grandfather." Hwa-jin suddenly appeared from behind, catching him off guard. "That won't do. That won't do." "You're wrong, teacher. That's not how you solve that question." "What's wrong with you?" He used his agile body to jump down from above. "A student cheating, huh?" Hwa-jin used his leather shoes to stomp directly onto his face. "You're getting a 0. He looked like a hero defeating a villain, causing him to sprawl to one side. He looked back with a hint of concern. "Hyun-woo, you must feel like it's a waste of time dealing with a person like this, right?" Hwa-jin calmly smiled while holding a cigarette. "Jeon Sanjio, I'll handle him for you. You go home and study." Choi Hyun-woo was initially confused and just kept staring at him. Afterward, he listened and picked up his backpack to climb the next flight of stairs. Jeon Sang-gyo held his swollen cheek in terror. He scrambled forward to grab his leg and pleaded, "Please, forgive me. I was thinking immaturely. I can't lose my job." Jeon Sang-gyo was terrified, clutching his pants tightly. "Please don't fire me. I have a daughter. She's only 8 years old." He kept begging repeatedly. "Please, for the sake of my family, forgive me." Hwa-jin calmly exhaled a puff of smoke. "Work? Family?" Sang-gyo felt the terror as he looked up and saw his icy expression. "Those are just your own excuses." Hwa-jin stared straight at him, hitting the nail on the head of Jeon Sang-gyo. "If you want to be forgiven, you have to admit your own faults. Why does someone who harms others like you only think about your own situation?" Completely ignoring his victim, his face twisted into a pathetic mess, and he couldn't even speak properly. Finally, he begged for forgiveness, not because he cared about the person he'd harmed, but purely for his own sake. Hwa-jin turned away, indifferent, and picked at his ear. "Look, this is my job. That's why I'm doing this. But honestly, getting involved in a family man's business, it feels a bit wrong." Jeon Sang-gyo's eyes lit up with a flicker of hope, and he broke into an excited grin. "Does that mean you're going to give me another chance?" Jeon Sang-gyo, desperate and pathetic, scrambled onto his knees and raised his voice. "I promise you, if you give me one more chance, I'll be serious this time. I swear." Hwa-jin smirked, his lips curling as he kept a cigarette hanging from his mouth. "Fine. If you succeed, you can go back to the podium." Jeon Sang-gyo stood there, stunned, unable to believe someone had just appeared right in front of him. "Do you remember this student?" Jeon Sang-gyo's face went deathly pale, trembling with terror. Because of your excellent guidance, her entire personality was shattered, and she ended up becoming a criminal. In his memory, he recalled a face, streaming with tears, the distorted features of a girl. And now, standing right in front of him, was that same student, her eyes burning with hatred. Han-jae-ri. Han-jae-ri stared at Sang-gyo, who was cowering on the ground, her eyes filled with pure venom. Her voice trembled as she called his name, Jeon Sang-gyo. Sang-gyo was sweating buckets, paralyzed with fear. "Long time no see, how have you been?" Han-jae-ri stomped her boot straight into his face, sending blood splattering across the empty street. A piercing scream echoed out. Hwa-jin, sitting on the stairs, leaned back, looking on with a calm expression as Han-jae-ri relentlessly beat Jeon Sang-gyo. Sang-gyo lay flat on the ground, raising his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself, pleading, "Teacher, I'm sorry. Please, have mercy on me." Han-jae-ri didn't care at all and kept delivering kicks. "Mercy? Mercy? You say?" Han-jae-ri's face twisted in agony and rage. "How did you treat me? And now you have the nerve to ask for mercy." As she spoke, she remembered the times Jeon Sang-gyo forced her to scrub the floors. Back then, she had weakly pleaded, as he stood over her with his arms crossed. "Teacher, I've cleaned it all up, please. Let me go home." Sang-gyo's face was filled with malice. But Han-jae-ri kept begging. "I'll be back in an hour to check. If there is even a single speck of dust left, you better be ready for what comes next." Leaving the classroom, Han-jae-ri was shoved hard against a wall by a group of girls from her class who surrounded her. Trembling, she asked, "What is this about?" Two girls holding scissors grinned maliciously. "Welcome to Mimi's hair salon. I'll give you a really pretty haircut, dear customer." Han-jae-ri screamed, "Don't!" But the outcome didn't change. Han-jae-ri's hair was chopped into ragged, uneven chunks that fell to the floor. She sank to her knees, looking utterly devastated. Han-jae-ri grabbed the clumps of her own hair, tears streaming down her face. A man appeared, peering over the wall, and spoke up. "What are you doing over there?" It was Jeon Sang-gyo. He flashed a vile, twisted grin. "Oh, did you get a haircut?" Han-jae-ri, crying while her eyes widened in shock as she saw Sang-gyo mocking her. "It makes you look more mature, actually. Keep this hairstyle from now on." Han-jae-ri felt a gnawing confusion, picking on students, abusing his power, intentionally deducting points. "At the time, I didn't understand why my homeroom teacher was bullying me so badly." Han-jae-ri picked up her phone to check the message. No subject. "From UN Academy, we regret to inform you that Han-jae-ri is not on the list of accepted students for the foreign language high school. Thank you for your application." Han-jae-ri was at her part-time job when she read the news, sobbing uncontrollably. Her two colleagues tried to comfort her. "It's okay, Han-jae-ri. Besides, you don't even need to take the college entrance exam. So failing high school isn't the end of the world." A voice bellowed, "Hey, bring the water to table number 3, quickly." Lim Han-rim looked up, scowling. "Damn it, I'm coming, you bald, heartless jerk." Han-jae stood up, wiped her tears, and went back to work. I'm okay. I'll go now, Lim Han-rim whispered with concern. Do you want to take a break? I'll tell that bald guy off for you. Han-jae tried to reassure them. No need, I'm fine. As Han-jae carried the drinks, her mind drifted, and she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Teacher, I'm so grateful to you. Thanks to you, we got into the foreign language school. Han-jae looked toward the voice and saw Jeon Sang-jeo with the two girls who had bullied her, handing him an envelope. Mom wanted us to give this to you, teacher. Han-jae thought to herself. Those twins were behind me in grades until the 9th grade. The two girls laughed gleefully, bad-mouthing her. I heard that Han-jae girl failed. How funny. Jeon Sang-jeo happily tucked the envelope into his pocket. Han-jae realized everything in that moment. From that second on, I understood. I was just a puppet he used to pad their records. Back then, she had made a vow. I will not let him use me again. Han-jae's face tightened in anger. No, I will make sure he never lays a finger on me again. Back to the present, Han-jae gripped a rock tightly, lifting it high. Her expression was terrifying, her eyes filled with pure hatred. Han-jae screamed, It's all because of you! She slammed the rock down. Jeon Sang-jeo's eyes bulged with terror, and he scrambled away. Jae-ri, nearly losing her mind, shouted, You destroyed my life! Jeon Sang-jeo couldn't run anymore, collapsing into a ball on the ground, staring up at the rock poised to crush his skull. Hwa-jin's voice rang out. Hey, are you planning on becoming a convicted murderer? He had stood up at some point, and was now right behind Han-jae. So, you've decided to spend your life eating prison food, have you? His words made Han-jae freeze, her eyes widening. She turned to look at him. Hwa-jin flicked away his half-smoked cigarette. He didn't stop her. He actually sounded indifferent. Fine. Go ahead and smash him if you want. It's your life. Your choice. Who am I to stop you? Just remember. You reap what you sow. Don't blame anyone else. The more Han-jae listened, the more her face twisted in a cold sweat. Jeon Sang-jeo, seeing his chance while she was distracted, scrambled away. As he ran, he kept glancing back, cursing, Damn it, since when did that brat become so violent? Suddenly, Jeon Sang-jeo tripped on the stairs, falling head first. Hwa-jin watched him, then spoke to Han-jae. But have you ever stopped to think, is it really worth ruining your own life just for trash like that? Jeon Sang-jeo lay flat on the ground, not moving a muscle. Han-jae shouted in frustration. My life is already a wreck. What do you expect me to do? I have a criminal record now. Hwa-jin remained calm, explaining, Whether you have a record or not, doesn't matter. What matters is whether there is any shred of hope left in your heart. Teacher Go Jun-soo died because of you. After all. Hwa-jin's words made Han-jae recoil. She understood better than anyone. Is there even a glimmer of hope left in your heart? Teacher Go Jun-soo died because of you. Hwa-jin's words made Han-jae freeze. I understand better than anyone. The mindset of someone suffering from deep injustice. Inside a room, a woman sat quietly, holding a photograph. Hwa-jin spoke calmly to Han-jae. However, the injustice you suffered can't compare to his. The woman placed her hand over the face of the man in the picture. His family is in even deeper pain than you. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she missed the person in the photo. Hwa-jin turned to leave but continued to instruct Han-jae on right and wrong. It's not about whether you have a criminal record or not, but those who trample on the lives of others while still living comfortably. This life is already flawed and unfair. Trash like that is everywhere, but if you have the will to start over now, then go ask for their forgiveness. Han-jae looked down at the stone she had been clutching this whole time. At school, the intercom crackled with an announcement. Jeon Sang-jeo of Jukmi High School has been arrested for accepting bribes from parents and leaking the midterm exam papers. The police have arrived at the school to take the teacher into custody. On the screen, a news anchor was reporting on the dirty deeds of Jeon Sang-jeo, which had been exposed by the inspectors of the Education Authority. Jeon Sang-jeo was handcuffed, flanked by 2 officers escorting him away. According to the inspector's report, for the past 15 years, Jeon Sang-jeo accepted bribes from many students and artificially inflated their grades. Jeon Sang-jeo's face turned deathly pale as he heard the news about himself. To do this, Jeon Sang-jeo leaked exam papers and practiced discrimination during the evaluation process. Not only that, Jeon Sang-jeo also engaged in bullying and intentionally lowered the grades of students from disadvantaged backgrounds. Han-jae sat curled up in a corner of the library. Student S is said to be a victim of Jeon Sang-jeo. This left everyone feeling sorry for her fate. Student S is currently serving time in a juvenile detention center for causing an innocent teacher to take his own life. Han Jae-ri was intently writing lines. Because of being forced to endure so much injustice, she ended up committing a crime. Currently, she is repenting for her actions and writes letters to the victim's family every day. Please, everyone, do not forgive me. The last line of the letter was heartbreaking. So, she was writing a letter to the victim's family. I am not hoping the court will reduce my sentence or reach a settlement. I just want to offer this sincere apology. Please, everyone, do not forgive me. Lim Han-rim sat in a luxurious room, sipping a glass of water while hearing the news about Han Jae-ri. This incident serves as a warning that a teacher's misguided education can drive a student into a dead end at any time. Lim Han-rim praised Hwa-jin, who was sitting across from her. Captain, that was brilliant. I never expected Han Jae-ri to be repentant like that. Hwa-jin explained something that left Lim Han-rim stunned. There is something called a lesson from mistakes. People shouldn't just learn from good or positive things alone. Hwa-jin raised his glass and smiled. In the end, that piece of trash, Jun Sunjio, finally received a real education. 3 months later, Han Jae-ri sat in her cell, busily writing something. Someone outside called out, Han Jae-ri. That person passed a letter through the door slot. You have mail. Han Jae-ri's eyes widened in surprise. She stood still for a moment, opened the letter, and stood in silence, reading it. The neatly written lines inside the letter. Han Jae-ri's eyes welled up with tears that threatened to spill over. The content of the letter read, Dear student Han Jae-ri, I am the wife of teacher Go Jun-soo. For the past 3 months, I haven't dared to open your letters to read them, ever since the news reported your story and the public began to sympathize with you. But that sympathy only made me tremble with rage. No matter what you did, Han Jae-ri, there was no reason for my husband to die. But yesterday, I finally started reading page by page of the letters you sent. Even so, I cannot forgive you. But my husband was a teacher. Even if I can't forgive you, if it were him, if he could see your sincere remorse, he would smile and forgive you. Upon reading this, Han Jae-ri's tears fell, soaking the letter. You don't need to send us any more letters. Stop following this crooked path and live a decent life. This will be your way of atoning to my husband. She clutched the letter to her chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Jeon-hyun Chon was speaking loudly and arrogantly to his 2 friends, who were sitting on either side of him. Damn it. While I was playing a game, some son of a bitch was so pissed off that he kept pounding on the keyboard, so I grabbed his head and smashed it right into the monitor. I was even going to break the keyboard, shove it down his throat, and snap his neck. At the same moment, an old man slowly stood in front of him without saying a word. But luckily for him, he realized I was radiating Shotzi killing intent. So he knew his place and lowered his eyes. The old man suddenly spoke up, gesturing to the 3 of them. Hey, you students, I'm standing right here, yet you're still sitting in the seats reserved for the elderly? While the old man was lecturing them, Jeon-hyun Chon frowned, looked up, and stared back nonchalantly. Using foul language in public? Is that how your parents raised you? He slowly stood up with a drawn-out tone. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Suddenly, Jeon-hyun Chon shoved his shoulder hard into the old man. The old man lost his balance and fell backward with a gasp. He grabbed the old man's cane and arrogantly declared, You old geezer, you dare to pick a fight with us? And asking about our parents? Do I have to stand here and listen to you lecture me about my parents? Every word Hyun Chon spat out made the old man grit his teeth in helplessness. You've been drinking, haven't you? Yeah, you're just a damn drunk old man, so stop running your mouth and get lost. A girl on the train spoke up, confused. What's wrong with him? A student wearing glasses nearby also spoke up. Hey, call the police. The guy suddenly burst into laughter, brandishing the cane in his hand to challenge everyone around him. Call the police? Sure, go ahead, call them. Jeon-hyun Chon stuck his tongue out mockingly and gave them the middle finger. We're not even 14 yet. I dare anyone to try and touch us. Go ahead, call them, see if I care. At this moment, the scene shifted to another location with a low, ambient tone. Sergeant Lim Han-rim. You've worked hard all this time. It was Hwa-jin talking back and forth with Lim Han-rim. Today is the day you return to your unit, right? She replied happily. Yes, sir. Since I was only working at the girls' high school in the first place. Lim Han-rim enthusiastically saluted. It has been an honor to complete this mission with you, Captain. He returned the salute in the exact same way. After that, Lim Han-rim waved as she walked away, saying, I thought we would say goodbye like this. Her expression suddenly darkened. But in reality, with food spread out before him, a voice rasped through the air. Minister Choi Kang-sok, it is an absolute honor to meet you. The speaker was none other than Li Do-chang. As far as I know, Minister, you were 10 years my senior at T High School. And there stands Lieutenant General Li Do-chang, the Special Forces commander. The man sat with his arms crossed, staring back, emotionlessly. And what brings you here to see me, sir? Suddenly, he lunged forward and slammed a punch right into the man's face. You little brat, he spat, standing tall, while Li Do-chang sat there clutching his face in total confusion. If you've inherited Li Do-chang's spirit, you should know we're like brothers. Why all this formal nonsense? Where's the heart in that? He grinned and ordered, call me senior, you punk. The man's expression shifted from dazed to surprised, then finally to genuine delight. Before long, the two were laughing and drinking, arms around each other. Are you talking about Lim Han Rim? You can take her for as long as you want. I knew I could count on you, brother. The thought made Lim Han Rim break into a cold sweat. She instinctively brought a hand to her mouth, visibly tense. Early this morning, I got a call from the Lieutenant General. He said I'd be staying here until the minister retires. Hwa-jin frowned. Man, that guy really knows how to abuse his power, huh? She hesitated for a few seconds before adding, well, it is what it is, I guess. I'll be counting on you, Captain. Or should I call you Senior now? He didn't answer, just smiled as he looked at Lim Han Rim. Just then, a video of the old man popped up on Mi Young's phone. Holy crap, guys. Over 1 million views already, she exclaimed. Damn, we're legends. Meanwhile, Jun Hyun-chon was still wailing on Park Se-hun. You maniac. Why did you post that? Mi Young shouted over to him. But it's trending everywhere. What if it makes the news? Hyun-cheon didn't care. He just kept asking, how are you going to deal with this, huh? He cursed, landing blow after blow on Park Se-hun's face. You're a good kid, but too bad I've got to beat the hell out of you. Hyun-chon arrogantly raised his hands in victory, mocking him. He didn't let up for a single second, raining down strikes on Park Se-hun. Blood sprayed from the boy's mouth. Finally, when he collapsed completely, Hyun-cheon stopped. He looked down at him calmly and urged, end of today's endurance training. We've got school tomorrow, so quit acting like a victim and get up. Hyun-cheon slowly sat down and shook Park Se-hun. Seriously, why did you have to go and offend Min Ji-eun anyway? In an instant, his calm demeanor vanished, and he shouted the boy's name. Hey, what's wrong with you? Park Se-hun, answer me, he sneered, turning to Do-young, who was standing by. Damn, did he pass out? Such a weakling. The three of them started to walk out of the room. The guy behind him asked, hey, Jeon Hyun-cheon, are you really just going to leave Park Se-hun there like that? Hyun-cheon yawned. He'll wake up eventually and drag himself home. Don't worry about it. Do-young closed the door, but he looked worried. He looked like he lost consciousness. Man, what if he dies there because we didn't take him to the hospital? Hyun-cheon ignored him. Humans aren't that fragile. He clenched his fist, looking confident. Just act like he's dead. Why do you think I wear boxing gloves, huh? The other guy rubbed his chin, thinking, you just need to say he was training for boxing. No one will know. At most, it'll just be a violation of Article 8 of the probation rules. After that, the three of them chatted happily, as if nothing had happened. As Jeon Hyun-cheon said, this year is our last chance to kill someone, right? Seems like manslaughter is the heaviest charge, but you'd only end up in a juvenile detention center for 2 years with no criminal record anyway. If you're gonna kill someone, do it now, and I'll handle the cops for you. He continued, where to now? Kagyoki or Min Ji-eun? Call your friends. Mi Young checked her phone for a moment and replied to Jeon Hyun-cheon. Let's go to the beach. He was confused. The beach? Why all of a sudden? She held up her phone, showing a picture of a glamorous girl at the seaside. Look at this. She ditched school to go travel abroad, and now she's super famous. Living the life, man. Mi Young cheered, thinking of Donghae and the sparkling blue sky. Do-young snapped at her, annoyed. Are you crazy? What time do you think it is? And where's the money coming from? They started arguing, ignoring Hyun-cheon. We don't have the energy to go anywhere. I'm heading home. Why is this girl so hot and cold? Just then, across the street, a man was acting suspiciously near a restroom. At that moment, Jeon Hyun-cheon smiled and told the other two, opportunity knocks. Let's head to Donghae, boys. In his eyes, nothing was more impressive than the luxury black car belonging to the man in the white suit from earlier. Meanwhile, on the road, a red car was speeding. Lim Han Rim asked Hwa-jin from the driver's seat, is the next school the sports club? Yeah. He held the file in his hand and examined it carefully. According to the records, it was total chaos, lack of discipline, and bribes everywhere. It was rotten from the top down. She sighed while driving, glancing at Hwa-jin. Because of them, the whole sports world is getting dragged through the mud. The military hadn't been that bad lately, but suddenly, he noticed something in the rearview mirror. Huh? The black car from before had passed them at a terrifyingly high speed. It was incredibly dangerous. Hwa-jin's eyes went wide with surprise. The three of them in that car weren't thinking about anything except how much they liked their new ride, laughing and joking without paying any attention to their surroundings. She was so angry she screamed, "That maniac! How is he driving?" He didn't show any emotion, just quietly said, "Follow him." Hwa-jin spoke her thoughts candidly. "The one driving is a student." Lim Han-rim turned to look at him, stunned. "What?" The look on Hwa-jin's face wasn't tense. Instead, he looked excited, a mysterious smile on his lips. "They're middle schoolers. That's exactly the age, where they fear neither heaven nor earth and lose all basic concepts of right and wrong. These kids are the ones who need real discipline more than anyone." The three of them were still lost in their excitement, unaware of what was about to happen to them. The juvenile delinquent, Park Se-hun, lay flat on the cold concrete floor, not moving. Article 4, Section 1, Clause 2 of the Juvenile Act. Minors aged 10 to 14 who commit illegal acts will be subject to juvenile probation measures. Park Se-hun trembled as he sat up, as if he realized this meant that as long as he was under 14, no matter what he did, he wouldn't face criminal charges. Saliva, mixed with bright red blood, dripped from Park Se-hun's mouth with every ragged breath. Regardless of the crime committed, they won't have a criminal record. His gaze was sharp and piercing. Even if they kill someone, the green light turned on, signaling people to cross. A noisy crowd moved across the crosswalk. Suddenly, there was a thundering roar of an engine. A black car whipped past the crowd like the wind. What was that? Do-young looked over excitedly. That was sick. Just like in the movies. Mi-young, beside him, was clearly surprised. Jeon-hyun-chon's driving. He got permission, Jeon-hyun-chon shouted. Of course. He slammed on the accelerator and bragged happily. Do you guys know how many hours I've spent grinding a 6? In an instant, the screen showed he was already over 100. The car flew down the main road like a bullet. Do-young looked up and shouted, "One more shout and we'll be at the Gwando intersection." This made Jeon-hyun-chon laugh in delight. Suddenly, he looked ahead in shock. A white car was flying out from an alleyway. A scream echoed everywhere. What the hell is that? Hey, watch out. The two cars collided with a loud crash. The view shifted immediately to the utility pole in front. The black car smashed into it, the hood crumpled and smoking, completely wrecked. The person inside groaned in pain, rubbing his neck, eyes squeezed shut, and teeth gritted. Hyun-chan scrambled out of the car, shouting a warning. "Run! Hurry!" He looked back, not forgetting to curse at the person behind him. "Damn it, driving like a maniac!" Jeon-hyun-chon screamed, his eyes full of bullets of rage, yelling crazily, "Hey, you asshole! Learn to drive properly next time." A red car quickly blocked their path. Jeon-hyun-chon rushed over, pounded on the car window, and yelled aggressively, "Hey, get out of the way! Don't block us! Do you want to die?" He opened the car door without mercy. His expression immediately changed. Jeon-hyun-chon fell to the ground. Hwa-jin stepped out of the car and looked at the three kids. Do-young, not understanding, puffed out his chest in a threat. Hwa-jin didn't hesitate. "What the hell? You dare hit my friend? You looking for a fight? The compensation fee is 100 million, you asshole." Suddenly, two hands from behind pinned their heads down. Lim Han-rim stepped in, pinning them all down. She looked toward Hwa-jin to see what their next move was. "Senior, how should we deal with these punks? Should we take them to the police station?" Mi-young laughed defiantly. "The police station? Sure, let's go." Hwa-jin looked down at the two arrogant kids, observing. Mi-young kept shouting, "We haven't had our birthdays yet. Go ahead, take us to the station. We won't get punished anyway." Hwa-jin shrugged, as if compromising. Realizing the issue, they were right. If he took them to the station, they would be released immediately. But he still needed to ask for the car's repair costs. He smiled and took out a pack of cigarettes, looking at them with a smirk. "Which school do you kids go to?" The two were stunned, completely not knowing what to do. "Wait, where have I seen him before?" Meanwhile, at Hyunjin Middle School, Park Se-hun had been beaten badly. In his head, he was still calculating. 13 more days until my birthday. The kids were excited. They watched a teenager relentlessly beat him. "Keep it up, keep it up." Another girl rushed over and kicked him in the face. Park Se-hun took the punches, not daring to fight back, enduring it all. His face was distorted, his thoughts fragmented. That means in 13 days. His eyes were almost entirely white, his consciousness fading. I'll reach the age of criminal responsibility. Suddenly, Park Se-hun collapsed to the ground. The group was half excited, half surprised. "He's down! Go collect the penalty!" They immediately turned to tease the last person who hit Park Se-hun. Park Se-hun lay on the ground, staring at the crowd without a word. Damn it, why didn't that asshole dodge? That girl's kick? Damn. That girl, wait. That's sexist. I'm telling the teacher. Suddenly, a pair of white shoes stepped up, and the person immediately sat on the head of the guy. With a flick of his wrist, Min Ji-eun exhaled, a long cloud of smoke right in the guy's face, ignoring the person beneath him, as his eyes darted around with a sinister smirk. One of them, visibly annoyed, covered his nose and snapped, "Hey, you crazy bastard, was that you who farted?" Min Ji-eun just laughed, playfully joking, "Who puts a toilet here? Man, good thing I didn't actually do my business." Below him, Park Se-hun was already boiling with rage. Min Ji-eun didn't care and cut straight to the point. "How come I don't see Hyun-chon, Do-young, and Mi-young? Did they skip school again?" A dark, twisted thought grew in Park Se-hun's mind. They really are the absolute trash of this school. Actually, the trash of the whole country. He walked away. Park Se-hun forced himself to sit up and pulled out his phone. "Give them a call. I told them we were supposed to meet up today." He trembled in pain, thinking that he was safe for another 13 days before he had to face any criminal charges. His eyes filled with sudden, intense bloodlust. "Min Ji-eun, I have to take you out." He pulled a small knife from his pocket. He'd practiced with it hundreds of times on his pillow. Clutching the tiny fruit knife with a crazed mindset, Park Se-hun lunged, wanting to finish Min Ji-eun off. Suddenly, someone rushed over, screaming in alarm. "Hey, it's over! It's over!" Min Ji-eun frowned, annoyed, and snapped, "Why the hell do you look like you've seen a ghost?" The other guy just stood there, stunned in disbelief. I think I just saw something," he stammered, his face pale. "Hurry, get to the second-floor hallway. Hyun-cheon, Do-young, and Mi-young, they're finished." Min Ji-eun froze, stunned by the news. The hallway was packed with people whispering and grimacing at the scene. "Is that the inspector? Those rotten school bullies. I knew you guys would get what's coming to you one day." Min Ji-eun's group rushed over, completely shocked. "No way, it's really the inspector." Min Ji-eun frowned and signaled them to step back. A girl covered her mouth in fear. Holy crap, what happened to them? Min Ji-eun broke into a cold sweat, wondering what on earth had gone down. Jeon Hyun-chon walked ahead, his hands cuffed and wearing a scarf. The sight was surreal. "We didn't even steal the car, so why are we dressed like this?" Park Se-hun stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. 3 of them were led away by Hwa-jin, cuffed and carrying paperwork. Min Ji-eun tossed his keychain around nonchalantly, while the friend beside him let out a sigh. "Damn, they've got terrible luck. How the hell did they get caught by the inspector?" The guy in the red shirt, sitting nearby, took a sip of water while eavesdropping. "What happened to them?" The girl propped her chin on her hand, shaking her head. "No idea. They got dragged into the staff room and just vanished." She warned the rest of the group. "Lay low for a while. Don't stir up any trouble. If we get caught, we're toast." She looked over. "And what about Park Se-hun? Wasn't he planning to stab you?" He didn't seem to care, just asking coolly. "Is the inspector's office really that scary?" The kid let out a confused sound. Min Ji-eun just flashed a cold, chilling smile. "After all, we're only 13. Can we really take down that inspector?" But his only response was 4 blank, horrified faces. They were furious, shouting, "What the hell are you talking about? That's one of the top 3 tech schools in the country, and he still wiped the floor with them." Min Ji-eun, however, didn't seem bothered. "The news said one guy took down 301, right? We've got plenty of people. Maybe we should start thinking about how to exaggerate the rumors from now on." Suddenly, the girl shrieked in excitement. Everyone frowned and turned to look at her, confused. What's going on? She couldn't stop gushing as she stared at her phone screen. "How should I do this?" She held up her phone, showing it off. "Look at these new shoes. They're so pretty. Let's all chip in and buy them. It'd be super cheap." The friend next to her looked irritated. "Hey, we're talking about something important here. Why are you looking at shoes?" The long-haired girl muttered. "Seriously, that's insane." The group dispersed quickly. "Get lost before you go home. If my old man catches me, I'm dead. This isn't even your house." Meanwhile, the girl with orange hair was still glued to her phone, sighing. "I love it so much the more I look at it, the prettier it gets. But my parents would never buy it for me, even if I died. Right?" Once outside, she didn't stop complaining. "Why does Dad only give me 300? So annoying." In front of Min Ji-eun was a convenience store that had already closed. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. His fingers began to spin his keychain. Min Ji-eun marched toward the shop to the astonishment of his friends. "Hey, Min Ji-eun, where are you going?" Before his friend's eyes, he smashed the glass with a single, brutal swing of his wool-wrapped keychain. Everyone was stunned. No one could believe it. The girl with brown hair couldn't find her words. "Holy cow, what are you doing?" He smirked mischievously. "Well, I wanted it too." He then pulled on a black beanie and a mask to head inside. 3 guys rushed in to grab the goods. "Take all those cigarettes. We can sell them for 4,001 each." The guy in the red shirt was even joking, stuffing a pack into his mouth. "Hey, you crazy bastard, put your mask on." Looking around, he noticed something brand new on the shelf. He held it up to his friend, asking in a tone that was completely naive. "There's a phone here too. You want it?" Min Ji-eun suddenly realized something was wrong. Panic-stricken, he bolted for the door. "Hey, run. Forget that stuff. Just run." 2 of the kids were still standing there, clueless. "Aren't we taking anything else?" As soon as Min Ji-eun ran outside, he slammed into a solid, muscular chest. The furious face of the store owner loomed right in front of him. The man said in a cold, deep voice, "You little brats, I just forgot my phone inside, and now this." The store owner was a gym fanatic with 25 years of experience. Min Ji-eun gripped his keychain, ready to face him. Before the owner could react, a strike landed right on his face. The man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This only made him angrier. "You little piece of filth." He threw a punch straight at Min Ji-eun. "Go to hell." One punch from a man with 25 years of gym experience was enough to knock him out cold. He glared at the rest of them. "You lot, stay right there. Don't you dare move," he growled. "I'm sending all of you to the slammer." Inside the noisy police station, the sound of the officers yelling was giving everyone a headache. "Min Ji-eun? Not you again." They were still acting cocky, even taking photos. The officer scratched his head in frustration. "Damn it, that guy is a real pain in the neck." The store owner asked, bewildered, "Have they done this a lot?" The more he heard, the more determined he became. "I'm not letting them off. You have to put them in jail." The officer turned to his partner. "Hey, call their guardians." He scratched his head, clearly pained. "Damn it, that hole is giving me a massive headache." The supermarket owner looked confused, asking, "Have they committed that many crimes?" The more he heard, the more determined he became. "I can't let them off the hook. I have to send them to jail." He turned to his comrade and said, "Call the guardian." "Uncle, calm down. Once their guardian arrives, we'll let them go." The supermarket owner stared back, dumbfounded. "Let them go? What are you talking about?" The officer could only lower his voice to explain, "They're minors. There's nothing else we can do." The officer then looked up and asked, "But you did hit him, right?" The owner nodded, admitting, "Yeah, because he used a weapon on me first." But the next words made the owner break out in a cold sweat, filled with frustration. "Even so, you shouldn't have hit him back. Have a seat. I have to file a report." The owner was so furious he cursed right in front of the officer. What the hell kind of law is this? Meanwhile, the kids were busy posting photos on social media. It's posted now. The supermarket owner was being booked for self-defense, while the thieves were getting off, scotangent-free. What is wrong with this country? The kids were on the side, comfortably posting pictures. Checking in at the police station. Just then, a man slowly walked in. He greeted them gently. "Excuse me, may I ask, has Hwa-jin arrived here yet? I heard some students from my school caused some trouble." All 5 of them looked up instinctively. Once they stepped outside, they acted chummy, bowing to him. "Thanks, Teach." Min Ji-eun even taunted him before turning to leave. "See you tomorrow, Teach." But Hwa-jin didn't want to waste words on them. "Stop talking nonsense and come with me." Min Ji-eun smirked at him, and even gave him the middle finger to show his defiance. He and his friends mocked Hwa-jin. "We're not at school, you know? Why should I listen to you? Let's run." Hwa-jin hunched over, his hands clenched into tight, angry fists. "These little brats are so annoying." Hwa-jin chased Min Ji-eun into an alley. He was right on his heels, but suddenly, a knife came flying straight at him. He quickly leaned back to dodge it. The kid nodded, clicking his tongue. "Whoa, you actually dodged it? That's impressive." He was even crazy enough to lick the blade. "See? I could have stabbed you for real." Min Ji-eun bluntly asked him, "Have you ever killed someone, Teach?" Min Ji-eun brandished the knife, grinning. "Have you ever killed someone, Teach?" He kept provoking Hwa-jin. "I, for one, wouldn't hesitate. I could stab you right now. If you don't want to die, get out of my school." A faint smile flickered on Hwa-jin's lips. Hwa-jin had never feared anyone. "Crazy brat, sounding like you've actually killed someone." Provoked by him, Min Ji-eun lost his temper and lunged with the knife. "I'll show you for real." But the man just stood there, quickly digging for something in his pocket, a pair of handcuffs. Just as he lunged, Hwa-jin smoothly snapped the first cuff onto his wrist. A second later, Min Ji-eun realized What the handcuffs? They were locked tight on his wrist. Hwa-jin slammed him against the wall with a painful thud. Now Min-ji-eun couldn't struggle, he could only scream, "Damn it, let me go." Hwa-jin shrugged and lectured him. Even if you had killed someone, you shouldn't be so proud of it. He then slapped a creepy, glowing green mask onto Min-ji-eun's face. What is this? Get it off! Get it off! The other four standing in the alley began to panic. We're screwed. Let's get out of here. Min-ji-eun was trapped in a bind while his friends scrambled away. Get it off! Get it off! I'll kill you! The girl glared back, scolding him with a hateful tone. I told you! Messing with the inspector will be the end of us. But a single blow sent them all flying. It was none other than Lim Han-rim who came to help mop up the rest, finishing them off with a single kick. Once she was done, she ran over to report to him. Senior, the prison transport will be here in 5 minutes. Hwa-jin nodded in agreement. Wait, what? Min-ji-eun was still dazed. Prison transport? That's when he announced the new orders. Min-ji-eun, you and 4 others are being detained for theft and attempted murder. His face darkened, leaving him speechless. His eyes now were filled with nothing but pure darkness and rising confusion. Where on earth was he taking them? It had already been a few hours. Senior, the girls will be getting off here. All right, hang in there. In Min-ji-eun's mind, his curiosity only deepened. The girls were getting off? After what felt like an eternity of waiting. We're here. Get off the bus. The whole group scrambled out into the shadows. Where is this place? Hwa-jin barked. Order! Hurry up! Warden Lee, take off their blindfolds. Understood. Min-ji-eun stood there blankly, still not understanding a thing. Warden. The screaming in his ears began to flood in. Hey, looks like we got some fresh meat. How old are these kids? They look so soft. His vision was blurry, but eventually, it cleared, revealing a horrifying sight. Inmates standing in a cell block area, grinning with pure, hungry malice at the newcomers. Look at them. They're scared to death. Now you guys are about to get a taste of real life. They all shared the same thought. What is this place? They looked around, terrified. Where on earth were they? Juvenile Detention Center. Gymtron. A cell had been selected, and inside, a few seasoned veterans were already waiting. Welcome, fresh meat. Nice to meet you. Jong-soo was the boss of this cell. Min-ji-eun. Let's hear your crimes. One by one. And the 2 guys behind you. They suddenly recognized their friends behind them. The fat guy? So, Jeon-hyun-chun and Do-young are here too? He pointed, then sat down. Let's start with the guy on the left. Yes, sir. Me and these guys stole a car and broke into a store. Min-ji-eun still had an arrogant look on his face, thinking, damn it, it's just an act anyway. He was still acting cocky about everything around him. I haven't been sentenced, so I can't be in a real prison cell. That inspector is probably just trying to scare me straight. Yeah, that must be it. The friend standing next to Min-ji-eun spilled everything, including beating up some kids at school. Min-ji-eun, on the other hand, was acting incredibly dismissive. God, this is so childish. Next was his turn, then the guy in the middle. But Min-ji-eun didn't even pay attention. Hey, didn't you hear me talking to you? Jong-soo, his ego bruised, snapped back, full of rage. Damn you, you little punk. In the corner, Ma Young-jin, who had been lazily watching the drama, finally took notice. The fat guy stepped forward to intimidate Min-ji-eun. You don't get how things work here, do you, kid? Outside, I've already buried one guy, and now you show up? Tired of living? Sundong roared, fuming. Still not looking down, huh? Want me to blind you? But Min-ji-eun still hadn't realized the reality of the situation. This guy is so dramatic. You're all just someone's lackeys anyway, aren't you? He still wore a confident smirk. We aren't even officially charged yet. If you guys dare touch us, you'll... But right then, his eyes went wide. Min-ji-eun took a punch straight from the fat guy. Ma Young-jin appeared out of nowhere with a teaching punch for the rookie. Do you even know where you are? He was beaten until his face was swollen, but he still refused to back down or lower his eyes. Ma Young-jin even grabbed Min-ji-eun by the throat, roughly pinning him against the wall. That's when Min-ji-eun finally started whimpering in fear. He slowly realized the situation wasn't looking good. Who was this guy? Were they telling the truth? Min-ji-eun started to vaguely recognize the person in front of him. Wait, his face looked so familiar. Have I met him before? Just as he was lost in thought, a knee slammed right into his gut. Min-ji-eun turned pale and collapsed. Ma Young-jin stepped forward with a smirk, offering advice. The discipline in this juvenile detention center is strict. Your sentence will keep climbing based on what you've done here. But even if I kill you guys, my sentence stays the same. That's when Min-ji-eun finally realized. He remembered. He had been on the news. A series of black and white memories flashed back. Last year, a man with dissociative identity disorder murdered 7 people. He remembered that cold, emotionless face. Even then, he had insisted he was innocent, wearing a calm smile. He laughed terrifyingly. Because I already received the maximum sentence. For a minor, Ma Young-jin, 19 years old, 7 counts of murder, 25-year prison sentence. The maximum under juvenile law. Min Ji-eun finally grasped just how serious the situation was. It's very different in here than it is outside. No one is going to protect you here. While Hyun wore a terrifying expression in the shadows, Ji, with a face full of wounds, felt nothing but pure fear. At the same time, a new day began at the separate correctional facility, the female inmate ward. Every female prisoner had a task, and cries echoed through the hall. "Mom, save me. I want to go home. Shut up, you guys." Remembering the first day, a hand clenched a pen tightly and slammed it down on a stack of papers. Han Jae-ri, with a wrinkled, angry face, glared at them. "Damn it. Those whiny brats, can you just shut your mouths? It's so annoying. If you don't have the sense to keep quiet, I'll tear your mouths open right now." Just like that. All the other female inmates were terrified into silence. The female students were enjoying their time with Han Jae-ri. Min Ji-eun, now looking very relaxed, carried a tray of personal items. "Min Ji-eun, you again?" There was a fact about his past. "I've been sent to reform school a few times." Someone else at the reform school started a conversation with him. "What rule number are you in for?" Min Ji-eun sat nearby, very comfortably, and replied, "Rule 8. I stole a car. What about you?" The guy looked round and chubby, shrugging his shoulders. "Damn, man, I'm Rule 9. I heard you just punched that nerd a few times and he passed out?" Min Ji-eun just gave a mocking laugh, as if it were normal. It's only been 6 months he had been happily enjoying his time, even in reform school. But sometimes, reform school was actually fun because it didn't leave a criminal record, and there were a lot of interesting people. But now, his face was beaten to a pulp, and he couldn't even swallow his food. However, this was a juvenile detention center. Min Ji-eun was hung upside down in front of 3 others in the same room. Everything in this prison was completely different. Jong-soo, with a sleazy expression, brought a spoonful of rice closer, open wide now. He had been sent here with a sentence. Jong-soo, 20 counts of special theft, 3 years and 2 months in prison. Sundong, another guy right next to him, chimed in. "It must taste great to be fed by the boss, right? He had no reason to be here." Sundong, 20 counts of assault and murder, 4 years and 6 months in prison. Min Ji-eun went through the agonizing torture, unable to do a thing. The inmates here were no longer human. A foot stomps right onto his pale belly. The guys stand up and turn away, leaving him there retching his guts out. This place is a dumping ground for the absolute scum of society. That's exactly why it feels like a living hell to him. Then comes the most terrifying one of them all. Ma Young-jin, 19 years old, 7 murder charges, a 25-year sentence. He glares with sunken eyes, snarling a warning. "Min Ji-eun, don't you dare waste that food." It's 8 a.m., the start of another grueling day, and he and the others are forced to stand in line. Jong-soo, with his arrogant and crooked face, flashes a devious smirk. He pulls a small object from his sleeve. Rule number 1, watch out. In an instant, he jams the sharp tip of a pen straight into the back of the guy standing in front of him. The guy flinches, feeling the sharp pain, but he just grinds his teeth and takes it, while Jong-soo laughs as if he's having the time of his life. Moving on to the next scene. It's 3 p.m. at the stadium for some sports. A prisoner kicks the ball with pinpoint accuracy. Today's sport is human target practice. The victim, Jeon Hyun-chon, gets hit so hard his nose starts bleeding. The guy who kicked the ball celebrates. Direct hit, 3 points. Damn, this guy's got a mean kick. Looking at this, you can guess rule number 2. You'll become a target if you look like a pushover. The guy can only grit his teeth, tears welling up in his eyes as he endures the pain. Move a muscle and you're dead. Now, it's 4 p.m. Shower time, a surreal scene in a place where men stand completely naked. While showering, Min Ji-eun glances at the guy next to him, but suddenly his eyes go wide with fear. The guy standing right beside him has a huge dragon tattoo covering his back. That guy turns around, looking all cocky, and gives a wink while shampooing. Rule number 3, never ever bend down to pick up the soap. Just seeing that, Min Ji-eun is pale with terror. Moving to a different time slot in the room, 7 p.m., free time. A young guy, a newcomer to this prison, is shaking with fear. Rule number 4, sit up straight, stay disciplined, and keep your hands neatly on your knees. Jong-soo is like a nightmare to everyone new, because the ringleader of this prison is even more brutal than the military. For the fresh meat, free time is the most terrifying part of the day. Meanwhile, Jong-soo is enjoying a book. Damn, this is so good. The new kid keeps his head down, scared to death. Just a slight movement. And the moment you look up, you get hit. A guy in the cell glares menacingly after using a water bottle to strike him. Gotcha, you little brat. Sundong, acting all tough, grips the bottle tightly and barks. You haven't even been here a week, and you're already acting out, huh? Everyone around just watches, knowing they'll get whacked with those water-filled plastic bottles because they don't leave visible bruises. Meanwhile, he keeps using the bottle to beat the guy's body. Aren't you afraid? Min Ji-un, looking haggard, glances over. Don't you guys have any dignity left? He catches a glimpse of someone outside the window. Back in the day, that man outside would just stand at the bars, staring in silently. It had been over a year, but then that man coldly turned and walked away. We're very obedient, they say. We follow the rules and never break a single one. Min Ji-un sees that and has a realization. Let me repeat. The worst prison in South Korea is this place, the juvenile detention center. The man who was outside the bars just turns his back, ignoring him, and walks away. A juvenile offender usually just gets sent to a reformatory, so why did I have to end up here? And that guy isn't doing a thing to intervene. Every prisoner here is a cruel, savage criminal, far beyond what normal people could imagine. From inside the cells, shouting and fighting never stop. Go ahead, you dog. Where did you hide the cigarettes? You dare ignore the boss? Beat the hell out of him. Finally, back in the cell, everyone is asleep. Min Ji-un is still awake, eyes wide, staring at the ceiling. Today is already the 5th day. How much longer do I have to stay in this place? Everything in the cell is quiet, but Min Ji-un is just a juvenile delinquent, right? Suddenly, a foot stomps right onto his face. Another guy in the cell wakes up, groggy and annoyed. So damn annoying. I was sleeping so well. The guy heads into the bathroom and fumbles around for a moment. Min Ji-un, scared but desperate, fixes his eyes on where that guy is standing. Min Ji-un recklessly lunges, pressing the tip of his small pen against the guy's neck. The guy isn't scared at all. He just calmly pulls up his pants. You're Go Jun-soo, right? What are you planning to do to me with that thing? Min Ji-un keeps pressing the pen tip into the guy's neck and demands, how long do we have to stay here? Min Ji-un, pushed past his limit, screams, you must have heard something from the inspector, right? If you don't want to die, talk now. The guy very calmly turns his head toward him and sneers, the inspector? Who's that? But suddenly, his eyes freeze. Damn it, you can't kill me. The tip of the pen was pressed against his skin. I used to be like you once. Then, he uses his elbow to strike Min Ji-un right in the gut. He calmly pulls up his pants while Min Ji-un is knocked to the floor. He puts his foot on the back of Min Ji-un's neck, and then ruthlessly pins his head to the floor. Min Ji-un glances around, trying to think. The inspector. The guy says a few descriptive words, and Min Ji-un realizes, oh, you mean that long-haired guy who brought you here? From outside the bars, a voice echoes in. Hey, what are you kids doing during sleep time? The guy looks over and recognizes him. Oh, perfect timing. It's Hwa-jin, looking in with a completely relaxed smile. You little punks. You still need to be taught a few more lessons. Min Ji-un grinds his teeth in pain, staring at him through the bars. Ask him yourself. The cell door slowly creaks open. Hwa-jin walks in, carrying a club on his shoulder, and enters the cell. Min Ji-un sees him and gnashes his teeth, glaring at him. He rushes over, grabs him, and panics. Just let me out now. I've already done what you asked, haven't I? Min Ji-un can't take it anymore and lashes out at Hwa-jin. Damn it. I'm going to sue you. How dare you throw me into this prison? Hwa-jin calmly placed a finger to his lips, then brought the baton in his hand straight down onto the other guy's head. He tossed the guy's limp body aside. Where the hell did a brat like you learn to scream while people are trying to sleep, huh? He then looked up at the inmate. What the hell is going on here? The guy just smirked and replied, even the guards are coming in at midnight to clean house. Damn it. Min Ji-un was foaming at the mouth after taking that hit, lying motionless on the floor. This isn't a prison ward. It's definitely the solitary confinement room. A cat with a nasty expression and unfriendly eyes. There was once a very ugly cat. A kid stood on a high apartment balcony, looking down at it. I don't know if it was in heat or fighting with something, but every day around 4 p.m., I'd hear it screeching like it wanted to pop my eardrums. It was so annoying. This was Min Ji-un, as a child, leaning on the railing, looking down at it with a detached gaze. That day, even though it was far away, the cat he was watching had to crawl into a hole. He set the ashtray aside. My mood was already garbage. He reached his arm toward the bowl of food that had been knocked over. That cat was calmly licking the food off a motionless corpse. I intended to kill the cat, but the dead thing was a human. Min Ji-eun, at that time, was just a trembling child sitting at the police station. His face was pale, and he was drenched in sweat. Did I kill a person? I thought for sure I'd be sentenced to death, but a taxi was just driving along the road. However, Min Ji-eun sat anxiously in the back seat and asked, "Mom, is it true that I'm actually going home?" His mother didn't show her face, just kept staring out the window. "I killed someone. How am I not getting the death penalty?" On his phone screen, he searched for information about the juvenile law. Juveniles aged 10 to 14 will not be held criminally responsible. Minors, under 10, who commit crimes, because they are young, won't face any legal consequences at all. Min Ji-eun sat in his room, intently, staring at his phone screen. Just a guardian's guidance is enough? At that time, I was in middle school. Min Ji-eun's whole body shook, but his eyes were filled with excitement. I completely understood what this meant. And now, as he woke up, dimly, with his face pressed against the floor, he realized, the people who created this law must have thought kids were idiots. From that moment on, I used this law to run wild everywhere, and there was absolutely no way I would be punished by the law. Min Ji-eun hurriedly woke up and looked around. Where is this? He panicked, scanning the room. Why is it so small? Wait, is this? He gradually understood as he looked at the room's space. Is this solitary confinement? After a while, his face became haggard with dark circles under his eyes. At first, it was peaceful because those trashy thugs weren't bothering me anymore. But after eating about 5 or 6 meals, I realized something was wrong. His pupils turned gray. How long have I been here? What time is it now? Answer me. I'm going crazy. Min Ji-eun couldn't take it anymore. He kept turning toward the door and slamming it. Damn it, stop it. He kept sweating and panicked, raising his voice. Please, let me out. I'll go back to the regular cell. Just please. Hwa-jin appeared behind the iron door with a desk. Kid, you want to go back to that hellhole and give up the peace here? Before him now was a desk, a stack of paper, and a pen. Think carefully about why I brought you to this detention center and write it down. Min Ji-eun seemed to have a little reaction. Startled when he heard the final ultimatum. If you answer correctly, you'll be sent home. He looked up with innocent eyes, wanting to confirm. Really? Is it really true I'll go home? Hwa-jin was dead serious. Really? Are you so used to being lied to that you don't believe me? Hwa-jin shot him a sly look, then started humming as he headed for the door. I'll come check once a day. If your answers get worse, your sentence will increase. So write carefully. With that, he closed the door, leaving Min Ji-eun in solitary confinement. Min Ji-eun felt like he found a lifeline, and jumped up, grinning with excitement. It's easy. Just write a stern self-reflection, act pathetic for a bit, and I'm out. So, he picked up the pen and started working. Fine, I'll write exactly what you want, as pathetically and submissively as possible. He was really looking forward to the first draft he handed over. But suddenly, Hwa-jin used the paper to wipe his face, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it away. Another day added to your sentence. Min Ji-eun was so shocked he couldn't say a word and didn't understand why. Min Ji-eun's mind was a mess, his face blank. What is this? I spent 8 hours, writing a perfect self-reflection. Once again, he picked up the pen. Still not pathetic enough? Fine, I'll just throw away my pride. The next one was torn in half. The one after that was crumpled in the palm of his hand. Min Ji-eun had to watch his papers get shredded right in front of him. He couldn't understand it, gnashing his teeth in anger. Min Ji-eun used his body to shove the desk and crawled toward him. You crazy old man. That's enough. What do you want me to do? But Hwa-jin immediately used handcuffs to lock his wrists. He easily twisted the guy's arm behind his back. You shouldn't cause trouble in this punishment room. Hwa-jin had both of his hands locked firmly behind his back. This isn't working. Min Ji-eun turned pale and started sweating even more. Huh? Hwa-jin coldly delivered a verdict. For today, forget about everything. Just sit like that for the whole day. He walked toward the door, then looked back. Don't think I'm being unreasonable. These are the prison rules. Min Ji-eun, though furious, could only glare and couldn't say a thing. So, he was left alone, sprawled out in the solitary confinement room. His hands were locked so tight he could barely move. So frustrating. I'm going to lose my mind. He spent some time in silence, thinking. Out there, I'm treated as a kid, but in here, there's no mercy at all. Min Ji-eun shifted around, struggling. This detention center is cursed. This is no place for a human to live. Another day arrived. Sunlight shone into the building area. Solitary confinement, day 8. Jinjung Juvenile Reformatory. Min Ji-eun sat there waiting again, those long minutes while Hwa-jin reviewed his latest written response. As soon as he finished reading, Hwa-jin crumpled the paper up into a ball. Min Ji-eun received that response, but his face remained gaunt and completely devoid of emotion. Hwa-jin coldly stepped closer, clutching a handful of crumpled paper. So, this is the agony of creative writing, kid? What's wrong? You're having a really hard time with this one, aren't you? Hwa-jin happily opened up the mangled paper. Let me read the draft, will you? He only read for a second, before his cheeks puffed up, holding back laughter. Min Ji-eun looked over, confused by Hwa-jin's sudden outburst. Hwa-jin exhaled, then looked at him as if there were still some hope. Look at this. You idiot. You actually wrote the right answer, so why do you keep giving me these moronic responses? Min Ji-eun stared at the paper Hwa-jin held up before his eyes. See for yourself. The guy felt a surge of emotion, his eyes welling up. This is exactly why I brought you to this detention center. Inside the prison shower room, the prisoners' clothes were scattered all over the floor. Some were lying around sleeping, while others were just getting dressed. One of the guys there was Go Jun-soo-hyun. Cheon's face was flushed, his mouth constantly complaining. Finally! I'm getting out of here! The sound of the door opening with a sharp click interrupted him. A man wearing a black hat, looking like a leader, walked in. They greeted him with extreme respect. Is everything done? Yes, sir. The man was Hwa-jin. He smiled at the three of them. Time to get out of here, boys. The three guys behind him were so overjoyed they were moved to tears. Only Min Ji-eun remained completely emotionless, wearing that same stone-faced look, as if there was nothing to be happy about. They followed one after another, walking out of the room. Left behind in the room were three other inmates watching with envy. Ma Young-jin opened his eyes wide and pricked his ears at the commotion. He sat up abruptly and shouted at those guys, making Min Ji-eun flinch slightly. He said in a threatening tone, clearly trying to intimidate them, I've still got 4 years left in this place. As he turned, Min Ji-eun lowered his voice. Let's meet again sometime. The scene shifts to the gym yard, where the inmates were hanging out. In another corner, Ma Young-jin was working hard on the bench press. As he was lifting, someone from the side held out a pack of cigarettes toward him. He looked up to see who it was. It was Hwa-jin. He appeared just as he usually did, one hand holding a can of Coke, taking a swig while the other hand was still offering the pack of cigarettes, leaving him a bit surprised and confused. Working hard, huh? He moved the pack closer, being polite. Take a break. Want a smoke? Ma Young-jin slowly regained his composure. He lifted the barbell, smiling as he said, I don't smoke. Then he dropped the weight to the ground. Can I have that can of Coke instead? The two of them sat down on a nearby bench. He grabbed the Coke and downed the whole thing while Hwa-jin just puffed on his cigarette. Suddenly, he spoke up. Have they woken up yet? Hwa-jin paused for a moment, as if he understood the issue, then replied, What? Oh, that? It seemed there was some kind of deal existing between the two of them. The sound of a police van taking that group out of the detention center blared loudly. The kids inside the vehicle were talking about someone, and it seemed he didn't make them happy. That murderer made me lose my mood. Despite the noisy complaints all around him, Min Ji-eun just sat there calmly, listening but saying nothing. Meet again, my ass. We aren't crazy enough to go back there for anything. This was it. The answer. A crumpled piece of paper with the words, If I end up back here, I will kill myself. It was picked up by someone. Min Ji-eun recalled himself while he was still in detention. He had shouted at someone, What are you talking about? How could that possibly be the answer? Standing across from him was Hwa-jin, holding the paper with those words written on it. He challenged him. Did you think I wanted to see you acting all self-reflective? You're completely wrong. Do you think a week or two is enough to change a person's character? The image of the fat guy, Dong-soo, holding a rice spoon, his face full of disgust. What I wanted to show you is your own future. 2 inmates, Sok-sun-dong, with a face full of pockmarks and a perverse smile. Most of the inmates here are just like you. They look down on the juvenile law, and they can't realize the seriousness of their crimes. That's why they're in and out of prison like it's a routine. Along with images of other guys committing crimes, it was just like once you get involved, it's very hard to get out, just like alcohol or cigarettes. He presented a series of facts about juvenile offenders who didn't respect the law at all. And they all have one thing in common. How did it turn out for them? He told him. You kept thinking you were being smart, taking advantage of the loopholes in the law to run wild. But that's not it. By that point, you were already addicted to committing crimes. After saying that, he didn't forget to throw the confession paper right in his face. Inside, he was left stunned, unable to say a word. It seemed he could also feel the truth in what he had been saying all along. He had seen it before too. He turned his back and walked out, leaving him there with his swirling thoughts. Try to live a good life. In our country, this is the only juvenile detention center there is. He turned back to smile at him. When you come back here, half the people you met here will still be around. The guy's eyes dimmed when he heard that. This was also a rehearsal, and it was also a warning. His hands tightened into fists. Inside his head, he could still hear his words, making him even more frustrated. Everything in your future depends entirely on your own actions. The flashback ended. Back to the present, the two of them, Ma Young-jin and Hwa-jin, were still talking about some authority issue. Something about the Juvenile Protection Bureau. Damn it, I heard that from that guy, Ju Chol-hyung. He picked up his Coke and took a sip. He thought to himself, it's a bit of a shame, isn't it? If only there was someone like the teacher. He remembered when he was back in school and the reason why he ended up in this place. In the corner of a classroom, a group of kids walked away with faces full of arrogance. After they had beaten up their teacher, leaving him in a pathetic state, blood streaming down, his body trembling uncontrollably. My school. He lifted his blood-covered face and looked at the group of kids, thinking to himself, so that I don't have to end up on his path. He thought that, but his hand still couldn't help but gently pull out the knife he had on him, so that I can live. Then he pulled out the knife and charged toward the group. The kids from before, with that fierce look, the group couldn't even react before he took down the 7 monsters. If the Education Protection Bureau had shown up, he sat there, recounting everything he had been through, sighing to himself. Then no one would have had to die. He lifted his hand to take a drag from his cigarette, his face somber. After saying that, he stood up. His face looked helpless. As for him, he just sat there, saying nothing. Will things get better in the future? If there are people like you. Teach, his phone buzzed. It was a notification that the mission was complete. Park Se-hoon stared at his phone, muttering, kids who are bullied end up with nowhere else to turn. He walked past a trash can and stared at it as if something were inside. Monsters who kill 7 people without feeling a shred of guilt, like me. Turns out, there was a knife on the lid of the trash can. His hand reached toward the blade. The scene shifted back to the prison. He walked away while he just sat there. They won't show up again, right? He flicked the ash from his cigarette and lit another. He looked up at the sky and sighed. This burden, it's so heavy. Honestly, it wasn't exactly an act of justice. The guard entered to announce, so you're the guard here? Please, follow me. He entered the waiting room to meet someone. The general has permitted your meeting, sir. The guard spoke respectfully. Sir guard, he just came from solitary confinement, so he might be a bit sensitive. His eyes became alert. If anything happens, call me immediately. The man before him curled his lips into a smile. He asked the guy for his name, Jeon Hyun-chun, 20. When he stopped at the word crime, the guy smirked. He didn't focus on the question but deflected to something else. It was May, wasn't it? Just May. And it was already hot as hell. He answered with extreme arrogance, disregarding the question entirely. It was so hot I was sweating through my back, and that damn nuthouse school wouldn't let us turn on the AC until June. He reminisced about his time in school, and I walked out of class because I was so pissed off. He stopped dead when someone dared to block his path. That girl didn't know the meaning of fear. She just stood right in his way. But that bitch stopped me. In his hazy memory, I don't remember it clearly, but she kept nagging about this and that. Pissed me off. Sweat dripped down his face, and his long hair covered his eyes, making him look even more terrifying. Like I said, it was hot as hell that day. One of his hands swung up, both hands clapping together with a loud pop which caught the man's attention. He lowered his head and continued. Tyson once said, the greatest punch of my life was the punch that knocked out my wife. He looked up, his eyes gleaming, his mouth twisting into a demonic grin. Same here. That punch, that day was the best punch of my life. His face darkened as he listened to that guy describe the sound of bones breaking and the body of their homeroom teacher buckling in that moment. Even now, if I close my eyes, that scene is still crystal clear in full 4K resolution. His pupils constricted. What do you think, old man? That bitch was just unlucky, right? The guy tapped his fingers on the table. If it hadn't been so hot that day, if the school had actually turned on the AC for the students, the guy kept mumbling. If the homeroom teacher hadn't gotten in my way, if that bitch hadn't died from just one punch. The more he heard, the more it felt like he was listening to a demon, not a human being. If only that punch of my life hadn't happened, the guy said as if it were some kind of trophy. He clenched his fists tight. Hey, advisor, talk to the prison authorities again. I didn't do anything wrong. Then the guy stood up abruptly to face him. It was just that the bitch was unlucky, that's all. In his eyes, there was only the reflection of that guy. His hands were clenched so tightly his knuckles stood out. He walked out of the prison and stood there in silence. He pulled out a cigarette and flicked the lighter, but it wouldn't catch, which caught him off guard. Suddenly, someone next to him offered a light. That man was Choi Kang-suk. He lit the cigarette for him and then lit one for himself. "Glad you're out." He remained silent, listening to the older man. "I thought you might get arrested for murder." He turned and walked away, ignoring him. "I don't have the right to do that to someone who is already paying for their crimes." The older man just stood there, watching his back. "If you were in there, you'd understand." He stared at his own hands and muttered to himself, "Even with the villain right in front of me, even with that bastard mocking his victim, I still couldn't do anything. I could only clench my fists." When he opened his palm, it turned out that while listening to the guy, he had been restraining himself so hard from attacking that his fingernails had dug into his palm until it bled, holding back the rage in his heart. The scene flashed back to his memories from 2 years ago. "You remember what the minister told me, don't you? Get up. How long do you intend to just sit here rotting away?" He had come and shouted at him when he was falling apart over something. "The guy who killed Gazun, we are going to create an organization to make all those scumbags who dare to exploit juvenile laws or probation laws pay for their crimes." Those words struck his heart. They couldn't let them keep getting away with it, and more people are ending up in our situation. Furthermore, actually, I used to think that was a completely insane idea. He still kept his back turned to him. "Well, even now, my thoughts on that haven't changed at all." He turned his face slightly to speak. "However, it has a bit of meaning now." The older man just looked on helplessly. "All right. Next up, which school is it?" A sports news segment appeared on a news channel. Coming up next, a spotlight on rising stars in the world of sports. Today's figures are the two sisters, Kang Soo, Go Jun Soo, and Kang Cha Jeon, the youngest faces selected for the national women's basketball team. The screen cut to footage of a basketball game, featuring the two sisters just mentioned. This is Seung Go Jun Soo High School, where the two sisters are currently attending, and a match is taking place. The tournament, organized by the Kangjang University women's basketball team, shows her getting ready for a shot at scoring. Over the PA system, the commentator's voice rings out. The one taking the shot is athlete Kang Cha-jeon, and blocking her is national team player Song Ji-ae. But wait, who could have expected? She switches tactics at the very last second, catching the entire crowd off guard, but that was just a feint. She quickly passes the ball to her older sister, Kang Soo-jeon. Once she catches the ball, beads of sweat cover her face. She makes a beautiful shot toward the hoop. Athlete Kang Soo-jeon leaps into the air to attempt a three-pointer, and the ball falls right through the net at the final second. The two sisters turn and high-five, their faces full of joyful smiles. The commentator's voice erupts throughout the arena. During last year's National Sports Festival, athlete Kang Soo-jeon was dubbed the Queen of Assists for racking up the most assists. After the match, the sisters head outside for an interview. "I've been playing basketball with my little sister since we were kids, so I don't think any other athlete could have better chemistry than us." Here's some info on her image. The basketball queen of high school, Kang Soo-jeon, known for her tall stature and striking looks. Some of her photos, with a massive following of over 200,000 people. Her social media account has attracted over 200,000 followers and is beloved by everyone. The reporter asks during the interview, "With such seamless coordination, you two sisters are truly the young rising stars selected for the national team. We hope to see you two shine at next year's Asian Games." The two bow to thank the reporter. "Thank you so much." They shake hands. "Do your best, Kang Soo-jeon. Everyone is rooting for you." "Yes, thank you." The two turn and head back behind the stage. Their bright, cheerful expressions slowly fade away, replaced by cold, steady faces. Waiting for them are other team members who bow to thank them. "Captain, thank you for your hard work." On the surface, the two are still beautiful, talented, and friendly. As they leave, they gently pat a junior teammate on the head. "The captain looked so pretty today. You're so photogenic." "Oh, it's nothing, just the makeup. Thanks though." Once the room is completely empty, the sound of a locker opening softly echoes. Not a single soul is around. Yet the two sisters remain. While everyone else has gone home, they both stare into the locker as if something is inside. The younger sister leans in close to the locker with a wicked smile. They look completely different from how they appeared earlier. Park Yoon-ha, the reporters are all gone now. Suddenly, inside the locker is another girl. Her hands and feet are tied tight with tape, and her mouth is gagged. Her whole body is trembling. She looks like she's seen a ghost. Tears and sweat mix on her face. It seems she has been tortured, both mentally and physically, by the two of them. "What should we do now? You little bitch?" On the girl's chest is a note that reads, "The Kang sisters, Soo-jeon and Cha-jeon, our school bullies. She uses her hand to lift the girl's chin and whispers, "Great plan, Park Yun-ha." Her gaze turns cold, and her mouth curls into a sinister smile. But no matter how loud you scream, the girl can't help but let her tears fall like rain. A girl with red hair stands in front of the high school gate. Lim Hun-rim stands there, whispering to herself, "There's no one here to help you either." 13 days ago, Lim Hun-rim's voice echoed in the space. "Seniors, the girls will get off here." Right after that, Hwa-jin calmly spoke up. "Yeah, I need to have a cigarette first." The scene unfolds as they stand in front of the reformatory, chatting calmly. At that same moment, two female students are led inside, looking around in confusion. "Where is this?" Lim Han-rim ignores them and says, "I'll make sure to hand them over to Han-jiri." "All right." Then, she tentatively asks, "Can I go to the school from our plan first?" Hwa-jin hears this and hesitates for a moment. "Oh, sure. We were planning to go see the women's basketball team, right?" Lim Han-rim immediately responds, "Yes. I just got word, and the situation seems quite serious." She frowns, her voice anxious and restless. "If we don't hurry." At that same moment, in a cramped room, slender hands grip a rope tightly. Park Yun-ha stands silently on a chair, frozen for a long time, as if struggling with herself. Then, she presses the rope against her neck. In the depths of her eyes, a glimmer of despair shines. Lim Han-rim's voice seems to echo in the space. Something big is going to happen. Time shifts back to the past. The classroom scene appears. The teacher is measuring Park Eun-ha's height and announces loudly, "Park Eun-ha, 179 centimeters." Right then, the boys in the class immediately start buzzing. "What do you eat to get that tall? She's really tall." The teacher looks up at her and sighs. "Park Yun-ha, you've grown another 4 centimeters since last year. Do you play any sports?" Right then, Park Yun-ha's narration kicks in. "In 7th grade, I was already over 175 centimeters tall. Back then, there was a brace coach from the sports club who came to my house every single day." She beams with a bright smile and excitedly replies to the teacher, "Yes, I do." Park Eun-ha continues to narrate. "Before finding the sport that truly brought me joy, I played many different ones, like baseball, volleyball, and more." She continues, "I had my reasons for choosing basketball." Memories of a basketball game between Park Eun-ha and Kang Soo-jeon flash by. With her God-given talent for basketball, she easily bypasses Park Yun-ha's defense and throws the ball forward. The ball easily drops into the hoop. Cheers erupt all around. She watches silently as Kang Soo-jeon celebrates with her teammates, thinking to herself, "That's because of senior Kang Soo-jeon from the other school. She's 1 year ahead of me." Park Yun-ha looks at her with eyes full of admiration. Back then, senior Soo-jeon was known as the basketball master of the high school because of her outstanding talent. She quietly marvels as she watches Kang Soo-jeon's passion erupt on the court. "I fell for senior Kang Soo-jeon because of her confident demeanor and her super cool one-handed shot. That's why I once wanted to wear the same uniform as her." Another memory surfaces. A clear voice rings out, "New member, Park Yun-ha." Park Yun-ha gently steps forward, excitedly introducing herself. "I am 186 centimeters tall. I'm happy to play whatever position you give me." She finishes, her face flushing pink. Park Yun-ha reflects on how, after 2 years of giving her all, "I finally made it onto the women's basketball team at the high school where senior Kang Soo-jeon attends." Her gaze is fixed solely on Kang Soo-jeon, even though she doesn't even bother to look back. Park Yun-ha's memories continue to flow. However, just like any other sports club, Park Yun-ha had to endure harsh training like everyone else. She continues, "Life here wasn't exactly easy. Under the strict supervision of their upperclassmen, Park Eun-ha and the other members were forced to practice handstands. She gritted her teeth, straining every muscle to endure the agony until the session finally ended. She sighed internally. Morning drills, lunch drills, post-training drills, it's just endless drills all semester long. During training, the new recruits were constantly punished for the smallest mistakes. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out. "Kang! Kang Cha-jeon." She flicked her finger and calmly ordered, "Go to the canteen and get me some spicy chicken noodles." Kang Cha-jeon immediately lowered her body, happily responding, "Yes, ma'am." She quickly chased after Kang Soo-jeon, her voice syrupy sweet. "Mom called me yesterday, but Dad hasn't yet." Park Yun-ha, still holding her handstand, glanced at the pair. Because this kind of military-style discipline was quite common in the sports world, I could try to endure it. Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing happily, a wave of discomfort rose in my chest. Even though we were both new recruits, I was so jealous of Kang Cha-jeon because she could suck up to Soo-jeon to get out of punishment. Not long after, in their dorm room, both Kang Cha-jeon and Eun-ha were lying on their beds, lazily scrolling through their phones. Suddenly, she leaned down, humming, Park Eun-ha, Park Eun-ha. Kang Cha-jeon asked, "Do you want to get some ice cream now?" Park Eun-ha frowned but didn't answer. "My roommate is Kang Cha-jeon. She's incredibly annoying and acts purely on impulse." Her narration continued. "The day we moved in, she said she wanted the top bunk, but then immediately said she wanted the bottom one. I had to change beds several times just because of her." Back in the small room, Kang Cha-jeon was still peering down, her voice sweet. "Go to the convenience store and buy 2 ice creams. And buy some other stuff while you're at it." Park Eun-ha sighed heavily, recalling it all. Not only that, she never lifted a finger to clean or organize her clothes. She just made a mess and was always ordering me around to do her chores. Eun-ha turned her back on those pleading eyes, coldly replying, "No, go buy them yourself." Park Eun-ha's heart sank. At first, I had happily done whatever she asked, but now, I'm sick of it. I don't want to do anything anymore. At that same moment, as soon as she was rejected, Kang Cha-jeon's face darkened instantly. But Park Eun-ha didn't notice, still calmly playing with her phone. "If I keep listening to her, I'm the only one who loses out." Suddenly, a utility knife appeared before her eyes, startling Park Eun-ha. Kang Cha-jeon glared in rage, pressing the cold, sharp blade right against her face. Her hand clenched, her teeth gritting together. She spat out every word with venom. "You little bitch, I told you to go buy it, didn't I?" The knife dangled in front of Park Eun-ha. Kang Cha-jeon growled, threatening. "Is it really that hard?" But she reacted lightning fast. In a split second, she swung her arm, pushing hard and pinning the girl's hand against the top bunk. Before Kang Cha-jeon could even process the sudden counterattack, Park Eun-ha lunged. In the blink of an eye, she tackled her to the ground, unleashing a powerful strike, completely pinning her down. Park Eun-ha narrated, "The second sport I played most, besides basketball, was wrestling. At the same time, she roared in fury, 'I told you to go buy it yourself. Didn't I?'" Park Eun-ha looked at the sheer terror on Kang Cha-jeon's face and repeated exactly what she had said. "Is it really that hard?" Suddenly, a different memory flashed through. A girl grabbed a handful of wet, tangled hair, her shrill voice echoing, "You little bitch, do you see this?" She used her position to bully those weaker than her, standing tall in front of Park Eun-ha, spewing contempt. "Is this how you clean the bathroom? These new ones have no manners at all." She quickly explained, "It's not that, ma'am. It's not my turn to clean the bathroom this week. It's Kang Cha-jeon's turn this week." Before she could even finish, Park Eun-ha was shoved, and the tangled mess of hair was stuffed directly into her mouth. She immediately collapsed, coughing and gagging. Kang Soo-jeon stood nearby, casually smoothing her hair, then calmly remarked, "Kang Cha-jeon says it's your turn." She cast a look of utter disdain at Park Eun-ha and asked coldly, "I heard you dared to mess with my sister. Is that true?" Park Eun-ha looked up, shocked. Right then, her narration continued. "The price for messing with the star player's little sister is very high." She recounted, "From that day on, no one would pass the ball to me." Park Eun-ha recalled the moment she had to endure all those hateful glares whenever she was punished. "Whenever we gathered, I was blamed for everything, and people started isolating me." Then came the moments she had to humble herself, massaging the shoulders and necks of Kang Cha-jeon and her sister. "My only role in the club was to give massages to the Soo-jeon and Kang Cha-jeon sisters." Little Park Eun-ha sat huddled, her heart in turmoil. "Even if I transferred classes, things wouldn't get any better. Even now, I still can't touch a basketball, not even once. Punished every day and forced to constantly massage those 2 sisters." She buried her head in her own arms. "Everyone asks me why I don't just quit basketball. Outsiders have it easy to say, but I've been playing sports since middle school. Giving up isn't easy for me at all." Suddenly, an excited voice rang out, pulling Eun-ha out of her thoughts. "Good news, everyone." That person raised their voice, "Soo-jeon and Kang Cha-jeon from our school." Her eyes immediately turned toward the pair. The cheering continued. "Both of them have been selected for the national team to compete in the Asian Games next year." That person cheered loudly. "Let's give them a round of applause." As soon as the words left their mouth, the team members burst into thunderous applause. Only Park Eun-ha stared at them, dazed. "This world is so unfair." She furrowed her brows, her eyes burning with a flame of rage. "They bullied me so cruelly that I wanted to give up my dream, and yet, such a bright future is still waiting for them." Park Eun-ha continued. "When the reporters came to the school, I risked everything to tell them about this, but I failed. That day, right before I died, I was being bullied again." She slowly slipped the rope around her neck, her face filled with despair. In the stifling silence, A voice filled with resentment echoed. And that bullying would only get worse and worse. Park Eun-ha closed her eyes tight, as if she had made up her mind, along with her painful final words. My last shred of hope was the Committee for the Protection of Education Rights, but in the end, they never came. In the tense moment, an angry voice rang out from the door behind her. Hey, are you crazy? The person standing outside the door seemed to have lost all patience, shouting, A new coach is coming today, so we have to assemble 30 minutes early. What was that? Someone shouting louder and louder. Park Eun-ha let go of the rope, looking toward the door with an uneasy expression. Before long, she headed down to the assembly area and joined the other members as they moved toward the court. Kang Soo-jeon trailed behind her, looking confused, and asked, Hey, why? Why did the head coach suddenly get injured? What on earth is going on? I shook my head slightly and replied, I don't know. They just called me out of the blue over the saying the coach drank too much and fell. Kang Soo-jeon let out an annoyed sigh. Replacing the coach at a time like this? So frustrating. We're national team athletes, for crying out loud. What happens if we lose? Just then, as the whole team watched, a woman walked silently onto the court. She slammed a wooden sword into the ground and spoke calmly. Hello. Lim Han-rim smiled slightly, introducing herself clearly. I am your temporary coach. My name is Lim Han-rim. As Park Eun-ha looked on in confusion, and other eyes followed her, she continued her announcement. Let's all get along, shall we? The moment Lim Han-rim finished, Kang Soo-jeon let out a scoff. Don't you worry about that, coach. She slowly stepped closer to Lim Han-rim, her voice dropping into a menacing tone. She's nothing special, really. Lim Han-rim's cold, sharp voice rang out through the space. What did you just say? She stood her ground against Kang Soo-jeon, emphasizing every word. Nothing special, huh? Lim Han-rim curled her lips into a cold, mocking smile. Is that how you talk to an elder? Right in front of the head coach? Oh wait, never mind. Kang Soo-jeon looked at her with disdain before bowing her head to apologize. I'm sorry. It's just this is my first time seeing such a tiny basketball coach, so I spoke without thinking. But from an angle only Lim Han-rim could see, she wore a sinister grin, her words dripping with contempt. But with a physique like that, do you think you can even handle us? A surge of anger flared up. Lim Han-rim didn't hesitate, swinging the wooden sword with force. It stopped inches from Kang Soo-jeon's neck, making her freeze, her face pale with shock. Lim Han-rim lowered her voice, lecturing her sternly. First meeting, and you already dare to look down on me? I understand why, so I'll let it slide this time. She then moved the sword to her own shoulder, warning her coldly. However, like I said, there won't be a second time. Meanwhile, Kang Soo-jeon quickly regained her arrogant composure. She glared at Lim Han-rim with a crafty smirk. Shortly after, the training session began, and everyone rushed onto the court. They started practicing together. Kang Cha-jeon quickly caught the ball and immediately leaped up to shoot. The ball left her hands, soared into the air, and dropped perfectly into the net. After the flawless shot, she turned and jogged away without hesitation. While observing the team members practicing, Lim Han-rim's gaze suddenly locked onto a corner at the far end of the court. Park Eun-ha wasn't joining the others. She was quietly, diligently practicing by herself. Even without a ball in her hands, she kept repeating the passing motions, jumping back and forth. Suddenly, Lim Han-rim called out, Hey, you over there. She pointed the sword toward Park Eun-ha and asked, Everyone else is practicing shots. Why are you just jumping around? Lim Han-rim spoke firmly. Get on the court and train. Just then, Kang Soo-jeon suddenly appeared behind her. She said blandly, Just leave her be. She lowered her voice, her eyes glinting with ridicule. This is a direct order from the head coach. Park Eun-ha has weak stamina, so the head coach told her to do this for a week. Kang Soo-jeon continued, acting righteous. I'm in charge of the training part, so you can just stand there and watch. Lim Han-rim frowned slightly, staying silent until she finished. Suddenly, she sighed and spoke up loudly. Neither the head coach nor you have any eyes, do you? She's been jumping around for an hour like that, without a single break, and you call that weak stamina? Lim Han-rim immediately shifted her focus, locking eyes with Kang Cha-jeon. You, who's only shot a few times, and is already hiding in the corner drinking water, you're the one who needs to work on your stamina. She pointed the wooden sword at Park Eun-ha again, urging her, What are you standing there for? Get out there and train. Before the words even faded, a hand suddenly grabbed Lim Han-rim's shoulder. Kang Soo-jeon's face darkened, her voice dropping to a threatening growl. I think that's enough. She glared, every word feeling like a gritted threat. This is the training system that the head coach and I agreed upon. Seeing Lim Han-rim didn't react, Kang Soo-jeon gripped her shoulder tighter, trying to use words to apply pressure. You're just a temporary fill-in, yet you keep interfering with our training like this? You're ruining the atmosphere for the whole team." Hearing that, Lim Han Rim immediately reached behind her, grabbing the hand that was squeezing her shoulder. She spun around to face Kang Soo-jeon directly, her voice firm. "So you're saying she isn't allowed to train? I think you don't understand what temporary coach means." Lim Han Rim cleared her throat, emphasizing the word temporary. "As a substitute, I have the authority to act as the head coach." Faced with Lim Han Rim's challenge, Kang Soo-jeon began to lose her footing. She tried to struggle out of her grip, but failed. Doubts filled her mind. Why is she so strong? Lim Han Rim seized the advantage, shoved Kang Soo-jeon's hand away, and continued firmly. "That means I am no different from the head coach. So yes, I have every right to interfere with your training." Then she immediately turned and dribbled the ball toward Park Yun-ha, her voice ringing out clearly. "Come here, let me pass it to you." The ball was thrown straight at Park Yun-ha. She froze for a split second, then, acting on instinct, reached out and caught it. In the blink of an eye, the ball was securely in Park Yun-ha's arms. She felt the sensation of touching the basketball again after being suppressed for so long. Her face flushed a light pink instantly. Park Yun-ha immediately pivoted and dashed onto the court. She leaped high, her arms swinging with power. The ball left her hand, flying decisively, and dropped cleanly into the net. After that perfect shot, Park Yun-ha's soul seemed to stand still. Pure joy began to wash over her. Park Yun-ha's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe what had just happened. Tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. Lim Han Rim saw this and cheered excitedly. "A three-pointer! You're amazing." Right then, the girl burst into tears, leaving Lim Han Rim completely flustered. What's wrong? Why are you crying?" "It's nothing," Park Yun-ha whispered back, sniffling. Meanwhile, Kang Soo-jeon stood nearby, clutching her arm which had been squeezed so hard it felt like the bones were grinding, and glared at them with pure malice. A moment later, a sharp, stinging slap landed across Park Yun-ha's face, sending her head snapping to the side. Kang Cha-jeon and her cronies cornered her. They boxed Park Yun-ha into a corner, shouting, "You crazy bitch, are you trying to die? Didn't the senior tell you not to touch the ball? How dare you ignore her orders?" Kang Cha-jeon's eyes bulged with rage, and she kicked Park Yun-ha hard. "And stop standing there crying," she roared. "What? You planning to crawl back to her for help?" Just then, Kang Soo-jeon appeared and coldly cut in. "Cut it out, Kang Cha-jeon." Seeing her, the girl stammered, Senior Kang Soo-jeon glided over to Park Yun-ha and asked gently, "Park Yun-ha, you're exhausted, aren't you?" She placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. She patted her comfortingly and whispered, "When you said you were going to talk to the reporters, as captain, I did a lot of thinking. I won't bother you anymore. Okay?" Suddenly, Kang Soo-jeon flashed a twisted grin, her voice turning ice cold. "So, get the hell out of the team." As Park Yun-ha trembled in terror, she threatened in a low voice, "Just promise you'll never open your mouth about what happens here, and no one will dare lay a finger on you again. Not even your classmates." Park Yun-ha was left reeling, thinking to herself, "Wait, my intention was to end my life, not to quit basketball." She recalled the feeling of her hands touching the ball. Her heart was in turmoil, but the image of the ball falling through the hoop made her even more confused. Finally, she made a choice and whispered a plea. I'm sorry." Kang Soo-jeon froze, listening coldly to the plea. "You still want to keep playing basketball?" As if her anger had reached its breaking point, she grabbed Park Yun-ha by the hair. Kang Soo-jeon dragged her violently, ignoring her screams of pain. "Captain," she bellowed. "Open the door," a junior quickly replied. "Yes," and scrambled to throw the door wide open. Park Yun-ha was shoved forward, her body slamming into the doorframe. She cried out in a panic, "Captain," but Kang Soo-jeon only pressed her harder against it. Two other juniors grabbed Park Yun-ha's arms. Kang Soo-jeon leaned in close, her voice low and ominous. "Park Yun-ha, I've been giving you hints for a whole year now." Kang Soo-jeon narrowed her eyes, biting out each word. "How are you this dense?" As she finished, she turned to the others and barked, "What are you standing around for? Close the door." The door swung shut with a violent slam, seconds away from crushing Park Yun-ha's arm. Just as disaster was about to strike, a hand powerfully blocked the door from the outside. A woman's figure appeared in the gap. The group panicked, screaming in shock at the sight of the furious face of head coach Lim Han Rim. Her eyes swept over the room, her voice heavy with authority. "Everyone, step aside." Just then, Kang Soo-jeon calmly stepped forward and joked, "Don't be so serious, coach. We're just joking around." She shrugged casually. She wasn't listening, so I was just teaching her a lesson. It's a captain's responsibility to discipline the members, after all. Then, Kang Soo-jeon's tone turned condescending. As a temporary coach, you have no right to tell me what to do. Lim Han-rim just curled her lip in a smirk, but her smile was as cold as a blade. Without a second's hesitation, she lunged forward and landed a heavy punch right in Kang Soo-jeon's face. The girl let out a pathetic yelp. Her eyes rolled back, blood sprayed from her nose, and she collapsed at Lim Han-rim's feet. Lim looked down, her voice ice cold. I already told you, didn't I? Lim Han-rim furrowed her brows, the fire in her eyes burning, and she growled, I won't let it slide a second time. She stared down at Kang Soo-jeon from above. I told you, didn't I? I won't let it slide a second time. Kang Soo-jeon struggled to get back up, wiping the blood from her face. She retorted arrogantly, I told you too. As soon as she spoke, Kang Cha-jeon nodded behind her, catching the signal. The group of large girls instantly surrounded Lim Han-rim. Kang Soo-jeon sneered at her. With a tiny frame like that, do you really think you can handle us? Despite her smaller stature compared to the group, Lim Han-rim showed no fear. Her lips curled into a look of pure contempt as she scanned them. Kang Cha-jeon lunged from behind, her shrill voice filled with provocation. You didn't expect there to be so many of us, did you? She threw a dramatic punch, gloating, that's why I said you shouldn't stick your nose into other people's business. Just as Kang Cha-jeon's hand descended, Lim Han-rim ducked in time, her leg sweeping out to trip a junior nearby. The girl tumbled to the ground, but Lim Han-rim didn't stop. Following the momentum, she rolled forward toward the next target. Lim Han-rim planted her hands on the ground and delivered a powerful kick straight to the opponent's chin. The junior collapsed instantly, leaving Kang Cha-jeon stunned. The moment her eyes met Lim Han-rim's, she screamed in terror. What the? In that heartbeat, Lim Han-rim surged forward and slammed her elbow into Kang Cha-jeon's chin. The girl felt blinding pain, her eyes rolling back as she fell backward. Kang Cha-jeon collapsed at Lim Han-rim's feet. Lim coldly turned her head and shot a knife-sharp glare at Kang Soo-jeon. Meeting that gaze, Kang Soo-jeon turned pale, trembling, and unable to utter a sound. Meanwhile, Park Yun-ha stood by, witnessing the entire scene in shock. Lim Han-rim didn't hesitate, striding straight forward. Seeing her approach, Kang Soo-jeon panicked and hurriedly begged, Wait, wait! But Lim Han-rim showed no mercy, delivering a decisive kick toward her. However, her foot didn't hit Kang Soo-jeon. Instead, it slammed into the wall right behind the girl's head. Kang Soo-jeon stared in horror at Lim Han-rim's foot, firmly pinned inches from her face. At the same time, she spoke coldly. From now on, Han-rim's eyes locked onto her panic, her voice dropping to a razor-sharp whisper. If you want to stay in one piece, you'd better listen to your new head coach. Before long, the members gathered on the court, half expectant, half wary. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Are we really allowed to go home? Without a beat, Lim Han-rim appeared and announced clearly, What are you still doing here? If you're done packing, get home already. The moment she finished, Kang Soo-jeon became stunned, hesitating before asking, But coach, the summer sports festival is coming up, isn't it? Lim Han-rim replied dismissively. A talented team can perform well regardless. There's no need for group living. She raised an eyebrow, her voice dripping with contempt. Group living is the root of all evil. The Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism has banned group living, yet this school is still doing it on its own. Han-rim's voice echoed through the space. Even if the Olympics were happening, there wouldn't be mandatory group living. Just get that through your heads. The team members began to leave one by one, glancing nervously at Kang Soo-jeon, who was scowling. Elsewhere, the rest of the team was training as usual. Kang Cha-jeon was strolling past her underclassmen, arrogantly interrogating them. Are you all out of your minds? She glided past each member, struggling through their workout, spouting lectures. Your attitudes have been terrible lately. Is it because you're not doing group living anymore that you're getting cocky, you idiots? In my day, suddenly, Kang Cha-jeon froze, her gaze fixed on a girl who was doing a movement wrong. She immediately swung her arm and snapped, Hey, you brat! Your senior is talking to you, aren't you listening? Right then, a strong hand unexpectedly grabbed Kang Cha-jeon's arm. Lim Han-rim appeared behind her, her voice icy cold. I already told you, didn't I? Group gatherings are forbidden. The scene shifted to the team's official training session, where a scrimmage was heating up. Park Yun-ha was suddenly slammed hard by Kang Soo-jeon. Both lost their balance and tumbled onto the court. She quickly pushed herself up, pointing toward her, asking frantically, Han, I'm so sorry, Captain. Are you okay? But in response, Park Yun-ha only received a hateful glare from Kang Soo-jeon. Meanwhile, Lim Han-rim stood watching from afar and spoke up loudly. Hey, why are you apologizing? That collision was the captain's fault, she said coldly. While we're training, you don't need to pay attention to your seniors at all. Just focus on performing to your full potential. Then, Lim Han-rim turned to correct Kang Soo-jeon, making her expression turn even darker. But honestly, you're hilarious, Kang Soo-jeon. Why are you forbidding someone who can block a national athlete from touching the ball? Not long after, an image editing interface popped up on a screen. With just a few clicks, the photo of Kang Soo-jeon's face was painted over with several bruises. It didn't stop there. A photo of her hip was also edited to look like she had just been through a physical altercation. Kang Soo-jeon watched the computer screen intently and exclaimed, "Nice, that looks just like the real thing." Kang Cha-jeon, sitting next to her, replied excitedly, "Do you know how many years I've been using Blogram? Your 200,000 followers are all thanks to me." She looked at the computer screen and let out a sinister laugh. "I was planning to let it slide, but she's pushed me too far. That redhead is definitely going to get it." Shortly after, a new post appeared on Kang Cha-jeon's personal page with the caption, "Tomorrow is so terrifying. I don't know what kind of trauma I'll have to endure next. Can I even keep holding on?" She shouted excitedly, "I'm going to expose everything." The post included a photo of Kang Soo-jeon's bruised face. It quickly attracted a massive number of views. A barrage of comments exploded. "My sister is so pitiful. What should we do? Oh my god. What is this? Who would dare do this to my goddess?" A few accounts immediately popped up, weaving stories to sway public opinion. "I'm a sophomore at the same school. The head coach herself slapped Soo-jeon. She just got here and started giving out weird orders. Because our captain is too kind and easy to bully, she did that to her. She's a psycho." Others reacted strongly too. "Expose that coach's identity. Call the school board. Hurry and report this to the education authorities." Elsewhere, a phone screen lit up, displaying Kang Soo-jeon's viral post. Lim Han-rim was lounging comfortably on her bed, quietly reading every single comment. Suddenly, she let out a laugh. How adorable. The scene changed to another screen showing a video of a masked girl. Her voice filled the space. "Hello everyone, it's Bom So-hee again." Bom So-hee, the masked girl, excitedly introduced the topic of today's video. Today, we'll be looking into the controversy regarding violence between the new head coach and sisters Kang Soo-jeon and Kang Cha-jeon, both national athletes. She skillfully guided the viewers. Because the former head coach was away, a temporary coach arrived, and immediately after, a conflict occurred with Kang Soo-jeon. That new coach has been using violence against her. The masked girl continued the discussion. Her younger sister, Kang Cha-jeon, has publicly exposed this incident on her Blogram account. At the same time, a group of girls surrounding Kang Cha-jeon were stunned. "Oh my god. Is this for real?" When Kang Cha-jeon heard the sound from the video playing on the phone in her hand, she knew the incident was spreading rapidly. The details of the incident were being recounted in great depth. Netizens were expressing their outrage toward the temporary coach and demanding that the coach's identity be revealed. Hearing this, Kang Cha-jeon flashed a satisfied smile, whispering to herself, "You're done for, you Beiti Che." Suddenly, the masked girl changed her tone, leaving her stunned. However, there was a sharp twist no one had anticipated. She continued her report. "Last night, an anonymous account leaked text messages from athlete Kang Cha-jeon, and it's becoming a hot topic." Attached was a screenshot of text messages from Kang Cha-jeon to Park Eun-ha. "Hey, you BTH, did you wash the laundry yet? Why does it still smell like a dog? Should I send this picture to your mom?" The commentary played, the vulgar jokes and terrible swearing, along with more photos of the messages Kang Cha-jeon had sent. "If I catch you crying in the dorms again, you're dead. You looked so pathetic back in 10th grade, that's exactly why all the juniors bullied you. Seriously. Poor thing. Your mother must be devastated to have given birth to someone like you." The masked girl continued her insults, making the reader frown in disgust. Her voice droned on, cold and detached. A graphic design expert suggested that the images posted on Kang Cha-jeon's account had been manipulated with Photoshop. Upon hearing this, Kang Cha-jeon grew incredibly tense. What is this? As they listened intently, it turned out that Kang Cha-jeon was the mastermind behind this violence all along. The broadcast continued. "It didn't stop there. I will reveal the identity of this temporary coach right now," the mysterious girl said, suddenly raising her voice. "She is an inspector from the Education Authority, sent here to investigate this school violence case." Hearing that, Kang Cha-jeon jumped in shock. "What? What are you talking about?" The report kept playing. A few days ago, she had caught the culprit behind a teacher's suicide. Meanwhile, someone quietly walked into the classroom. The broadcast's voice droned on. The reason that no one knew her true identity all this time was because when she was assigned to this school, she had confiscated all the students' phones. Kang Cha-jeon couldn't believe her own eyes, gripping her phone tightly. With a suspicious tone, she muttered, "She's from the Education Authority?" Right then, Lim Han-rim unexpectedly spoke up. "Yeah, that's right." She held up her phone, which was playing the broadcast, and joked, "You're watching this too? I don't think we need to talk about this anymore, right, Han?" Lim Han-rim glanced at the forced smile on Kang Cha-jeon's pale face, emphasizing every word. "Can I keep watching, Miss School Bully?" Lim Han-rim held up her phone screen and coldly said, "Let's have a little talk." Then she gave a blunt order to Kang Cha-jeon, "Follow me." But the girl struggled and tried to run away, causing Lim Han-rim to shout, "Wait!" Kang Cha-jeon quickly brushed past her and dashed out of the classroom. Seeing that, Lim Han-rim threw her training sword over her shoulder with a mocking tone. "Look at that! Look at that!" She called out after her, "You are not allowed to step outside right now." Meanwhile, Kang Cha-jeon ran for her life down the hallway. Everywhere she passed, students pointed and laughed. What a psycho. What a total piece of trash. I knew the day would come when she'd be exposed. Suddenly, Kang Cha-jeon's eyes widened in panic. She froze when she saw Park Yun-ha standing not far away. She was holding a phone, looking momentarily stunned to see Kang Cha-jeon. Suddenly, the bully growled. Her eyes reddened with rage. "Park Yun-ha!" Kang Cha-jeon changed direction. She stopped running away and charged aggressively toward Park Yun-ha, still screaming, "Park Yun-ha!" Just as Kang Cha-jeon approached, a milk carton suddenly fell from above, hitting her straight on the head. A student standing on a higher floor looked down. He sneered, "You're such a psycho." He continued to jeer, "What makes you so special that you're acting so high and mighty here, huh?" Kang Cha-jeon glared up at them, furious. Every word felt like a knife cutting into her. "Look at yourself, you idiot. You're no different from me." As soon as he finished, the students on the floor all began to chant in unison. "Apologize! Apologize!" The chanting grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the building. "Apologize! Apologize! Apologize! Apologize!" The students shouted together, burying Kang Cha-jeon in guilt. "Apologize and get the hell out of here. Kang Cha-jeon, I knew you'd end up like this one day. Park Yun-ha, just beat the hell out of her." Right after that day, a series of headlines reported the incident, revealing more about how Kang Cha-jeon had been bullying classmates since elementary school. Have you seen the devil? Summary of the violence controversy. The one pulling the strings is Kang Soo-jeon. The truth about the second inspector, Lim Han-rim. A serious voice from a news anchor rang out. The school violence controversy involving national female basketball player Kang Cha-jeon has been stirring up public opinion over the past few days, he continued to report. In reality, the person behind everything is athlete Kang Soo-jeon. Kang Soo-jeon manipulated Kang Cha-jeon into committing school violence. At that moment, Kang Soo-jeon sat in her room, quietly listening to the news. Last night, a former teammate of Kang Cha-jeon from middle school appeared on the channel and revealed the whole truth about Kang Cha-jeon's bullying, stating that all of it was directed by Kang Soo-jeon. She frowned, listening closely to every detail. This video had reached 1 million views in just 1 hour. Then, in the comments section, more reliable information appeared, and the situation took a new turn. Suddenly, Kang Cha-jeon walked in, sobbing and choking back tears. "What am I supposed to do now?" Her eyes were swollen with tears, her voice trembling. "They're leaving nothing but malicious comments on my social media. Now they're even sending me death threats." Kang Cha-jeon spoke dejectedly. "Do I have to live like this for the rest of my life?" Kang Soo-jeon, hearing this, comforted her softly. "It's okay, Kang Cha-jeon." She stood up from her chair, softening her voice to soothe her. "People are only doing this because we're just too talented." Kang Soo-jeon reached out to touch her younger sister's tear-streaked face. She calmly continued, "In a month or two, everyone will forget, and things will go back to how they were. Don't worry." Suddenly, she lowered her voice. "So, Kang Soo-jeon," smiled with a cold, twisted expression, and commanded, "Record an apology video looking just like that." Immediately after, she meticulously instructed Kang Cha-jeon, "Listen closely and repeat after me. I admit to the school violence. I will withdraw from the national team and give up basketball." Kang Soo-jeon gently stroked the cheek of her sister, who was staring at her in shock. The voice continued steadily. "However, everything said about my sister is slander. Everything is my fault. So I hope everyone will not misunderstand my sister." Hearing this, Kang Cha-jeon immediately resisted, slapping Kang Soo-jeon's hand away and shouting angrily, "What are you saying? Why do I have to apologize alone?" Regardless of her sister's glare, Kang Cha-jeon shouted, Everything I did to Park Yun-ha was because you told me to. Before she could finish, Kang Soo-jeon lunged forward and yanked a chunk of hair out of Kang Cha-jeon's head. She immediately collapsed, clutching her head and screaming in pain. Kang Soo-jeon frowned and growled. "You idiot! Don't you get the situation?" She coldly dropped the hair from her hand and threatened in a cold tone. "If we do that, we're both going to end up dead." Then, Kang Soo-jeon snapped, "I have to survive too. If you keep acting like this, once things die down, I won't help you anymore." Not long after that, the blurry silhouette of Kang Cha-jeon appeared. She was dressed in all black, standing in front of the camera, speaking in a low voice, "I am Kang Cha-jeon. Regarding the school violence controversy over the past time, I would like to admit that everything is the truth." Then, Kang Cha-jeon bowed her head to apologize. "I admit everything is true. I sincerely apologize to the victims." She lifted her head, her expression vacant like a shell of a person. "I will withdraw from the national team and the girls' basketball club," and she would be honest during the Police and Inspection Bureau's investigation. Suddenly, Kang Cha-jeon lowered her voice. "However, there's one more issue. Regarding the rumors claiming that my sister, Kang Soo-jeon, was the one behind the entire incident." She struggled to hold back tears, continuing with difficulty. "Sister, I didn't know anything about the school bullying. On the contrary, I used my sister's status to harass the other members." Kang Cha-jeon covered her face, her voice sobbing and trembling. "My sister has always been a hard-working and upright athlete since elementary school. I will take full responsibility for everyone's scorn, so please, everyone, stop harassing my poor sister." In the comment section below, viewers began to express their varying opinions. Of course, Soo-jeon isn't that kind of person. It's because of her younger sister that Soo-jeon was falsely accused. Did Kang Soo-jeon even get onto the national team because of Kang Soo-jeon? Of course, not because of Kang Soo-jeon. At the practice court, Kang Soo-jeon stood straight, calmly speaking up. "This is Kang Cha-jeon's withdrawal form from the team." She looked straight into Lim Han-rim's eyes and reported in a stern voice, "For the time being, Kang Cha-jeon will not be attending school and will stay home to self-reflect. Since she was in charge of handling this, you can do as you please." Lim Han-rim heard this and tucked the form into her pocket, her lips curling in a mocking smirk. "Very well. Throw your own sister into hell and try to survive alone. What do you think?" Kang Soo-jeon lowered her head slightly, acting righteous. "Don't make baseless speculations like that. Please just investigate Cha-jeon and be done with it," she continued. "A non-basketball expert like you holding the position of head coach won't be good for us." As soon as Kang Soo-jeon turned to leave, Lim Han-rim pulled out a small notebook, jotting something down, and replied nonchalantly, "I'll leave whenever I want." She then tore off a piece of paper and handed it to her. "Here," Lim Han-rim calmly declared, "I've already decided on the match lineup." Kang Soo-jeon took the paper. Written on it was the lineup: Cho Jung-sun, Kim Ji-soo, Park Eun-ha, Kang Soo-jeon, and Lee Hyun-hee. At the same time, Park Eun-ha and several others entered the gym. Kang Soo-jeon's angry scream rang out, making them freeze. "Are you insane?" She threw the paper down, questioning furiously. "Someone who doesn't even know how to play basketball wants to coach our game?" However, Lim Han-rim calmly stared at Kang Soo-jeon, ignoring her screaming. "What is this? How dare you put someone who can't even sit on the bench into the starting lineup?" Suddenly, she cut off Kang Soo-jeon, speaking sternly. "Don't you wonder why I only made public the text messages from Kang Cha-jeon?" Lim Han-rim looked at her with sharp eyes, lowering her voice. "Because that is the greatest punishment I can inflict upon Kang Cha-jeon." Seeing Kang Soo-jeon's furious expression, she calmly continued, "This punishment isn't suitable for you. People like you need to have their pride totally crushed." Lim Han-rim emphasized every word, making her freeze. "The reason you bullied Park Eun-ha all this time is because she's better than you, isn't it?" As soon as those words dropped, Kang Soo-jeon jumped up like a beast whose tail had been stepped on. "What are you talking about? Why would I do that?" Even so, Lim Han-rim calmly called out, "Park Eun-ha, hurry up and warm up." Lim Han-rim didn't take her eyes off Kang Soo-jeon, calmly explaining, "I'll have you two play a match against each other. If you like, prove me wrong." The two of them looked at each other as they heard this. Her words echoed, "By playing one-on-one." Park Eun-ha and Kang Soo-jeon simultaneously stepped onto the court, preparing to face off. Lim Han-rim took the position of referee. She sternly set the rules. No score limit. Whoever leads by 5 points wins. Kang Soo-jeon stared at her opponent, speaking in a cold tone. "You better keep your promise. If I win, you leave the Department of Education, right?" Lim Han-rim shrugged, signaling her agreement. The match officially began. She held the ball first, carefully observing her opponent. Kang Soo-jeon let out a contemptuous smile, silently cheering herself on. I just need to do well. After all, this girl hasn't been practicing properly anyway. She told herself she couldn't afford to lose to her. As soon as she finished the thought, Kang Soo-jeon immediately dribbled and charged forward. The contest between Park Eun-ha and Kang Soo-jeon became intense. They were evenly matched. They took turns holding the ball. After one shot by Park Eun-ha, the ball neatly swished into the hoop. The other team members watching couldn't help but be amazed. It's hard to believe, is that Park Eun-ha's level? The referee's voice rang out clearly, for all. At that moment, Kang Soo-jeon could no longer be arrogant. She glared at Park Eun-ha. Memories flashed back. 2 years ago, at the National Middle School Basketball Championship. In that game, Park Eun-ha had easily bypassed Kang Cha-jeon to score for her team. She had stared at her with rage, but Park Eun-ha hadn't even paid attention to Kang Cha-jeon, focusing only on the game at hand. At that time, Kang Soo-jeon had been silently observing everything. Suddenly, the man next to her praised, "She plays so well. How does that school have such a talented student?" Her eyes locked onto Park Eun-ha, his words ringing in her ears. "I'm sorry to say this to you, Kang Soo-jeon, but that girl plays much better than your sister." At that moment, Kang Soo-jeon had also thought, she really is a formidable talent. She silently observed Park Eun-ha. Ever since she appeared last year, she's still just a rookie. Kang Soo-jeon witnessed her spectacular goal scoring, feeling uneasy inside. I can't believe she's developed her skills to this level in just 1 year. She memorized Park Eun-ha's face, calculating inwardly. If she gets to high school, she'll become a thorn in my side. Suddenly, Kang Soo-jeon slowly spoke up. Coach Shi kept calculating in her mind. If she goes to another school, she'll become a competitor. Kang Soo-jeon spoke as if reminding him, you have to know how to scout talent, right? Nevertheless, she had already decided it would be better if Park Eun-ha was under her control. In the following matches, Park Eun-ha always maintained her peak performance. Under her control, the ball flew gently into the basket. The coach saw this and cheered excitedly. Park Eun-ha, your ability has increased once again. It seems I don't need to coach you until next year. I'll nominate you immediately. His voice echoed across the court. Kang Soo-jeon, Kang Cha-jeon, Park Eun-ha, you three are our power trio. We're sure to win the national competition this year. Even so, Kang Soo-jeon just stood quietly watching. She cast a wary glance at Park Eun-ha, but whenever she was near her, her anxiety only grew. She began to overthink, feeling more uneasy than ever. Park Eun-ha isn't just an ordinary student, she thought. She's got the potential to be a pro. We're the same age, in the same school if Park Eun-ha entered the professional circuit alongside her, Kang Soo-jeon's anxiety would only spiral. She feared being overshadowed forever. That was when she sought out the coach, leaving him stunned. Kang Soo-jeon, what are you talking about? Why on earth would you ask me to stop Park Eun-ha from training? The coach looked at her, immediately suspicious. You said she was a huge talent yourself. Why are you? Before he could finish his questioning, Kang Soo-jeon just sighed. Coach, you've been taking money from the parents of the kids selected this year, haven't you? Either way, you're obligated to put them on the court, right? She flashed a contemptuous smile, using her words to pressure him. Or do you want me to expose everything? She had to crush Park Eun-ha before that happened. Moments later, Kang Soo-jeon's group swarmed in, unleashing their bullying on Park Eun-ha. She could only grit her teeth and endure every stinging slap in silence. And Kang Soo-jeon watched every single moment of it without missing a beat. Standing from the balcony, looking down, she silently egged them on. Hit her harder. Even the coach joined in, pressing Park Eun-ha. He screamed at her, you again? Go do a handstand. Every time she saw Park Eun-ha being punished like that, Kang Soo-jeon felt a surge of excitement. Just give up already, she whispered. She followed every one of her movements, silently screaming, I told you to quit basketball. Kang Soo-jeon was becoming increasingly unhinged. How much longer do I have to wait? You just need to quit, that's all. Please, just give up. Even while she was aggressively competing against Park Eun-ha, she was praying internally, get out of my sight. Right then, Park Eun-ha quickly analyzed Kang Soo-jeon's technique. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. That's a fake. Park Eun-ha lunged forward and successfully swiped the ball from her. Seeing this, Kang Soo-jeon stood frozen, staring at her in shock. Just then, a whistle blew. Lim Han-rim gestured clearly and called out, switch sides. The two of them immediately stopped and quickly swapped courts. Kang Soo-jeon couldn't take her eyes off Park Eun-ha. She frowned, thinking, damn it, this isn't working either. Kang Soo-jeon observed her intently, deep in thought. Fine. I will crush you, you genius. But how could someone who wasn't even allowed to train properly be on par with her? She faced Park Yun-ha's determined gaze, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. How is this possible? Park Yun-ha's memories flashed by as an alarm clock rang, snapping her out of her dream. Park Yun-ha reached for her phone. The screen showed 4:30 in the morning. She got up, carefully dressing herself while her roommate was still fast asleep. As soon as the dawn broke, basketballs thudded into the hoop in the empty gym. Park Yun-ha practiced her shots in silence, focusing her entire center of gravity into every move. Park Yun-ha's gaze was steady, devoid of any hesitation. By now, she was skillfully dribbling, dodging every defensive move Kang Soo-jeon threw at her. The scene left the onlookers stunned. They shouted in disbelief as they saw Park Yun-ha dribbling with the upper hand, while Kang Soo-jeon desperately chased after her. She stared at Park Yun-ha's back, screaming internally, "Park Yun-ha!" Kang Soo-jeon felt helpless, watching her set up for a shot. "Park Yun-ha!" Right then, she screamed, "Park Eun-ha!" and grabbed her hair at the same time. Lim Han-rim saw this and rushed onto the court. Kang Soo-jeon held onto Park Eun-ha's hair, cursing through gritted teeth. "Are you a freak?" she yelled in a fit of rage. "If you had just given up, everything would be so much better." Kang Soo-jeon's fingers tightened further. Her voice was shrill as she shrieked, "Why are you being so stubborn? Why?" It seemed to be more than she could handle. Park Yun-ha immediately grabbed her shirt, spun around, and in the blink of an eye, tackled Kang Soo-jeon to the ground. Her back slammed hard against the floor. The sound of the impact echoed through the gym. Because of the brute force, Kang Soo-jeon immediately let out a cry of pain. Lim Han-rim watched and let out a sigh, deciding not to intervene. Park Yun-ha stood over her, looking down at her lying sprawled on the floor, breathing heavily in ragged gasps. Her eyes welled with tears as she growled, "Does it make you feel good to trample on other people's dreams?" With that, Park Yun-ha stepped on Kang Soo-jeon's arm, coldly threatening her, "Or should I do the same to you?" Her foot was pressed firmly against the arm. Kang Soo-jeon was nursing in pain. Park Eun-ha twisted the arm. She looked over in agony, calling out to her. Park Yun-ha looked away. "Captain, you know better than anyone, don't you?" She glanced down. That this match wasn't fair at all. She stared at Kang Soo-jeon's sweaty face, her thoughts racing. This match wasn't fair. While the captain didn't know a thing about my basketball ability, she thought, looking at them all on the court, while she herself was still in that awkward position on the floor, watching her. "I was always watching you." She remembered images of her reaching for the ball, jumping up her shooting form, and how she held the ball for specific techniques. Images of her stretching also flickered through her mind. "Even the way you time your fakes or your training methods," Park Eun-ha thought. While still in that awkward pose, "I've memorized them all. Everything about the captain's playstyle." Back in reality, she looked down. "Why did you do it?" Her hand twisted harder. Kang Soo-jeon's eyes widened, teeth gritted as she screamed, "Are you trying to get revenge on me?" Park Yun-ha stood up slowly but didn't let go, looking down. "Not at all. I actually really liked your basketball, Captain." She kept looking at her. "Even if I don't like you as a person, I've learned so much about the game from you." Kang Soo-jeon's eyes widened as she heard those words. "You said that basketball only needs people who take it seriously. So if I trained hard, then one day, I'd be recognized, right?" Park Yun-ha's eyes were wide, brimming with tears. "But you betrayed basketball." She clenched her fist, turned, and walked away. "Kang Soo-jeon, you're trash." Kang Soo-jeon sat there, weary and dazed. A step came up behind her, causing her to turn around. "This isn't what Park Eun-ha wanted," Lim Han-rim said as she watched. "She said that because Kang Soo-jeon is a treasure to the women's basketball team, we couldn't let it end like this." Kang Soo-jeon's eyes widened as she spoke. "Park Yun-ha only has one single wish, to play with you and the team, even if just once." The next words left her stunned. "But even so, even if Park Yun-ha forgives you, I certainly won't let this slide." Lim Han-rim looked down, her expression turning serious. "I'm certain of one thing now. You have absolutely no right to participate in the national competition." Kang Soo-jeon's face twisted in frustration when she heard that. She had dug her own grave. A while later, Lim Han-rim was at school. After the investigation, the Office of Education concluded that team captain Kang Soo-jeon was indeed the one responsible for the bullying that took place within the Songtran High School girls basketball team. Holding a stack of documents, she stood on the podium and spoke clearly. "The Korea Basketball Association has received the investigation results and has decided to strip both Kang Soo-jeon and Kang Cha-jeon of their national eligibility." She raised her voice after summarizing the investigation. "I want to announce to everyone harboring dreams of becoming a professional athlete. An athlete's duty isn't just to show off their skills." At that moment, someone was watching a clip of Han-rim on their phone. Kang Soo-jun sat on her bed in a messy room, muttering to herself. Instead, it's about bringing joy and inspiration to the audience through your play. Soo-jun sat on her bed, biting her nails with a grimace. Is there even an audience that wants to watch a player with such a rotten personality? At a building decorated with banners for the 20th National Girls Basketball Competition, athletes were competing, fiercely on the court. The judges sat there, sighing while looking at their papers. The judge studied the documents intently. What a pity for Kang Soo-jun. The person sitting next to him chimed in, true. Then, the judge raised his eyebrows, looking up. Beautiful and talented, from high school all the way to university. If she could have continued to become a professional player. Park Yoon-ha appeared on the court as he spoke. She already became a star capable of reviving our nation's basketball scene. Yoon-ha nimbly slipped past a player and soared, preparing for a layup. A direct shot, right into the hoop. Park Yoon-ha turned back, dripping with sweat. The bald man sitting up there gasped, "Who is that girl?" Lim Han-rim observed the match from above. She smiled happily. The scene showed Park Yoon-ha high-fiving teammates. Wait, isn't that the person who kicked Kang Soo-jun out? The TV news showed Han-rim reporting on the investigation results from the Office of Education, confirming Kang Soo-jun's bullying. Her face was zoomed in on screen, along with the words, "I hate seeing that attitude." In a room with the TV playing the news, Sang-hee sat in front of her computer. Why does someone in education wear such heavy makeup? She even dyed her hair red. She gritted her teeth in irritation, picking up a piece of cake. I heard she even bullied innocent teachers in the past. The footage of Han-rim speaking clearly appeared on screen, accompanied by her voice. It's truly ridiculous. Is this world fair? The human rights of female students have been trampled on to this extent. As she clicked her mouse, she muttered, I live such a busy life, all because I have to do things like this. Sang-hee typed away, uploading edited references, writing academic achievement reports, and career guidance to send to parents. A sinister smile crept across her face. In the case of unruly students, teachers will have to indirectly. The next day, at the Ministry of Education building, in front of the Education Rights Protection Office, Lim Han-rim walked in, closed her eyes, and sighed in relief. I'm back. She was startled to find Hwa-jin eating a snack and watching her news clip. I want to announce to everyone, the voice from the screen echoed. An athlete's duty isn't just to show off their skills. She blushed, embarrassed, and rushed over. What are you doing? Turn it off. He turned his head and laughed. You looked good on camera. She covered his mouth, her cheeks puffing out and turning bright red, while the voice continued, bringing joy and inspiration to the audience. He spoke up. But that speech sounded just like a generic template, didn't it? Lim Han-rim blushed and frowned. I told you I didn't like it, but the minister kept insisting I summarize it like that. I was so nervous that I was shaking while speaking. This is the most embarrassing moment of my life. He clicked the mouse. But why is this next video 5 facts about Lim Han-rim? She screamed in panic. Hey, you! She lunged at him. Don't click on that. Just as someone arrived, Choi Kang-suk stood there, frowning and shouting, Why aren't you working? Why are you messing around? He walked over and looked at Hwa-jin. Have you decided on the next school yet? He replied nervously. Not yet. I'm still choosing. Then, he stared blankly at the documents on the table, and the old man spoke up. If you haven't chosen, take a look at this. He turned to see Lim Han-rim anxiously saying, Minister, the reporters lately have been a bit. Choi Kang-suk lit a cigarette and replied, Just say exactly what the secretary drafted. Hwa-jin's eyes widened at the contents of the folder. He squinted. He read the reference material about students causing trouble and affecting the classroom atmosphere. This is serious. Kang Soo-jun held her notes. When I was young, the thing that made me most dissatisfied at school was the state's anti-communist ideology and the glorification of the military dictatorship. He turned around. What are you looking at? Let me see. Lim Han-rim grabbed his folder, panicked. This is crazy. The old man frowned in anger. Looking up, children are the future of the country, yet they want to build this brainwashing education system? Elsewhere, in a classroom, Sumi was kneeling, crying, with a paper on her head that read, I am a discriminator. The teacher stood over her. You all see this, don't you? A malicious child with discriminatory words and actions. Meanwhile, the girl kneeling there shivered, thinking, I can't accept that Choi Kang-suk became the Minister of Education. Sang-hee, the teacher standing there, spoke with a sinister laugh. She won't be able to say anything when she gets discriminated against, too. The teacher thought, if you're so good, come and catch the ringleader right now. Assistant Kim stood there, listening to a phone call. I'm sorry, Director, but I can't go to work today. The person on the other end replied, "Hey, Assistant Kim, are you crazy? Tomorrow is IGO. Do you want to get fired?" He replied, "I'm sorry." He held a comic magazine in his hand. "But I have something more important to take care of." Assistant Kim hung up the phone as the person on the other end continued, "Hey, Assistant Kim, hey." His eyes widened as he opened the magazine to read. A look of fear appeared on his face. He thought, "Is this for real?" The text within the passage appeared. "I can't understand what the teacher said. You said it yourself during class. You claimed to be different and demanded that your classmates treat you unfairly from then on. I've been bullied by everyone because of you. You're the hateful one." The other students in the class lunged at the poor vulnerable girl, taunting her, "You discriminator, you discriminator." As the girl collapsed, sobbing under a cupboard, Lim Han Rim watched from the sidelines, a faint smirk on her face. Can this really be happening in an elementary school? Outside, a car sped down the street amidst loud shouting. I swear, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Hwa-jin sat silently in the car beside her. Lim Han Rim was driving, shouting in frustration. How can an educator hold such radical ideas? Inciting the class to isolate a student? It's absolutely insane. Her face darkened with irritation. How are we supposed to deal with her? I can't just crawl through the computer and smash her. Hwa-jin panicked, quickly trying to calm her down. Take it easy. Look at you. You're turning purple from anger. He leaned his arm against the car door, holding a tablet. A news article appeared on the screen, detailing a complaint from a parent about their child acting strangely due to the teacher's classroom methods. He was reading it aloud. If we poke the grass, the snakes will show themselves. Meanwhile, Sung-hee sat in her office before her computer. A document was displayed on the screen as she typed. After staying late at school to finish my assignment, 2 friends and I were heading home, when suddenly, 7 drunken male students ran up, shoved us, and yelled, "Where the hell did you dumb brats come from?" They even laughed when my friend started bleeding. I already called the police. But she clicked the enter key and stretched, feeling exhausted, done for the morning. Suddenly, a message popped up, catching her by surprise. It was a message from teacher Chan-mi. "Hey Sang-hee, it looks like our education website is crashing. It's chaos online right now. The operators have taken it down temporarily, but the Blue House, the National Assembly, and the Ministry of Education have all received the report." Sang-hee suddenly stood up and looked toward Chan-mi. "Chan-mi, are we in trouble? Why would you send a message like this?" Chan-mi looked away awkwardly. "Oh, it's nothing." She glanced around nervously, whispering, "Because everyone is performing We're Education. We need to be careful." Sang-hee interrupted. "Re-education? What are you talking about?" She added cheerfully, "We are working hard for a world without discrimination." With that, she grabbed her files and headed out. Hwa-jin and Lim Han Rim were standing behind her. After a brief greeting, they flashed their employee IDs with a smile. "We're from the Bureau of Education Rights Protection." The words left her trembling. "Are you the teacher, Jiang Sang-hee?" She stuttered as she turned around. "Yes, what's the matter?" They both put their IDs away, and he spoke. "Oh, don't be so tense. Actually," Hwa-jin said with a smile. "A debate broke out regarding gender discrimination during our lesson with the students." He continued, making Sang-hee relax a little. "We heard you're an expert in this field. Would you mind teaching us a few things?" She brought her hands to her face, beaming. "Oh my, you two found the right person." She turned around, clutching her files happily. "Please, follow me. I'll give you a tour of the class." He glanced at Lim Han Rim, who leaned in to whisper, "How can she deceive us so easily?" I was speechless when I heard the original plan. He just smiled. They entered the classroom and sat down to observe. A student stood up to read. The fairy was panicked after seeing her winged dress disappear. The woodcutter then appeared. The girl read aloud confidently. "If you stay, marry me, and bear my children, I will return your winged dress to you," the woodcutter said. Suddenly, the girl yelled. Unable to take it anymore, her next lines made Lim Han Rim's eyes widen in shock. She threw a jade ring straight at the woodcutter's head. The woodcutter was stunned. He had expected the fairy to cry when she couldn't find her dress, but things were turning out quite differently than he had planned. Lim Han Rim looked at Sang-hee, who was standing there. Perspectives in fairy tales have become outdated in this era. That is why we are replacing them with modern viewpoints. To teach our students. Sang-hee frowned, bringing a hand to her cheek and looking down. While incorporating modern viewpoints into fairy tales might be a good educational method, she looked up with a smile. Because fairy tales are oral traditions, shouldn't we still teach students the original principles first? Third graders can still understand the original version. Sang-hee's face twisted into a scary expression as she turned toward her. Didn't I already tell you? Those are outdated works. What good will they do for the students? She then pointed to the soccer players in a picture on the board. Can you clearly see the difference between these numbers? This is proof that the soccer field is a man's exclusive property. Images of employees wearing different uniforms based on their gender appeared as she spoke. Look at this advertisement. Men wear pants and women wear skirts, right? This means that tradition is unintentionally emphasizing gender roles to us. A male student bowed his head. I'm sorry. The girls sat there arrogantly while the boys bowed one by one, saying, I'm sorry for looking down on girls. I'm sorry for mocking you, little one. I'm sorry for calling you a pig. Lim Hun-rim watched, shocked, as Sang-hee stared at them. Children often exhibit discriminatory behavior in life without realizing it. Her expression turned weary. They are very innocent, but because of that, sometimes they don't realize their own mistakes. So, they need to be re-educated. Hwa-jin's face went blank. Sumi was standing there too, but she had a sign hanging around her neck that read, I am a discriminator. He turned to her, pointing at the girl. Teacher, why is she the only one wearing that sign? She replied, Oh, you mean Sumi? She frowned as she looked at the girl. Sumi refused to participate in my class before, so I had to take strong measures to help her get back on track. You see? Lim Han-rim couldn't believe it. Her eyes widened as she thought. She teaches about discrimination, yet she acts like this when students don't listen to her? I finally realized why this person was able to bypass Senior Na's plan. Those thoughts raced through her mind, because she was completely oblivious to how contradictory her own words and actions were. Sang-hee clapped happily. Well done, everyone. Keep it up just like that. Outside, someone is peering into the classroom. It's Assistant Kim, staring wide-eyed and trembling at a line of text on the blackboard, his eyes bulging as he looks at the image of poor Shin Sumi with a sign around her neck. He suddenly bursts through the door. Lim Han-rim looks on in surprise, and Sang-hee also looks shocked. Shin Sumi's dad, the little girl, looks up, stunned, and calls out, Dad! His eyes red with rage, he trembles as he holds up some papers, shouting, So it turns out everything my daughter wrote in here is true. She stands there, stunned, as Assistant Kim doesn't stop. How could you incite students to discriminate like this? You need to apologize. Apologize to Shin Sumi immediately and erase that lesson plan. She answers calmly, We are in the middle of a class. Please leave. He lunges forward, as if poked, and screams, If you're in the middle of a class, you should be teaching common sense. How can you publicly shame such a bright, brilliant child like that? Sang-hee bows her head, grimacing, and reaches up to adjust her glasses. Every teacher has their own methods. I don't know what right you have to judge whether my teaching is normal or not. Assistant Kim's face is full of shock hearing those words, mostly because he himself doesn't know how to be a parent. But, isn't reading your daughter's diary like this a violation of her privacy? Oh, wait, I used the term parent wrong, didn't I? Her face turns mocking. You're divorced and raising your child alone, right? Shin Sumi is furious hearing this. I get it now. Divorcing a controlling man like you, the little girl's eyes go wide, is only natural. Assistant Kim raises his hand and shouts, making her wince. How can you gossip about someone's family in front of a child like that? Suddenly, someone grabs his arm. Hwa-jin is the one who stops him, making him turn around and shout, Huh? You? Then he stands in front, surprising the teacher. If you slap her, that would be an infringement on educational rights. Before anyone could say another word, Lim Han-rim directly lands a slap on Sang-hee. She winces and smiles. Just leave this to us. The slap almost twisted her face. Sang-hee stands in front of Lim Han-rim. What are you people doing? Hwa-jin stands behind, smiling slyly. Actually, we've received reports that you're conducting extremist brainwashing on your students. She clutches her face, wincing in pain as she hears that. In other words, your teaching methods are too authoritarian. On top of that, you have an attitude that crosses the line when criticized by parents. After that, she bends down to pick up her glasses from the floor. I admit I had an improper attitude toward Shin Sumi's parent. Sang-hee still winces as she puts her glasses on. But what do you mean I'm brainwashing students? Hwa-jin stands there listening to her. Your educational methods are cruel because they poison students' minds with immoral, narrow-minded, and biased ideas, much like Nazi brainwashing. I do not accept you slandering the educational methods I pursue as brainwashing. He stands opposite her and replies, Do you really think your teaching style is completely normal? She narrows her eyes and answers defiantly. Of course it is. He breaks into a smile. All right then. Even though we've only sat in on this morning's class, that was enough for us to understand everything. How about we decide it like this? Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim sit at a desk. He crosses his arms and speaks up. Hello everyone. We're new transfer students. Just call us Na, that's Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim. Sang-hee stands there, fuming. We came here to ask Miss Sang-hee to teach us about equality. We hope you'll help us a lot. Shin-sumi is excitedly showing off her dress. Dad bought this at the supermarket for me yesterday. Don't you guys think it's pretty? Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim stand there looking at the excited kids. It's super pretty. He's chewing on something while she happily rests her chin on her hand. Even though I haven't had a chance to be around kids much lately, I can be sure that children these days are much cuter than we were back in the day. Over there, the group of kids is still showing clear signs of irritation, while Sang-hee is walking in the hallway, thinking, could it be that because our school's website information leaked, they came to investigate the brainwashing education? Her face darkens as she thinks. No. On the contrary. This is a golden opportunity. I'll take this chance to get the Ministry of Education to accept and choose my teaching method as the standard curriculum in schools. Afterward, she walks in with those thoughts. If that's the case, I have to keep the website running quietly. Just as she enters, she sees So Na-dong bullying Shin-sumi, making the little girl scream. I already said no, so why do you have to make a scene? I'm going to tell the teacher you're a body shamer. Sang-hee steps in and asks, So Na-dong, what's going on? The girl turns and answers, Teacher. The girl points directly at the boys standing there. They were commenting on Shin-sumi's appearance. Her eyes narrow. Can you tell me specifically what they said? The boys stand there, terrified. The boys hang their heads as she walks toward them, frowning. You guys dared to do that? No. We were just complimenting Shin-sumi's dress. Then, a loud shout rings out. Whether you're complimenting or criticizing a friend, you have already acted with discrimination. Go to the back of the class and put your hands up. Lim Han-rim sits on the other side, frowning as she watches this. Even if the kids said that, how could you treat them like that? Sang-hee turns around, puzzled, and looks at Hwa-jin, who is clapping and walking over. Amazing. That really is wonderful. He happily claps and walks up. We truly should eliminate all acts of appearance-based discrimination in this country. I think your educational method is great for guiding students toward what's right. She turns, face red with anger, when she hears him. Even though people usually only apply this when comparing appearances, I don't need to hold back my praise for you in a case like this, do I? Sang-hee looks at him. This issue isn't as simple as you think. Shin-sumi stands behind her, trembling, as she replies, when children grow up, they receive more compliments about their hair or clothing, and because of that, they start thinking, if I'm prettier, I'll get more praise. Shin-sumi stands behind, sweating. Because of that, the students will gradually learn how to be more feminine. Is the fact that I help them emphasize gender roles in daily stories brainwashing? Hwa-jin takes a step forward. That might be true, but he touches the shoulders of two students. Isn't it enough if they just like it themselves? He glances up with an intimidating look. I believe that a person wanting to look prettier has absolutely nothing to do with gender. That's their personal preference. Sang-hee is fuming red as she listens to him. Even though teaching students basic values is very important, we can't let their personal viewpoints be dismantled like some kind of ideology. I believe that wanting to look beautiful has absolutely nothing to do with gender. It's a personal preference. Jiang Sang-hee blushed when she heard him. Even though teaching students basic values is very important, we cannot allow their personal viewpoints to be broken, similar to the ideology. The teacher silenced her with a look, then glanced down at Jumi. You like dressing up too, don't you, sweetie? The little girl replied happily, yes. A moment later, Sang-hee was writing the word job on the blackboard, explaining occupations like teacher, police officer, and doctor. In English, there are also words to refer to these professions, she explained. Jumi rested her chin on her hand, flipping through her book. Oh, there's even this in the textbook? Beside her, Lim Han-rim was happily flipping through his book, saying, so cool. Then, Sang-hee opened her book and looked surprised. Everyone, turn to page 57, she said, her face grimacing as she broke into a sweat. This world really does have a lot of issues that need you, she thought. Lim Han-rim looked over at her while she was lecturing. This textbook illustrates it very clearly, the teacher continued. Let's all look at page 57. Lim Han-rim looked at the page, puzzled. What's the problem? The illustrated characters for the professions appeared on the board along with her lecture. Pilot, doctor, police officer, they were all male, weren't they? She wondered to herself. Wait, there's a female teacher there. Sang-hee's face twisted in annoyance. This showed the teacher's deep-seated prejudice regarding gender roles in professions. If only the people at the Ministry of Education paid attention to this, how good it would be, she thought. Hwa-jin glanced up as a boy stood up and raised his hand. Teacher, male police officers are stronger, right? The boy's words made her face turn red with anger. Because boys are physically stronger and faster, they can catch criminals more easily. She gritted her teeth, thinking, back in the day, they would never have dared to talk back to me like this. It's all because of those bastards. She reached up to adjust her glasses. Of course, it's true that men are physically stronger than women, but every profession needs the role of women as well. She looked at Lim Han-rim. Right, Inspector Lim Han-rim? Sang-hee smiled wickedly. I've checked your file, and I know you come from the Special Forces. She looked over at her and spoke up. Can you explain to the kids about the role of women in the military? Then, she stood up, looked at Lim Han-rim, took off her jacket, and stood up straight. She walked forward and tied up her hair, making everyone stare. What are you doing? She placed her hands on the ground, got into position, and started doing push-ups. This made both Sang-hee and the students look down in shock. After that, she even put one hand behind her back and continued doing one-handed push-ups. She then moved on to doing push-ups using only 2 fingers. As sweat dripped down, the students stood up and cheered. That's insane! She's doing push-ups with her fingertips. Lim Han-rim, panting from the exertion, said, during the Special Forces selection, I passed the physical fitness test meant for men. Hwa-jin sat there nodding in agreement. While she was still telling her story, the number of people who met the requirements could be counted on the fingers of one hand, especially the top-tier ones. The best in the military and individual combat, she thought. She then stood up tiredly. In my personal opinion, Lim Han-rim said with a cheerful smile, looking over at her. In the military, there are no roles for women. There are only the roles of soldiers. She looked over at the teacher, who was fuming red, and continued. I think all professions are the same. Sang-hee held the paper, her hands trembling. Hwa-jin raised his hand. No, that's not right. Lim Han-rim held up her hand to signal a stop. As a woman, I don't agree with that. The children below smiled brightly and cheered. The new teacher is so right. Sang-hee gripped the paper tightly. She knocked over her cup of water as she slammed her hand on the desk and grabbed her own hair. Seo Na-dong was eating a sandwich and telling Sang-hee, our school has been a total mess lately. Teacher, they keep making things difficult for the teachers, and only know how to suck up to the people at the Ministry of Education. A student chimed in. That's right. I want you, teacher. The little girl closed her eyes. Just looking at the face of that bearded uncle makes me feel sick. Sang-hee was dumbfounded as the 2 students talked to each other right in front of her. That red-haired hag isn't a child either. If they all just died, how great would that be? A message thread popped up. I heard people from the Education Rights Protection Bureau are here? What did they say? Are they investigating our homepage? One person replied, you didn't reveal anything about us, did you? Another person also texted, everyone, save yourselves first. Absolutely no one say anything. Another person continued the chat. I don't agree. This is the time we have to show them that our teaching methods are completely correct. Don't be afraid, everyone. Sang-hee was sitting in front of her computer. She pursed her lips, saying nothing. Then her hands began to type. A long message appeared with a notification. Another message popped up. I will definitely make them acknowledge our teaching methods. Another person replied, that's right. Why should we hide? This is a great opportunity for the people from the Ministry of Education to directly see the values we are pursuing. Sang-hee sat reading the messages. That's right. We have to protect the kids. I support you. We are always behind you. Keep it up. She silently pursed her lips and thought, that's right. I cannot back down. Back in the present, at the dining table with the students, she spoke up. Kid Sang-hee smiled, thinking, we aren't wrong. She rested her chin on her clasped hands and spoke. I have something I need your help with. Jumi stood up and raised her hand. I don't think so, teacher. The little girl looked up at the lesson about restroom symbols on the board. If all restroom signs were exactly the same, it would be very difficult for people to tell them apart. Sang-hee looked over, frowning at her words. It would be harder for everyone to distinguish them when they're in a hurry. That's why signs were made in the first place, to help people identify them, right? She shouted angrily. Jumi! How dare you? Hwa-jin spoke up, making her freeze. I hope you don't interrupt the students while they are expressing their opinions. His gaze darkened. It seems she's more old-fashioned than I thought. The essence of pictograms is visual appeal. When scholars haven't even come to a conclusion on what to prioritize on restroom signs, Sang-hee turned to look at him with hatred as he spoke. In this situation, I think you should let the students discuss it freely. That will help the students absorb the knowledge the teacher has imparted. She forced a smile and turned to reply, "You're right, class. Let's discuss this freely together." She stood in front of the class. "Does anyone else have a different opinion from Jumi?" Seo Na-dong stood up and raised his hand. "Me." The girl crossed her arms and said loudly, "It's so useless to keep drawing dresses on signs for women. Moreover, why does it have to be red? Red doesn't bring me any luck at all. I hate it," the girl continued, making Jumi turn back and look angrily. "Only idiots like Jumi. You still don't get it, do you? You still don't know who Han-gun is, right?" The girl stood up and glared at her, knitting her brows. "This isn't just our business. And besides, there are still people who don't know about Han-gun, just like you said." She leaned in and whispered, "Who here agrees that I'm right?" The girls on the other side stood up, looked over, and sneered. A boy in a red shirt slowly stood up. "I completely agree with Na-dong." The students gathered around began mocking Sumi. "Why can't you tell the difference? You idiot. The idea that boys wear pants and girls wear skirts is so outdated." Her face flushed red and she started sweating. "Well, that makes sense. Because you're a discriminatory person. That's the standard for someone who doesn't know Han-gun." Sang-hee waved her hand. Now, kids, open discussion is good, but you shouldn't talk trash about your classmates like that, okay?" Jumi replied cheerfully. "Yes, teacher." She bowed with a smirk. "This is truly an effective method. Thank you, Supervisor Hwa-jin. Hwa-jin, thanks to you, the class has become so much more lively." Her words left him stunned. "I definitely need to use this more often." Meanwhile, Na-dong was screaming at a boy. "Hey, I told you, that makes me unhappy." The boys on the other side pointed at Jumi. "You're the one who's being discriminatory." Na-dong stood in the classroom, her hands gripped behind her back. "I believe that whatever the teacher says is unconditionally correct." Sang-hee stood with her hands on her hips, delighted. "Does anyone disagree with Na-dong's opinion?" The other students looked at the girl with concern. Then she looked toward Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim, thinking, "You guys hate this atmosphere right now, don't you?" She looked at their angry faces, and thought, "Yeah, but you two have no right to object because this is the plan you guys proposed, and I'm the one stopping the students when they cross the line. You kids, no. We've always had to listen to the big shots in this society anyway." Her face turned bright red like a monster as she thought, "But if all the students here listen to me, you guys will end up losing." Suddenly, Sumi raised her hand, startling her. "I think differently." The girl stood up, holding her hands to her chest. "I think that stance is too sensitive." Sang-hee's eyes widened, thinking, "Shin Sumi, why do you have to stick your nose into everything?" The girl spread her hands out. "We can overcome this in a better way. That way, there won't be any more fighting and..." This made her think, "You're a girl too. These lessons are for your own future." Na-dong stood up, enraged, and lunged at Sumi. "You've left me speechless, you know that?" The girl stood up, shoved her, and shouted, "Sensitive? What do you mean by sensitive, huh?" "Huh?" Na-dong's eyes bulged as she screamed. "Because of people like you, discrimination still exists." Sumi's face turned red as she heard the screams. "Why are you still alive, huh? Why don't you just die already? Stop breathing, stop eating." Sang-hee stood there, her face flushing, eyes wide, lunging forward, thinking, "No, Na-dong. You're going too far," she spoke up. Na-dong stopped, and suddenly, the teacher's face turned panicked. A shoe slammed square into Na-dong's face. A boy in a blue shirt at the back had just thrown his shoe. "You make me feel disgusted. Seriously." The boy muttered words that made her grit her teeth and glare. "Is all you know how to do is run your mouth? That stupid logic of yours is only for brainless idiots." Then, Na-dong lost it and screamed, "All of you, stand up right now." A female student slammed the desk, stood up and shouted, "Stop it. Are you crazy?" Jumi also stood up, frowning at Seo Na-dong. "You've been acting pretty cocky lately, haven't you?" Si-hung and Sumi stood there watching as the kids started brawling, filled with shouts of, "Shut your mouth, you discriminatory freaks. Why am I in the same class with you people? I'll wipe out all you pests." Sumi said gently, "Why do you have to shout at her like that? You're the annoying one, you crazy bitch. Don't you know how to say anything other than die?" Na-dong stood there screaming, kill them all, you pests." Sang-hee's eyes widened in worry. The boy in the blue shirt and Jumi also angrily shouted, "You've lost your mind because of that garbage logic." On the other side, Hwa-jin slowly stood up. Lim Han-rim, sitting next to him, stammered, looking over, "Senior, this." Suddenly, something made the room feel like it was shaking. Sang-hee stood there, eyes wide, watching Hwa-jin, who had just smashed the desk, splitting it in half. He glared at her. As he stepped toward her, she was terrified. "What are you doing?" Then he pointed behind him. "It seems like this classroom is split in two as well." The students in the room were also scared. He looked at the desk he had split, just like that. Then Na-dong turned around, startled. His terrifying face appeared as he said, "They only know how to tear each other apart when they don't agree with someone else's opinion." His next words made Sang He's eyes widen in fear. "Was your goal as an educator to make the students divide into factions like this?" The students stood there, looking over. Now Hwa-jin was standing in front of the terrified Sang Hee. "When they don't agree with someone else's opinion, is the goal of your education?" She turned to look behind her upon hearing. To make students divide into factions like this? In her heart, she thought, no. She looked at the students staring at her and thought, this isn't what I wanted. Sang-hee's face turned fearful. Me. She remembered an image of a group of teachers working. At first, everyone was just a team helping each other teach. When a colleague held up some documents, it made Sang-hee happy. I was inspired by the passion of my colleagues, who were always aiming for a genuine education with love for their students. But the two teachers sitting in front of her were frowning and discussing something. Have you noticed lately that the kids are constantly making derogatory comments about women without even thinking? Exactly. I've been furrowing my brow at it, too. The teacher in the purple shirt turned and continued. This is the harmful effect of the internet. The kids have mimicked the wild, arrogant things said online. I don't know when it started, but the topics of conversation shifted to hateful speech about gender discrimination. The other teacher put her hand to her chin. I heard that they've compiled educational methods on the web to correct this issue. The one in purple looked at Sang-hee, making her jump. I heard about that too. I'm planning to sign up and join. Miss Sang-hee, are you participating? She spoke up. In her greed, she thought, I'm also. Then she replied happily, I've joined. But deep in her heart, she had actually joined long ago. An image of Sang-hee teaching frantically, as someone who works hard and gives her all. An image of her carefully examining papers so that this society would no longer have discrimination to guide the students toward the right things. The image on the website appeared, along with the recognition of her colleagues. Sang-hee sat in front of the computer, knitting her brows, working. That was her entire motivation. She flashed a fake smile, convinced that what she was doing was absolutely right, that not even one AI could deny it. Back in the present, she was screaming at Jiang Sang-hee, pointing her finger directly in his face, shrieking, It's all because you people keep sticking your noses into how I educate my students. That's why they've turned out like this. He looked at her calmly and replied, That's exactly why I can't agree with your way of thinking. His next words left her stunned. In the future, those kids are going to keep running into people who hold different viewpoints. Just like me. The students watched as he talked. When they grow up, everyone will establish their own personal values. They won't have the luxury of everyone else's approval. But your teaching method trains them to think they're superior, and that they can lecture others whenever they want. Seo Na-dong furrowed his brows and glanced over as he heard this. If people don't do what they want, they'll just look down on them and slander them, he continued. Sumi and the boy in the blue shirt stood there listening. Eventually, they drag in the whole group to attack others, just to force everyone to acknowledge their right. Those who get attacked just go out and find their own group to fight back. Tears began to stream down Jiang Sang-hee's face as he heard this. A class war? Creating cliques and fighting like this? Is that really the society you want to build? Tears and snot were running down her face. She replied, No, I was just clearly stating the values we were pursuing. Her eyes went wide with shock when she heard Hwa-jin say, So now you're bringing up us again? An outsider listening to the debate thought, could it be that someone else is teaching the same thing as her? Jiang Sang-hee waved her hands frantically. That's not it. Charlie stood to the side, biting her nails in fear at the screaming inside. Jiang Sang-hee clutched her skirt and looked away. Because of that, Hwa-jin didn't say another word. He just closed his eyes and turned away. But I don't disagree with the values of gender equality that you all are pursuing. He glanced back with a faint smile. It's only the way you're teaching it that's wrong. Then he leaned down and placed a hand on Sumi's shoulder. Sumi, why don't you show her how it should actually be conveyed? He looked over happily. Usually, Sumi, you have different thoughts from your teacher, don't you? You can say it all with confidence. This left the girl wide-eyed and stunned, her mouth hanging open. She shared all her thoughts, and then a moment later, Lim Han-rim stood behind Sumi, holding a paper and reading seriously to the class. So, I'm going to express my thoughts on the issue of gender equality. The girl spoke clearly. Basically, both men and women are equal in all fields, and they all deserve to be treated with kindness. As she read, Han-rim picked up some chalk and wrote, "First, everyone needs to let go of the idea that girls must be weak and boys must be strong. Second, you shouldn't tease people for wearing what they like." Hwa-jin sat with his arms crossed next to Jiang Sung-hee, listening. Third, don't pick a side, boy or girl, just because you're a boy. Or a girl. Stick to what's right. Seo Na-dong sat there, frowning as he listened. Fourth, don't let gender dictate your dreams for the future. Sumi turned to look at her friend, smiling as she heard. Fifth, respect everyone's personal interests. The students listened intently. Sixth, clearly distinguish the difference between male-female differences and discrimination. Sumi held the paper, focused. Finally, her expression turned fearful. Her next words made Jiang Sung-hee jump. Just like you said, my parents divorced when I was in the first grade. Images of her parents arguing flashed by. Mom thought she was right, and Dad thought he wasn't wrong. Kim and his ex-wife pointed fingers at each other. As the girl recounted their battles, they always started with shouting. Sumi hid behind the door with tears running down her face. If only they had stayed calm and talked to each other, maybe my family would be like everyone else's now. Sumi lowered her head and cried. So, the final point is, don't get angry and scream when you disagree with someone else. Han-rim kept writing, and even the students felt moved. This seemed to freeze Jiang Sung-hee. Everything would be better if we just stopped arguing with each other now. Jiang Sung-hee sat nervously next to Hwa-jin, who was bowing his head with his arms crossed. That's wonderful. I have no objections. He sat there, glancing over at her. Pursuing correct values while staying neutral and avoiding conflict, that is true education. Afterwards, Jiang Sung-hee stepped forward. Lim Han-rim quickly hugged Sumi, but Jiang Sung-hee walked up, picked up her phone, and snapped a photo of the board filled with what Lim Han-rim helped Sumi write about gender equality. She posted the photo to the group chat with the message, "These are the thoughts of my students on the direction of gender equality education." Jiang Sung-hee sat at her computer, typing as she spoke. This girl is very praiseworthy, and I empathize with her a lot. I'm thinking about how to incorporate this into the teaching materials. Suddenly, something made her eyes go wide. The text, Elder District 2, appeared. A look of panic flashed across her face. What is this? When did everyone leave? Did you guys change the group chat or something? Someone then replied to her message. You have worked very hard. I highly respect and support your efforts to fight. Under pressure from the Education Rights Protection Bureau, another line of text appeared. I regret having to say this, but after a deliberation, another message was sent. We have decided to terminate your position so that everyone can continue to carry out our mission. Jiang Sung-hee's eyes widened. She sat there stunned as she read it. It's all for the sake of our children. I believe you will understand us. The person who sent the message then appeared as, left the group. Jiang Sung-hee sat there, feeling helpless. Then she closed her laptop. She leaned her head back, looking up at the sky, feeling hollow. For the sake of the children, huh? The next day, a resignation letter made Han-rim furious. Han-rim was holding that letter, reading it. You're saying this was left on Jiang Sung-hee's desk? She replied, yes. Lim Han-rim gritted her teeth in frustration and looked away. It's obvious she's acting like this to cut ties with us after you questioned her yesterday. While she was still talking, he suddenly noticed something in the letter. Seriously, we have to drag all of them out into the light. Hwa-jin's gaze hardened. Don't jump to conclusions. Suddenly, a memory card fell out of the envelope. That's just prejudice. The memory card sat neatly in his hand. A period of silence passed. The news station began broadcasting information about that incident. After 2 weeks, the Education Rights Protection Bureau revealed the results of an investigation that shook public opinion online regarding a group of teachers who were carrying out a plan to brainwash elementary students. Specifically, on the morning of the day before yesterday, teacher Jiang Sung-hee of S Elementary School submitted her resignation along with a card containing all the information about the online group for this teachers club sent to the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. Just looking at the file names like Strategy for Winning Over Parents, Methods for Controlling Student Groups, Countermeasures for Investigations, When Legal Issues Arise, was enough to make me shudder. Each school has about 130 participants, and each elder directly manages their own members. They often report information such as, members at School N are very worried because students keep disrupting class. Hope the teachers can help. Please check this out. Detailed operating costs for this month. Someone else is already planning a defense. I've already posted ways to handle it if the info on the web gets leaked. Elders, please share this with your members. Another issue is that, because they don't operate in the same area, Even someone at the elder level, like Teacher Jiang, doesn't know all the members which ones are from School C in District B or from Detron. The members in the group chat are teachers from all over the country. The Ministry of Education and the police have set up an investigation team to shed light on the case. Finally, at that moment, Jiang Sang-hee realized the rot in their mindset and decided to resign. While busy carrying her supplies out of the school, Jiang Sang-hee didn't forget to say goodbye to her colleague. "Have fun staying here, Teacher Chanmi." Even so, Teacher Chanmi didn't care in the slightest, continuing to click away at her keyboard as if she hadn't heard a thing. Chanmi angrily typed 3 words onto her computer. "Traitor." Seeing that, Jiang Sang-hee didn't say anything more. Jiang Sang-hee walked out of the staff room with a resolute will. Just then, a hand reached out to help her carry the heavy pile of boxes. Hwa-jin wore a smile as bright as a flower, nothing like his usual gloomy expression. He said softly, "Let me help you." The two of them left just like that, neither saying a word. Hwa-jin spoke up first. I don't know if you think what I'm doing is pointless. I just wanted to help you." Hearing that, Jiang Sang-hee was silent for a moment. Then she lowered her voice and admitted, "Up until now, I have never doubted my teaching methods because everyone around me kept whispering to me that the way I taught was right, so I used that method to teach the students." Looking back on that version of herself, Jiang Sang-hee felt like she was nothing more than a crazy person. She sadly realized, "I really was a teacher who was brainwashing my own students." And then, Jiang Sang-hee continued, Don't misunderstand. I don't mean to play the victim." She simply felt regret for the things she had done. "If an adult like me feels this way, what will happen to the kids?" Jiang Sang-hee said with a heavy heart. After realizing that, "I hated myself so much I wanted to just drop dead." And so, the two of them made it to the parking lot. Hwa-jin helped Jiang Sang-hee load the supplies into the trunk. Once finished, Hwa-jin asked quietly, "Today is the last day. Don't you want to say goodbye to your students?" Jiang Sang-hee replied sadly, "What right do I have?" Pausing for a beat, she continued, "I think the only thing I can do for them now is to disappear from their lives forever." Seeing Jiang Sang-hee carrying such a negative and heavy burden, Hwa-jin glanced into the distance and spoke, sensing that those standing behind him were Shizumi and Senadong. Seeing them, Hwa-jin continued, saying, "You two still have a lot to learn from your teacher." Seeing the two little ones, Jiang Sang-hee looked surprised. Before she could finish, Shizumi spoke up first. "Are you really quitting, miss?" Senadong, standing to the side, handed a sheet of A4 paper to Jiang Sang-hee. She just stared at it, wide-eyed in astonishment. Senadong happily added, "The whole class made it together." Inside were countless messages from the little ones to their teacher, Jiang Sang-hee. Senadong added, "Even though some kids wrote mean things in here, since you're leaving soon, I didn't have time to erase them." As she scanned those scribbled words, Jiang Sang-hee couldn't hold back. Tears just kept streaming down. Looking further down, Jiang Sang-hee saw Shizumi's note. "Because of you, I've really thought a lot about equality. Thank you, miss." Jiang Sang-hee hugged the two kids and softly said, "I'm sorry, you too." Jiang Sang-hee felt so guilty, she couldn't even put it into words. "It's all my fault. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Senadong and Shizumi gently patted her shoulders to comfort their teacher. Seeing this, Hwa-jin was deeply satisfied. Seeing that Jiang Sang-hee cooperated with the investigation and showed sincere remorse, her superiors rejected her resignation. In return, the school held a disciplinary meeting and decided to suspend Jiang Sang-hee for 3 months. Afterward, the Ministry of Education conducted a large-scale survey among all students and parents to get a clear picture of this brainwashing education scandal. The kids held the papers in their hands with genuine interest, happy to finally express their own thoughts. Because the full extent of the website's activities hadn't been completely uncovered yet, the Ministry of Education decided not to punish the teachers mentioned in the survey. However, in the ministry's notice sent to the teachers, it was clearly stated that if similar cases occurred in the future, the ministry would deal with them ruthlessly. Charlie, reading this, was incredibly anxious and restless, biting his nails, not knowing how to face what was coming. Besides that, a group of teachers and citizens disagreed with this solution and began protesting right in front of the Ministry of Education. They claimed the website was created just to pull the wool over the public's eyes, and that Jiang Sang-hee had used it to get a lighter sentence. They also heavily criticized Minister Choi Kang-sut, arguing that he was hindering gender equality education and violating the teachers' rights. Because of this, Minister Choi Kang-sut faced the protesters and shouted, "Hey, look, I'm someone who hopes all that stuff is fake too." Minister Choi Kang-sut ended the argument with just that one sentence. "But damn it, I have to actually start the investigation to know if it's true or false. The image of him shouting loudly was broadcasted on all the media outlets. Choi Kang-sut even let a swear word slip, damn it. Sitting in the car watching the news, Lim Han-rim worriedly asked, "Do you think they can actually uncover the truth?" Hwa-jin chuckled and calmly said, "There goes that old guy again. The police said the server was hosted overseas, so it's not easy to investigate." Hwa-jin added softly, "This case is out in the public now, so they won't have the motivation to keep it up anymore." Hearing that, Lim Han-rim felt somewhat relieved. Suddenly, Hwa-jin exclaimed, "Oh, a convenience store." Then he softly said, "Hey, pull over for a second. I need to buy a pack of cigarettes before hitting the highway. You know the rest stop doesn't sell cigarettes there, right?" Lim Han-rim immediately replied, "Got it." Before leaving, Hwa-jin didn't forget to ask, "Do you want to buy anything?" Lim Han-rim quickly answered, "Banana milk. Remember to get a straw for me, okay?" Hwa-jin walked into the convenience store with an incredibly serious face. Looking like a bank robber, Hwa-jin paced through the aisles, scanning around while muttering, "Where could it be?" He was so distracted that he bumped right into a little boy hiding under a shelf. Hwa-jin turned, surprised. "Huh?" He saw all the items the kid had knocked over. Hwa-jin immediately crouched down to help. "Oh damn, I'm sorry kid." But then, he noticed something wrong the boy's face, and the parts of his skin visible. Under his shirt were covered in bruises, big and small, as if he'd been severely abused. After a moment, Hwa-jin found the banana milk and headed to the checkout. He told the clerk, "I'll take this and 2 boxes of Bozo Medium." The clerk looked confused, searching around. Bozo Medium?" Losing patience, Hwa-jin snapped, "Not that way, it's up on the right." The clerk pointed to one and asked, "This one, right?" Hwa-jin quickly said, "No, the red one next to it." While they were both distracted, the little boy grabbed his things and bolted. The clerk shouted loudly, "Hey!" Seeing this, Hwa-jin said, "Hey man," then handed over a 50,000 won bill and bluntly added, "I'll pay for that kid's stuff outside." Having successfully shoplifted, the boy was hunched over nearby, greedily stuffing all sorts of snacks into his mouth. Hwa-jin watched him from behind, listening to the kid chewing loudly. Just then, his phone buzzed. Lim Han-rim was on the other end, shouting, "I only asked you to buy banana milk. Why are you taking so long? There are parking surveillance cameras here. I'm going to get fined." Hwa-jin lowered his voice. "Han-rim, be quiet. Go back to the unit first." Hearing this, Lim Han-rim was surprised. "Huh?" Hwa-jin scrambled for an excuse. "I ran into a little trouble. No, wait. Something extremely serious just happened." At the same time, the little boy was still trying to shove food into his mouth, the chewing sounds echoing. He couldn't swallow fast enough and started choking. Cough, cough. Just then, a box of banana milk was held out in front of him. Hwa-jin said gently, "If you keep eating bread like that, you'll choke." Then, he crinkled his eyes into a warm, bright smile. "Here, drink this. It's okay." Seeing that Hwa-jin seemed trustworthy, the boy snatched the banana milk and started sucking on it greedily. Hwa-jin watched this pitiful sight, lost in thought for a moment. He asked softly, "Does your family not feed you?" Hwa-jin moved closer and continued to ask, "Who hurt your face?" Seeing the boy panic and turn pale with fear, Hwa-jin said gently, "You can tell me, kid. It's all right. I'm here to help you." Suddenly, the boy got scared and bolted without saying a word. Hwa-jin stood there, confused. Was I too blunt? Talking to kids really is hard. He hurried after him, dressed head to toe in black while chasing a child. He looked exactly like a kidnapper. Suddenly, Hwa-jin spotted a short-haired woman gently asking the boy, "Oh my, you're Mincer, aren't you?" Seeing the boy look blank, the woman continued, "Han, do you remember me?" At this point, Hwa-jin stepped in. "Excuse me, if you don't mind me asking, how are you related to this child?" Sensing he was dangerous, the woman went on the defensive. "I'm his preschool teacher." After a moment of talking, the boy was resting obediently on the teacher's lap. The woman gently stroked Mincer's head and said sadly, "I never thought such things could still happen in this world." She felt heartbroken for the young boy. It seemed Mincer was still trapped in that suffering. Seeing this, Hwa-jin said sternly, "I need you to tell me exactly what happened to him." He asked straight to the point. Was this child being abused by his family? The woman explained the whole situation. "Mincer was in my class until the beginning of this year. At this age, all the kids are innocent and playful, but Mincer always sat alone in the corner. He was the least active child and had the hardest time fitting in with his friends, so I always had to keep an eye on him. Until one day, while we were eating lunch, the boy coughed hard. Cough, cough. I asked him anxiously, Mincer, are you choking? Drink some water, quickly. However, Mincer kept coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Then, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Cough, cough. Worried sick about my student's condition, I called his parents. Hello, Mincer's mom? This is his teacher. Mincer suddenly coughed up blood, so I'm planning to take him to the hospital right away. To my surprise, the mother coldly replied, the hospital won't do anything. Just leave him there. I'll come get him. However, the person who showed up to pick him up was a tall, burly man with bleached hair and dangling earrings. Seeing that, I was a little scared. Every other time, Mincer's mother came to pick him up, but that day, his father came. I bowed and greeted him. Hello, Mincer's father. This is my first time meeting you. He didn't even listen to me. He aggressively grabbed Mincer's arm and shouted, Hey, let's go. Seeing the boy timidly putting on his shoes to follow his father, I couldn't help but feel worried. I had a bad feeling back then. A week later, Mincer didn't come to class. Too worried, I went to his house to check on him. Just as I reached out to press the doorbell, a loud roar erupted. You damn dog! I told you not to bother me while I'm playing games. From inside, the boy's distressed voice could be heard. Sob, but I'm so hungry. The heartless father scolded him. Damn it. Do you have no brain? What are you trying to explain? Huh? Hearing these vicious words, I was terrified. It didn't stop there. The father continued to yell, What the hell are you good for, you idiot? After that day, I went all over the city, trying to find the pediatric ward where Mincer had been admitted. The doctors suspected Mincer had been abused, leading to a ruptured intestine. That was why the poor boy had vomited blood. Along with the pediatric doctor, I immediately reported the incident to the Child Protective Services. From that day on, Mincer stopped coming to school. That was 3 or 4 months ago. While walking down the street today, I suddenly saw the father and son. Oh, you're his preschool teacher, aren't you? Seeing the boy's face beaten to a pulp, I was horrified. The father calmly said, We've met before, haven't we? Long time no see, he continued coldly. Because our family had some trouble, the kid hasn't been able to go to school. Since I ran into you, I have a favor to ask. Seeing the teacher staring in shock at Mincer, the father glared at her with murderous intent. Then he stepped closer and sneered. Looking that surprised, you must be the bitch who reported me, right? He threatened her in a low, dangerous voice. If you're so tough, go ahead and report me again. Next time, I'll actually kill you. The teacher could only stand there frozen, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. It turned out that after being notified, the Child Protective Services had only come to talk to the parents without issuing any penalties. The teacher was absolutely furious. How could they do that? The evidence that the boy was being abused is right there. Hearing this, Hwa-jin said in a low voice, Because in this case, the kid isn't even in school yet, so he can't explain what he's been through to them himself. They didn't have any other choice, other than relying on the parents' statements. He continued. Besides, Child Protective Services doesn't have any special authority, and their work environment is way too harsh. So, in just 2 years, they've been severely understaffed because so many employees quit. Plus, even though it's a professional agency, due to the lack of experts in assessing and handling situations, they are forced to do their work like that. Seeing that Hwa-jin was someone who understood the law well, the teacher asked in surprise, How do you know that? Is your job related to this? You look so familiar. Hwa-jin handed her his business card and spoke, I'm this guy. After glancing at the information, the teacher couldn't help but be shocked. Educational Rights Protection Bureau? I've seen this on the news. You're the one from the agency that specializes in handling school violence cases, right? Then, the teacher grabbed Hwa-jin's hand and pleaded, Please, help Minseo. I'm worried that if this keeps going on, I don't know. What will happen to Minseo? Please, I beg you, protect him. Hwa-jin lowered his head and replied, I'm sorry, but this is outside of my jurisdiction. These words hit her like a bolt of lightning. Hwa-jin continued to explain. Although the Educational Rights Protection Bureau is under the Ministry of Education, we only have the authority to resolve cases related to education. The responsibility for handling domestic violence lies with the Ministry of Welfare and the police. Hwa-jin admitted helplessly that, therefore, I don't have the authority to handle this case. The glimmer of hope in the teacher's eyes vanished. So that was it. It turned out the kindergarten fell under the management of the Ministry of Welfare, not the Ministry of Education. Hwa-jin stood up and said, Teacher, it's probably time to take this kid home. He was worried that if they kept the boy without the parents' consent, they could be sued for kidnapping. Then, Hwa-jin added, I'll take the boy home, so just give me the address. If you come along, you'll just get into trouble with them. Hwa-jin carried the boy on his back, walking through the streets. It was already getting dark. He still felt conflicted. This was completely outside the jurisdiction of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau, so Hwa-jin decided to call 112 to help handle it, but then he suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with fury. Then, Hwa-jin hung up the phone and decided not to call the authorities after all. He carried Min-seo to his house and kept pressing the doorbell. The father yelled irritably, "You damn dog! If you're gonna ring the bell, do it slowly." Seeing the stranger carrying his son, he shouted, "Who the hell are you? You're old enough to know better. Why are you playing such a disrespectful game?" Hwa-jin replied coldly, "I'm with the bureau." "No," he thought to himself, then continued, "I'm just a citizen passing by." Seeing Hwa-jin's eyes burning with killing intent, the father asked in confusion, "A citizen? No, that's not what I meant." Seeing his son fast asleep on the stranger's back, he was extremely annoyed. The father yelled, "Go, go, Min-seo." Hwa-jin asked softly, "This is the boy's house, right?" Then he said calmly, "I found the kid alone on the street, so I asked the neighbors for the address and brought him back." The father was enraged, grinding his teeth. "You damn brat, when did you sneak out?" He grabbed the boy's head, then he dragged him inside. "Get in here. You're dead meat now." Just then, Hwa-jin spoke up. "That kid's face has a lot of injuries." That statement made him freeze. Hwa-jin continued, "I bought him a piece of bread, and he devoured it as if he'd been starved for days." The father turned his head, staring with a fierce look, then shouted, "Hey, you jerk! What do you mean by that?" The father made his attitude clear and asked, "Are you a cop? Or someone from that damn Child Protective Services that comes by every single day telling me that a father shouldn't do things like this?" Hwa-jin calmly replied, "It is a citizen's duty to report all criminal acts, especially shady incidents like child abuse." Hearing that, the father's face grew even darker. He looked at his son and asked in a low, threatening voice, "Hey, go Min-seo. Have I ever hit you? Have I ever starved you?" Facing those questions, the boy's heart felt incredibly bitter. Min-seo stuttered, "No." Then the boy hung his head and added, "That never happened." The father laughed triumphantly. "Did you hear that, you dog?" He acted as if he were genuinely offended, as if he were being falsely accused. Who would ever abuse a child here? The father slammed the door shut, not forgetting to add, "Stop sticking your nose in my business, or else I'll kill you." At that moment, Hwa-jin stuck his foot in the door to block it. He raised his voice. "Right. If someone were insulted like that, most people would choose to stay out of it." Then Hwa-jin grabbed the door and growled, "But I'm not like that." The father shrieked in a rage, "Damn you, you bastard." Then he slammed the door, leaving Min-seo inside. The father leaned toward Hwa-jin and said, "Fine, let's just say I hit him 100,000 times." He poked his finger into the man's chest as if challenging him. "So what does that have to do with you, huh?" The father shouted. "I gave birth to him. I can do whatever I want with him. Why the hell did you come here?" Hwa-jin remained silent. Seeing that, the father pressed on. "If you dare report this, I'll..." Before he could finish, Hwa-jin punched the father in the face with a force like a thunderbolt. The attack sent him flying backward. The father couldn't stand firm, staggered a few steps, and then collapsed right at the doorway. Hwa-jin grumbled, picking at his ear, "Why do you keep talking to me so informally? Like we've known each other for years. You're only about 25 or 26, right? You're like 80 years younger than me." A month later, when Hwa-jin opened the door, he found Min-seo so scared that his whole body was shaking. He hoisted the father up in his arms and spoke cheerfully. "Looks like his dad's so exhausted he's already snoring his head off." Hwa-jin dumped him onto the bed and turned toward Min-seo. He spoke softly, "I think your dad's going to be out cold until morning." Hwa-jin took a quick look around the apartment, eyeing the mountain of trash, instant noodle cups, and empty booze bottles everywhere. The kitchen counter was piled high with dishes that hadn't been washed in 8,000 years. Near the laptop sat a few coffee mugs and a mess of cigarette butts. Seeing the place was completely neglected, Hwa-jin asked, "Where's your mom?" Min-seo stammered, Mom's working. She comes home really, really late." Hwa-jin fell silent for a moment, then gently patted the boy's head and said, "Don't worry, I'll be coming back." As he finished up, Hwa-jin walked outside. The teacher was startled and caught up to him. Hwa-jin asked in surprise, "Huh? I don't get why you came here," he said. She flustered. "Ah, I was just so worried, I had to come check for myself." She scratched her cheek and muttered, "You're really like one of those martial arts masters from the movies. I can't believe you took down a grown man with just one hit. So, It turned out the teacher had caught that little scene after all. Hearing that, Hwa-jin gave a faint smile. He turned his back to leave and firmly declared, "From now until tomorrow morning, absolutely nothing is going to happen. It's getting dark. You should head home too." The teacher followed him a bit, asking softly, but will doing this really solve the core of the problem?" Hwa-jin replied calmly, "Of course not." Then he added, "He's about 25 or 26, with pale skin. That shows he's an unemployed loser who just rots inside the house. He doesn't even bother to shower, just taking his anger out on his own son. You could say this is a classic case of domestic violence." Hwa-jin continued, "I'm telling you, the moment he opens his eyes, he's going to beat that kid again. That's just how domestic abuse works. If this house isn't kept under strict watch, we won't be able to solve this at the root." Hwa-jin smirked with a calculated look. "And that's if it isn't monitored." The next morning, the sun rose, signaling the start of a new day. Inside the room, the father groaned in exhaustion as he sat up, wincing in pain. He muttered to himself, "What the hell? What happened last night?" Seeing Minseo huddled in a corner, he walked over and growled, "Hey, what are you doing?" Minseo was so startled he dropped the piece of meat he was about to eat. The boy trembled. Uncle bought this pork cutlet for me yesterday." The father frowned in annoyance. Minseo whispered, "He bought some for you too, Dad. Want to have it with me?" There was a sticky note on top of the lunchbox. Seeing it, the father kicked the box across the room. He screamed furiously, "Where is that son of a bee?" Minseo started crying in terror. The father raised his foot, ready to stomp on the boy's head. "I asked you, where is he?" Suddenly, a strange sound began to play. He looked around in confusion. What is that? Which jerk is blasting music this loud? A bizarre song started playing. How can you make a heart obey when it's already hurting? What's the point of joy when this world is already going crazy? The father opened his door, wondering, is that next door? I thought this room was empty. Don't tell me someone actually moved in. He banged on the wall of the unit next door and shouted, "Hey, you deadbeat jerk, turn that music off." The singing continued. There are things the heart, in its passion, turns soft. It turned out someone really was living in that unit. A voice called out, "Hello, sleep well?" Seeing his new neighbor, the father was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Hwa-jin appeared, his body covered in rippling muscles and pockmarked scars. He had a cigarette in his mouth as he asked, "Hey little brother, have you had your pork cutlet yet?" The bleached blonde guy standing at the door turned pale with fear. How the hell did you move in here?" Hwa-jin, shirtless and muscular, replied coldly, "How? What do you mean how? I just paid the landlord and moved in, that's all." He held the half-smoked cigarette between his fingers, shot him a mocking, twisted grin, and continued, "And since you did such a good deed, I decided to move in here for about a year. Luckily, the rent here is pretty cheap, so I went from being a total stranger to your new neighbor." He kept teasing. It's a good story, isn't it? It's wild that property prices here are dropping in such a crazy market." The bleached blonde guy turned beet red, his face twisting in rage. He lunged forward, wanting to land a heavy punch to vent his frustration. As he charged, he screamed, "Are you insane?" Contrary to that explosive anger, Hwa-jin calmly puffed on his cigarette, one hand in his pocket. He looked completely at ease, showing absolutely no regard for the guy in front of him. Just as the guy threw a punch at his face, he quickly sidestepped, easily dodging the lethal blow. Then, he grabbed the guy's forearm and yanked him forward. The bleached blonde guy didn't see it coming and stumbled. Hwa-jin's move was lightning fast. The guy couldn't block it. In an instant, his arm was pinned, and he was shoved face first into the door. His face smashed against the surface it had to hurt. Hwa-jin kept the cigarette in his mouth and growled, "Hey, you still just use your fists without using your brain, huh?" The bleached blonde guy was pinned to the floor, his face twisted in agony, struggling to break free but failing. Then, Hwa-jin enunciated every word, "You've got way too much energy, Dong-cheon." Hearing that name, the guy who had been thrashing around suddenly froze, turning stiff as a board. He stared up, fear in his eyes, as if terrified of something. Dong-cheon stammered, How do you know my name?" Hwa-jin still gripped his arm, keeping him pinned, and sneered, "Of course I have ways of knowing everything, you piece of trash." Hwa-jin gave a smile that couldn't have been more infuriating. "Dong-cheon, right? Call me Hyung from now on. And one more thing, I'm very sensitive to noise between floors and the sound of toilet flushing," he continued, "especially the sound of a child crying. If I hear that kid crying one more time, I'm going to snap your neck right then and there. Keep that in mind. You got it?" Dong-cheon's face was pale. He was clearly furious, But knowing he couldn't win, he let out a curse to vent his frustration. F you jerk. Just then, someone was playing a game. On the screen was a group of 3 characters. An angel with wings holding a bow, a female character wielding a giant blade rushing into melee combat, and in the corner, a female character with a hand made of iron spikes, also seemingly in melee. All 3 were attacking a monster covered in holes, looking like the surface of a star. Looking closer, it was actually Dong Cheon. He was playing the game while cursing out loud. You think I'm scared, so you're rushing me? The kill has already started. What other choice do I have but to rush in? He laughed like a madman while playing. Just you wait. In the dark corner nearby, the kid seemed to be tied up tight. He didn't dare make a sound, because this beast of a man, terrified that the boy's crying would make Hwa-jin come down to settle the score, had tightly bound the boy's neck. The kid was gasping for air, face turning pale, struggling and pulling at the rope to loosen it, while the room was filled with a spree of crimes. It was just the sound of Dong Cheon screaming excitedly at his game. I've got you now. You're dead, you little brat. The boy tried to wheeze out, Dad, I can't breathe. But those small, whimpering pleas were drowned out by Dong Cheon's roar. Oh, you're on fire this time, aren't you? 1 against 7 and you're still winning. The kid kept trying to beg for help. Please, I can't go outside now. But Dong Cheon was still busy, glued to the game in front of him. Oh, they're all wiped out now. Get him, get him, get him, he shouted while frantically clacking away at the keyboard, clicking the mouse, desperate to win the match. It seemed like the game was almost over. He just shouted in pure joy, Gotcha. But before he could even finish, something went wrong. His eyes bulged like a toad's. His mouth hung wide open, unable to believe the reality that was happening right on his screen. On the monitor, 2 huge white words appeared against a blood-splattered red background. Defite. He had used up all his respawns. Dong Cheon froze in front of the screen, unable to say a word. The room returned to a state of silence. Only then could the boy's faint, wheezing cries for help be heard. Dad, Dad. But the response was an angry roar. Damn it. Then, Dong Cheon slammed his hand hard onto the keyboard as if he wanted to vent all his fury. He then spun around, glared at the kid, and hissed through his teeth. So, Minseo, have you lost your mind? The boy looked up, and his face turned pale. It was clear that the person in front of him wasn't his father, but a savage monster wearing a human mask. A real father couldn't possibly treat his own child so brutally. Dong Cheon's eyes were icy, and he was so angry the veins on his forehead were bulging. Didn't I tell you? When I'm gaming, especially when I'm in a ranked match, you aren't allowed to say a damn thing. Dong Cheon continued his barrage of verbal abuse. Why do you keep whining in my ear and breaking my focus? You made me lose. So, Minseo was terrified. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. He was pale as a ghost. Just then, loud banging suddenly erupted from outside the door, followed by a shout. Dong Cheon! How could you do this? Hearing the sudden noise, both Dong Cheon and So Minseo turned to look. The banging on the door continued relentlessly. You died because you suck. Why are you blaming the kid? And hey, you piece of trash, what did I tell you? I said I'd break your neck if I heard the kid crying. Are you deaf? Dong Cheon heard the voice and recognized who it was. He roared back in anger. Shut the hell up, you jerk. My kid is at school. Hearing that, Hwa-jin definitely didn't believe it. The doorknob was being twisted so hard, it felt like it would snap off the frame. After a moment of struggle, he managed to barge into the room. He glared at him furiously. Is this what you call at school? He stared at the scene before him. Dong Cheon was so scared he went deathly pale, frozen, unable to move a muscle. What if I took a photo and showed it to everyone? Isn't this just school violence? Dong Cheon was terrified. I locked the door. How did you get in, Na? Hwa-jin shoved one hand in his pocket and replied casually. Oh, really? I didn't even notice. He threw an iron bar onto the floor. That was clearly the tool he used to break into the room. He added mockingly, I guess you didn't lock it after all. Dong Cheon trembled and stammered. Wait, you saw it, right? This kid went out on his own, he continued to ramble, so I was just punishing him a little. If he does wrong, I have to teach him so that next time, the more he talked, the more annoyed Hwa-jin became. His face twisted, the already intimidating look became even more savage. Before he could finish his sentence, he reached out with one hand and clamped it around his throat. The move was so fast that Dong Cheon couldn't react in time. He hissed through his teeth, threatening, Teach him? You do that to teach your kid to fix his bad habits? I'm way too familiar with the old, trashy excuses parents like you use to justify yourselves. Dong Cheon, with his throat gripped, was gasping for air, struggling continuously. Hwa-jin leaned in close to his ear and said coldly, Listen close. Education is for children. Treating your kid like an animal just so you can live comfortably? That's not parenting, that's just livestock farming. The more he spoke, the tighter he squeezed, making Dongcheon struggle to breathe until his eyes rolled back, his mouth hanging open as he gasped for air. After the warning, Dongcheon was sitting at the table with So Min-seo. The boy, who looked like he had been starved for a long time, was shoving food into his mouth like a little animal, so hurried that he dropped rice all over the table and floor. Seeing this made Dongcheon's blood boil. He looked like he wanted to hit the kid, to discipline him like he always did. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "That's it. You're really pushing my buttons now," he growled. "How many times have I told you not to drop rice when you eat?" The boy trembled, trying to pick up the fallen grains and put them in his mouth, as if trying to clean up the mess he made so his father would calm down. But no matter what the boy did, in Dongcheon's eyes it was all just provoking him. Dongcheon yelled, "Damn it, put your hands down. You don't deserve to eat." Just then, a loud voice boomed from outside, making Dongcheon freeze in his tracks. "Dongcheon, he's only 6 years old. Dropping food while eating is normal. When you were 6, you were the same way, weren't you?" Hwa-jin pounded on the wall. "Hey kid, it's okay. It's all right if you make a little mess. That's not the standard for judging someone's character. Because I know a 36-year-old comic artist who still drops rice when he eats." Hearing this, Dongcheon was trembling with rage, while So Min-seo smiled, feeling relieved that someone was comforting him. Just as Dongcheon was about to hit his son, it was as if Hwa-jin knew, and he shouted a warning. "Dongcheon, don't you dare." Another time, as he chased after his son to hit him, the voice rang out again. Dongcheon stopped in his tracks. On another day, Dongcheon was sitting, sipping beer by the window, intending to have a smoke, when suddenly from downstairs, Hwa-jin called out, "Dongcheon, why are you smoking when there's a child in the house?" He waved his hand, telling him to come down while also holding a cigarette in his own mouth. "Come down and say hello. I'll be keeping a close eye on you." Seeing that every move he made was being monitored by the guy below, Dongcheon was grinding his teeth in fury. If you've already said that much, then get your lazy ass down here already." Furious, he slammed the window shut, done arguing. He was screaming in agony inside his room. "Damn it, that bastard. What am I supposed to do about that jerk?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Finish him." The voice came from the boy, So Min-seo. He was playing with his toys and muttering, finish him, clean it all up, heh. Oh, it's so funny." Jong Cheon stood frozen, clutching his head, staring at So Min-seo, who was giggling, "Clean it up, clear it out, make it spotless." Seemingly coming up with an idea, Jong Cheon wore a terrifying smile. "Ha." As he wandered off, he muttered, "Even this brat is looking down on me now." As if reading his father's actions, So Min-seo turned pale. The boy seemed to understand exactly what he was about to endure. He walked over to a cabinet and opened it. Inside were carpentry tools, a hammer, nails, screws, and more. He turned to the boy and said, "So Min-seo, listen to me clearly. I'm not coming back here anymore." Hearing this, the boy went pale with fear. As So Min-seo watched his father gripping a hammer tightly, he trembled and asked, "Dad, where are you going?" Just then, a shout came from outside the door. "Jong Cheon, I've been waiting long enough. Why haven't you shown your face yet? Get out here. I've got something to say to you." He muttered to himself, "That's right. I'm going very far away. I won't be back for a long time." His face turned absolutely vicious, and he gripped the hammer tight in his hand, "Because I'll be sitting in prison for several years after I kill that dog." Outside the door, Hwa-jin tried the handle. He finally opened it and stepped into the room. The moment his face appeared in the room, Jong Cheon swung the hammer hard at his head. The hammer flew toward him, but it didn't go quite as he had hoped. His eyes widened, shocked by what was happening right in front of him. Hwa-jin had been wearing a baseball glove, which had perfectly blocked the lethal blow from the hammer. Hwa-jin's face twisted in rage. A voice, cold as if it came from hell, cut through. "You're truly pathetic, Jong Cheon." Laughing loudly, Choi Kang-sok waved his hand. "Hwa-jin, light me a cigarette." Suddenly spotting the person sitting in the chair, Sergeant Lim Han-rim, he wiped the smile off his face. Sergeant Lim Han-rim was busy with paperwork. Seeing him, she greeted, "Welcome, Minister." He asked, "What's this? That kid isn't at work? Or is he hiding somewhere?" She replied, "Sir, you didn't know?" Then she explained that Hwa-jin had requested leave. Even though he said he didn't know when he'd be back, he was taking at least 2 weeks off. Hearing this, Choi Kang-sok looked like he'd stepped in something nasty. He shouted, "Who the hell approved his leave?" Lim Han-rim looked confused. Didn't you approve it, Minister?" "Ha, I signed off on it?" That's impossible. Back in the room earlier, Hwa-jin sneered. You pathetic loser. How dare you do that in front of a child? His face darkened. Talk to me. Now. Jong Cheon was scared out of his wits and didn't dare make a peep. Hwa-jin dragged him downstairs and put a baseball glove on him. Jong Cheon stood there staring at the glove, totally confused about what was happening. While he was dazed, a baseball smacked him right in the face. Hwa-jin waved his hand dismissively. Hey, I threw that lightly, and you couldn't even catch it? Tisk, tisk. That's what you get for rotting in your room playing games. Provoked, Jong Cheon got angry. One hand clutched his poor nose, while the other reached down to pick up the ball. He threw it back at him with all his might, like he was getting revenge. But Hwa-jin caught the ball easily, as if it took zero effort. Hwa-jin teased him again. Missed again? Are you useless? Jong Cheon cursed back. If you throw like that, how am I supposed to catch it? Nearby. So, Min Seo was dragged into this baseball battle. The boy stared blankly at the two men, one of whom was the father who abused him every day. Their arguing echoed throughout the playground. Oh wow, Jong Cheon is getting angry, is he? Jong Cheon, by now, caught up in the mood, started catching the ball and cursing. If you're so good, you catch it. Hwa-jin turned to So Min Seo. Not good enough, kid. Then he continued throwing, smiling to himself as if he'd accomplished his goal. A moment later, So Min Seo caught the ball. His face showed a bit of surprise, but he seemed genuinely happy. Seeing that, Hwa-jin looked back at Jong Cheon and teased. Oh? You caught it on the first try? Jong Cheon, this kid is better at this than you are. Flattered, So Min Seo blushed in embarrassment. He kept teasing, how about you try throwing it to your dad now? Hearing that, Jong Cheon exploded. Damn it, what are you doing? I'm busy playing games. So Min, Seo heard him, looked at his dad, gripped the ball in his hands, and then used all his strength and courage to throw the ball toward his father. The ball flew fast and landed right in Jong Cheon's hands. Hwa-jin suddenly took off his glove but shouted to the father and son, keep going. The weather is just too nice today. Seeing Hwa-jin acting so nonchalant, Jong Cheon was fuming, but Hwa-jin didn't care. He kept rambling. Playing catch outside is way better than sitting in prison for attempted murder, right? Then, the two of them continued playing catch. So Min Seo happily threw the ball for his dad to catch until he was out of breath, while Hwa-jin wandered off slowly. On the playground, Jong Cheon's cursing could still be heard. Hey, you idiot, don't you know how to throw? Hwa-jin sat down silently on a nearby bench, reaching into his pocket to find something. He pulled out a pack of white chewing gum and popped a piece into his mouth. His eyes followed the pair in front of him. On the playground, So Min Seo was laughing brightly while playing with his father. Conversely, Jong Cheon looked exhausted, trying to catch his son's throws. While catching, he kept running his mouth. Are you training a dog or what? I told you to throw carefully. Despite the insults, he kept playing along. Unlike his earlier hatred, seeing this, Hwa-jin smiled with interest. Jong Cheon, annoyed to see Hwa-jin and So Min Seo acting so cheerful, was visibly irritated. What's so funny that you're grinning like that? After they finished playing baseball, the three of them went into a toy store. Hwa-jin bought the boy a new set of toys. He even pulled Jong Cheon to sit down with them. Afterward, the three went to a food court. Hwa-jin kept smiling, while So Min Seo, like a starving little animal, gobbled up everything in sight. Jong Cheon, seeing his son eat so hungrily, looked pale. This was likely the happiest day of So Min Seo's life after the dark days of being abused by his father. A happy smile bloomed on the boy's face. Afterward, the three returned. Jong Cheon asked, these kids, they won't understand why not just let him eat his fill and go to sleep? Hwa-jin smiled. Don't you find it miraculous? Jong Cheon was confused. Miraculous, like you say? Usually, you're just a demon who only knows how to hit and yell in the kid's eyes. Yet today, he smiled so happily and called for his dad just because you played with him. Jong Cheon frowned. If someone gets called a demon, who wouldn't be? He patted So Min's head. Min Sok said, when I'm talking, you have to listen. Don't interrupt me. Jong Cheon, kids are like that. Even if you're just a piece of trash, they have no other choice but to rely on you, because you are their parent. Children consider their parents their whole world, so no matter how you treat them, they can never truly hate their own parents. That's why you're still allowed to live safely up to this very moment. Hearing that, Jong Cheon went pale with fear. He continued in a cold tone. When I saw you ignoring your own child while he was choking a few days ago, I was this close to smashing your face in. I've really got half a mind to break every bone in your body right now and dump your body in front of the police station. Right here, right now. The more he heard, the paler he turned, as if remembering his own beastly actions. After finishing, "Nah." Hwa-jin walked ahead, leaving behind those words. Like I said before, parents are a child's everything. Even if you're a bad person, if you suddenly disappear, that child will definitely be terrified. So, it's best that parents like you change yourself. This is your last chance, and it's a warning from me to you. He glanced back, threatening. If I hear the sound of a child crying ever again, even if I feel bad for the kid, I'll handle it the way I always do. So, consider this me begging you. Don't ever do that again. Saying that, he walked away. He's your own son. Hearing this, he turned his head to look at the child he was carrying on his back. Back in the apartment that night, Dong Chae-on was drinking beer while scrolling through his phone. On the screen was a picture of So Min-sok as a newborn. He stroked the image, a whirlwind of chaotic emotions swirling in his heart. Next was a picture of So Min-sok, a little older. His innocent appearance was incredibly adorable. The next photo was of So Min-sok already standing, holding a ball, looking at him with a happy smile. The next image was So Min-sok now, hugging a toy, fast asleep. He stared at that image, unsure of what he was thinking, just looking on in silence. Suddenly, he glanced up at something. In front of him stood a blonde woman. "It seems this is So Min-sok's mother." She blurted out, You're home?" Hearing this, Dong-joon Hyun-chon looked absolutely repulsive. He clearly loathed this woman. He hurled a beer bottle at the wall right next to her, making her flinch and cover her head in terror. Dong-joon Hyun-chon stood up and spat out, "Damn it, you bitch. I told you." The woman trembled, clutching her head, tears streaming down her face, while Dong-joon Hyun-chon flew into a rage. "Don't you ever show your face again." The woman's face turned deathly pale. Paralyzed by fear, she could only sob into her hands until she cried out, I was wrong, please." Dong-joon Hyun-chon barked. "Wrong about what, huh? Huh? In the next room, Hwa-jin heard every single thing. He had just turned on the shower, letting the water pour over his face. He stood there in silence, listening to the argument. Dong-joon Hyun-chon's endless shouting echoed through the walls. "Get out of here before I beat you to death." The shower water kept splashing against his face. Hwa-jin didn't move. The screaming was mixed with the woman's desperate pleas. "Please, I'm begging you." It seemed like he couldn't take it anymore. He turned off the faucet and muttered, "What a pain." As he wiped his head, he continued to murmur, "I guess people really can't change their true colors, can they?" Min-seo's mother, tears gushing, knelt down and clasped her hands, begging for mercy. "I'm sorry. I won't do it again, I promise." In stark contrast to her pitiful state, the way that bastard's face twisted with rage was truly disgusting. Min-seo's mother tried to plead one last time. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Min-seo woke up. The innocent boy called out, "Mom?" His mother, stunned, immediately lunged toward him and wailed, "Min-seo." She hugged the boy tightly, sobbing, "Min-seo, my baby." The child hugged her back, innocently asking, "Mom, why did you come home so late?" Min-seo's mother hung her head, apologized to him, and promised that from now on she would never be late again. Outside, Hwa-jin had been about to knock on the door, but he ended up hearing the entire exchange. Hwa-jin's gaze suddenly turned deep and thoughtful, as if he were calculating something. The sound of Min-seo's mother's apologies continued to drift out. His clenched fist slowly relaxed. It was as if he had made a decision. The next morning at the boarding house where Min-seo's family lived, the atmosphere was the polar opposite of the previous day. It was incredibly peaceful and surprisingly harmonious. Min-seo's mother smiled and picked up food from the plate for him, saying, "Here, eat up. This is your favorite scrambled egg." Min-seo's eyes lit up with joy. The boy used his child-sized fork, speared a piece of egg, put it in his mouth, and said, "So yummy. This is so good." Min-seo's mother suddenly turned pale. She glanced cautiously at the boy's father and stammered, "Min-seo, honey, Dad doesn't like it when you spill your food like that." Contrary to her expectation that he would fly into a violent, screaming rage, Min-seo's father remained completely calm. He just replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. Kids making a mess while they eat is normal." He continued, turning to her, "Are you going to work after you finish eating?" Min-seo's mother replied, "But today is Sunday." Min-seo's father lowered his eyes and said, "That's even better. After you're done, take him out to play. He just got a new remote-controlled car, so he'll be much happier if you take him to the park." Hearing that from her husband, Min-seo's mother was too stunned to speak. Suddenly, a voice kept shouting from outside, "Dong-joon Hyun-chon, good morning." The voice loudly urged Min-seo's father, "If you want to eat, put your shirt on and get out here. I've got a great job opportunity for you. If you don't come out, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Along with that booming voice was the sight of a face flushed purple with anger. Minseo's father, Hwa-jin, muttered under his breath, "Damn it, it's this piece of trash again." Suddenly, at a construction site, he was forced into uniform. Amidst sharp, military-style greetings, two towering, burly men crossed their arms and declared loudly, "You've officially become an intern for our interior squad, so a sincere welcome to you." Mincer's dad stared blankly, wondering why the sudden change. Before he could even finish his sentence, the brown-haired guy cut him off, shouting, "Rule number 1, be brief and to the point. And you must add 'sir' to the end of every sentence. Got it?" "Did you hear me?" Mincer's dad's face flushed red with pure rage. He clenched his teeth, struggling to suppress the fury that was ready to explode. While the other two were busy disciplining Mincer's dad, Lee Jin-cheon, a reserve lieutenant of the Special Forces, was chilling nearby, smoking and judging the guy from head to toe. "He reeks of low-life scum, but how could I ever turn down a favor for the respectable Captain Hwa-jin?" Standing to the side watching them, he sighed helplessly. "Man, that outfit? Seriously? Do you guys have to act like the military?" Lee Jin-cheon suddenly remembered something and asked, "Hwa-jin, all the guys in the shop are ex-Special Forces. Can that guy even keep up?" Hwa-jin just smiled calmly and replied to Lee Jin-cheon, "Even though he isn't Special Forces, he is a father." The sound of a toy car whirring echoed, and Mincer laughed joyfully. He pushed the remote to make the car zoom around while he chased after it. Mincer's mom, seeing him laugh so freely for once, felt happiness bloom in her own heart. She spoke up and asked the boy, "Mincer, honey, did Dad really buy you such an expensive toy?" Mincer innocently replied, "No, Mom, it wasn't Dad. It was the nice uncle next door who bought it for me. That uncle is so kind. Ever since he showed up, Dad doesn't hit me anymore. Dad has become so much gentler." Mincer smiled radiantly at his mom. And it was true. The boy's father had changed. For the entire day, he had been extremely diligent and followed everyone's orders without a single complaint. Mincer said happily, "I'm so happy right now. If every day could be like this, it would be wonderful." Mincer's mom smiled hearing her son's words. She leaned over, patted Mincer's shoulder, and said, "That's right. It's so lucky that your dad has become kinder, isn't it?" Now at the construction site, as the sky began to turn dark, Mincer's dad gripped his hard hat, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. The brown-haired guy crossed his arms and said in a booming voice, "You worked hard. You did way better than I thought. You helped me out a lot. See you tomorrow at 8 in the morning." The brown-haired guy handed an envelope of cash to Mincer's dad, saying, "Take your pay for today." His face was filled with surprise. He nodded repeatedly, thanking the guy. In the distance, Lee Jin-cheon, watching Mincer's dad, spoke up, "You really can't judge a book by its cover." Hwa-jin replied, "You saw it too, right? Even though he's not physically elite, he really knows how to work. I'm certain he can grind out at least another 20 or 30 years in this construction business." Mincer's dad pulled the money out of the envelope and exclaimed excitedly, 40,000 won? For real? This is awesome." Hwa-jin walked up from behind, holding a pack of cigarettes. He glanced at Mincer's dad's grinning face. "I told you, didn't I? This is the good stuff I brought you." He laughed heartily and replied to him, "If I had made this much back in the day, I'd still be working at the construction site." Hwa-jin bit down on his cigarette and reminded him, "On your way back, go buy some fried chicken, too. When I was young, there was nothing happier than having my dad buy me fried chicken." Mincer's dad chuckled and took a cigarette from the pack. Hwa-jin handed him a lighter to spark it up. Hwa-jin asked him the question on his mind. "But looking at how skilled you are, were you an interior designer back in the day or something?" He cursed and replied, "Interior design my ass. For 3 years, whatever people hired me to do, I did." "We had Mincer. When I was in high school and Mincer's mom was in middle school, what kind of work could we do other than manual labor? Whatever people paid us for, we did." Mincer's dad shrugged and said, "Damn it. Life back then was freaking miserable. Mincer's mom, if she had told me a little sooner, it would have been better, but she tried to use cloth wrapped around her stomach to hide the pregnancy, but eventually, it came out. If I had abandoned the kid, this hellhole of a country would have charged me with treason. After that, they were expelled from school and kicked out of their homes. At that time, he told Mincer's mom, 'It's okay, I'll take full responsibility,' but in truth, he just blurted that out. The next thing he said was, 'Just trust me.' It was only because, at that age, he thought acting like that was cool, and the price for that came very quickly. During the day, he did manual labor, and, at night, he did deliveries. Looking back now, he still couldn't believe he managed to do both at the same time. Until one day, while Mincer's dad was hauling cement at the construction site, he ran into his old classmates. They mocked him with nasty sneers. "Hey, Gongjon Hyunchan, come here. Look at you. You've been promoted to dad now, huh?" At that moment, he was filled with resentment. He wondered why his life had turned out this way. And honestly, when he met those trashy classmates and heard their godforsaken words, he had received a slap in the face from reality. It helped him wake up to his harsh reality because he hadn't finished school and couldn't get into college. If he hadn't made that mistake back then, he could have spent his 20s just like everyone else. Suddenly, Mincer's dad got a heavy smack on the head. Geez, it was hard enough to knock his eyeballs out. Now Hwa-jin, hands in his pockets, walked ahead. "That mistake of yours, you must never, ever say that in front of the kid, because it will be carved into the deepest part of his heart for his whole life." He turned back to look at him with a sharp, cold gaze. Maybe parents see their children as a mistake, but to a child, their parents are their heaven-sent destiny. Even if your life is miserable because of him, you can't use him as an excuse to justify your behavior. Mincer's dad, after a long silence while listening to the lecture, finally spoke up. "Hey, old man, I know you think I'm a piece of trash who only knows how to take his anger out on a kid, but I really do love him to death." Near a trash can in the corner of the house, something red was sticking out. That was Mincer's new toy car, and its shattered state partly explained why he had hit the boy. The fried chicken smelled amazing. Now Hwa-jin lit a cigarette. "You have a reason for hitting him?" he sneered. "Gongjon Hyuncheon, what are you talking about?" The guy dodged his fierce gaze. "Whatever." Now Hwa-jin conceded for now. "Fine, have it your way. Go ahead and say what you want." His eyes glinted with a lethal, warning intensity. "Either way, it's all just nonsense coming from you." Dongchan shrank back, trembling with terror, and then the two of them returned to their apartment. Na Hwa-jin warned him, "Don't be late tomorrow. That director is legendary for being a total demon while in office." Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, cutting them off. Dongchan rushed inside. "What's going on?" Opening the door, they saw a woman trying to soothe a young boy, Min Seo, who was sobbing uncontrollably. "What the hell is happening? Why is he crying?" Dongchan roared. The woman stammered in reply. No, it's not that." When Minseo was playing with the toy truck, he crashed it into the wall and broke it. "I tried everything to calm him down, but I couldn't." The man acted violently toward the boy. "You broke it yourself, and you're still bawling your eyes out? This is exactly why you deserve a beating." Seeing the glowing, piercing eyes watching him, he immediately lost his nerve. Really? Hey Minseo, stop crying." His voice softened. "Daddy has a job now. From now on, Daddy will buy you a better one. Okay?" He then handed the boy the bag of chicken he'd bought earlier. "Daddy bought you fried chicken. Eat up." The boy stopped crying instantly, grabbed the bag with both hands, and cheered. "Yay! Fried chicken." Na Hwa-jin watched for a while longer, satisfied that the situation was under control, and quietly left. The woman, who was his wife, asked in confusion, "How did you suddenly get a job? You went looking for work?" Dongchon handed her an envelope. "Yeah, take it." She opened the envelope to find a stack of cash. Her jaw dropped. "You earned 180,000 won in just one day?" Dongchan sighed, exhausted, as he changed his clothes. "I have to go back to work tomorrow, so take him to daycare again. I was working at the construction site all day. I'm covered in dust." His wife smiled faintly. Then, she dropped a cryptic comment that signaled the start of a new drama. "We're just like we used to be, aren't we?" Dongchan didn't pay much attention. He opened his phone, glancing at it absent-mindedly. "Is that so? Yeah, I guess it is like it used to be." His wife's lips curled into a slow, eerie, and chilling smile. The next day at daycare, Minseo was playing with the other kids. "You idiot! An excavator doesn't go vroom vroom, it goes rumble rumble," one kid shouted. Minseo just laughed foolishly. Hey, really?" The teacher watched from a distance. "Thank goodness. Minseo is doing much better. All thanks to that teacher from the education administration, I suppose." She fondly remembered Na Hwa-jin. Looking at the bright smile on Minseo's face, she thought, "How did he do that? I really need to learn from him." Just then, the director spoke to her. "The truck with the snacks is here. Come help me carry them." She stood up immediately. "Yes, director." As she reached the door, Minseo said, "I'm going to be a policeman now. Switch with me." He held the police car and refused to let go. "I like the police car." "You keep driving the excavator," Minseo pleaded desperately. "I have an excavator at home. I'm so sick of it. Just let me try the police car once, please." But the other boy's next words made Minseo snap. "Doesn't your daddy work at a construction site? So you'll have to drive an excavator for the rest of your life? What did you say? The teacher, just stepping back inside, panicked at the scene before her. Minseo was pinning the other boy down, punching him repeatedly in the face while swearing. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The teacher dropped the snack tray and rushed over to pull them apart. Minseo was still clutching the toy excavator, and the other boy had a nasty bruise on his forehead. It seemed he had used the toy to bash the other kid. The incident was serious enough that both sets of parents had to be called in. The other boy's mother berated Minseo's mother. How on earth are you raising your kid? If he keeps this up, he'll grow up to be a criminal. And why does a kid know how to use a toy to hit someone instead of his bare hands? The teacher stood nearby, trying to mediate. Ma'am, it's my fault for not supervising them closely enough. The woman ignored her and sneered. Now that I look at you closely, you're still quite young, aren't you? No wonder you don't know how to raise a child. Did you make a mistake and get pregnant? A mother and son walked together under the setting sun. Minseo's mother. The teacher called out to them. She bowed in apology. I am truly sorry. It's all my fault for not paying attention. Minseo's mother turned back, her expression cold. Even though it might be overstepping my bounds and rude to say this, the teacher hesitated. Children who suffer from domestic violence tend to have a higher tendency to attack their peers. So, if the family could just stop criticizing Minseo so much. Before the teacher could finish, Minseo's mother interrupted with a smile. It's fine, teacher. Minseo's daddy has become much kinder now. The teacher, thinking she had finally gotten through to the mother, smiled and said goodbye. Yes. Thank you for understanding. Minseo's mother whispered, That's right, Minseo. Daddy is much kinder now, isn't he? The boy turned pale. It seemed the boy already knew exactly what would happen to him. She wore a psychotic smile. But if Daddy is so much kinder now, why has Minseo become such a bad boy? Hey, you brat. When are you going to get to work? Director Choi Kang's voice boomed. Hwa-jin, while folding laundry, replied, sorry. Don't be angry. I still have a whole week of vacation left. Is that so? Are you planning to just eat and sleep for 2 whole weeks? If I didn't say anything, I was planning on going back tomorrow anyway. You know that. I've already deducted all your leave days. So if you don't show up tomorrow, I'm counting it as unexcused absence. Hwa-jin was stunned. How can this agency be so heartless? Does being a public servant mean you're not allowed to take a break? I guess I don't need to say goodbye to them, do I? He took out a cigarette. If they find out I've disappeared, there's a high chance Dong-chun will turn back into that pathetic mess. Suddenly, a voice exploded, slapping him in the face. You piece of shot. Didn't I tell you that if you did that one more time, I'd kill you? Fine then, I'll just kill you. Die. He kicked his wife. You have to die here today, and then I'll die too. Damn it. Today, everyone in this house is going to drink poison and die together. Meanwhile, Minseo was dying in a puddle on the floor. It looked like someone had drowned him. Hwa-jin rushed in, only to see Dong-chun standing tall in the middle of the house with 2 bodies lying limp. Hwa-jin scanned the room, then stepped forward. You refuse to repent even while dying? It's not like that. Hwa-jin checked the boy first. Did you call the ambulance yet? The guy looked a bit confused because Hwa-jin hadn't beaten him up immediately. The kid is fine. Luckily, he's still breathing. He's been like this before, so I know he'll wake up soon. Hwa-jin checked Miso's pulse, ignoring the guy's excuses, and dialed emergency services. Hello, I have an urgent patient. Dong-chul immediately panicked. He'll open his eyes in a bit. Why are you doing this? Hwa-jin continued. The kid's mother is being abused, and the boy was held underwater, so both of them passed out. He shoved the guy's hand away, and the father is in life-threatening danger. Hwa-jin landed a punch on the guy, whose skinny, drug addict-like body couldn't handle the impact and hit the floor. I get that you're panicking, so you didn't think to call an ambulance? Hwa-jin snapped, clenching his fist. But why were you trying to stop me when I called for help? Are you afraid that going to the hospital will expose your child abuse? Damn it! Has that pathetic father complex rot your brain that badly? Dong-chul wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and stumbled to his feet. This is all your fault. He lunged. If I were a piece of trash, the kid wouldn't have been pushed underwater like that. Hwa-jin grabbed him by the hair and slammed him to the floor. You're wrong, and you're still making excuses? You're truly beyond saving. Just as he was about to swing his fist to discipline him, wait, it wasn't me. It was her. The guy frantically pointed at the unconscious woman. I didn't do anything to the kid. She was the one who held him underwater. He rambled. It was the same when Miso coughed up blood, and when the toy I bought for him broke. It was all that woman's doing. Then, a flashback of his past appeared. At 20, My life was completely hopeless because of this child, and I wasn't the only one who felt that way. Even though I hit the kid a few times because I couldn't control my anger, Miso's mother truly crossed the line. She relentlessly beat her own flesh and blood. Why don't you listen to your mother? Huh? Why? Dong Chul couldn't take it anymore and warned her. You bitch. You made Miso cough up blood. Even if you're mad and want to hit him, you have to know when to stop. Do you actually want him dead? She just replied coldly. It's fine. That's not enough to kill him. Before he could make sense of it, she pulled back her hair to reveal a scar on the back of her head. Look at this. I'm still doing just fine. Compared to my old man, I'm going easy on him. That was when I learned my wife had been abused since she was little, and the reason we were kicked out was that my father-in-law, after finding out she was pregnant, chased us with a knife, ready to kill us both. Dong Chul froze. Then he placed both hands on her shoulders. Then let's do this. From now on, don't lay a hand on him. If you're frustrated with him, just tell me everything. I'll handle Miso's education. After that, a series of things he did to his son followed. If Miso spilled his food, he'd flip the tray and refuse to feed him. While he played games, the boy wasn't allowed to move an inch. Even though the boy was covered in bruises or pleaded with folded hands, he still said, I had no other choice. So, I had to discipline Miso before his mother killed him for bothering her. That was the only way I could protect this family. Hearing his nauseating story, Hwa-jin immediately punched him. I knew you'd come up with some quick nonsense to justify hitting the kid, but I didn't expect you to make up such an absurd story. It was ridiculous that he called that his way of protecting the family. You dare call it a family while abusing your kids? He grabbed him by the collar. If you were truly doing it for your family, you wouldn't do those damn things. You just chose to sacrifice one child. I know why you chose that way. You just find them annoying. Because hitting a weak child with no voice is easier than dealing with a grown wife suffering from depression, right? That's the easiest way for you. Didn't I tell you before? Parents abusing children to make themselves feel comfortable is just animal husbandry, not education. Hwa-jin gave him another punch. You have no right to raise that child. A moment later, the paramedics arrived. Where is the victim? They only saw a man punching the victim. Afterward, Hwa-jin was thrown behind bars. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What a pathetic kid. Director Choi Kang-suk arrived after seeing Han So-end. JTO return home. Father says, please forgive me. The gentle voice of the child care worker recounted the end of the story to Miso, who was lying in a hospital bed. And so, Han Seo and JTO returned to their family and lived happily ever after. But the boy didn't seem too enthusiastic about the teacher's story. The boy sat up and asked, Teacher, when will my mom and dad come? Those innocent, naive eyes looked at the teacher. I'm not in pain anymore. I can go home now. So why won't my mom and dad come to pick me up? The teacher smiled faintly. She patted the boy's head. Miso, for now, your mom and dad won't be coming. Her face was filled with sorrow for this innocent child, because his parents weren't ready to raise Miso yet. On the day Miso's family was taken in the ambulance, the doctor discovered signs of abuse and immediately reported it to the police. At the station, Miso's mother didn't say a word. Miso's father confirmed everything he had done to the boy during that time to the police. Miso's parents were detained on charges of child abuse. The two were held in separate locations, awaiting a court verdict. Meanwhile, the director of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau, Hey kid, Choi Kang-suk handed Hwa-jin a pack of cigarettes. He exclaimed, I didn't expect your kid to be this lucky. It's fortunate the victim agreed to settle unconditionally, so we could resolve this quietly. Are you planning on asking for everything to be revealed? To the world. Reporters have a great nose for this, so watch your step. Hwa-jin just replied. A lot of places already see our Educational Rights Protection Bureau as a thorn in their side. Besides, this isn't something that can last forever anyway. He looked at Choi Kang-suk. Didn't you say that from the beginning, Director? The Bureau won't be able to exist for long, because we only need one mistake. With just a little push, this organization will be exposed and dismantled immediately. So don't worry about what people think, just do whatever you want. Choi Kang-suk was left speechless, but this case fell under someone else's jurisdiction. Hwa-jin quickly admitted her fault. I know, I overstepped my bounds. I've always resolved things by giving those who made mistakes a chance. If they still don't change, then they have to face the proper punishment. But in this case, the perpetrator was everything to the victim. Min Seo wailed, begging for his mom and dad, leaving the teacher at a loss for what to do. Hwa-jin looked on, heavy-hearted. It's so difficult, really so difficult. 6 months later, the couple stood before the judge for the final sentencing. Go Jun-soo was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months in prison, while the husband, Go Dong-cheon, received a 6-month sentence, suspended for 1 year, and was ordered to undergo mandatory rehabilitation for child abuse. The trial ended in a somber atmosphere. Min Seo could now run and play happily with his friends. The radiant smile on his face could melt the winter cold, but Dong Cheon could only watch the boy from afar before turning to leave. Min Seo suddenly caught a familiar silhouette, or perhaps it was the instinct running in his blood that made him recognize his own father. The boy ran after him, even as the man tried to walk faster. "Dad, don't go!" The boy fell and burst into tears. Dong Cheon couldn't help himself. He turned back and asked the boy, "Min Seo, isn't it better here than at home? You have so many friends and you don't get hit by mom and dad anymore. All this time, dad has been wrong to you, yet you still want to follow me?" The boy nodded blankly. "Min Seo, dad is a terrible father. I really shouldn't even be appearing in front of you. If anyone sees me with Min Seo like this, dad will have to go back to prison." He then took off his mask and hat, speaking firmly. "So, if dad becomes a gentler father, and the state allows me to raise you, then I will definitely come to pick you up. I promise." The two pinky promised and shared a happy smile. Now Hwa-jin watched from afar, finally able to leave with peace of mind. In another scene, a mother knocked on her son's bathroom door. "Son, how long are you planning to stay in the shower? Come out and eat already. What's wrong? Is he still not done?" "That's right. He's not answering me either. Move aside. Let me go check. The door's locked. Give me the key." "Hey, Lee Nam Sang-guk. Mom is calling you. You have to answer." As soon as they opened the door, the tub was overflowing with water and blood spilled all over the floor. The two were panicked, urging each other to call an ambulance. Inside the room, the computer screen lit up and text messages kept popping up as if they were out for blood. The recipient, the parents panicked, calling out to the boy. On the paper were the words, "The devil will return," signaling that something terrible was about to happen. At this moment, Lee Nam Sang-guk was sitting alone in a room empty with four walls surrounding him, and in front of him was a teeny TV hanging on the wall. Perhaps he was very worried, because his whole body was trembling like that. His face clearly showed deep anxiety and fear, to the point that he was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes glazing over as he stared into the void. A moment later, a female teacher opened the door and called him. "Student Lee Nam Sang-guk, it's time." She led him to the room. "Go on in." Hearing that, he stood up and followed her. As soon as he stepped through the door, he felt a suffocating, breathless tension. Facing Nam Sang-guk right now were many people casting looks that were not very sympathetic toward him. The School Violence Countermeasures Committee. Scene change. Rock, paper, scissors is the fairest game in the world. Memories flooded back. Nam Sang-guk was playing this game with another classmate. Unfortunately, he lost, and was slapped straight across the face by that mischievous kid, without mercy. Just like that, Nam Sang-guk kept playing with them. Rock, paper, scissors. That guy played rock, and he played scissors. The victory belonged to the other side. That guy hit Nam Sang-guk in the face again. The subsequent times, the force got stronger and stronger. He looked incredibly painful. The next time, the guy yelled, "Rock, paper, scissors." But the difference was that this time, Nam Sang-guk won. He played paper, and the guy played rock. He slowly pulled his hand back, lowered his voice, and said, "Oh, I lost, huh?" Seeing that, he appeared fearful and replied, "That's right. Rock, paper, scissors is a game where I can win and I can also lose." The atmosphere gradually became suffocating and more tense, not like what Nam Sang-guk thought, that if he lost, the bully would stop hitting him. But this guy's nature said no. He kept giving him a beating non-stop. This caused Nam Sang-guk to be sent flying, body hitting the floor. "If I lose, I get slapped, and if I win, I get punched." His face when he leaned in close looked absolutely terrifying. His smile gradually lost all humanity, and his eyes looked like they wanted to devour him right then and there. "But why don't I feel happy when I beat you? Rock, paper, scissors is a game that is not fair at all in the relationship between me and Hong Song-hak. And this unfair game didn't just happen to me alone. Another male student was in the class playing a game, looking very enthusiastic. However, those moments of joy didn't last long before they were crushed by Song-hak. He snatched the game console from the boy in a split second. He held it up and said bluntly, "I'm borrowing this for 3 days, okay?" The boy didn't have a shred of resistance and just sat there watching him steal it away. Suddenly, another male student with a large build dared to stand up and speak his mind. "Hey, Hong Song-hak." His words made the bully take notice. His face was full of resentment and indignation on behalf of other classmates being bullied at school. "Why do you dog-like trash dare to bully your classmates like that, huh?" he continued. "Don't tell me you've been playing this bullying game since middle school and haven't gotten bored of it yet?" Even though he was hit where it hurt, Song-hak's expression didn't show a shred of regret. He just kept that emotionless face on, thinking he looked cool, and smirked. But no one at this school could touch him, because the boy boldly declared, "If you're so good, fight me." As soon as he finished his sentence, behind his back, another guy with curly hair was holding a chair, planning to smash it right into his head. Immediately after that, what had to happen happened. He was smashed in the head with the chair, screaming out in absolute misery and pain. Song-hak chuckled with delight. The boy fell down, screaming while clutching his head. His whole body was trembling, and mixed into his screams was the raucous laughter of other guys under Song-hak's command. One of them said, "Fight what? See who can scream louder? You psycho?" After that, they continuously stomped their feet on him. With no mercy at all, he stomped on them. Those guys, Hong Song-hak, and those three losers, were nothing but mindless thugs, always blindly following the Double Black Duo's orders. Even so, plenty of people still stood by my side, because the agony we suffered just kept on going. After school, the sky turned a dark, bruised blue, and the buildings started to light up. At a local hangout spot, a group of bullies, along with a few girls, were laughing and goofing around. They were using other male students as their human chairs. One girl, wearing a pink jacket, with light brown hair, said gleefully, "Ah, this chair is so comfy." She wanted to take him along when they went out. Someone else said, "Oh, is this a massage chair? Why is it shaking so much?" The boy being used as a massage chair was likely exhausted from all this inhumane torture, breaking out in a cold sweat and shaking uncontrollably. Especially whenever the leader went out with the girls, they wouldn't hesitate to try twisted games on their victim. Now, it was time for the punching bag game. The girl with the tan complexion was thrilled, kicking them right in the stomach. This 10-point combo made him jolt in agonizing pain. He used us as props to show off to the girls. We were just living like toys for them to humiliate. We couldn't even speak up about being bullied. They mocked and despised the students they bullied, as if it were just entertainment for them. But the most terrifying thing I had to endure was scene shifts to the classroom. The leader, with that flashy pink hair, was sitting casually on Nam Sang-guk's desk, joking around with his loyal pack of lackeys. "Hey, I met a virgin girl yesterday." The words that came out of his mouth were stomach-turning. Then he bragged, "That girl was so damn good." This made his loyal lapdogs drool with excitement. Sang-guk sat at that desk, unable to even listen to the trash coming out of their mouths. It was truly beyond anything he could have imagined. "Hey, did we scare you?" Suddenly, he slammed his hand hard onto the desk and shouted, "Right, Sang-guk." He looked just like a drug addict at that moment, with his cheekbones sunken in and dark, hollow eyes. He said, "Virgin girls are great, right?" His words were so horrific that it made Sang-guk terrified. He lowered his voice, commanding him, "Hey, repeat after me." It was as if he were possessed by a demon. His behavior was already scum, but now it was even worse. He repeated the phrase, then shouted, "Virgin girls." Sang-guk didn't dare say a word, his mouth tightly shut. Virgin was his mother's name. Due to the intense pressure from him, he finally gave in and uttered those horrific words, "Virgin girls." Then he forced a fake smile to get through that moment. Right then, I made up my mind. I have to kill him. You might ask, did you think about reporting it to the school? Haven't you watched the news? Even if I told the teachers, they would just bury the incident anyway. He opened the news on his computer and read, stunned. He had thought it would be different, but the screen displayed information about the abolishment of the Autonomous Committee on School Violence and the establishment of a School Violence Countermeasure Evaluation Board. He opened his computer to read, his emotions all over the place. Last year, the law protecting educational rights was amended, so the school-level Autonomous Committee on School Violence was abolished. In its place, the School Violence Countermeasure Evaluation Board was established under the management of the Office of Education, along with experts like lawyers. Seeing this news, he felt like he found a glimmer of hope. This board isn't under the school's jurisdiction. If so, then I can try. In his hand, he held a paper listing the crimes and the disciplinary actions against all those who had bullied him all this time. Nam Sang-guk read aloud, disbelief in his voice. Only the ringleader, Hong Song-hak, gets suspended for 5 days? The others just have to write apology letters and receive special education? Is this how it's done? Is this the discipline standard of the new evaluation board? Hong Song-hak's malicious acts were only rated 10 to 12 points. A moment later, the bullies arrived and threw their apology letters in his face. There wasn't a shred of repentance. He froze right there. The gang joined in, saying, "Here's your apology letter. Sorry for treating you like a dog all this time, huh?" Then they started messing around, treating it like a fun joke. Song-hak turned around, looking at him with the eyes of a devil. He only got 12 points out of a maximum of 20, which is like getting a 60 on a test where the maximum score is 100. He was so helpless that he just stared at them, his face pale and drained of all color, frozen in place. Those who graded this have officially graded my suffering too. Now I understand why there are so many perpetrators like Hong Song-hak and victims like me in this country. Because to the adults, this is just a 60-point issue. Even though I reported this news to the Office of Educational Rights Protection before dying, it's likely they won't pay attention to this 60-point incident. Nam Sang-guk, in a lethargic, exhausted, and gaunt state, lay in his hospital bed. He slowly opened his eyes and saw his mother crying right beside him. Nam Sang-guk, she sobbed, hugging her poor son tightly. Why did you do that? Why? 2 lines of tears kept streaming down her face endlessly. She choked out. If something was wrong, you should have told Mom. Only much later did I learn that if I wanted to die, I should have cut my wrists vertically and soaked in water for 8 hours instead of the other way. Nam Sang-guk's complexion, as his mother held him, was ice cold, detached, and emotionless. His lips were all cracked, and his eyes stared into a void, utterly depressed. Even when being held by his mother, I could only think about suicide. His body looked severely malnourished, like a withered tree drying up from a lack of water. After a while, he regained his composure and said to his mother, "Mom, my phone." She handed it to him and said, "Stay here and wait for Mom. I'm going to call the doctor." On Sang-guk's phone, the search bar only had the words "How to Die" appearing. After scrolling for a while, suddenly a notification was sent to Nam Sang-guk. He opened it, and his expression changed instantly. His eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Finally, he called out, "Mom!" Then suddenly tears were streaming down his face before he even realized it. "I won't do it again," he choked out, his face soaked with tears and snot, sobbing that he wouldn't try to end his life ever again. He was so overjoyed that tears dripped onto his phone screen, and he didn't even notice. As time went on, his crying grew louder, and the image of his text message appeared on the screen. Someone had sent him photos of that bully, Hong Song-hak, who had been tormenting him. It showed the bully getting absolutely wrecked by a beautiful young woman, his face unrecognizable. Along with the message came the notice. The Protection Bureau had finally dealt with Hong Song-hak. He was finally getting the karma he deserved after all the heinous acts he had committed against so many classmates. The homeroom teacher handed Hong Song-hak a stack of documents and said to him, "So, your suspension is finally over today, isn't it, Hong Song-hak? You've had time to reflect, haven't you?" The homeroom teacher said with a grimace. "This is the Special Education Handbook and the terms you need to pay attention to." Hong Song-hak grabbed the stack of papers, reading them while listening to the teacher's lecture. "If you do this one more time, you'll be charged with school violence. At that point, you won't even have a shred of dignity left." Hong Song-hak just squinted and replied with a firm voice, "You don't need to worry about that anymore, sir." Thwack, thwack, consecutive sounds of a rod whipping against the faces and bodies of 2 male students kneeling on the ground. Hong Song-hak stood behind them, smoking, while watching his lackeys put on a training show on the rooftop. Echoing in the air was the very oath he had just sworn to the teacher moments ago. "I won't bully them anymore." Turns out, a dog will always be a dog. It can never turn into a human. Looking at that smug face, like he was high on drugs, Hong Song-hak made it clear he had completely forgotten his promise, which smelled like absolute bull. But that oath kept ringing out, as if to highlight how truly wretched he was, because I've already reflected on myself. Then, at some point, when Jong-chun was about to beat his son again, Hwa-jin, as if he had supernatural senses, was still sitting inside the house but managed to shout in time, "Jong-chun, stop." Hwa-jin was currently multitasking, holding the phone to his shoulder while opening a Coke bottle with both hands. The person on the other end of the line, hearing him mention an unfamiliar name, asked, "Jong-chun? Who is Jong-cheon?" Hwa-jin was just about to answer, "Ah, that guy," when a melodic, high-pitched voice from the phone cut him off and let out a long rant. "Anyway, I've selected the important cases and emailed them to you already. I'm so sorry to bother you during your vacation, but I really didn't know which cases to pick, so could you give me some advice?" Lim Hun-rim was swamped, drowning in work, busy with the piles of files sent over. To get through all of this, she'd need 3 heads and 6 arms. Every time she read a file, Lim Hun-rim became even more enraged. She kept reading and cursing, holding the phone close so Hwa-jin could hear. "This little brat is nothing but a cocky, green-as-grass rookie. And this jerk too. I have to chop him up. Oh God. I should chain this bastard up and smash him for 3 days and 3 nights just to feel satisfied." Her anger reached its peak. She tore the pile of files into tiny pieces and screamed, Why is South Korea so rotten? At this rate, even Satan would cry because there's not enough room to house these scum. Yet, contrasting with Lim Hwa-jin's breakdown, Hwa-jin calmly said, "You decide for yourself." Hwa-jin closed his laptop, his mouth still calmly analyzing for his colleague. To be fair, even though you are from the military and sent here on a mission, in reality, you are the official supervisor of the Education Protection Bureau. The right to educate. He leisurely lit a cigarette and continued to advise. So, you have to know how to judge things on your own. If you want my advice, I can only say that the Education Protection Bureau isn't just about saving teachers and students who are suffering. Every single word, Hwa-jin said to Lim Han-rim, sharing his true thoughts. No matter how much authority a supervisor has, if it's just the two of us here, the number of people we can help is just a drop in the ocean. Therefore, our mission isn't simply helping victims. We also have to show society the dark side existing in the school environment. Finally, he concluded, that is our true purpose. Lim Han-rim was stunned. She hung up the phone. Afterward, Lim Han-rim leaned her head back and stared at the ceiling, reflecting on what Hwa-jin had just said. She repeated what she had heard. I have to let society know, no matter what kind of case it is, huh? That's so hard. I'm not some extraordinary person. Lim Han-rim got irritated again thinking about the mountain of files on her desk. She said dejectedly, "Whatever. Why do these damn school violence cases happen so often?" Back to the familiar rooftop scene. Sun Chung was being put in a chokehold by someone. His face was turning bright red from lack of oxygen, his eyes slowly glazing over. Yet, that arm refused to let go. Kim Gwan-hong in the front was holding a phone, filming Hong Song-hak, using all his strength to choke Sun Chung. Mun Tae-soo was on the side, timing it on his phone, and suddenly shouted, "It's been over 40 seconds, he continued, announcing like a commentator. Will contender Hong Song-hak be able to beat 1 minute here? While Sun Chung's eyes rolled back until he was choked to the point of passing out, Hong Song-hak finally let go. At the same time, Mun Tae-soo and Kim Gwan-hong erupted in cheers. 51 seconds. Contender Hong Song-hak has set a new record. The lopsided fight was over, but Mun Tae-soo kept critiquing. But contender Hong Song-hak, you seem to have gotten a bit weaker, haven't you? I feel like you're about 1 or 2 seconds slower, compared to before. Hong Song-hak brought his cigarette to his mouth, cursed, and replied, "Damn it, it's just because I haven't done anything all week. That's why." Suddenly, from afar, some girl put her hands on her hips and shouted right in his face, "Hey Hong Song-hak, you are truly beyond saving." That girl pointed at Hong Song-hak and screamed, "You let go! And he already passed out. You're absolute trash. How can you do something like that?" Like a pancake being flipped, she did a total 180, ran over, and plopped her butt down on Sun Chung's body. Then, looking excited, she said, "How dare you do that to my comfy sofa?" "Huh? It's so comfortable. I thought you were a good person, but it turns out you're just a pile of crap." Sitting on Hong Song-hak had to look at this girl with half-closed eyes. He did. "So, Hong Song-hak, do you have some connections protecting you? Nam Sang-guk already exposed everything you did. So how come you only got a 5-day suspension? If that were me, I'd have been expelled already." Hong Song-hak smirked and replied rudely, "Connections? Are you kidding me?" While my dad was crying his eyes out, I just had to walk in front of the disciplinary committee. He reached down and grabbed his crotch. Pretending to have a package down there, he yelled, "I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I'll change, I promise." His two cronies burst out laughing. "KKK," the girl giggled, mocking the scene. Energized by the attention, Hong Song-hak kept making up stories. "I just had to spin around in circles and shout, 'Sorry,' like that. And it was done." Hong Song-hak used his entire face to mimic the judge who presided over his case. The investigation results show the student caused physical and mental harm to the victim, sufficient to constitute school violence. Not stopping there, Hong Song-hak continued, adding his own flair to the story. Because of that, the committee decided this was a very serious matter and handed down a harsh punishment, 5 days of suspension, 10-10-10. The nasty, trashy story successfully made the girl laugh like crazy. "Ha ha ha. Really?" the girl asked, laughing while saying, "A 5-day suspension? That's really harsh. Ha ha ha." Hearing her sarcasm, Hong Song-hak snapped back. "What the hell are you laughing at?" "Of course it's harsh," he continued, acting cocky. "A good, innocent student like me not being able to go to school for a week, you know?" The girl chimed in, "You're killing me. Ha ha." Meanwhile, Sun Jung lay face down on the ground. Hearing them treat his punishment like a joke, he felt miserable, but didn't dare fight back. He just suppressed his feelings and sobbed quietly. Outside the classroom hallway, a group of male and female students were laughing happily. Someone shouted, "School's out! Songhak is back! We've got to go all out today." A long-haired girl teased, asking, "Songhak, where are we going?" The girl with short hair next to her quickly suggested, "Let's go to karaoke, then hit a club." Hi. But Hong Songhak made a sleazy face and replied, "We've got to go pick up our VIP guest first, don't we?" The two girls had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Then, Hong Songhak looked up at the floor above and shouted in a disgusting voice, "Nam Sang-guk, my dear Sang-guk, I missed you so much. I've been dreaming about you day and night." After saying that, he turned back to show off to his friends. "See, I love Sang-guk that much." Everyone laughed, saying, "Stop it already." Ha ha. From behind them, a figure stepped forward and shouted, "Hey, Hong Songhak." The homeroom teacher frowned deeply, jaw set tight. He pointed directly at Hong Songhak and roared, "Didn't I tell you this morning? You're supposed to attend special education after school?" The teacher continued, shouting orders. "The instructor is already at the sports field. Get out there right now. If you don't complete your special education, you'll have to pay a 3,000,000 won fine." You got that? Hong Songhak and his three cronies had to abandon their fun and drag themselves toward the sports field, grumbling as they walked. "We already wrote our apology letters, so why do we still have to do this special education crap?" Han Jiang-song-hee complained. "South Korean education is just a dumpster fire." Moon Tae-soo seemed bored out of his mind, yawning repeatedly. From a distance, a figure was waiting for them. Seeing that the people she was waiting for had finally arrived, the figure spoke up. "Hello." Hearing that voice, Hong Songhak's boredom instantly vanished. He wondered to himself, "Oh, what angel's voice is this?" The owner of the voice turned around, holding a wooden sword. "I am Lim Han Rim," she introduced herself. "Your special education instructor." She continued her introduction. "The purpose of this lesson is to help you understand what you caused the victims to go through." But their eyes were focused on her curvy chest. They blushed and whispered, "Whoa, she's hot. Long live the Republic of Korea." Lim Han Rim didn't seem to notice their lecherous eyes staring at her bottom. She slowly continued, "So that you never commit school violence ever again." Finally, Lim Han Rim threatened, "If you don't cooperate, I will increase your training time. So, you'd better behave." Hearing that, Hong Songhak smirked. It seemed an idea had just popped into his head. Hong Songhak stepped closer to Lim Han Rim and asked, "Miss, I think you've got it wrong." He put on an annoying face and teased, "Lim Han Rim, haha, I'll volunteer to be a bad student if it means spending more time with someone like you." It seems Hong Songhak didn't check his horoscope today. He had already made our top-tier boss lady angry. With eyes full of murderous intent, Lim Han Rim ignored the animalistic Hong Songhak and threw a punch straight toward his face. Lim Han Rim wore a mysterious smile and said, "Since it's our first lesson, we'll start with a simple game of rock, paper, scissors." Hearing that, Hong Songhak was thrilled. He smiled gently. The game began, and both shouted, "Rock, paper, scissors." Hong Songhak threw rock, while Lim Han Rim threw scissors. The result was clear. Hong Songhak pretended to be hurt, pulling his hand back and saying, "Oh, I accidentally won. Guess you really don't cry until you see the coffin, huh?" Still acting cocky, he continued, "What's my prize? Your phone number? Or maybe your 3-size measurements?" Lim Han Rim's face now looked like a wicked witch from a fairy tale. She remembered her phone call with Hwa-jin regarding her decision. "The disciplinary committee's penalty is light as a feather, huh?" Hwa-jin asked while eating noodles. "Is that why you chose this case?" Lim Han Rim's voice explained over the phone. "I've been thinking about it all day." She then associated it with something similar. "It's just like bike theft." Hwa-jin was slightly surprised. "Bikes?" Lim Han Rim, sitting on her bed, thought for a moment before explaining. "Our country's security is so good that even if you leave your backpack on the street, no one will take it. So why is bike theft still so common?" She concluded, "It's because people have a specific prejudice toward bikes. Even if their bike gets stolen, they still think it's no big deal." Finally, she wrapped it up. "School violence is just the same." Bop. A sudden punch landed, right on Hong Songhak's face. He didn't even have time to dodge. The three cronies also stood there with their mouths hanging open at the incredible scene, as did the students passing by. Hong Songhak's eyes widened as he snapped his head back, stunned by the punch that sent him crashing to the ground. He was still trying to process what the hell just happened. Lim Han Rim approached with mercy, explaining that losing meant a slap in the face, while winning meant a punch. She grabbed his hair, jerking his head back to reveal his face, dripping with blood. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth. Lim Han Rim continued, "The first lesson of special education is that you need to reflect on your own mistakes. Suddenly, she clamped his neck in the crook of her arm. Lim Han Rim thought, I'm going to crush your belief that school violence is easily forgiven. She used Hong Song-hak's own bullying tactics against him, glaring down at him with an intimidating, menacing look. What's next? Passing out, right? Lim Han Rim tightened her grip on his neck, her eyes piercing like daggers. Hong Song-hak struggled desperately within her iron hold, his eyes filled with terror. He trembled, thinking, is this woman insane? Why is everyone gathering around now? Students whispered as they crowded around. Hey, isn't that someone from the Education Rights Protection Bureau? Oh yeah, that red-haired woman, it's Lim Han Rim. Some mischievous students cheered. Awesome. She's here to deal with Hong Song-hak. I didn't think the Bureau would actually keep an eye on that scumbag. Hong Song-hak's face turned pale. With a look of pure dread, he stared up at Lim Han Rim. She's with the Education Rights Protection Bureau? He cursed under his breath. Damn it. When did the Bureau start hiring women? Clearly, this kid hadn't been keeping up with the news. Hong Song-hak narrowed his eyes at Lim Han Rim. Suspicion filled his face. The Education Protection Bureau for school violence? Did that scumbag Nam Sang-guk report us to them? He took a gamble. He reached up to grab her arm, trying to pry it off. Lim Han Rim paused, surprised by his move, and stared down at his hand. She thought, this grip. Seizing the opening, he grabbed her wrist, feeling smug. Oh, poor Nam Sang-guk. You're so pathetic. If my family had been influential for 3 generations, I wouldn't be suffering like this. He mocked with a twisted grin. So that's why, Sang-guk, you had to rely on a woman, huh? But reality had other plans. Just as he thought he could break free, she tightened her grip around his neck. She didn't give him a chance to counter. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, no, hold on. He realized that if he tried hard enough, he could still get away. But just as suddenly, he abandoned that thought. Confused, he wondered, why am I feeling so good? He started imagining all sorts of scenarios. Ah, is this the pleasure everyone keeps talking about? Lim Han Rim held her grip for a moment before letting go. Hong Song-hak collapsed like a rag doll, completely motionless. She looked down at her opponent, tired and cold, then glanced at her arm where he had just grabbed her. She rubbed the bruises on her arm, let out a long sigh, and gave a warning smile to the onlookers. Take him as an example. A while later, Hong Song-hak was carried away. In another place, a shout of pain rang out. His friends looked at him, worried. Hey, Hong Song-hak, are you dead? Wake up, you idiot. His friends shook him hard. Annoyed by the noise, he groggily opened his eyes and suddenly burst out laughing. Hong Song-hak clutched his stomach, rolling around. Ha ha ha, what's going on? Why are your faces all swollen? His friends replied helplessly. We played rock, paper, scissors while you were passed out. And we all ended up getting beaten until we blacked out too. That woman has a heavy hand, Kim Guan-hong said, rubbing his face in shame. Are girls' hands really that stinging? Mun Tae-soo pouted and added, when I tried to fight her, I got punched so hard my soul nearly left my body. Han Sang-yu joined in, frustrated. The worst part is those idiots filmed the whole thing at the gym. Hong Song-hak jumped up, startled. His friends calmly continued. They're saying online that she's a former Special Forces soldier. Damn it. What are we supposed to do now? Hearing his friends, Hong Song-hak shouted angrily. If you're as stupid as you guys, just shut up. What else are you good for? He puffed out his chest, sniffing. Special Forces, my ass. Isn't she? Just a woman? After that, the whole group was discharged and walked home. As they walked, they chatted. Did you actually feel good when she choked you? Are you sure? Moon Tae-soo exclaimed in shock. Damn, you're a total pervert. Hong Song-hak bashfully smoothed his face. You guys should try it once. I bet you won't be able to resist the temptation. Ah, I feel like I've been enlightened. Suddenly, Moon Tae-soo's phone buzzed. He opened the message and couldn't hide his surprise. Whoa, have you guys seen this? They all crowded around to look. Hong Song-hak frowned, his eyes scanning the lines of text on the phone screen. Moon Tae-soo explained, this is the Nam Sang-guk group chat. Hong Song-hak stared at the photo in the chat, along with the vicious messages. Look, the Protection Bureau came to deal with Hong Song-hak. I knew that scumbag would get pounded someday. She's the true embodiment of justice. Kim Guan-hong cursed, visibly annoyed. Don't those idiots realize we're in this group too? Moon Tae-soo frowned, looking uncomfortable. This is so damn annoying. Is this what they call a lame duck? The phone screen kept lighting up with messages, swirling like a tornado around Nam Sang-guk. Things like, Sang-guk is the light of our school. Nam Sang-guk, you did great. You don't need to put up with them anymore. That's right. Nam Sang-guk has suffered enough. Hong Song-hak curled his lip into a smirk. He laughed out loud. Yeah, they're having a blast, aren't they? The phone in Hong Song-hak's hand trembled. He squeezed it angrily and muttered, if they're so happy, then the one who called the bureau Nam Sang-guk should strip naked and join the fun, too, right? They all stood there, dazed, glancing at each other. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. Hong Song-hak tilted his head back, feeling ecstatic. Oh, just thinking about dear Sang-guk being so happy. Makes me sick. Night began to fall, and the city was submerged in a sea of lights. Amidst the hurried traffic, a green taxi sped through the busy streets. Sang-guk and his mother sat inside. She looked at him with gentle eyes and whispered, Nam Sang-guk, you could have stayed in the hospital a few more days, you know? He replied filially, I'm fine, Mom. He smiled brightly, saying, because now, I don't have to worry about anything anymore. With eyes shining, he boldly declared, tomorrow, I'm going back to school. I want to go to class as soon as possible. Nam Sang-guk's mom glanced over with a relieved expression after the taxi finally pulled up to an apartment complex. The two of them stepped out of the car. Suddenly, Nam Sang-guk's mom said she had some errands to run and told him to head up first. He listened and stepped into the elevator, pulling out his phone to kill time. As he lightly swiped his finger across the screen, his eyes focused on the message that hit him hard. Nam Sang-guk, thank you, and I'm also sorry. You were so brave. But Nam Sang-guk curled his lips into a satisfied smile. He happily replied to the message. Don't say that, Sun Young. You've been through so much lately. Now that everything is over, let's just enjoy our happy school life from here on out. Just then, the elevator reached the floor. It pinged once and slowly slid open. Hong Song-hak and his goons had been waiting for a long time. As the doors opened, he stood there with a cigarette in his mouth and sneered. Oh, look, it's Sang-guk. He was stunned, his eyes widening in shock. How did they find me here so quickly? A long arm reached out and grabbed him by the throat. They slammed him against the wall, forcing him back into the elevator, and started pressing buttons. Hong Song-hak grabbed Nam Sang-guk's phone and asked, where do you think you're going? In a mocking tone, he pulled up the chat screen with Sun Jung from earlier. Hong Song-hak teased him. Don't say that, Sun Jung. You've been through so much. Let's enjoy our happy school life together. He read it aloud, deliberately mimicking the tone, then burst out laughing. Heh heh, heh heh. Look at these psycho losers. Is this the ending of some cheesy drama? Ha! Ha! Terrified, Sang-guk stood frozen in place, his body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing his fear, Hong Song-hak excitedly jumped up, pressed himself against him, and mocked. Oh, look at you, Nam Sang-guk. Looks like you still don't quite get who you're dealing with, huh? He threw an arm around his shoulder, his voice raspy as he hissed into his ear. I don't give a damn about the school protection committee or the cops getting involved for bullying. I don't care if I get expelled or end up in jail. The air grew stifling, filled only with his heavy breathing and hateful glare. You think a piece of trash like you can mess with me? Damn it, I've had enough of this crap. Just then, the elevator pinged and stopped at the first floor. The metal doors slowly slid open. A silhouette appeared behind them. Unaware of what was happening, Hong Song-hak smirked and grabbed Nam Sang-guk's arm, mocking him. Wait, why is your wrist bandaged? He laughed mischievously. Is this the new trend now? Lim Han-rim's figure slowly came into view. She stared in shock at the scene unfolding before her. Hong Song-hak's goons were startled and panicked. Hey, why is she here? Suddenly, Lim Han-rim dropped the papers in her hand. Furious, she charged at the group and landed a direct, powerful kick right into Hong Song-hak's stomach. He screamed in pain. Lim Han-rim quickly reached out and pressed the button for the top floor. Her finger tapped the number 11. The elevator door immediately slammed shut. Lim Han-rim narrowed her eyes, her tone aggressive. I guessed you guys would come here for revenge, so I came to protect the victim. She shot a glare filled with disgust at them, but I honestly couldn't have imagined that you'd dare do this on the very first day. Are you trying to test me, or are you just completely brainless? As soon as she finished, Lim Han-rim lunged at Hong Song-hak and punched him square in the cheek. Hong Song-hak groaned in pain. The correct answer is number 3. Lim Han-rim stood there, blank-faced, not understanding what this punk was talking about. Hong Song-hak just smirked, stuck out his long tongue, and licked her fist, teasing her, because your skin is just so soft. Lim Han-rim's eyes widened in disbelief. How can there be such a pathetic jerk in this world? She smirked dismissively. Soft, you say? Ding-ling. The elevator chime rang out, and the number 11 glowed brightly on the display. The elevator door slid open. Lim Han-rim said in annoyance, What did you just say? Soft? Hong Song-hak laughed mockingly, looking completely arrogant, and gripped her arm defiantly. So what if I did? Does that upset you? As he spoke, he tightened his grip. If your skin is soft, I'll say it's soft. Is that not allowed? The more he talked, the more arrogant he acted. If you don't want to hear it, then find a way to get out of my grip. He leaned in close to Lim Han Rim, calling her an arrogant bitch. She smirked, staring back at him with pure disdain, then lowered her voice to explain, honestly, I had to think this over quite a bit. Because, after all, pieces of trash like you are just kids, so I didn't know how to discipline you properly. But, it looks like I don't need to worry about that anymore. At this, Lim Han Rim's eyes hardened with pure disgust. The elevator suddenly stopped, clearly showing the number 11 on the control panel. As the doors opened, Lim Han Rim stepped out slowly, not forgetting to add, everyone, follow me to the rooftop. Fearless and reckless, Hong Song-hak's gang followed Lim Han Rim up to the roof. They chatted away, amused. Ha, you call us up to the roof, don't tell me you're about to witness your own brutal death? He arrogantly added. Is this how you bully others? Who do you think you are, the queen of the streets? Nam Sang-guk stood behind them, hesitant. Do I have to be here too? Lim Han Rim frowned, ignoring Hong Song-hak's rambling. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want and be quick about it. I have to go home, watch baseball, and go to sleep. I'm really curious to see who wins today. Lim Han Rim scanned each of their faces and paused. Her calm, steady voice rang out, now, we will begin our second special education lesson. Hong Song-hak asked in confusion, huh? Right now? Without the slightest bit of concern, Lim Han Rim continued. In the first lesson, you only experienced about 1/11th of what you've caused. So, for this second lesson, Lim Han Rim emphasized, you will all kneel down and apologize. Hearing this, the whole group looked back at Sang-guk with annoyed expressions. Lim Han Rim's voice continued steadily. Until Sang-guk is satisfied. Hearing his name, he flinched and trembled. No, please, Lim Han Rim continued. If you don't get Sang-guk's approval, you'll be kneeling here all night. Hong Song-hak arrogantly cut her off. Hey, you don't have to do all this. We already made up, didn't we? Lim Han Rim blinked in surprise. Huh? He turned his back, grumbling. Looks like there's been a misunderstanding. We're here to make up with Sang-guk. I didn't come here for revenge, did I? He stepped forward, slung an arm around Nam Sang-guk's shoulder, and smirked as if they were best friends. Right, Sang-guk? You turned pale with terror at his threat. We already made up, didn't we? You said you'd forgive everything, didn't you, Hong Song-hak? Sang-guk let out a trembling sob. Even with the bureau officers right there, Hong Song-hak hadn't changed one bit. You looked worriedly toward Lim Han Rim. Was he acting like this just because she was a woman? You clenched your fists, staring at her, struggling with your own thoughts. Am I going to have to live like this forever? Conflicting thoughts tore through your mind. You stammered, no, thinking, if I don't do anything, nothing will ever change. Nam Sang-guk finally gathered his courage. He looked Hong Song-hak straight in the eyes and declared, I never forgave you. You clenched your fists in frustration, tears streaming down your face. If you were me, could you ever forgive him? Hong Song-hak sneered, mocking you. Is that so? He curled his hand into a fist, lunging forward with every ounce of strength he had. Then just die, you piece of trash. A kick aimed straight at your face flew toward you, fast as lightning. Lim Han Rim lunged forward to intervene, a mocking smirk on her face. Time for you guys to kneel, huh? Realizing he was backed into a corner, Hong Song-hak cursed, you two curs are exactly the same breed. Without a hint of hesitation toward her gender, Hong Song-hak swung hard at Lim Han Rim. You think I'm gonna kneel? She quickly dropped into a fighting stance. She stepped back, bracing herself. Hong Song-hak's fist hit her like a lead weight, knocking her back, but her hand swelled up from the impact. He gloated. Wow, I barely hit you and you went flying? What, did you think I wouldn't hit a girl? He reached up and aggressively ripped his shirt open. I guess those cowards are scared because you're a special operative or something, huh? He threw his uniform shirt aside. Fine then, bring it on. Let me see what you've got. He shamelessly groped his own chest, looking like a total creep, his tongue darting out as he eyed her. Don't let my looks fool you. I actually love to move. I've even fought 3 against 500 before. Lim Han Rim stood silent, head bowed, listening to his rambling. So go ahead, punch me. Let's see who dies first. With punches from a woman like you could hit me all night and it wouldn't even leave a scratch. Hearing this, Lim Han Rim smirked. Meanwhile, at a modest apartment, Hwa-jin was bored, throwing a tennis ball against the wall while on the phone. The person on the other end was yelling loudly, When the hell are you planning on coming back? Hwa-jin rubbed his temple, his voice tired. Why does it feel like I'm being stalked by a 70-year-old man? He whined dejectedly. Do you seriously have to call me every single day just to vent your stress? The man on the other end cursed in frustration. You brat, that's not it. His voice grew anxious and restless. Aren't you worried about Lim Han Rim at all? Hwa-jin finally caught on and asked hurriedly. Wait, what happened to the sergeant? Did something happen to her? Choi Kang-sok? Choi Kang-sok frowned at the file in his hand. The kids she has to deal with this time are all boys. She was supposed to be handling cases for female students, but since you're on leave, she had to take over this case too. How can you be so irresponsible? Choi Kang-sok's voice echoed in his ear. Hwa-jin choked on his spit, coughing violently. He clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Her? Getting hurt? She's gonna get beaten by those snot-nosed brats? Choi Kang-sok stared at his phone, frustrated, thinking, this punk laughing like a lunatic while talking to his superior? Hwa-jin held the phone close to his ear and said firmly, didn't I tell you before? Lim Han Rim's independent combat skills are top tier in our unit, just like mine. And indeed, just as Hwa-jin had said, Hong Song-hak was getting absolutely wrecked by Lim Han Rim. The guy shrieked in pain, an ear-splitting, high-pitched wail that seemed to rattle the night sky. Battered and broken, he clutched Lim Han Rim's ankle, gasping for air. She tilted her head, teasing him coldly. What's wrong? Didn't you say that even if I hit you all night, it wouldn't leave a scratch? Hong Song-hak clutched his chest in agony. Why is her kick so damn strong? A bright red welt had formed right across the tear in his shirt. The fabric ripped further, exposing inflamed skin. Hong Song-hak winced, thinking, it feels like she sliced it open with a blade. Enraged, he lunged at her again, cursing. You psycho bitch. In a flash, with one quick pivot, Lim Han Rim vanished from his line of sight. She lowered her center of gravity, braced herself with both hands, and delivered a sidekick right into Hong Song-hak's hip. He roared in agony and collapsed to the ground. He clutched his side, unable to accept the truth that he'd been taken down by a woman. He shook his head, wondering, how could she rip through my shirt like that? A powerful gust of wind hit him. Hong Song-hak looked up, eyes wide with shock. Lim Han Rim was behind him, lifting her knee high, preparing to strike. He could only manage a desperate, damn it. Hong Song-hak stared in awe as he realized the truth. She used her high-heeled sole? Lim Han Rim's heel slammed right into his thigh. He screamed at the top of his lungs, his shrill voice tearing through the air and echoing across the area, terrifying the rest of the group. At that moment, Hwa-jin's voice came over the phone. The physical gap between men and women doesn't mean a thing to Lim Han Rim. She knows how to utilize every single weakness of her opponent, the environment, and the surroundings to bridge that gap. Just as Hwa-jin said, Lim Han Rim was flawless 10 out of 10. Even Nam Sang-guk was stunned by her strikes, so even if the opponent was a giant mountain of a man, he wouldn't be a match for her. I don't know where she learned to fight, but I sure as hell wouldn't want to go up against Lim Han Rim in a real fight, Hwa-jin admitted nonchalantly to Choi Kang-sok. Back at the scene, after his pathetic defeat, Hong Song-hak sat on the ground, clutching his leg and sobbing. It hurts, it hurts. Lim Han Rim glared down at him coldly without blinking. If Officer Na had handled this, you wouldn't have ended up in this much pain, would you? She tilts her head, watching him writhe in agony, and smiles. Don't you know he'd come up with plenty of ways to teach trash like you a lesson, while I'm the only one who knows how to beat you to a pulp? Isn't that enough to satisfy you? Lim Han Rim continues grinding her heel into Hong Song-hak's face as she leans down and asks gently, well, are you ready to kneel, or do you want to keep going? After being pummeled by Lim Han Rim, Hong Song-hak and his lackeys drop to their knees. Shaking, he bows his head toward the camera and stammers, I'm sorry, Nam Sang-guk. We were wrong all this time. Please, you have to forgive us. Watching this, the corners of Nam Sang-guk's mouth twitch upward, feeling a sense of catharsis. Elsewhere, someone suddenly slams their fist into a door with a loud thud. They scramble onto the bed and pull the blanket over their head. It's none other than Hong Song-hak, who curls into a ball, cursing viciously. That dog, Nam Sang-guk. Meanwhile, he is happily replaying the video of Song-hak's apology. The next morning, as Hong Song-hak is walking to class, a guy in a brown shirt approaches him with a smirk and asks, Hey, Song-hak, you alright, man? A guy in a white shirt chimes in mockingly, How could he be alright? He got wrecked by the Protection Bureau guys. He's always been the type to sexually harass female teachers too. Serves him right. Heh heh heh. He actually thought she wouldn't know how to throw a punch too. Heh heh heh. Look at his ugly mug all smashed up. Feels so damn good. Hearing their mocking jeers, Hong Song-hak can only grit his teeth and swallow his rage. A moment later, he finally reaches the classroom door, opens it, and walks inside. And right there, staring back at him, is Lee Nam Sang-guk. The moment their eyes meet, Nam Sang-guk immediately bows his head, trembling uncontrollably. His bright expression darkens instantly, and cold sweat starts pouring down like rain. He doesn't say a word and quickly walks toward his seat. As he passes by him, he glares, as if to say, "Just you wait, you'll get what's coming to you." Suddenly, Lim Han-rim appears out of nowhere and smiles. "What are you looking at? You clearly knelt down yesterday and promised not to do it again, so why is your gaze still filled with such hatred? Shall we go over that special education lesson again?" He breaks into a cold sweat and stammers. "Huh? I was just looking, that's all." That's not an excuse. She reaches out to rub her chin, her voice turning stern. "Of course it isn't." She brushes her hair back and explains firmly. "You. Think about why a perpetrator would look at a victim with such a vicious gaze. Because it's a sign that they're planning to retaliate against them." Hong Song-hak. He frowns at her for a moment, then quickly turns away. "I get it, okay? I won't look anymore. Satisfied?" Lim Han-rim sighs in frustration. "Hong, it seems like your glare isn't going to change easily, is it? And the other students' view of you won't change either, so even if they isolate you, it doesn't mean much. How about we do this? While at school, you must always keep your shoulders hunched and your head bowed toward the ground." Hong Song-hak is startled by her suggestion, clearly panicked. Seeing this, she presses on. "That way, you won't feel so embarrassed. It's the most appropriate way for a criminal like you to act." Hong Song-hak rushes up to her and shouts, "Hey, even if you're joking, how can you force me to?" Before he can even finish, Lim Han-rim immediately raises her knee, as if preparing to strike him. Seeing this, he instinctively raises both hands to shield his face and squeezes his eyes shut, bracing for the blow. She suddenly stops in her tracks and smiles approvingly. "Good. That's exactly what I wanted. You cowering in fear is perfectly fitting for your current situation. Let me make a prediction. Before long, that expression will come from the sincerity of your heart." A while later, watching Hong Song-hak slowly walking with his head hung low, the crowd is stunned and starts whispering, "Wow, he really is walking with his head down." "Haha." Another student chimes in. "I heard when he went to Nam Sang-guk's house to get revenge, she beat him to death. Haha. Haha. Wow, they're such dogs. They're still so shameless. Thinking about going back for revenge?" It seems the decision by the school violence committee was right, wasn't it? If they just expelled him, the world would have one more piece of trash roaming around. A student suddenly smirks. "Hey, should I just do it?" The student next to him replies, "Yeah, go ahead. It's fine. Haha." Suddenly, someone runs up and kicks Hong Song-hak hard in the back, sending him sprawling to the ground. He turns around furiously and grinds his teeth, shouting, "What the hell was that?" Seeing two students running away while laughing at him, he quickly jumps up and bellows, "You damn dogs, get back here." For some reason, he doesn't chase after them. Instead, his face darkens, and cold sweat pours down his forehead. Snap. It turns out, tons of students are holding up their phones, recording him and shouting threats. "Hey Hong Song-hak, bow your head down. Hurry up, or I'm sending this to the Protection Bureau. You're finished, Hong Song-hak, you bastard. Where did a criminal like you even come from, daring to walk around so openly?" Lim Han-rim suddenly appears and exclaims, "Wow, the intel is flooding in." Looking at the stream of videos and messages pouring into her phone, she smiles with delight. "I was really wondering how I could verify if you were breaking the law, but looking at this situation, just how have you been living that your own friends are just hoping you get punished?" Hong Song-hak yells, "Don't you think this is too much? If I'm being hit like this, of course I have to lift my head up." She doesn't reply. Instead, she reaches out and squeezes his lower area, causing him to wince in agony. She smirks. "Do you want me to beat you with these high heels right here?" He doesn't answer, just lifts his head and screams, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Lim Han-rim frowns. "Too much? I'm out of options. If I didn't do this, you'd just keep leering and threatening your friends, wouldn't you? If the violence committee decides to isolate you from the class, if you hadn't pushed me this far, I wouldn't have to go to these lengths. This is just the karma you've earned." A moment later, inside the school gym, Lim Han-rim stood before the four main bullies. Standing tall before the school bullies, she announced firmly, "We are now beginning our third session of special education. Today, I've invited a very special guest. First off, relax your bodies. You've been staring at the ground all day, haven't you?" the boy in the black shirt asked. "Are we allowed to look up now?" While rubbing his neck, the boy in the white shirt groaned, "Ugh, my neck is killing me." Hong Song-hak said nothing, just kept his head down, deep in thought. After a long silence, he suddenly announced, "I'm dropping out." It seemed she wasn't satisfied with the school violence committee's decision, so he spat out, "Damn it, I'll drop out if that's what makes you happy." Yeah, I was going to drop out anyway, but they suspended me for 5 days right after I paid the fine, so what else was I supposed to do? He turned to storm off, adding with a scowl, "And I'm not even planning on going to college. I'll just show up for the graduation exam. You'd better not run into me outside of school. Otherwise, I'll really beat you up." With that, he rushed out and slammed the door behind him. Seeing a crowd of students waiting outside, including Lee Sang-guk, he sneered, "Oh, look at this? My punching bag, my personal ATM, my favorite toys, oh, and the little monkey is here too. Huh huh huh." He glared at the chubby boy and shouted, "Hey, Sun Chung, get lost. I've dropped out, just like you losers wanted. If you've got a problem, meet me at the school gate. He. Without a word, the boy stepped forward and shoved him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. He narrowed his eyes and growled, "What the hell are you doing, you pig? Are you crazy? I've dropped out. The Protection Bureau can't touch me anymore." Suddenly, someone appeared and pressed a wooden sword right against his forehead. It was Lim Han Rim, she said sternly. "I think you're under a bit of a misunderstanding." He struggled to break free, shouting, "Get your hands off me. I'm not your student anymore." She remained calm and countered, "Do you think a drunk driver gets to keep their license just because they stop driving for a while? There's no such thing as an educational system that just abandons people like this. You committed school violence, so it's only natural you receive this special education. That means even if you've paid your fines or got suspended, you still have to finish this special curriculum. I absolutely will not let you out of my sight until this special education is over." A new day began. All the students headed to class happily, except for Hong Song-hak. He felt miserable, knowing his reign as the school king was coming to an end. Hong Song-hak gritted his teeth in fury. He remembered the moment he was stepped on by his own classmates worse than a dog. Those trash toys just because the Protection Bureau is here. Hong Song-hak suppressed his frustration, unable to do a thing. He decided to turn around and not go to school. Screw it. Let's see what they can do. If I just don't show up. Hong Song-hak thought to himself. The Protection Bureau can't keep an eye on every single school forever. They'll give up if I just disappear for a week or two. Suddenly, Lim Han Rim popped out from nowhere, making Hong Song-hak jump out of his skin. He nearly had a heart attack. Lim Han Rim grabbed his arm and yelled, "You brat!" Hong Song-hak shrieked in pain. Ah. Lim Han Rim asked sharply, "Why are you turning back when you're already at the gate?" Then, she brought up the humiliating moment to remind him. "Yesterday, you boasted so loudly about dropping out. But really, you just didn't want to attend the special education sessions, did you? You're such a selfish jerk." While twisting his arm, Lim Han Rim raised her voice, "If you're so confident, go ahead and drop out. I'll show you exactly what a top South Korean Special Forces agent is capable of." Back in class, the bullies huddled together, whispering, "What are we going to do now? How much longer are we going to keep getting humiliated like this?" One of them asked, "Wait a minute. Why are we huddled up like idiots? There's only us here. Let's just look up," another warned. "But there are tons of informants in this school. You never know who's watching us." Han Sang-bin came up with an idea, though it wasn't great. "Why don't we just skip school?" Moon Tae-soo, being the rational one, argued, "Even if you skip, she'll just drag you back by your collar. She's special forces, remember?" After a moment of silent thought, Hong Song-hak spoke up. "No, we don't need to run." He calculated calmly. "There are 5 special education sessions total. We've already done 3. If we just endure the last 2, the Protection Bureau will have to leave. Then, we can deal with that dog." Sang-guk. Hong Song-hak stared intensely, continuing, "Just 2 more. Just suck it up for a bit." A while later, Lim Han Rim called their parents in. Seeing them, the bullies were shocked. They gasped, "Mom? Dad?" Hong Song-hak froze solid. "Why, Mom?" At that moment, Lim Han Rim spoke. "The documents you are reading are exactly what your children did to the victim." Looking at the evidence, Nam Sang-guk's mother trembled with rage. She cried out in despair, "So, that's what happened, because of you bastards, my Sang-guk." Seeing this, the bullies whimpered. Nam Sang-guk's mother started to sob. Then she slapped Hong Song-hak, a blow that echoed through the room. "You bastard," she screamed. "Why would you do that?" Then, she kept hitting Hong Song-hak. She yelled about everything he had done. "What did my Nam Sang-guk do wrong? How could you guys torture him so cruelly?" At that, Lim Han Rim spoke up to remind them. The principle of this special education regarding school violence is to educate both the students and their parents. Then she added, "Therefore, I truly hope you will recognize your children's mistakes and understand how much pain the victim felt. Finally, Muntae-su's father darkened and walked away without saying a word. One mother said anxiously, "Isn't this going a bit too far?" Then she added, trembling, "Yes, I admit my child was wrong. But how can you make what they did public like this?" That mother even turned to blame the teacher. "They already wrote apology letters. Why do you have to take it this far?" Hearing that, Nam Sang-guk's mother stopped hitting him. She turned around and growled, "What did you just say? Apology letters? My son tried to slit his wrists. How could you say those things after what your son has done?" Facing this, Munte's mother instantly went silent. Not knowing how to respond, she just felt humiliated by her good-for-nothing son. Just then, Munte's father spoke up to Nam Sang-guk's mother. "You don't need to use your bare hands for this." He pulled out a sturdy pipe and said, "Use this iron bar I just picked up at a construction site nearby to punish that big oaf. Go ahead." Munte's father continued, "Don't worry about him dying. Just keep hitting him until your anger fades." Seeing this, Munte's mother was stunned. "Honey?" she called out. Seeing him approaching with killing intent and the pipe in hand, Muntes was so terrified he could only stammer, unable to speak a word. "Dad, Dad." Before he could finish, Munte's father landed a blow, leaving his good-for-nothing son battered and bruised. He raged, "Don't you dare call me Dad. I don't remember birthing a beast like you." At this moment, Muntes knelt on the ground, coughing up fresh blood. Cough, cough. Then, Muntes' father turned to the rest of the thugs and shouted, "All of you, get down on the floor right now." He softened his voice to speak to Nam Sang-guk's mother. "I don't think you should dirty your hands with this. If you agree, I'll take care of beating them for you." Hearing that, Nam Sang-guk's mother could only sob. Muntes' father continued, "Until you're satisfied." Afterward, he raised the pipe high with a fierce look. 1 month later, the bullies' bodies were covered in bruises. They had no clean spots left, lying on chairs while their mothers applied medicine. Hong Song-hak couldn't swallow this humiliation. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "I only need to endure one more session, and everything will be over." A moment later, the hall echoed with the voice of Lim Han-rim. "Today is the last special education session, right?" She stood firmly, leaning on her cane, and said, "You all have worked very hard lately." Then, Lim Han-rim requested, "Hong Song-hak, go ahead and share your thoughts." Hong Song-hak asked, confused, "Wait, are we really ending the class by sharing our thoughts?" Lim Han-rim replied bluntly, "Just say it." Hearing that, Hong Song-hak chuckled to himself. Heh, heh, heh. What the? This is pure luck. Then, he began his fake speech. "Yes, through your lessons," Hong Song-hak thought, "this seems easy enough. That's right. The Protection Bureau can only do so much." Then he continued, repenting hypocritically. "I've finally realized how much Nam Sang-guk has suffered, and my school violence was so wrong, it's unforgivable." Hong Song-hak thought to himself. Anyway, she's just an adult, a salary worker, so if she goes any harder, she'll just get herself into trouble. Looking at his victim, Hong Song-hak thought, "Nam Sang-guk, you think you've won, don't you?" Then he added hypocritically, "I want to apologize to Nam Sang-guk once more." Hong Song-hak faked crocodile tears, but in his heart, he thought, "It won't be long before you're done for." He finished his speech, "And I want to send my sincere gratitude to you, teacher." Afterward, Hong Song-hak raised his head to finish, "Because I'm going to kill you immediately," he added, "for teaching me so hard." Hearing that, Lim Han-rim nodded slightly and said softly, "Good. I hope this time was meaningful for you." Then she continued, "So, now the special education program for preventing school violence will be put on hold." The bullies were extremely shocked. Hong Song-hak asked blankly, "What do you mean, on hold? Didn't we already complete it?" Lim Han-rim tilted her head and replied, "Don't you know? The School Violence Prevention Committee has regulations regarding administrative appeals. For the victims, if they oppose the committee's decision, within 180 days from the date of receiving the results, and 90 days from the date of the disciplinary measure, they can file an appeal to an administrative judge. Nam Sang-guk's case is the same. He filed an appeal to the administrative judge right after receiving the committee's decision." At this moment, Lim Han-rim pulled out a paper. Then she slapped it right onto Hong Song-hak's chest. "Open it and see." He could only stand frozen, his face turning pale and rigid. Lim Han-rim said gleefully, "What a pity. Who would have thought the decision would come right on the final day of special education?" Then, Lim Han-rim tilted her head with a challenging expression. "So what now? You guys clearly tried to bite your teeth and endure until today, but it looks like we have to start all over again." Hearing this, Hong Song-hak could only grit his teeth in resignation. The plan to turn the tables had just gone down the drain. Gyeonggi Provincial Office of Education. Lim Han-rim held her coffee cup and turned to look at Lee Sang-guk, who was sitting next to her. He looked timid and slightly anxious, his eyes avoiding looking directly at her. Lim Han-rim reminded him gently, "You might have to write a statement later. Will you be okay? Since you have to recount those unpleasant events?" Hearing her question, Lee Sang-guk raised his head slightly. But then he hung his head again, eyes staring into the void ahead. He said softly, "It's okay. I'm fine. I'll do what I need to do." Turning to look at Lim Han-rim, Lee Sang-guk confided, "I'm a little scared, because it's my first time at the School Violence Prevention Committee. But since you're with me, I feel somewhat reassured." Hearing him say that, Lim Han-rim rested her chin on her hand, feeling happy, her eyes narrowing as she smiled. Suddenly, the office door flew open, catching both of their attention. A man with a beaming face walked in and asked loudly, "Is this the right place?" Following him was a man wearing glasses who looked very intellectual. This person stepped forward to shake hands with Lim Han-rim and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm from the Gyeonggi Provincial Offices, School Violence Prevention Committee, Kim Sang-hon." She also greeted him back. "Hello, I am Lim Han-rim, an inspector from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau." After that, Mr. Kim turned to introduce the man accompanying him. "And this is the juvenile human rights lawyer, Lee Chun-bin." Lim Han-rim replied politely, her gaze remaining calm. "Oh, I see." Meanwhile, Lee Sang-guk looked startled. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself in his heart. Standing before everyone, Lee Sang-guk raised his voice confidently. "Surely." The lawyer, sitting below, looking at the documents in his hand, thought he was part of the scoring panel of the previous review board. Back at Lim Han-rim's office, Lim Han-rim stood before the lawyer and reached out to shake his hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Inspector Lim Han-rim from the Protection Bureau. I look forward to working with you today." The lawyer's eyes stared right at her when she finished, but he didn't say a word. Instead of shaking her hand, he just brushed off her gesture entirely. She felt a bit awkward, but the lawyer spoke up immediately. "Sorry about that. I'm just the type of person who doesn't like introducing myself." His face flickered with a hint of disdain as he continued bluntly, "And honestly, I don't really care for you people's authority either." Inside the meeting room, the chairperson spoke up. In a stern voice, they said, "We will now begin the hearing between the plaintiff and the defendant." Then, they continued, "All right, the plaintiff may now state their case." Lee Nam-sang-guk stood up to reply. Yes." Seeing him stand, someone else whispered, "You don't need to stand up. Sit down and make yourself comfortable." Lee Nam-sang-guk remained standing and spoke firmly. "No, it's fine. I prefer to stand." He began his presentation. The reason he brought this complaint forward was because the memories of being bullied by his classmates suddenly flooded back into his mind. From being a cheerful person, he gradually became more somber, and now, standing before everyone, those emotions rose up again, stronger than ever. He continued stating his reasons. Not taking his eyes off everyone in the room, his reasons were enough to shock anyone who heard them. He kept going, but amidst that tense atmosphere, there was one person who remained calm. The lawyer. He was the only one who didn't show any surprise at his story. Standing before everyone, Lee Nam-sang-guk recounted how Song-hak had sent threatening messages, vowing to get revenge on him because of the penalties handed down by the assessment committee. "He even showed up at my house." At this point, he turned and pointed at Lim Han-rim, his voice filled with bitterness. "If it weren't for the officer from the Protection Bureau helping me, I probably would have had to grit my teeth and endure it until now." Suddenly, he fell silent, and his expression grew even darker. "I cannot go to the same school as Hong Song-hak. That is why I filed a request for a rehearing from the authority board." Once the presentation was over, the chairperson looked at Lee Nam-sang-guk and ordered, "All right, you can sit down now." Lim Han-rim placed a hand on his back, gently praising him. "You did great." The chairperson continued the meeting, asking, "So, tell me, why did the authority board only issue a 5-day suspension to the student involved in the violation?" The lawyer heard this and replied, "Yes." He looked at the stack of papers in his hand and answered, "Regarding that question, I am Lee Chun-bin, a member of the assessment committee. Dealing with school violence in this case to start, I think the decision to suspend him for those few days was already an appropriate one." Hearing him say that, Lee Nam-sang-guk and Lim Han-rim were stunned, unable to believe what they were hearing. He continued his answer. "The work of the assessment committee, no, the entire standard evaluation system, including the juvenile court, the goal isn't just to punish the perpetrators, but to correct their mistakes." With an unwavering gaze, he said sternly, "Even if the issue is serious, if the offender shows signs of remorse, it can still be taken into consideration. Usually, Teenagers who commit school violence tend to deny their criminal acts, but Song-hak has confessed to all the wrongdoings he committed in the shadows. An image of Song-hak acting scared, accepting all the blame. "Yeah, I did it all." He also showed remorse and promised not to do it again. Song-hak said, with a serious face, "I will never do that again." Since the student has already repented, the suspension was already a sufficient punishment. It couldn't be made any heavier, and the transfer of classes also serves a good purpose, giving the perpetrator a chance to reconcile with the victim. The more Lim Han-rim heard the lawyer speak, the more somber she became. Frustration bubbled up inside her. She watched the way he tried to explain things to everyone. "To me, I thought the assessment committee's action was actually on the heavy side." Lim Han-rim couldn't stay silent any longer. She spoke up firmly. "Hong Song-hak isn't remorseful at all." She stood up and introduced herself. "I am Lim Han-rim, an inspector from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. I am currently in charge of Hong Song-hak's case." A man sitting next to her saw her speaking out of turn and immediately reminded her, "You aren't permitted to speak yet." But Lim Han-rim didn't care about the well-intentioned reminder from the person next to her. She continued to speak. "I have been monitoring his attitude and behavior the whole time, and there hasn't been a single sign of regret." Looking straight at the lawyer sitting opposite her, Lim Han-rim used the evidence she had gathered to refute him. As Lee Nam-sang-guk said earlier, he mocked the committee's punishment for being too light and didn't hesitate to offend again. "I think the School Violence Assessment Committee bears a huge responsibility here for taking the issue too lightly." But the lawyer's voice rang out, making her stunned once again. "So, is that the reason for the special education sessions from your protection bureau?" He arranged the papers in front of him and spoke loudly. "As a young lawyer, I've also spoken with many teenagers. Do you know what the image of the protection bureau is in their eyes?" The lawyer quietly uttered two words: "The Grim Reaper." Because most of the punishments that go beyond the Bureau's legal limits have ruined their futures. "I actually quite like the Bureau's special education videos posted online." After saying that, he brought out a video to prove his point. In it, there was a scene of Song-hak getting punched in the face. He said, "Since every single video starts with violence, a protection bureau that holds so much power suddenly appearing in front of students like Song-hak, don't you think it's terrifying?" Lim Han-rim and Lee Nam-sang-guk could only sit there, stunned. Hearing him continue, they lose the will to live, thinking their lives are over. Isn't it the Protection Bureau that is the organization driving them to the edge of ruin? He adjusted his glasses and said logically, "Juveniles are still considered children, after all. There's a reason for it. They aren't mentally mature like us adults," the lawyer retorted, cutting her off. "That's called a mistake, and adults like us have no right to strip away their human rights just because of those mistakes." Hearing this, Lee Nam-sang-guk suddenly felt like crying, his whole body trembling with fear, when the lawyer suddenly stood up, taking everyone in the room by surprise. He unwrapped the white bandage around his wrist to show everyone, saying that even after receiving a threatening text from Song-hak, the wound on his wrist had yet to heal. Lee Nam-sang-guk looked at everyone with teary eyes and a choked voice. "I was so scared that I tried to end my own life." Yet the lawyer remained completely indifferent. He continued, "While the victim suffers in a living hell every single day, the perpetrator's actions are dismissed as a mere mistake." Deep down, the lawyer scoffed, thinking, "That's just proof of how immature you kids are." He countered, "I completely understand how you feel, but why are you so sure that Song-hak will re-offend? Do you really think the school would just stand by and let him run wild? That's just your imagination, fueled by your unstable mental state." Hearing the lawyer repeatedly dismiss him, Lee Nam-sang-guk could only stare blankly. Standing there, not knowing how to respond, the lawyer narrowed his eyes and answered for him. "Or is your goal in requesting this hearing simply because you're suffering, so you want him to suffer too? That's nothing more than the revenge of a selfish individual." Hearing those words, Lee Nam-sang-guk broke into a cold sweat. His body swayed as if he couldn't stand straight, and suddenly, he covered his mouth, letting out a dry retch. Unable to hold it in any longer, Lee Nam-sang-guk rushed out of the conference room. Lim Han-rim cried out in alarm, "Sang-guk!" Then, she turned to lash out at the lawyer. "You! How could you say such things to a victim?" But the lawyer just sat there, snapping back at her. "It seems you're just as foolish as that kid," he said sternly. "Isn't your one-sided version of justice just fueling the victim's desire for revenge?" Faced with his words, Lim Han-rim was so angry she was speechless. Lee Nam-sang-guk ran away with his face buried in his hands, but those words kept echoing in his mind. "Did you see that?" A sense of injustice welled up, and he cried until his face was soaked, but the words had already burned into his mind. Right. It's always like this. Whether they're a victim or a perpetrator, in the eyes of adults, they're all just children. They always say they understand, but how could anyone really grasp the victim's pain? Lost in his thoughts, Lee Nam-song-guk didn't pay attention and bumped into someone while running. He stopped, gasping for air. The person he bumped into just pointed in a direction and said, "The restroom is over there." After walking a bit, Lee Nam-sang-guk couldn't help but look back at that person, whispering to himself, "That person is back in the conference room." The lawyer still sat there. He spoke up. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, is the principle of revenge from the ancient code of Hammurabi. But I didn't expect you to be so archaic. Do you truly think violence should be solved with more violence? Or are you under the illusion that the Bureau of Educational Rights Protection is the new representative and standard for justice?" Hearing him mock her repeatedly, Lim Han-rim shook with rage. She couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "You!" But suddenly, the office door opened, and Hwa-jin walked in, saying, "Whoa, whoa." Hwa-jin teased, "That's not it at all, sweetie." His appearance made the lawyer sitting across the room glance over. The conference room was full. The atmosphere was incredibly serious. Everyone sat upright and proper. Hwa-jin appeared, pushing the door open as he entered. He waved his hand casually, greeting everyone with extreme ease. "Hey guys, sorry for being late," he added. "There was a sudden traffic jam on the way here." Lim Han-rim's face lit up with life the moment she saw him, and she called out softly, "Senior." He didn't pay attention to her, or, more accurately, didn't bother to notice anyone at all given the current atmosphere in the room. Hwa-jin continued nonchalantly, "So, I really had no other choice than to teach those drivers how to drive." Both the lawyer and the hearing moderator stared at him, not saying a single word. Walking to the empty chair next to Lim Han-rim, he asked lazily, "Mind if I sit here?" Then he pulled the chair out and sat down, right across from the lawyer. Now Hwa-jin was directly facing the lawyer, who opened his mouth to speak. "You must be from the Bureau of Educational Rights Protection, right?" Fixing his cold eyes and expressionless face on Hwa-jin, he asked, "But what do you mean when you say that's not it?" Having just walked in and exchanged a few greetings, the other side had attacked him directly. He didn't rush to answer. Instead, he smiled lightly, locking eyes with him for a moment before saying, "That's because." But the moderator interrupted him, saying, "Take it easy. This is getting a bit long-winded, so let me summarize it first." He looked at the thick stack of documents spread out on the table. He began to outline why the evaluation committee needed to decide on a retrial for this case. It is because the student who committed the violation sought revenge even after being punished by the school violence committee. The lawyer listened very attentively. He continued, "According to that, the student who filed the complaint was dissatisfied, claiming that we misjudged and did not punish the perpetrator appropriately, who showed no remorse whatsoever." On Hwa-jin's side, everyone was focused. The moderator's voice rang out steadily. The perpetrator stated that the special education lessons provided by the inspector from the Bureau of Protection were too violent and seriously affected their mental and physical health. He gave a brief conclusion. "As far as we are concerned, the content of the special lessons was indeed a bit excessive." Looking toward Hwa-jin, he asked, "Could the Bureau clarify why those lessons were conducted?" Hwa-jin answered immediately, "Yes." He sat with his hands clasped, eyes lowered, looking quite moody as he began to reply, "I completely understand the principles set by the evaluation committee. A juvenile justice system focused on correcting mistakes, not punishment." Seeing him like that, Lim Han-rim felt a bit anxious. She stared at him without blinking. Then, he looked back at the moderator. He stated his side's position clearly. "However, our Bureau of Protection focuses on the individuals, the students and teachers, who have done the harming or have been harmed. Regarding the serious violation of the right to education, he stated bluntly, our organization's objective is more focused on reclaiming rights for the victims." Hwa-jin then pivoted to the case at hand, explaining that in this instance, the victim's right to education had been severely violated by the perpetrator. The reason is that the penalties handed down are simply too lenient. The attorney for Songhak glared at him intensely as he continued. "That is exactly why we have implemented 5 special classes to eradicate the perpetrator's urge for revenge. Even the number of sessions is limited. I believe this is a necessary approach." Dissecting every word, no matter how cautious Hwa-jin was, the attorney twisted the meaning and retorted sharply, "So, to satisfy the victim, the offender must be punished immediately, without even a chance for reform?" Hwa-jin waved his hand to dismiss the claim. "That's not it. The issue raised here is just about which side we should focus on more." The attorney immediately clutched his forehead, clearly showing his frustration and helplessness. He said, scoffing, "I can't believe that you people at the Protection Bureau, with such high authority, have such a simplistic way of thinking. After a moment of sarcasm, he looked up at Hwa-jin. From the opposite side, he began to lay out his own argument. Inspector, do you know why we on the review board focus more on correcting mistakes rather than punishing these teenagers? The attorney stated that the majority of juvenile offenders grew up in a terrible living environment, such as hardship, parental neglect, or abuse. He continued, labeling them as products of being forced to fend for themselves on the streets, only to gather and commit crimes because they are kids with backgrounds just like them. Confident in his highly logical and tight argument, he pressed on as if fighting a life-or-death battle. In other words, because children do not choose the environment they are born into, and that environment has a serious impact, playing a role in all of their crimes. Pausing for a moment, his eyes still fixed on Hwa-jin, he said, circumstances push them, so it is very difficult to blame these juvenile offenders because it is the adults who must take responsibility for their violations. He targeted the core mission and the operating ideals of Hwa-jin's organization. He asked mockingly, don't they deserve a second chance to correct their mistakes and receive the necessary education? Finishing his turn, the attorney buried his nose back into a pile of papers, continuing to analyze and take notes. Suddenly, Hwa-jin spoke up. Hey, counselor, have you ever played video games? Hwa-jin recalled the days back then, when he first started gaming, sweating buckets and fumbling around clumsily. He chuckled and said, before taking this educational inspector job, I didn't know a damn thing about kids. So, an elegant and kind old man told me to play games and personally experience the culture of the kids' world. In those flashes of memory, the elegant old man was pointing at the screen. I'm telling you, you have to press here, you idiot. The old man was as panicked as him, no different. I told you, I had no experience with computers, let alone games. They talked about my parents a lot, recalling the vicious insults the kids threw at each other in the game. You noob, are your hands broken? He scratched his head, revealing unsolicited information, and embarrassingly, it turned out, every team I was on lost because of me, so I always voted to surrender early. But because of a soldier's pride, I never actually agreed to vote for surrender. Lim Han-rim, sitting next to him, nodded vigorously, praising him. My senior isn't the type to like surrendering, you know. Returning to the issue, and you know what happened? Hwa-jin asked. He recalled those long, drawn-out matches. The opponents never finished the game early because it was always a one-sided stomp. Every 10 games, 8 of them, the enemy would mock us without just winning quickly. Someone sitting on his side gently reminded him, Inspector, please, don't talk about irrelevant things. Hwa-jin didn't even glance at him. He continued, looking straight at the opposing attorney. Slowly, that is how school violence works. The room went completely quiet. Hwa-jin argued, regardless of whether it's good or bad, the essence of human nature is that we always feel satisfied when we have a sense of superiority over others. School violence works exactly the same way. The attorney had stopped reading and taking notes. Right now, he was locking eyes with him. Extremely serious, Hwa-jin continued. In other words, because the fun is the root cause, it's very difficult to control and change. He immediately used a practical example. Simply telling them not to do it anymore is no different than telling an addict to stop smoking. Hwa-jin was confident. Therefore, the most ideal way to solve this school violence epidemic is to conclude that the root cause comes from this so-called fun. So the most appropriate method can only be to temporarily isolate the perpetrator from the victim. Not stopping there, he didn't hold back against the attorney's side, hitting right at their main point. I agree and truly respect the ideal of correcting mistakes for juvenile offenders. But based on the actions of the review board, he said, perhaps we should clearly distinguish between what is called behavior determined by environment, or a violation to satisfy natural instincts, don't you think? The attorney pushed up his glasses, profoundly echoing Hwa-jin's final phrase, as if it were a question. Natural instincts, huh? He was sharp. If that is your argument, then what is the point of what we call education in the first place? He continued to find fault. And on what basis do you dare to assert that Songhak's violent behavior is satisfying a natural instinct? Nearby, Lee Nam-sung-guk's seat began to stir. The attorney's words became sharper and had a more hostile tone. Or is the inspector just imagining that? Lee Nam-sung-guk spoke up, cutting him off. He said I was his toy. Taking a breath, his hands clenched tight, he hung his head and started to tell his story. When Songhak came to my house to take revenge, I remember clearly how he suppressed me. Lee Nam-sung-guk recounted every word. He said he didn't care about the review board or the inspector. He just couldn't stand the feeling of a toy being in a higher position than its owner. That memory caused Lee Nam-sung-guk to pause for a second. He squeezed his eyes shut, cold sweat dripping down as he tried to chase that fear away. He continued, "Just like you said earlier. You only wanted to take revenge, didn't you? Right?" "To be honest, I really wanted to." The adults in the room fell silent, listening intently to Lee Nam-sang-guk as he continued, "I had to suffer so much pain." While Song-hak just laughed and talked, enjoying that moment. Lee Nam-sang-guk bravely laid bare his thoughts, shaking uncontrollably, as he confessed to the committee how he had wished for his tormentor to die thousands of times. He tried to speak further, but the disciplinary committee wouldn't hear it, though he didn't want it that way either. Gathering all his courage, he explained his reasoning. He had reported the matter to the board but he couldn't hold it back any longer. Tears streamed down his face as he distorted with grief, insisting, "I just don't want to be bullied by Hong Song-hak anymore. I just want to go to school in peace." In front of all the adults, with the power to decide his fate, he spoke clearly and firmly. That was all he wanted. The chairperson listened and pushed up his glasses. Calmly, the official said, "I believe I have heard enough from both sides. It is time to conclude this hearing. Will everyone please step outside? We will deliver the final decision shortly." Hwa-jin went out to the parking lot to see off Lim Han-rim and Lee Nam-sang-guk. Lee Nam-sang-guk would be responsible for getting him home safely. Once both were settled in the car, Lim Han-rim waved goodbye to Hwa-jin with her usual bright smile. "Take care. I'm taking Nam-sang-guk back to school now." He replied, "Yeah, I'll be here waiting for the results." He stood and waited until the red car left the lot before heading inside. Halfway there, feeling a bit restless, Hwa-jin pulled out a cigarette, intending to take a drag. Just as he was about to light it, someone across the way caught his eye. It was the lawyer from earlier. The man was also holding a cigarette, but his lighter didn't seem to want to cooperate. He kept calmly clicking it over and over, as if he just kept at it, the lighter would eventually give up and spark. Just as he was struggling, a small flame flared up right in front of him. The lawyer looked up to see Hwa-jin, his expression full of goodwill as he held the flame. Seeing the lawyer look dazed, Hwa-jin offered, "Need a light?" Instead of taking it, the lawyer took the cigarette out of his mouth, his eyes still burning with that same deep-seated disgust. He snapped the cigarette in half, leaving Hwa-jin completely stunned. "You're pretty relaxed, aren't you?" the lawyer said, looking at him heavily. "But do you think you've already won?" That evening, the notices were delivered to everyone's home. Both Lee Nam-sang-guk and Hong Song-hak held the result notification in their hands. The moment of fate felt like it lasted forever. The air felt stifling. The two teenagers slowly unfolded their papers. As they read the first few lines, both shared the same expression. Their faces turned pale with dread. The judgment of the administrative hearing echoed in their minds. Lee Nam-sang-guk read through the decision. Sweat began to pour down his face. He widened his eyes in shock. Back at his home, Hong Song-hak ground his teeth, twisting his face into a sinister, cruel smile. It was rigged from the start, wasn't it? Back at the parking lot, the lawyer had quickly confronted Hwa-jin, bluntly expressing his disapproval and his own biased judgment. This administrative hearing was completely irregular. These processes usually take 3 to 6 months. Hwa-jin just kept smoking in silence. The lawyer continued. "And yet, this time, from the receipt of the complaint to the verdict, it took less than 2 weeks. You didn't hesitate at all." The lawyer threw his suspicions right in Hwa-jin's face. "The real reason is that you used the power of the Protection Bureau to interfere in this case." Naturally, the results came that evening. Both boys held their notification slips, their faces drained of color. Line after line clearly stated the verdict. A 5-day suspension for the student who caused harm, and per Article 17, Clause 1, Section 6, it would be converted to Section B, Clause 1. Article 17. Mandatory school transfer. Lee Nam-sang-guk wept as if he were pouring out 15 years of tears all at once. Hong Song-hak, meanwhile, was so enraged he crumpled the notice into a ball. He let out a cold laugh, the veins on his temples throbbing, his gaze intense. His tone was incredibly vicious as he cursed, "Damn it." The lawyer's closing words rang true. "Everything will happen exactly as you wanted." That morning, the lawyer had also said, "This means you didn't win because of your arguments, but because of your power." Those words were hard to hear, but Hwa-jin calmly scratched his head. "I think you're misunderstanding something," he began, trying to explain. "We didn't do anything, but he was cut off before he could finish." "I'm not saying you directly pressured them," the lawyer continued. "But in a bureaucratic system like this, do you think the people at the Administrative Hearing Committee under the Ministry of Education would dare ignore an agency directly under the Ministry of Education?" Knowing the person in front of him didn't want to hear reason, Hwa-jin stayed silent and let him vent. The lawyer continued. And the Protection Bureau? You are getting special attention from the public because of your unorthodox methods. Therefore, the press is always watching your every move. That is why they had to be careful when making this decision. Again, that cold, piercing gaze like an arrow that only hits its target once fired, the lawyer insisted. However, this won't end with just a school transfer or expelling Hong Song-hak. Outside the gym door, Hong Song-hak was shoved out by the man inside, falling hard onto the ground. He screamed, "Coach, why are you doing this to me?" The coach was at his wit's end with such a thick-skinned brat. He sighed. "Do you have any idea how ashamed I am to have taught you?" The coach shouted, questioning him. "Why did you dare use the strength I taught you to bully the weak?" After saying that, he threw an envelope of money into Hong Song-hak's face. Turning back to the gym, the coach gave his final words. "I've paid back your tuition fees. Don't ever show your face here again." At that moment, fear finally began to consume Hong Song-hak. He shivered and cursed. Damn it! The news had already spread everywhere. Some students passing by the neighborhood saw him struggling on the ground and asked each other, "Hey, isn't that Hong Song-hak from Kangdong High?" Another replied with an eager tone, "Spot on. I read it online. He's the one who got transferred for daring to mess with the Protection Bureau." The group of students continued to mock him. "Look at him. Doesn't he look just like a loser?" Heh heh. Another spat at Hong Song-hak without a second thought. What a piece of human trash. The lawyer had argued that because the public was incensed by their actions, Hong Song-hak now saw everyone mocking him everywhere he looked, spitting on him. Overcome with fear, another group of students appeared. A big guy said, "Come to our school. I'll show you how to behave." All around them, cameras were waiting, accompanied by snickering. The lawyer continued, stating they wouldn't hesitate to expose identities and attack those who caused harm. Humiliated and devastated, Song-hak struggled to get up and ran away before a dozen staring eyes. The lawyer argued that this stain of impulsive youth would cling to him for the rest of student Song-hak's life. He stared intently at Hwa-jin and challenged him. "Do you really think what you're doing is right?" Not stopping there, he continued to strike at Hwa-jin's conscience with a barrage of moral questions. "Do you really think that instead of giving them a chance to correct their mistakes, branding them with that reputation for the rest of their lives is right?" Hearing this, Hwa-jin just smiled, waiting for this young, somewhat edgy lawyer to finish before rebutting. If they don't reflect on themselves, then that is the true stain on their lives. The lawyer was immediately stiffened by this stance, his mouth agape. Hwa-jin calmly continued, "Someone who knows how to sincerely admit their wrongs won't see it as a stain, but as the price they have to pay, and they will keep on living." He recalled the wayward lives he had previously experienced alongside them. He said calmly, "Since I started this work until now, I've met a lot of people like that." At this point, Hwa-jin dismantled the argument, full of sentimentality from the lawyer. "According to what you said, isn't the first chance we give them exactly for them to honestly look back at themselves?" Hearing this, the lawyer walked away first. He opened the car door and said slowly, "It seems I'll never be able to share your way of thinking for the rest of my life." He glared at Hwa-jin, delivering his final words like a declaration of war. "If the day comes when the Protection Bureau disappears, then remember, I am the one who contributed to its disappearance." Responding to this bold challenge, Hwa-jin only smiled, enjoying the cigarette on his lips. Watching the figure gradually move away, Hwa-jin had more to ponder. He told himself he would be clashing with that gentleman a lot more. The phone in his pocket rang repeatedly, urging Hwa-jin to pay attention to it. He had just pressed answer and said hello, when the other end replied with a sweet voice, "Uncle, I want to eat pizza." Hwa-jin was startled. He stammered, "Who is on the other end? Did you call the wrong number?" The other side immediately retorted, "Hey, are you trying to dodge your responsibilities after exploiting my labor?" The girl continued to yell into the phone, "You said if I straightened out that bunch of messy kids, you would supply me with food." It had only been a few months. Hwa-jin finally remembered. "Ah," he let out. Hanjari. Hanjari bit into a slice of stringy cheese pizza, her expression immensely happy. Next to her, there was a cup of iced tea. She exclaimed, "So delicious." Hwa-jin, half joking, half serious, scolded her, "You've got some nerve, kid, daring to call me to deliver pizza from the juvenile detention center all the way to—" The girl was still cheerful, eating and innocently replying, "I didn't know you would come right away. You're actually pretty cool. You know." The kid didn't even know her place and started commenting on his appearance, giving him advice. "If you shaved off that messy beard, your face would look much brighter." Hwa-jin got to the point. "But how were you able to call me?" The girl sitting next to Hanjari had been bowing her head in silence until now. She answered him, "I borrowed the guard's phone during PE class." She even bragged, "I'm the prettiest girl here, and everyone loves me. He responded, "Don't underestimate public officials like that. How could they lend a phone to a criminal for such an absurd reason?" Hwa-jin immediately made a cute gesture, twisting Hwa-jin's words around. "Whoops, just kidding. Enough joking. You asked because her situation is too pitiful, so you wanted me to pass the phone to you, right?" He turned to look at the girl beside her. Hwa-jin gently asked, "Does this friend want to say something to you?" The girl still wouldn't raise her head, her voice extremely weak and filled with fear. "Hello, uncle." The girl is Ju-jong, 19 years old this year, charged with involuntary manslaughter, and has to serve a 3-year prison sentence. She struggled to choke out her own name. "I am Ju-jong." Hwa-jin said, "Just now, I heard Hwa-jin briefly tell me about your situation." The girl didn't say anything else, her face turning even paler. Based on what he was told, he asked to confirm. "Your younger sister in 9th grade went missing, right?" "Oh," Ju-jong struggled to tell him. My parents aren't normal, so I ran away from home when I just started 10th grade." The girl continued. My little sister couldn't take it anymore either, so half a year ago, she contacted me saying she had run away from home just like me." Ju-jong pulled out a folder, hesitantly saying, "Although we still wrote letters to each other occasionally," the girl finally raised her head a little, handing the letter to Hwa-jin. She told him, "But for 2 months now, she hasn't sent any more letters to me." When he took the letter, Hwa-jin didn't intentionally touch her finger, but surprisingly, Ju-jong had an extremely intense reaction. The girl screamed, covering her face and retreating away. Hwa-jin immediately hugged Ju-jong, who was turning pale. She comforted her. "It's okay. It's okay, sister. He's not a bad person." Hwa-jin turned to look at Hwa-jin and said, "Please understand, sister Ju-jong pitifully suffers from androphobia, fear of men." Opening the letter, he smiled bitterly and asked, "Then why didn't you call Lim Han-rim?" Hwa-jin immediately rejected it. "Ugh, that big sister would make me go crazy." In the letter, the younger sister wrote words that were truly sweet and simple to her sister. "Sister, are you still doing okay? Even though every day I have to worry about every single meal, as long as I'm away from that damn butcher, these things are nothing to me at all. Furthermore, there is a very kind person who has given me food, given me a place to wash up, and even given me pocket money. That person didn't even ask me to do anything at all. Currently, I am living well, so please take care of your health and wait for the day we reunite." Reading these lines, Hwa-jin was somewhat silent. It took a while for him to look up and ask, Ju-jong, have you tried reporting this to the police?" Hwa-jin, who was still hugging the girl, answered in his place. "Hey, are you crazy? The police?" Hwa-jin said with disgust. "Do you think the police will accept a report from a criminal? They will just brush it off immediately. You'll see." A second later, the girl pointed straight at Hwa-jin and said loudly, "Don't try to shirk your responsibilities. This is your job." She continued, "Middle school students are your mandatory targets for education. You have to know that I had to rack my brain to figure out what was best. If the mandatory target for education isn't receiving that right to education, then aren't they having their educational rights violated? Am I right?" A lecture from a child really left him speechless, only able to. Hwa-jin nodded along, a gentle smile lingering on her lips as she remarked that this must be a pretty common trend lately. "Oh, even you didn't notice," she replied, looking surprised. A young girl locked eyes with him, questioning, "That hacker?" Night had fallen over the narrow alleys of a certain neighborhood. In the shadows, a young girl pulled her jacket zipper up to her chin, acting extremely cautious. She looked back at the person sleeping on a nearby mattress, her heart heavy with 1,000 tangled worries. She hesitated for a moment longer. That girl was Ju-jong, who had gone missing. Her cheeks were covered in scratches, as if she had been abused for a long time. The past year had been incredibly filthy. After hesitating for a few seconds, she tiptoed away, but suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist, making Ju-jong's heart drop out of her chest. The person asked, "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Without waiting for an answer, he shouted, his voice savage, spitting out gross, vile words. "A girl like you, who hasn't eaten for 4 days and 3 nights, and only knows how to sleep on benches, you have no choice but to live as a parasite on people like me, or even worse than me." The man continued, "Listen closely. In this country, if you're a child without a guardian, you have nowhere to go." Ju-jong trembled, gripping the hem of her shirt as she recounted the story. "I once killed a hacker. At first, I followed him because he was a runaway too, and I thought he would help me. But every single night, he did vile things to me. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore, so I grabbed whatever was nearby and smashed it into his head." Ju-jong covered her mouth, sobbing, her eyes filled with tears. "So, All those people who say they'll help kids are the same type. With their mouths, they talk about helping, but in reality, they're just plotting dirty things. Hwa-jin's face darkened at every word she said. Who knows what they would do to her little sister? No, her sister might not even be alive. Han Jae-ri wiped away her tears to comfort her. It's okay, she said, making a promise on her own. He and I will definitely help you find your sister. Hwa-jin was caught off guard, his mouth hanging open. Huh? He hurriedly asked. Hey, did you just say you'd find her with me? What do you mean by that? Han Jae-ri looked at him with a sly smirk, her eyes sharp. She smoothed out her glossy hair. She put on a sexy short black skirt, a red jacket, and matched it with a white handbag. She checked her reflection, applying pale pink lipstick to her plump lips. Satisfied, she flipped her hair. Okay. Han Jae-ri excitedly took out her phone to admire her pretty face in the front camera. Hwa-jin stared, eyes wide, at the girl. Han Jae-ri turned to look at Hwa-jin and raised her voice, asking, Are you crazy? Why would you dare take a juvenile delinquent out? Hwa-jin, feeling awkward, looked away and replied, no. She argued her point so well that I had no choice but to give in. I already told the director of the detention center, and he agreed. Han Jae-ri, standing in the distance, crossed her arms and cut into the conversation. What's the big deal? Besides me, who else could cooperate with you to bait the hacker? Han Jae-ri laughed mockingly. Or were you planning on having this old lady pose as a student? Lim Han-rim frowned, annoyed by every syllable. Old lady? Han Jae-ri continued to tease. It won't work. She's too old. How could she trick anyone? Lim Han-rim was shaking with anger and yelled, Who are you calling an old lady? 26 is the prime of a woman's life. Han Jae-ri stuck her tongue out and made a face at her. Hwa-jin, helpless, covered his face. Forget it. I'm going. You two handle it yourselves. Lim Han-rim angrily turned her head and shouted, Are you planning to just leave us hanging? Do you want a punch in the face? Hwa-jin acted indifferent and waved his hand. Looking for a needle in a haystack like this, it's better if we split up to search, isn't it? He turned to leave, tossing back one last comment. All right, don't worry about me. Just try to work well together. Lim Han-rim was so angry she bit her lip, unable to say anything. Han Jae-ri smugly played with her hair. Han Jae-ri posed seductively, taking a selfie. She flashed a mischievous smile, having fun with her phone. If I create an account, put up a profile picture, and make a post, Han Jae-ri excitedly handed the phone to Han Jae-ri to look at. Look, it's only been 5 minutes, and someone's already messaged me. Lim Han-rim sucked on the straw of her drink, eyes fixed on Han Jae-ri's phone. She scooped up spoonfuls of ice cream, looking satisfied with her work. Han Jae-ri licked the spoon, her eyes squinting into a smile. That was fast. She looked at the countless inviting comments below her post. Where are you? Come to my place to rest. You're at an age where you should be eating and studying, yet you're out in the cold. I'll give you some pocket money. Are you free to talk? Where are you? My place still has room. I'll give you money. Do you want to earn some cash? I'll show you how to earn over $200 a month. She concluded with a blunt remark. What a bunch of horny creeps. Han Jae-ri took her phone back, gloating. If I get involved with these hackers, there's a high chance they'll use me to commit crimes. I'll start by baiting the ones offering money and see how it goes. Lim Han-rim set her drink on the table. Her gaze was filled with worry and a hint of pity as she looked at Han Jae-ri. Why do you know so much about hackers? Have you ever run away from home before? Lim Han-rim sucked on her ice cream spoon, scrolling through her phone as she spoke. Why would I need to run away? If I told people I was a runaway because I felt lonely when the person called Dad isn't home for even a month out of the year, then for sure these love-starved pigs would go crazy. Han Jae-ri stood by the side of the road, and before long, someone approached. She didn't say a word, just held out her phone and pointed to the comment section of her post. The man with brown hair and glasses smiled lecherously. Han Jae-ri stepped into the man's private black car. Lim Han-rim sat behind the wheel of another car, silently observing. As soon as the car rolled forward, Han Jae-ri stepped on the gas to follow. The man looked at Han Jae-ri with hungry eyes, his mouth non-stop boasting. Do you like cars? This is it. It costs over 100 million won. Not many people my age can do things like this. Han Jae-ri rested her chin on her hand, speaking distractedly. Is that so? I don't know much about cars, though. The man, feeling ignored, felt awkward. Oh, really? The man in glasses changed the subject. How long have you been away from home? Han Jae-ri rested her chin on her hand, looking out the window. Probably about half a year. Half a year here meant time spent in a juvenile detention center. Han Jae-ri Sihil, damn it. Since yesterday, I've just been sleeping on the streets and haven't had a single thing to eat. This country has gone completely insane. I just want to go out and get some food. Yet, Every job requires parental consent. All of them. From inside the house to out in society, they all treat people like me as trash. Don't they? Han Jae-ri moved her eyes away from the window and turned to look at him. And what kind of work am I supposed to do? The man was confused. Huh? Han Jae-ri asked again. Can I really earn $200 a month? He didn't look at her, stammering. Actually, I came here to help you. Just as he finished speaking, he slammed on the brakes. Han Jae-ri's face turned pale, and with a look of utter disgust, she spat out. How? How could you possibly think of doing that to a girl like me? Dragging a kid into something like this for money? I know I'm not exactly a good kid, but I only ran away because of what happened. Han Jae-ri gripped her head, her expression pained. She thought she had made a mistake, but the man kept on pushing. You only had such dark thoughts because life has been too hard, right? He tried to sound persuasive. Maybe you'll change your mind after resting at my place for a few days. Han Jae-ri was clearly annoyed, and she barked at him to stop the car. The man was stunned by her sudden coldness. Huh? Han Jae-ri glared at him. I came here to make money. If you aren't going to give me a job, then stop the car. The man broke into a cold sweat, stuttering. That's not how this works. Don't tell me you actually think I picked you up because I wanted a kid like you for that? I never even thought of it. I'm honestly just trying to help you. Han Jae-ri, furious, gripped the car door handle. She shoved the door open with all her might, and it slammed violently into a utility pole on the side of the road. The man's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with shock. Lim Han-rim, sitting in the other car, was equally stunned by her reckless move. The black car screeched to a halt, and the man scrambled out, screaming in despair, "My car!" Smoke poured out from where the door had been crushed. He leaned in, furious, shouting, "You crazy bitch! Are you out of your mind?" Han Jae-ri calmly unbuckled her seatbelt. With a decisive strike, she kicked the man right in the chin, sending his glasses flying and blood spraying from his nose. She grabbed the roof of the car, stabilized herself, and hopped down. She glanced at the man groveling on the ground with pure contempt. Han Jae-ri tucked her hair behind her ear and sneered. "A moment ago, you were acting like some kind of saint trying to help me. So why are you cursing at me now? Is this who you really are?" The man stared up at her, eyes bloodshot, struggling to find words. Han Jae-ri kept mocking him. "You wanted to help me? Just look at those lecherous eyes of yours. Oh, you're truly the savior of my life, aren't you? Is that what you're waiting for me to say?" Humiliated and stung, the man boiled over with rage. He scrambled to his feet and roared, "I'm taking you to the police station right now, you little brat." "How dare you?" She crouched down, looking him in the eye, and said calmly, "Oh, the police station? Really?" Han Jae-ri rested her chin on her hands and gave him a wicked smile. "I wonder who's actually going to end up in trouble there." She grinned coldly. "I'll just tell them that I felt like something was wrong, so I asked you to stop, but you wouldn't let me out, so I had to do that just to escape." The man's face went white at every word she said. "I wonder which charge is heavier, property damage or kidnapping a minor." Han Jae-ri turned on her heel and started walking away, tossing back one last line. "If you really want to help runaways, try sending a more sincere message. No kid is stupid enough to fall for your pathetic lies." Han Jae-ri couldn't help but turn back to taunt him one more time. "Oh, and you really thought no foolish girl could resist the temptation of that 25-year-old imported car of yours, right?" Han Jae-ri walked away, tossing her hair haughtily. "Take this as a lesson, you piece of trash." Lim Han-rim was waiting in the other car and grumbled the moment she saw her. "Hey, you're gonna get yourself killed doing stuff like that." Han Jae-ri ignored her. That was so refreshing. She excitedly buckled her seatbelt. "So, is this why he does it? For this feeling?" Lim Han-rim looked at her with a blank stare. "Are you kidding me?" Han Jae-ri pulled out her phone again, sounding thrilled. "Well, that guy was a dud anyway. I'll just have to lure someone else." She licked her lips and got back to work, typing a new post. This time, I need to make the story sound even more desperate. Lim Han-rim was speechless. Her eyes landed on the comments section. A single account was spamming the thread. "Hot news, the body of a runaway high school girl has been found at a hotel. Could some hacker have killed her? This is insane. I know of a group of demons who kidnap runaways and murder them. It was the same with the last case. Here's the link to the victim's personal info." Han Jae-ri's expression darkened as she read every word on her phone. The body of a middle school girl. The news spread rapidly through the media. The body of a middle school girl, who had been chained to death, was discovered at 6 a.m. this morning at a hotel. No. According to the initial police investigation, she had been targeted by a hacker who specializes in illegally helping runaway girls and forcing them into prostitution. A picture of a girl with purple hair flashed on the screen. The announcer's voice echoed through the silence. Police are currently tracking 2 suspects captured on CCTV. An investigator held his phone looking at the photo of the girl. Hwa-jin. He waited a moment before asking, "Is that really the kid?" The investigator stared at the photo, nervously swallowing his spit. "Sergeant Lim," Lim Han-rim shouted in panic. "Is that her?" The girl in the red shirt next to Lim Han-rim turned pale. She clutched her chest and let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank goodness." Lim Han-rim snapped back at her friend, her tone tense. "Thank goodness? What do you mean, thank goodness?" "A middle schooler just died." Lim Han-rim pressed the phone tightly against her ear. From the other end, a voice replied, "That's right. We can't exactly call this a relief." Hwa-jin had a cigarette in her mouth, her voice cold. "According to the police, if a major case like this happens, the hackers will likely monitor the runaway kids even more closely. There's a high chance a second or third case will happen." In a dark, freezing room, a child sat slumped against the wall, head bowed, her face covered in blood. A voice rang out from a phone. "Hey, what are you talking about? What do you mean you couldn't bring her here?" A dark, menacing voice responded. "She seemed scared, after watching the news, so I had to teach her a little lesson." The darkness obscured half of the man's face. He held a cigarette, answering calmly. "Her face is smashed in now. How was I supposed to bring her here?" The voice on the other end of the phone slowly lost its patience and roared, "Damn it! Everything is booked for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do now?" He slowly brought the cigarette to his lips and smirked. "Why are you getting so worked up? It's not like there's a shortage of people to replace her." In his hand, the phone displayed the profile of a beautiful young girl. As he looked at the phone, he said triumphantly, "Oh, I bet this one is a grade A catch." Darkness swallowed the city. High-rise buildings began to light up, with yellow streetlights lining both sides of the road. The shower turned on, and warm water began to stream down. A girl with charcoal-colored hair stood under the spray, bathing peacefully. Her small face and cherry-red lips looked relaxed. Lim Han-rim sat on the bed, staring intently at her phone. Her expression began to sour, and she started fuming. Lim Han-rim's eyes dropped, and she muttered in a low voice, "With a case like this happening, the messages are still pouring in like crazy." The girl with charcoal-colored hair stepped out of the bathroom and asked, "Are the messages still coming in regularly?" Lim Han-rim crossed her arms, frowning as she replied, "It's truly sickening how many adults are trying to prey on children these days." As she finished speaking, a dark thought crossed her mind. She was starting to truly despise humanity. The girl with charcoal-colored hair, upon hearing this, suddenly retorted in surprise, "But with so many hackers out there, how long are we supposed to keep investigating?" "Well, I guess we have no choice." "Oh, actually, while I was showering, I suddenly remembered something." While drying her hair, the girl continued, "I still don't understand why he chose to follow that hacker." Lim Han-rim, sitting on the bed, looked blankly at her. "Huh?" Seeing Lim Han-rim's bewildered expression, the girl with charcoal-colored hair spoke again in a calm, low voice. "You know that his sister already killed one hacker, right?" The moment she received the letter, she told him explicitly never to follow any hackers. He clearly knew how dangerous hackers were, so why would he still follow him? Faced with the girl's logic, Lim Han-rim began to ponder. After a long pause, she replied, "Maybe he ran out of money and felt backed into a corner?" She continued drying her hair, answering coldly, "That could be it. But I think there's still another reason that could help us narrow down the investigation." The expression on the girl, with charcoal-colored hair, suddenly turned sour. "Ugh, my blood sugar just dropped. I can't think of anything anymore." As soon as she finished the sentence, she excitedly added, "Hey, why don't we have some fried chicken? I've worked so hard. So please, buy me some chicken, okay? Please?" Lim Han-rim was left stunned. She touched her face, looking skeptical. "Aha, will eating chicken actually make you feel better?" But deep down, Lim Han-rim was confused. Why eat chicken when your blood sugar is low? The girl with charcoal-colored hair began to plead. "Lim Han-rim, please." Lim Han-rim smiled and answered. In truth, the table was already full of delicious food. There were spicy chicken feet, steamed eggs, and seaweed rice rolls. Lim Han-rim split a pair of chopsticks and continued, "I know. Na already bought you treats, so I decided to order something spicy. If you can't handle the spicy chicken feet, let me know, and I'll order something else for you." Hearing this, the girl sitting next to her looked dumbfounded. She quickly covered her face with one hand. "Aha, you crazy woman. Damn it, I love spicy chicken feet to death." Saying that, she lunged forward, throwing her arms around Lim Han-rim. She happily picked up a chicken foot, brought it to her mouth, and said joyfully, "Prison food could never have this vibrant color." As she ate, The girl with charcoal-colored hair looked completely satisfied. It's so delicious. I've forgotten my own name. Before she could even touch the steamed eggs, a thunderous scream echoed through the room. Ah, let me go. Don't touch me, you jerk. Another voice shouted back. Huh? You crazy brat. Where do you think you're going? Huh? Where are you trying to run off to? Huh? Lim Han Rim and the girl sitting next to her instinctively jumped up. Both of them quickly rushed out and threw the door open. The scene before their eyes showed one person chasing another. Along with the loud shouting, a child with short hair wearing a purple jacket was running for their life. The door slammed shut with a bang, accompanied by the voice, "You little BT Che, how dare you try to run away like that?" This left Lim Han Rim and the girl with charcoal-colored hair standing in front of the door in their white t-shirts. Mister, no. You told me all I had to do was deliver the package. Are you stupid? You're in middle school now. How can you be so clueless? The loud noise echoing from behind the door left both Lim Han Rim and the girl beside her stunned, not understanding what on earth was happening. Please, mister, stop. Let me go, please. Such dialogue made Lim Han Rim's face darken. Her eyes widened as she slowly realized what was going on. Let you go, you say? If you want to leave, pay me back for all the money, food, and sleep you've had here all this time. As soon as the words were spoken, Lim Han Rim acted on instinct. Without a second thought, she kicked the door open and stepped inside. The sight that greeted her was absolutely unacceptable. A man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth raised his hand high, but when he saw her, he froze, only managing to let out a, "Huh." The poor child, face bruised and stained with blood, had tears streaming down their cheeks. Unable to suppress her anger, Lim Han Rim swung her fist at the man's face instinctively. A massive rage consumed her reason. Lim Han Rim's punch was so powerful that blood splattered everywhere. It landed squarely on the man's face. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth as his eyes rolled back. The man collapsed. She stepped forward, shielding the child behind her, and declared, "I've met all kinds of trash, but you are the first piece of shot who has made me curse like this." Fury boiled over in Lim Han Rim's head. She glared at the man and continued, "Truly, only subhuman filth would make money off the bodies of children." Finishing her sentence, Lim Han Rim grabbed her phone. She dialed 112. "Bastards like you deserve to rot in prison for the rest of your lives." The child in the purple jacket saw this and hurriedly grabbed the phone from her hand. Lim Han Rim shouted, "You can't call the police." The child's swift action caught her off guard. She replied, "It's okay. I haven't done anything illegal. He just forced me to sell matches. It's not about whether you've done something illegal or not, but if the police come, they will definitely contact your family." Finishing the sentence, the child showed a terrified expression, eyes filled with panic and tears. The child added, "If my family finds out, I'm as good as dead." The girl in the white t-shirt with charcoal-colored hair, standing outside the door, witnessed the entire conversation between Lim Han Rim and the child. The child covered their face and wept, tears dripping onto the cold ground. Lim Han Rim, seeing this, panicked and stammered, "No. The girl with charcoal-colored hair walked over to Lim Han Rim, saw the situation, and gently stepped forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Lim Han Rim with a bright smile on her face. Lim Han Rim, a bit flustered, commanded, "Hey, what are you doing? Let go." The more she said it, the tighter her friend hugged her, turning her gaze toward the child. "You saw that, right? I can't keep this strong-willed lady occupied for long, so you better run." Tears and blood continued to stream down the child's face. The child and the friend with charcoal-colored hair gritted their teeth. The child turned and bolted, while the friend used all her strength to hold Lim Han Rim back. The child ran as fast as they could toward the stairs outside. Just as they reached the door, a voice rang out, "Hey, wait!" Lim Han Rim swung her arm, causing her friend to stumble into the wall. She snapped in anger. "What do you think you're doing? Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Just let her walk away like that?" The hard fall made her friend wince, and she instinctively shot back, "Ouch! But what were you actually planning to do? If there's no way to help her, you just let her leave." Hearing that, Lim Han Rim's face darkened with frustration. Why would you say there's no way? The youth shelter, the Lim Han Rim, hadn't even finished her sentence when the other girl cut her off. "Seriously, why do you people always talk like you've got the moral high ground? Do you really think it's that simple? Do you honestly believe the police or the shelter staff wouldn't try to contact her parents first?" Facing the charcoal-haired girl's challenge, Lim Han Rim was left speechless, unsure how to respond. The girl turned to walk away, but suddenly glanced back. With a calm expression, She added what she'd learned from listening to the stories of those with special circumstances in the shelter. They had to run away from homes that were essentially hell, hidden behind a facade of comfort, just to survive. Her calm expression faded as she turned away. She continued, "But in this country, if you ask for protection, the first thing they do is call your parents. Even getting a part-time job requires parental consent. So tell me, what are those kids supposed to do to survive besides turning to crime? Going home is hell, and breaking the law is hell. There's no real answer that lets those kids survive. So, you and that guy really need to think this through. If you find your sister, Yoo-jung, how exactly do you plan to protect her?" Confronted with these questions, Lim Han-rim fell silent, her head bowing low. Suddenly, her phone rang, startling her. "Yes? Senior?" Voice on the other end. The voice on the phone spoke up. "I've been thinking, but considering her sister's situation, I don't think she would have followed that happy person so easily." At the dinner table, surrounded by kids, Hwa-jin spoke calmly. "Anyway, I asked some of the street kids." One of the kids interrupted. "Hey mister, can we order sweet and sour chicken?" "Go ahead, order it." After saying that, Hwa-jin returned to the conversation. "Also," he added, "there's only one hacker in this area. She was just being cautious following him. I sent you his ID, so try investigating from there." Lim Han-rim. Lim Han-rim and the charcoal-haired girl both heard the call. Both eyes locked onto the phone in Lim Han-rim's hand. The charcoal-haired girl suddenly shouted, "Ah, that's it." With that, she'd definitely follow him. Lim Han-rim's brow furrowed, her face grim. She wondered to herself, why didn't I think of this sooner? That morning, the charcoal-haired girl was walking down the street, eyes glued to her phone, when she bumped into a stranger. She looked toward the stranger on the road. Lim Han-rim sat in the car, muttering to herself. The target she was cautious about and followed, ignoring her sister's fear. The charcoal-haired girl quickly approached the stranger on the street. She pointed at her screen, her eyes fixed on the person in front of her. She thought to herself, what if that hacker is also a woman? Sitting in the car, the hacker said softly, "Han-jae, you've been away from home for half a year, right? It must have been really hard for you." She acted sympathetic and shared, "I also ran away when I was 15 and have lived on my own ever since." She smiled broadly and continued, "So, I really understand the hardships that kids, especially girls on the streets, have to face. That's why whenever I have free time, I help runaway girls." Han-jae listened silently, not saying a word. After a moment, Han-jae asked tentatively, "So, there are other runaways like me at your place?" The hacker replied, "That's right. They're all girls." She had no idea that every move was being watched by Lim Han-rim. Han-jae opened her phone and asked, "Have you ever met this person?" Inside was a photo of Yoo-jung. The young girl explained softly, "She's the sister of a friend of mine. She's also a runaway. But her phone is always off. I can't reach her." The hacker looked at the photo and suddenly went quiet. After a long pause, she asked, "This is Yoo-jung, right?" "Oh, Yoo-jung," Han-jae replied happily. "Yes, that's her." The hacker flashed a wide, toothy grin and said, "Then that's right. As luck would have it, she's at my place right now." The woman had a missing front tooth. I wonder if the wind whistles through there every time she smiles. After a while, they turned into a narrow-looking alley. The hacker led the way. "We're here." Seeing her bring Han-jae along, the kids in the room happily greeted her. "Big sis is back." "Oh, is this a new member?" They looked at Han-jae excitedly. "Wow, she's actually really pretty, not just in photos." On the other hand, Han-jae was incredibly uncomfortable. "Damn, that disgusting cigarette smell." The hacker spoke up. "Yep, that's right. Go ahead and introduce yourself." Hearing that, Han-jae said softly, "Hi everyone. I'm Hani." Everyone stared at her with cold eyes. Just then, the hacker asked, "Hey, where's Yoo-jung?" One kid, looking at their phone, replied indifferently, "I don't know. Maybe she just went out?" The hacker chuckled and turned to Han-jae. "Maybe Yoo-jung went out to meet a friend. Just sit and wait a bit." Then, the hacker tied her hair up and said happily, "Looks like I should show off my skills to welcome our new friend, right?" Seeing her head into the kitchen, the kids crowded around, excited. "Wow, it's been so long since you cooked at home. Do you need any help?" Meanwhile, some of the kids hung around Han-jae asking questions. "You're so pretty." "I love pretty people, hee hee." Another kid lying on the bed asked, "How old are you?" Han-jae replied softly, "I'm in 11th grade. Hearing that, the kid sat up straight. "Oh, you're the same age as me." Then the girl turned to introduce herself. "I'm Park So-rong," she added reassuringly. "Don't worry. You don't have to do anything here to live comfortably." Han Jae-ri smiled to herself, thinking, she's just like Kim So-hyung. After a while, a cozy family meal was set out. Everyone happily invited each other to eat. Everyone praised her. Wow. As expected. When Big Sis cooks, it's always amazing. This kimchi soup is delicious. I could die for this. We could even sell this dish. One kid got entrepreneurial, Big Sis. Why don't we save up money and open a restaurant later? Outside, Lim Han Rim was huddled up, gnawing on a piece of bread, secretly jealous. Must be nice, getting to eat kimchi soup. Just then, the hacker warmly piled food onto Han Jae-ri's plate. Here, eat up. You haven't had a proper meal in a long time, have you? And then, she put on that fake, trustworthy voice. You see, everyone here is so kind. Plus, there are no dirty boys here, so the kids live really well. Han Jae-ri looked around, nodding. I guess you're right. Everyone here is so different from other runaway kids. That's because this place is a real family. Hearing that, the kids grinned from ear to ear. On the other hand, Han Jae-ri thought to herself, do you think I'm stupid? Your little act is only good enough to fool kids. Looking at this heartwarming scene, Han Jae-ri already knew the harsh truth behind it. What makes you think that in a place full of girls, there's no bullying the new girl? Not to mention this place is so cramped. Don't you think it's absurd? Han Jae-ri had already seen through their malicious nature. It's clear you're after something, she thought. You ask why I know this? Because this is the exact trick I used to pull. At first, I'd give the prey a gentle smile, and then boom, kick them straight into hell. Han Jae-ri smirked with interest. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you losers do next. After a while, night fell, and the city lights came on. In the room, the kids huddled together to gossip. Is she asleep yet? Yeah, I see her breathing steadily. Meanwhile, Han Jae-ri was sprawled out on the bed, deep in sleep with drool running down her face. One of them noticed and judged, she's out like a light. Then they whispered to each other, shall we start? But before leaving, Helper didn't forget to instruct, do it like usual. The kids quickly replied, yes. While they were at it, Helper and Bak Seo-rong stepped out to the balcony to light a cigarette. Bak Seo-rong asked, sis, I've had this question for a long time. You put sleeping pills in the food, right? She wondered to herself. Otherwise, why would everyone pass out like they were dead after just one meal? I feel the same way. Hearing that, Helper scoffed. Huh, do you think there's a shop that sells that kind of stuff? But since you're so curious, I'll enlighten you. Then, taking a drag of her cigarette, she explained, runaway kids always have to starve or don't eat enough. If you stuff them until their bellies are full, they're bound to pass out. A full belly makes for sleepy eyes. At this, Helper wore a sinister smile. Plus, when they see the atmosphere here is like a family, they stop being tense, drop their guard, and just fall right asleep. Inside, Han Jae-ri was snoring with her mouth wide open, just as she had described. In reality, she was just pretending to sleep. Han Jae-ri thought. Just like Sister Ju-jong said, if I let my guard down, everything will happen while I'm asleep. Just then, the kids pulled out their phones to take pictures of Han Jae-ri's sensitive areas. They told each other, let's start. Make sure you get a clear shot. Okay. Another one reached out to pull up her skirt a bit. Han Jae-ri was shocked, thinking, are you kidding me? Seriously? She gritted her teeth in anger. Outside, Bak So-rong asked, since when did you start paying attention to her? Helper replied curtly, today. Hearing that, Bak So-rong couldn't help but be surprised. Today? That's not your style. Usually, you watch the prey for a whole week. Helper lowered her voice. But this one, she's special. I have to snag her before she gets away. Bak Seo-rong asked further. And yesterday, you were deworming her while she was trying to sneak off, right? If that old man comes later, make sure you wake her up to work with me. Suddenly, a chorus of screams erupted from the room. Bak So-rong angrily opened the door, hissing a curse. Damn these idiots, she shouted loudly. Hey, how many times have you done this, and you still managed to wake her up? However, contrary to what she thought, the kids inside had all been knocked out, except for Han Jae-ri, who was sitting there looking at her phone. Han Jae-ri said irritably, oh, so, that's what this is about? You guys teamed up to take nude photos? She didn't forget to be vain for a second. My legs are way too sexy, aren't they? Han Jae-ri whispered. This method is actually pretty good. Seeing that, Bak So-rong couldn't believe her eyes. What? How are they all taken down? Han Jae-ri continued to taunt. Who would have thought a bunch of girls would do something like this? Unable to hold back any longer, Bak Seo-rong rushed forward, intending to kick Han Jae-ri. What the hell do you think you're doing? Surprisingly, Hanjari turned around coldly and used a stun gun to counterattack. She jammed the stun gun straight into the other girl's neck. Bak So-rong was in so much pain that her eyes rolled back and she shrieked, "Huh!" In the blink of an eye, Hanjari had managed to take down another one. Seeing Helper tremble slightly, Hanjari asked point blank, "Why did you trashy people dare to do this? To Sister Ju-jung's little sister?" She glared, her eyes full of murderous intent, gripping the stun gun. "Come here. Don't worry. You won't die." Helper, furious, thought, "What kind of bitch is this?" She immediately opened her phone to call for backup. Helper shouted, "Hurry up and get to room number 6. Something's gone wrong." Hearing that, Hanjari raised her voice. "Room number 6, huh? You're planning to call those guys from your organization, right?" Then she gave a sinister smile. "But what are you going to do now?" At the same time, the bald man angrily slammed the car door, hissing, "Damn it. Why is this suddenly?" A pair of high heels kicked forcefully into that fancy car. Lim Han-rim calmly confronted the man. Han Jae-ri also spoke up calmly. "I didn't come here alone, either." At this moment, Helper had been electrocuted, screaming in pain. "Ugh." Han Jae-ri continued to approach her, taunting, "I should probably give you an award for this. I only had it on level 1, you know?" Helper was panting heavily like a dog. "Ha ha, make your choice," Han Jae-ri demanded powerfully. "Either you bring Ju-jung here," or she raised the stun gun and gave a murderous smile. "We'll do a scientific experiment to see what happens when a human gets shocked level by level, shall we?" At this point, Han Jae-ri had the upper hand. She sternly questioned, "Speak, where is Ju-jung?" Han Jae-ri threatened loudly, "If not, every second that passes, I'll turn it up a notch. 1, 2. Now Helper sat helplessly on the floor and answered weakly, "She went out for some work." Han Jae-ri continued the interrogation. "What work?" Helper smiled wickedly and said, "Why are you asking something so obvious? You know it well enough, don't you? What else can runaway kids do?" Without even noticing Han Jae-ri's darkening expression, she continued, "I should also add, because she wouldn't listen, I taught her a little lesson. That's why her face is a bit swollen. But, hi. There are also some old guys who like kids like that. Hi. Hearing this mocking laughter, Han, that's why his face is a little swollen. But, hey. There are some old guys who really like kids like that. Hey. Hearing that mocking laugh, Han Jae-ri felt an overwhelming itch in her hands, wishing she could just kill the cruel woman right in front of her. She whispered, "I want to say one thing to you," then Han Jae-ri couldn't hold it back and shouted at the top of her lungs, "I'm sick of looking at your ugly mug. Go get some porcelain veneers or something." Just as she was about to tase the hacker, a group of kids suddenly rushed in. They asked worriedly, "Big sister, what are you doing? Why has it been so noisy in here?" Seeing that, Han Jae-ri stopped. Witnessing the dangerous situation, those kids shouted, You dog! Big sister, are you okay?" They whispered to each other, "Hey, catch that bitch." At that moment, Han Jae-ri was momentarily stunned. What? She asked. "You guys still have accomplices?" Meanwhile, the hacker smirked with twisted thoughts in her head. Outside, Lim Han-rim delivered a powerful kick to the big middle-aged man's face, sending him flying backward. In the blink of an eye, Lim Han-rim had easily taken down her opponent. She worriedly checked her phone to see if Han Jae-ri was okay. "I gave her the taser, so she should be fine, right?" Suddenly, a strange voice came from the other end of the line. "Big sister, are you okay?" Then, a burst of screaming. "Catch that bitch." The group of kids had successfully pinned Han Jae-ri down. They boldly grabbed her and covered her mouth. One kid asked nervously, "Big sister, what should we do now?" Han Jae-ri struggled, making muffled grunts. Meanwhile, another kid took the opportunity to pull out a phone and take scandalous photos of the hacker. "Oh, nice goods." The hacker gritted her teeth in annoyance. "Do you even need to ask me that?" Then she commanded coldly, "Take her to the boys' room." Hearing that, Han Jae-ri was horrified. The kids immediately obeyed and started dragging Han Jae-ri away like a criminal, despite her muffled screams. They laughed delightedly. Hey, you're done for, brat." Just as they stepped outside, Lim Han-rim arrived in the nick of time. She struck one of the kids with a powerful blow. Lim Han-rim successfully rescued Han Jae-ri, throwing the group into a panic. Huh? At that moment, Lim Han-rim quickly grabbed Han Jae-ri's hand and ran for it. The kids chased after them, yelling, "Who the hell is that bitch? Get them!" Lim Han-rim kicked the door open to clear their escape route. After the two of them burst out onto the street, the guys saw them and yelled to each other, "Hey, isn't that them? Yeah, they just ran out of the women's room. Then the whole mob swarmed like a disturbed beehive, chasing after them. Big Sister said if we catch her, we can do whatever we want with her. Hanjari gasped in horror. What? They have guys too? The chase officially began. After a while, the kids lost track of Lim Han Rim and Hanjari. They shouted to each other. Hey, did you find them yet? One replied. Not yet, not over here. At the same time, Hanjari was struggling to catch her breath on a rooftop. Lim Han Rim watched the kids quietly. They were aggressively cursing. Damn it, where could they have gone? Then they said to each other, hey, go check that alleyway. The sheer number of them was like a whole classroom. Lim Han Rim was absolutely shocked. What's going on? Exactly how many runaway kids has that woman taken in? Just then, Hanjari wearily recounted the situation. She said room 6, so I think there must be at least 6 rooms like that. They're a real organized crime ring. She was panting, then said worriedly, but the important thing is that Oh Jun-young is in danger. She said she sent him off to work. Hanjari was extremely anxious. Damn it, I don't know what's happening to him right now. At that moment, Lim Han Rim's phone vibrated. She picked it up and reported immediately. Yes, sir. I think we found her, but now Lim Han Rim paused, looking surprised. Oh, on the other side, the kids got a painful slap from the hacker. She shouted furiously. You let her get away? You have so many people, yet you dare to say that to me? The kids stayed silent, heads bowed, taking the scolding. Do you all want to go home, or should I call your parents right now? Park Seo-dong stepped forward, lit a cigarette for the hacker, and asked softly, but what exactly are they planning to do, sister? Are they looking for Oh Jun-young? The hacker said irritably. As soon as that brat Oh Jun-young gets back, we'll find out. Damn it, if she comes back here, I'm gonna beat the hell out of her. Park Seo-dong wondered. But why did you let her go to work? Her face is so messed up. She should be resting at home for a while, right? The hacker replied curtly. What the hell does it matter? I think he just needs her to be a middle schooler. Who cares if her face is messed up or not? Oh wait, it's not that. It's that he prefers kids with bruised faces, right? Hearing these cruel words, Park Seo-dong was a bit startled. She worriedly said, wait a minute. If that's the case, then he's way too dangerous, isn't he? A guy in the next ward just killed someone. The hacker said nonchalantly. A crazy guy? Why don't you think he's just a normal person who likes kids? She smirked wickedly. It's thanks to these sick perverts that we're still alive today. Indeed, human morality is sold for money. At the same time, the passenger car had dropped Oh Jun-young off at a karaoke bar. The driver said coldly, Oh Jun-young, get out. Seeing the girl hesitating, he shouted, I said get out. Oh Jun-young said worriedly, Sir, today's customer seems a bit strange. Today, I can. He didn't care. The guy shouted, Damn it. You think you're a princess or something? We gave you food and clothes, so worry about making money to pay us back. Then he gave a sinister smile and asked, I guess you're scared of that incident in the next ward, huh? But that rarely happens. The driver had been blinded by money. That guy was just high on drugs, that's why. But this guy is different. He's been in the room for a while, so now he just needs a girl to screw. You get it? You know Do-yoon? Hearing that, Oh Jun-young didn't know what else to say. After dropping the girl off, the guy reassured her, I'll come pick you up at the time. Don't think useless thoughts. After the car drove away, Oh Jun-young kept staring after it. Looking back, Oh Jun-young saw 2 police officers patrolling. Oh, Jun-young raised her hand, intending to call them. Ah, she stammered. Help me. Suddenly, the image of that cold-blooded father flashed through Oh Jun-young's mind, which made she stop looking for help, grit her teeth, and trudged into the venue, a fancy karaoke bar. The manager saw Oh Jun-cheon and pointed the way. Oh, are you the client's friend? Room 12. As the door opened, she looked visibly worried, hearing singing from inside. It was some weirdo, middle-aged guy, howling, Bring money home for mom. Don't bring her any worries. If it weren't for mom, you'd be nothing but trash. Oh Jun-jung stood right by the door, completely stunned. That uncle was belting out the song so passionately that spit was flying everywhere. No order, no discipline, just put yourself in the steamer and bring the money home for mom. Bring the money home for mom. Oh Jun-jung was totally bewildered. Ho Quinn Huang? She watched him, silently judging. Is this guy insane? And he's rapping Black Vo too? The uncle just kept on singing, Bring the money home for mom. Suddenly, the uncle shoved the mic toward Oh Jun-jung, making her jump in surprise. He softened his voice and asked, What's on your mind, kid? Oh, Jun-jung was taken aback. Oh, so it turned out the guy was Hwa-jin. With his hair tied back and glasses on, he looked just like one of those creepy uncles. Hwa-jin pointed the mic at Oh Jun-jung and said cheerfully, We're living in the era of rap now. With the mic in her hand, Oh Jun-jung suddenly became a singer. Put my number in. She got lost in the song. When mom needs a daughter-in-law, just call me. The night is long, and it's lonely to be all by yourself. Watching from behind for a while, Hwa-jin happily gave a round of applause and showered her with praise. Wow, so good. You sing really well. You could even be a professional singer. Oh Jun-jung felt shy and thought to herself, I was worried to death at first, but I didn't expect this client to be so polite. If it stays like this, he won't try anything until the time is up. Just then, Hwa-jin spoke up. So Jun-jung, let's blow off some steam now, shall we? Oh, Jun-jung was shocked and asked, how do you know my name? Hwa-jin pulled out a piece of paper. Here. He continued, this is your letter, right? Oh, Jun-jung opened the letter and was completely stunned. Hwa-jin explained briefly so she would understand. Your sister asked me to help because she was so worried when she couldn't reach you. At this point, Oh Jun-jung was so scared that sweat poured down like rain. Hwa-jin stood up gently and said, let's go somewhere quieter to keep talking. However, Oh Jun-jung flipped her defense switch. What are you doing? That surprised Hwa-jin. Huh? Oh Jun-jung yelled uncomfortably. How could you bring this here? What did you do to my sister? She lost her cool, shouting, did you follow me when I put it in the mailbox? Or did my dad hire you to come here? Hearing that, Hwa-jin got flustered. Whoa, calm down and let me explain. Oh Jun-jung backed away a few steps and demanded, don't come any closer. Then she turned and ran, leaving Hwa-jin completely shocked. He called out after her, hey, wait. Outside, Happy's accomplice took a drag of his cigarette and wondered, damn it, why hasn't she come out yet? Did she sneak away? Suddenly, he heard Hwa-jin's voice, calling from inside. He grabbed Oh Jun-jung's arm forcefully and pleaded, please, just calm down and listen to me. Uncle. However, she tried her best to resist. Let me go. Seeing this, the accomplice chimed in, hey, you can't do that, man. Then he added with a smirk, you're a new client, aren't you? Don't you know that it's not the manager who decides if you get an extra session? But, before he could finish, Hwa-jin didn't say a word. He smiled gently, adjusted his glasses, struck a cool pose, and then boldly punched the accomplice in the face. His teeth and lips were a mess. Not stopping there, Hwa-jin kept dishing out the beatdown on the guy from one side to the other. After a while of getting pummeled, the accomplice collapsed to the ground. Hwa-jin said with disdain, exactly 23 hits. Are you satisfied now? Just then, he saw Oh Jun-jung jump into a taxi. She shouted anxiously, wait for me. Anywhere is fine. Just hurry up. Before he could even process it, Hwa-jin was left behind with the accomplice. He blurted out a confused, hey. Hwa-jin was furious and muttered to himself, damn it. If I had known, I would have said I was from the Protection Bureau from the start. I was just afraid she'd run away if she knew I was a civil servant, so I hid it. I even sacrificed my mustache. At that moment, Han-rim had driven up just in time. Han-rim asked anxiously, what are you doing? Why did she suddenly hop in a taxi and run away? Without another word, she slammed her hand on the car, signaling him, hurry up and get in. Seeing that, Hwa-jin could only sigh. Han-rim urged him loudly, hurry up, uncle. On the other hand, after arriving, the taxi driver shoved Oh Jun-jung. Are you messing with me? She screamed in pain. Ah. The driver cursed. I thought it was weird from the start. You brat. Why did you call a taxi when you don't have any money? Oh Jun-jung trembled. I'm sorry. The driver didn't want to hear it. Give me your dad's phone number. Oh Jun-jung replied in fear. I'm sorry, but I can't give you that. Then she said softly, just leave your phone number or bank account. I promise to pay you back in full within 2 days. Please, I beg you. Hearing this, the driver fell silent for a moment, thinking. Then he leaned in toward Oh Jun-jung and asked, look at the way you're dressed. I bet you ran away from home, right? Are you running away from a client? Or are you running away from a pimp? The driver revealed his true colors, casting a sinister gaze at Oh Jun-jung. If that's the case, you don't have a place to stay tonight, do you? He continued. How about this? This uncle here will take pity on you and let you sleep over for the night. You'll be able to pay the taxi fare, and you'll even have some extra pocket money, right? Too scared. Oh Jun-jung bolted. Not letting her go easily, the driver chased after her furiously. If you don't want to, then pay me. Oh Jun-jung ran in a panic, her face covered in tears and snot. She remembered the terrifying memories from when she was little. When I was in 7th grade, my sister ran away from home. Since mom left, she had been the one taking care of everything for me. She was so good, always bright and cheerful. No matter what happened, That model student sister of mine could handle it. But I didn't understand why she made that choice. One day, Oh Junjung finally understood the pain her sister had endured. Facing her lustful father, Oh Junjung finally realized until her body developed to this point. Oh Junjung's eyes glinted with fear and helplessness. From then on, that room held the unspeakable pain of the two of us. I knew she had no other choice. Living through a childhood that dirty was no different from constantly running in the dark. Once, at the youth center, Oh Junjung asked, shocked, "What did you say? You want me to leave my father's contact information?" A man said gently to reassure her, "You don't need to be so afraid. All I want is his consent. I won't let him know where you are." Hearing this, Oh Junjung couldn't stay calm anymore. "You think he'll agree? He'll just come and drag me back by my collar," she shouted, accusing him. "Do you even know how hard it was for me to escape that hell? How could you say you'd contact that devil?" The man replied, feeling helpless. "Because we can't take responsibility for this without parental consent," he explained. "If your parents don't agree, we'll be the ones held accountable if anything happens to you." Seeing Oh Junjung trembling, the man was left with no other choice. "I'm sorry, but those are the rules." The glimmer of hope in Oh Junjung's heart was extinguished. As she stepped outside, she ran into Happy. Happy asked softly, "They said they were going to call your home, didn't they?" She then feigned empathy. "I used to be a runaway too. And now, I help people like you who have nowhere else to go." She began to entice, "Oh Junjung, come with me, okay? I have plenty of friends like you at my place." Deep down, the girl knew the harsh reality hidden behind that smiling face. Following this woman wasn't because she was a fellow woman. Oh Junjung teared up, thinking of her sister, who once said, "No adult will ever help us out of the kindness of their hearts, whether it's a man or a woman." In order to survive, Oh Junjung accepted and reached out to Happy, thinking she had no other choice. By now, Oh Junjung had successfully escaped the driver and was sitting in a building's fire exit, sobbing, her body shaking uncontrollably. Just then, Han Jari approached gently and hugged Oh Junjung. Startled, Oh Junjung looked at the person beside her and asked, "Who are you?" Han Jari replied, "What do you mean who? I'm just like you." Han Jari started shivering and said, "It's freezing tonight. If you don't want to freeze to death, you'd better cooperate with me." This caught Oh Junjung by surprise, and so, the two of them hugged each other throughout the night. The empathy warmed both their souls. Oh Junjung closed her eyes, feeling at peace, silently calling out, "Sister, sister." Meanwhile, Lim Han Rim and Hwa-jin watched from afar. Hwa-jin finally understood the situation. So, after leaving home, she was tricked by that filth, which is why she doesn't trust adults easily. He then smiled, satisfied with bringing Han Jari along. This was definitely the right decision. Hwa-jin turned to leave and instructed, "Lim Han Rim, you stay here and keep watch. I'm going out to the lobby." Suddenly, Lim Han Rim called after him, "Senior, what should we do about that female pimp?" she asked, worried. "Just the ones she brought in alone count up to several dozen people. From what I see, they are exploiting runaway kids for illegal activities." Lim Han Rim feared that if they reported it to the police, all the kids would be forcibly sent back home. "I can't just abandon them like that." Hwa-jin spoke up, praising her. "Lim Han Rim, you've really matured a lot. I didn't expect you to think that far ahead," he joked. "Actually, the way to solve this is very simple." Hwa-jin opened his phone, smirked, and continued because people in high positions don't care about these trivial problems. That's why they don't bother fixing them. Saying that, Hwa-jin looked at his phone. Inside was a highly credible photo of Hwa-jin, Lim Han Rim, and Han Jari. The social media post read, "The Youth Rights Protection Bureau officially provides shelter for runaway children. We provide food and drinks, no contact with parents, and no personal background records kept. We offer academic tutoring and have an on-site psychological counselor. Runaway teenagers with nowhere to turn can contact us anytime." Happy was living it up. Runaway? Happy? Protection Bureau? During the lead-up to the Mid-Autumn Festival, the shopping mall launched a massive sale for the 11th of November. Inside, Happy was flaunting herself with clothes and handbags, happily admiring her wealthy image in the mirror. Happy wore a satisfied smile. After a while, the store clerk announced, "The total comes to 64 million won, ma'am." Happy handed over her credit card and said, "I'll pay in 10 installments, okay?" Suddenly, her phone rang incessantly. There were messages from clients. Manager Park texted, "Boss, send 2 girls over tonight. Manager Kim wants 2 more at the same place. 3 healthy ones. Manager Lee is even more generous cash in hand for 3 kids per hour." Room 11, and seeing the money about to fill her pockets, Happy smirked greedily. She then strolled through the mall, calling to order her lackey, Park Seo-rong, send 2 girls to Manager Park, 3 to Manager Kim, and any 3 to Manager Lee. Manager Kim specifically requested the girl who arrived 2 weeks ago. However, Park Seo-rong's voice sounded panicked. The girl asked nervously, "Boss, where are you?" Hearing this, Happy felt something was wrong. She widened her eyes at Park Seo-rong's report. "Half of them ran away last night," Happy shrieked. "What?" By now, the children were flocking to the Youth Rights Protection Bureau. The newcomers asked anxiously, Is it true? You really won't call our homes?" Han-juri firmly replied, "Of course. The Protection Bureau keeps its word." Then, she turned to guide everyone with a bright smile. "You guys go ahead and store your luggage." Upon meeting Oh Jun-jung in this awkward situation, the aggressive kids from before lowered their heads and called out softly, "Jun-jung." Seeing them humble themselves, Oh Jun-jung was extremely confused. "We're sorry for hitting you back then," the kids continued. "It's because we were forced to." One girl complained irritably, "We don't have to work nights if we stay here, right? I'm sick to death of meeting those old guys." Another sighed and answered, "Now we don't have to go to the karaoke bar anymore." Hearing that, Oh Jun-jung also smiled with relief. She happily said, "That's right, you've come to the right place." Seeing the peaceful scene before him, Lim Han-rim joyfully said, "Is this real? In less than 3 days, it seems almost all the kids there have run away to come here." Hwa-jin spoke coldly, because initially, most of the runaway kids never intended to commit crimes. Looking at the innocent, carefree children, living their lives at the right age, he continued, "The biggest problem these kids have is that they have nowhere to go. If we give them a place where they can feel safe, as long as they have a place to live, they'll have no reason to return to a life of crime, and they can start planning for their own futures," said Nana Hwa-ji. As she turned to leave, Lim Han-rim excitedly chimed in, "If that's the case, it's only a matter of time before all the kids show up here. Once they're all gathered, we can just cast our net and round them all up in one go, even if they try to run beforehand." Nana Hwa-ji replied with a stern tone. If she were a normal woman, she might have just backed out of this and run away, but if she's already addicted to how easy it is to make money this way, she won't give up that easily. Hearing this, Lim Han-rim suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Nana Hwa-ji continued, "Especially since she's got dirt on the kids and uses it to threaten them, this whole thing is going to get a lot more complicated." She was right. Hepper, enraged, kicked one of the kids who had failed to escape. "You little brat," she barked, repeatedly stomping on the child as if she were nothing more than a toy. "Where do you think you're going, huh? Where do you think you can hide?" The poor child screamed in agony, ah, sobbing and clasping her hands in desperation. "I'm sorry. I was wrong," the child pleaded, trying to crawl away. "I won't run again, I promise. Please, just forgive me this one time." Seeing this, Hepper stopped the assault. Turning outward, Hepper asked, "Boxerong, how many more are there?" The girl hesitated and replied, "About 5 more, I think." While puffing on a cigarette and staring into the distance, Boxerong quietly asked, "Do you want to reconsider all of this?" The girl said, appearing serious. "You might not know it, but the Education Rights Protection Bureau has a hell of a reputation. It's an agency under the Ministry of Education, so they have huge power." Boxerong feared, "If they team up with the police, we'll get busted immediately." After that, she actively turned to Hepper and spoke up. "But you've saved up a ton of money over the years, haven't you? Why don't we just open a cafe, the 2 of us? If it's too competitive in the capital, we could open one near a university in the provinces. We've been doing this for years. You must have saved up at least 100 million won by now, right?" However, she replied flatly, "I don't." Hearing that, Boxerong was stunned. "What? What do you mean you don't? What are you talking about?" At this point, Hepper finally dropped the act. "I don't. I spent it all." Then, she said, with a cold, serious tone, "Anyway, skip that. If we don't drag them back here right now, we won't be able to afford the rent next month. We have to do whatever it takes to find them." Boxerong stood there, frozen in place. "No," the girl lost her composure, grabbed Hepper by the collar and shouted, "Are you kidding me right now? Are you out of your mind?" Boxerong screamed, demanding an explanation. "You spent all the money? Then what about the 6 months of rent? And the deposit I gave you when I came of age? What about that?" The girl couldn't believe this cruel reality. Could that really be gone too? Boxerong kept questioning her. "No way, don't tell me you spent that too." Hepper didn't say a word. She just stubbed her cigarette right into Boxerong's face. The girl screamed in pain. Ah. Now annoyed, Hepper asked, "Are you crazy? I let you manage them because you're the oldest. Who do you think you are?" Looking at Baksurong, who was trembling on the ground, Hepper continued. Who saved you from that bastard stepfather? Who used to beat you like a dog, and gave you a place to sleep and eat? I know that son of a bitch's number. You want me to call him to come pick you up? Suddenly, she remembered something. Oh, that's right. Hepper turned on her phone, thinking to herself, if they see this, they're going to be absolutely miserable. Baksurong asked, terrified, what are you planning to do? Hepper bared her teeth and hissed, the shelter doesn't call families? I don't buy it. If a place like that existed, it would have shown up since I was a kid. On the other hand, Hanjuri was smugly recounting the hardships she went through with Oh-jun in the prison's orientation. It's not that easy, girl. You have to work way harder than that. Even for someone as famous as Hanjuri, you still have to get down and scrub the floors until you're exhausted. Then, Hanjuri described the badass vibe of the older sister, Oh-jun. Oh-jun slammed the book she was reading shut with a loud thud and tossed it aside. She only said one thing, do it properly. Oh-jun lay on the side, quietly listening to Hanjuri. The whole cell suddenly went dead silent, even though they all knew each other's circumstances. Since Sister Oh-jun was a convicted murderer, no one dared to mess with her. Hanjuri reached the end of her story. I was captivated by her look back then. The girl stretched and sighed. I'm still not used to the sleep schedule compared to when I was in detention. It's only 9 o'clock and I'm already sleepy. Hearing that, Oh-jun obediently sat up and said, then go to sleep, Hanjuri. Hanjuri happily added, you get to sleep early too. Tomorrow I'll take you to see Sister Oh-jun. The girl at the Protection Bureau said, we have to leave early in the morning to make it in time for the visit. Thinking of this, Hanjuri got even more frustrated. I have to go back to detention tomorrow? Whatever. At least I got to eat a ton of good food. Oh-jun just smiled silently and reached out to turn off the light. As Hanjuri drifted into a deep sleep, Oh-jun lay there, tossing and turning. She stared up at the ceiling and whispered, I'm used to working all night, so now I can't even sleep, Oh-jun thought to herself. But hearing Hanjuri's story, it seems like my sister, who cries so easily, felt really comfortable in prison. Suddenly, her phone started ringing. Oh-jun reached for the phone, muttering to herself, oh, a text message? Maybe I should play a game so I can fall asleep. Suddenly, the message on the screen made Oh-jun turn pale as a sheet. Back at Hepper's neighborhood, it was late at night. Standing on the rooftop, Hepper said excitedly, just waiting for them to show up is enough. Just then, the balcony door slowly opened. Seeing the kids come looking for her in fear, Hepper shouted mockingly, oh my, you're back, my lovely little darlings? She grinned with her gapped teeth, looking thrilled. Not a minute late. I wonder what would happen if I pressed send. Inside, the phone was the message that had made the kids come back. Hepper intended to message their parents. I know where your kids are. Please come to the Youth Training Center in District O. The Education Rights Protection Bureau has detained them illegally. Saying that, Hepper grabbed Oh-jun by the hair and yanked it hard. She bellowed, you bitches think you can rebel, huh? Then, Hepper slapped Oh-jun across the face, hard. Hopper relentlessly assaulted Oh-jun Young, continuing to taunt her. You're all insane, aren't you? Is there really nobody else you can trust? So you have to rely on that. That bunch of losers, huh? She shouted. Do you honestly think those idiots won't call your parents? That's just how the law works in this country. You're nothing but your parents' property. The terrified children could only bow their heads. After slapping Oh-jun Young so hard her nose bled and her face was bruised, Hopper didn't stop yelling, you're all just garbage, born into garbage families. From the very start, there was never going to be a peaceful place for the likes of you. At that moment, Oh-jun Young boldly retorted, no, there is such a place. She lifted her head slightly and said, a place that gives me a warm bed and 3 meals a day on a set schedule. Oh-jun Young continued. A place where the bastard parents and the bunch of trashy adults who exploit kids for money would never dare to set foot. Hearing this, Hopper was momentarily startled, then sneered loudly. Are you crazy? There's no such damn place. Oh-jun Young reached into her pocket and said, why wouldn't there be? Her next move made Hopper jump back in shock. Oh-jun Young pulled out a sharp knife and declared maniacally, I told you it was real, didn't I? At that same moment, Hanjuri was completely unaware, busy rolling around in her sleep, dreaming of lovely things, when suddenly, Hanjuri jolted awake. She sat up and rubbed her eyes like a sleepy cat. So annoying, Hanjuri grumbled. Being out here is a total pain. Turns out, only the prison cell was actually decent. It even had a bathroom inside. Suddenly, Hanjuri looked over and didn't see Oh-jun Young anywhere. There was only a note on the bedside table. She said, confused, huh? Inside the note was a message from Oh-jun Young. Hanjuri, I'm gonna go find my crybaby sister myself. Hanjari clutched her forehead in frustration. What am I supposed to do now? There was no time to think. Hanjari hurriedly said, I gotta take a leak first. Meanwhile, Oh Jun-young, knife in hand, was charging straight at Hopper. Hopper dodged, but the blade still slashed her shoulder. Blood sprayed out. Hopper grabbed her wound and screamed in pain. Arg! She shouted. You crazy, psh! You actually stabbed me? Oh Jun-young calmly replied. What did the internet say again? She looked down and said in a low voice. Causing serious bodily harm gets you 2 to 5 years, right? So, what's the average between 2 and 5? Oh Jun-young slowly lifted her face, battered from the beating she'd just taken. Since I'm only 16, if I want to stay there until I'm an adult, I need at least 4 more years, right? Didn't I say the sentence was 2 to 5 years? Oh Jun-young continued. But 2 to 5 is a bit vague, isn't it? Hopper stammered, terrified. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, Jun-young kept walking forward with the knife. I'm still just a middle schooler. Even if I commit a crime, my sentence will be reduced anyway. Seeing this, Hopper panicked and screamed, What are you doing? Grab her, she yelled. Stop her for me. Take that knife away from her. However, the 2 ringleader kids stood frozen like statues, completely stunned. Oh Jun-young closed in on Hopper and whispered with intense bloodlust. That's right. If I just give you a light stab, I won't get to stay there for 4 years. So, to be absolutely sure. She looked up slightly. I'll just have to kill you. Looking at a face that looked just like a murderer's, Hopper was so scared she was drenched in a cold sweat, her mouth hanging open as if her jaw might drop off. Then, she bolted toward the door, screaming at the top of her lungs. Ugh! Oh Jun-young relentlessly pursued her. Hopper kicked the gate open, completely panicked, and ran toward the neighborhood. She thought, that brat is truly insane. She actually wants to be in prison until she's an adult, just to escape that house, and to escape me? Suddenly, Hopper let out a twisted laugh. She thought to herself, actually, prison doesn't sound half bad. Recalling her own childhood, Hopper had also been a child suffering from domestic violence, forced to find a way to survive. She remembered running away from home and witnessing a terrifying, filthy society. She'd been beaten until she bled and lay shivering in the cold. Hopper regretted that when she had to live in that filth, why didn't she think of that? Just then, as she was frantically running through the darkness, Hopper was panting heavily. Suddenly, she saw Lim Han-rim and Han Jae-ri. They had arrived. Hopper was stunned. Without hesitation, Han Jae-ri moved, and Lim Han-rim launched a direct attack. With just one punch, Hopper's teeth and lips were a mess. Taking that powerful blow, she flew backward and landed in a miserable heap. Han Jae-ri looked on with admiration. Wow, that was so cool. Your punch is amazing. Lim Han-rim looked flustered. Oh, no, I didn't expect. Han Jae-ri continued to praise her. It's okay, she took your punch head on. Just then, the 2 saw Oh Jun-young approaching. Seeing her beaten face and the sharp knife in her hand, they were shocked. Oh Jun-young? A knife? Lim Han-rim tried to calm her down. Jun-young, don't do anything reckless. Put the knife down. However, Oh Jun-young twisted her wrist and said, I'm sick of it. Sick of the fact that every time I ask for help, they just call my family. I'm sick of being threatened because of that. She swung the knife and shouted, I hate everything. Suddenly, Han Jae-ri crept up behind Oh Jun-young and whispered in her ear, if you do that in front of that lady, you're gonna die. Then, Han Jae-ri jumped onto Oh Jun-young, pointing at Lim Han-rim with a hateful tone. That lady is with the Protection Bureau. Do you know how cruel they are? Just look at me and you'll know. Lim Han-rim was extremely confused. Wait me? Han Jae-ri kept snitching. She has a really temperamental personality. That's why she threw me in jail, just for the heck of it. Lim Han-rim was speechless. So that's how much the kid resents me? Oh, Jun-young struggled and yelled, I want to go to jail anyway. Let me go. Han Jae-ri hugged the girl firmly and asked, do you know what they care about more than catching the perpetrator? Han Jae-ri gently took the sharp knife and continued, it's the safety of the victim. Han Jae-ri added, they always play mind games with criminals because they know exactly what to do to make sure the victim doesn't suffer any more harm. I've been through it, so I know for sure. Han Jae-ri promised firmly. You won't be dragged back home anymore, I promise. Hearing this, Oh Jun-young was so moved she burst into tears. Han Jae-ri triumphantly asked, see, got it? She looked at Lim Han-rim and gave a thumbs up. The girl was even happier. Suddenly, Hopper, lying flat on the ground, scoffed. Heh, you won't be able to keep that promise, she smirked, continuing, because I've already sent that message to all those traitors. How dare they run away and not come back? It turns out that Hopper had sent a message to the families of the children who had run away from home. The message read, "I know where your children are. Please come to the Youth Training Center in District O." The Youth Protection Bureau had forced the children there illegally, but Hopper figured that by now, on the other side at the youth center, the parents were yelling loudly, "Is Kok-hyun here? You dog Park So-rong, get out here right now. What do you think you're doing? Why did you dare drag our kids here?" They shouted as if they were the victims. "Release our children immediately, or I'm calling the police." The kidnappers. One of them even talked tough. "Call the cops? Go ahead. Call them." The brothers and sisters of the Do family also chimed in. "You dog. Oh Eun-jung, get out here now." At that moment, Hopper said with amusement, "Especially your dad, Oh Eun-jung. He told me he'd be here right away," she added mockingly. "I don't know about the other parents, but yours definitely showed up. Hee hee, hee hee." Hearing this, Oh Eun-jung was so terrified that her whole body trembled, unable to stand. Hopper stood up and added, "According to Article 914 of the Civil Code, as far as I've heard, children under guardianship must reside where their guardians specify." She believed that no matter if they were abused by their parents or what, they still had to go home if their parents came looking for them. "That is the reality of this country," Hopper shrieked. "That's why I need someone like me. I am the evil that this society needs." At this moment, Lim Han-rim and Han-juri stared at her with deep disgust. Han-juri asked uncomfortably, "Whoa, is this the final declaration of war from a villain?" Thinking back to earlier, the girl wondered if her own expression was the same. Seeing the two of them so calm, Hopper was extremely confused. Why are they reacting like this? Lim Han-rim wearily held her head. If she isn't threatening, she's just rambling. How does the senior predict everything? Beside her, Han-jae-ri spoke up. "Hey, you old hag, we've already planned for everything. You won't be able to take your children back." She smiled meaningfully. "You've done well. If those people show up at this moment..." On this side, Oh Eun-jung's father had been handcuffed, looking completely bewildered. He shouted loudly, "What is this? Take these cuffs off." Hwa-jin calmly replied, "How convenient. I don't have to go through the trouble of finding everyone one by one." He started pointing fingers. "First off, the charge of child abuse. Come on in, right now." The father jumped in shock. Hwa-jin spun the iron handcuffs and grinned mockingly. "Gee, I wonder who the owner of these cuffs will be next," he said in a serious tone. "Assault, neglect, gaslighting. Don't worry, everyone will get their turn. You trashy parents." The parents were absolutely stunned. Cold sweat poured down their faces. Those who were not fit to be parents were all gifted a pair of handcuffs. Everyone was in total shock. They didn't understand what kind of bizarre situation this was. Hwa-jin coldly handcuffed them one by one. They panicked and cried out, "What? What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you a cop?" After finishing, Hwa-jin started to speak. As I announced earlier, he stated bluntly, "You all are criminals guilty of domestic violence and kicking your children out of the house. You will all be taken to the police station for investigation." Hwa-jin shook the handcuffs on his hand with a mocking expression. "But I will give you one last chance. If you want these cuffs off, please follow me." Inside the private room, the parents were forced to sit still, as if about to be given a real lecture. The bald man asked irritably, "Tell me the truth. You're not a cop, right?" Hwa-jin handed out papers to each person and smiled. Well, I will explain slowly. So just take these first." Holding the paper in their hands, everyone's face darkened. Hwa-jin announced loudly, "Starting now." The parents began to feel a bit uneasy in this confusing situation. Hwa-jin continued, "I will take the cuffs off those who sign here." The paper in their hands was a consent form to send their children to a long-term youth protection center. Someone asked, "Long-term youth protection center? What is this?" Hwa-jin explained calmly, "The country will replace parents who commit domestic violence and protect the children safely." Then he said sternly, "We have already gathered 10 pieces of evidence regarding your domestic violence through the victims' testimonies, and none of those children want to return home." Hwa-jin continued, "If you sign here and promise not to approach those children anymore, then we can end this here." Suddenly, a woman loudly questioned, "You talk about domestic violence, but what do you base that on?" She said, trembling, "I don't know about the others, but I have never laid a finger on my Kok-hyun." Then, the woman had the audacity to ask back, "Do you know how long he has been roaming away from home? Give my Kok-hyun back to me." Hearing this, Hwa-jin calmly pulled out his phone. "Oh, you are Kok-hyun's mother?" Kok-hyun's voice sounded out. "I thought if I just passed the foreign language high school entrance exam everything would stop, but I didn't expect that was just the beginning." Mother always forced me to be number one, number one, number one, among the most outstanding students. How could I always be number one? Every day I studied until I fell asleep on my desk. And yet, suddenly, Mother walked in with a knife. She held the knife to my throat and said, "If I die, will you wake up?" It seems she has gone crazy, and I couldn't live anymore because it was too suffocating. At this point, that woman froze completely. She could only let out a gasp. Kok-hyun continued, "At that time, I knew I could only do one of three things. Either I die, or I kill my mother, or I run away from home. And among those, there was only one best choice." Hearing that, she stood up abruptly and shouted in justification, "That's not true. I just wanted to help Kok-hyun wake up." Hwa-jin said seriously, pointing it out. "Your behavior is called gaslighting, manipulating the psychology of others. I have felt very lucky that Kok-hyun didn't choose to die, but ran away from home instead." Then, he smirked and continued to turn on his phone. By the way, let's listen to another example. A boy's voice sounded out, making the tough father jump in shock. "Every time I go to sleep, I hear the sound of things being smashed. Dad got dead drunk again today." And a scrawny, terrified woman, when she heard her daughter's voice, knelt down and begged her mother. She told her mom that if things kept going like this, her stepfather would eventually kill her. But her mom never said a single word to him about it, not even once. The bald-headed father was no exception. As she was eating the bread a friend had bought for her, suddenly, Dad grabbed a baseball bat and hit her. He yelled, "I've got no money, I can't find a job, and I'm starving here. How dare you eat by yourself? Why did such a piece of trash have to be my father?" Sob, sob. Even the fierce-looking father could only grit his teeth in anger. When he heard the children recount the abuse, he realized that it wasn't until middle school that the kids understood. The no-dad life was just a way to tame them. He did it so they couldn't fight back. He asked in a stern voice, "Now, do you think they're rotten, or are they defying you, which is why they ran away? Since I started this job, I've heard many special cases from these kids, but you guys fall into a special, serious category. Honestly, I'd love to throw all of you in prison for what you've done." Hwa-jin added, "But the kids don't want their parents in jail. You should be grateful that the measures I've proposed prioritize the kids' wishes." Hearing this, the parents' expressions turned incredibly ugly. Once that was done, Hwa-jin said flatly, "Well, if you all understand now, just sign here and leave quietly." Suddenly, one brazen man started lying. He let out a sigh and, not knowing his place, added, "Ju-won and Jun-won actually prefer the mother who abandoned them over me, you know. You get it, right? Kids always like their mom more than their dad." Then he played the victim again, but it's honestly sad. Why do they hate their own father so much? Watching this, Hwa-jin felt absolutely sick. He just wished he could lunge at him and beat him to a pulp. Getting cocky, the man grinned defiantly. Think about it carefully. What kind of father would ever dare lay a hand on his own daughter? At this point, the others started joining in. That's right, they're lying. Who knows, maybe when they were out there, they were hanging around with those kinds of people. They roared like wild animals. Exactly, it's all a lie. They just love running around outside. That's why they say those things. Just because I got mad and scolded them once, they ran away and lied. Is that why? So, okay, Hyun doesn't like to study. That's why he says that nonsense. It's all because they don't understand their parents' hearts. Sure enough, it was pure human nature, even those who weren't worthy of being parents were acting arrogant. Fine, call the police then. Let's see who's the real liar, they shouted loudly. What a bunch of bastards. We gave birth to them, raised them, and this is how they repay their parents. Helpless, Hwa-jin reached for his phone to dial 112. At that moment, the kids couldn't take it anymore. Gathering their courage, they spoke up. With a bruised face, Oh Jun-won asserted, "I'm not lying." Little Jun-won looked toward her father. "Are you even human? How can you lie so blatantly without changing your expression?" At that moment, the man went silent as he realized it was Oh Jun-won. The girl gritted her teeth, trying to endure the pain from her countless wounds. Then, Oh Jun-won stepped forward and said, "Auntie, uncle, I know why you want to call the police." She knew this better than anyone else. "Because you've been reported to the police a few times before, haven't you? You know that even if they report it, the police will just tell everyone to settle it themselves because it's a family matter. So it's the same this time, right?" Seeing through them, they could only stay silent. "Oh," Jun-won said, trembling, "yes, that's right. I guess that's how it is. Everyone knows that, which is why you demanded not to call the police. Do you even know who was worried about you? Which is why they did that." Then, she powerfully raised her voice. "But this time, I'm going to spill everything you did to me and my sister. How many times? How many times? Oh Jun-won was determined to bring this to light. "I'm going to make you wear an electronic ankle monitor for the rest of your life," she screamed. "You dog! You trash!" At that moment, the fire of anger in his heart began to boil over. He yelled at his daughter. "Oh Jun-won," he roared like a wild beast, "how dare you do that to your own father?" Seeing this, Lim Hun-rim and Han Jae-ri quickly stepped up to protect Oh Jun-won. Finally, the hacker standing behind them started to lose it. She glared ferociously at the group of parents. Then, the hacker delivered a straight kick right into the face of Oh Jun-won's father. Everyone was completely stunned by this action. The man flew several meters away, teeth and lips mangled, with blood spraying out like rain. In the blink of an eye, he was pinned flat on the ground. The hacker growled, full of rage. "I was gonna let it slide." She looked at Oh Jun-won's father with contempt and continued, "And just watch the traitor get dragged home like a dog." The hacker's eyes were filled with killing intent. "But your voice sounds just like that damn old bastard, so I couldn't help myself." Then she turned to the rest of them. "Hey, you pieces of trash, you say the kids like running around outside? That's why they do this? Then can you teach me how they've been able to survive all this time?" The hacker directly spoke the painful truth. The girls get taken away to serve men, while the boys are hired to do dirty jobs. The ones who don't listen or don't perform well have to starve all day so you can discipline them, right? He. Hearing this, even someone like Han Jae-ri was so outraged that she clenched her fists, secretly wanting to punch him. The hacker grinned and continued. "But you know, not many of them run away. You guys know why?" she loudly declared. "Because they'd rather stay with me than in a family like you lot." Then, the hacker laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha ha. Don't you think it's hilarious?" she shouted. "Want me to teach you a few interesting things? Most of the runaways like me were kids who ran away from home. I am the future of your children. Ha 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 ha." At this moment, Hwa-jin stood by quietly, because, no matter what, the things she said were the truth. After the barrage, the hacker let out a sigh. Her eyes were brimming with tears. Suddenly, the hacker noticed the document lying right next to Oh Jun-won's father. She picked it up and asked, "What is this? A consent form? Ha ha ha, this is seriously insane." Then, the hacker turned to Hwa-jin and said mockingly, "Hey, Mr. Civil Servant, doing things like this isn't going to change a damn thing, is it?" She continued, saying, "Why don't you let someone who ran away 11 years ago teach you what to do?" The hacker pointed at the form and glared, enunciating every word. "You need to change the agree on this consent form." Looking at the parents who were foaming at the mouth, Hwa-jin spat out, his voice sharp with criticism. "These damn parents shouldn't have the right to be parents anymore. This country shouldn't even judge them for it. You have to let kids abandon their parents if they need to." Junjong was momentarily stunned, because even though she was a direct victim, she couldn't stand up and fight back as fiercely as Happy. The man, filled with rage and sharp-eyed, screamed at Junjong, and she turned back to scold him. "Damn you! You're enjoying this, aren't you?" The challenging voice echoed. "Who gave birth to you? Who raised you until you were this old? Huh?" People around them started whispering. Did they really call the police? Amidst the crowd's criticism, Junjong remained deep in thought, her gaze distant as if reflecting on something. She didn't say a word. Du Gangmi was being escorted to prison to face the consequences for the crime she had committed. Han Jae-ri ran after her, teasing her relentlessly. "Oh, Auntie Oplin," she said with a bright smile, her tone laced with mockery. "It won't be long now. We'll see each other again. Make sure you live well until then, okay?" Du Gangmi's jaw dropped in shock, her face battered and pathetic. The police had collected all the evidence and documents. Hwa-jin and Sergeant Lim Hun-rim stood to the side, watching the criminals being led away. Lim Hun-rim let out a sigh. "It really is heartbreaking, isn't it?" Hwa-jin listened quietly, taking a light drag from his cigarette. He looked toward the parents standing there, his voice dropping as he lamented. "Even if the parents show up, none of these kids want to see them." Lim Hun-rim paused, then added thoughtfully, "I used to think kids ran away because of warped thinking, but now I've realized so much, and I've been reflecting on it a lot." She sighed, as if struggling internally. "Even though it might not be the right thing to say, I truly empathize with them." At the hacker's words, she startled and turned to look at Hwa-jin, realizing she had spoken too much. "Ah, I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that." Hwa-jin calmly reassured her, "It's all right." He couldn't hide the bitterness in his voice as he continued. "Society might think it's wrong for children to abandon their parents, but in terms of meaning, it's not actually wrong." Lim Hun-rim's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Hwa-jin. He tilted his head, as if contemplating the current state of children. He analyzed further. And the issue of children under 12 committing crimes, he furrowed his brows, his expression full of concern. Or the school violence that occurs, it all becomes serious when we judge their behavior by adult standards. Hwa-jin took a drag from his cigarette and sighed, his voice tinged with frustration. It means our country doesn't respect children's right to self-determination at all. His voice became sharp as if to emphasize his point. They just treat minors like children and don't really care, or want to know what the kids actually want. Hwa-jin shook his head, his voice weary. Children are losing their voices, and adult thinking is pushing them into a quagmire. Furthermore, no one takes responsibility for these laws that are full of loopholes. They don't even care about fixing them. While he was busy, analyzing, a young boy walked up to him. "Excuse me, sir?" The boy looked very anxious. "Is it true that this place won't contact our families? Besides that," he added as a warning, "statistics show that every year, there are about 24,000 cases of missing children who run away from home." The boy stared at Hwa-jin and said, "We had to take the train from Busan to get here. Can you take us in? Or is this place already full?" To the boy's question, Hwa-jin remained silent, tapped his cigarette ash, and then gently lifted his head. "Follow me." The group of boys obediently bowed their heads and answered, "Thank you, sir." Sergeant Lim Hun-rim heard Hwa-jin's words, a look of surprise crossing her face, but she tried to stay calm, despite the terrifying numbers he had just mentioned, and his way of treating these pitiful children. Hwa-jin continued, his voice calm but not hiding the gravity of the situation. But the actual figures could be as high as 120,000 cases. Meanwhile, the whole country has only 130 youth support centers, with over 1,200 staff members. This number is nowhere near enough to help runaways. He lowered his voice as if doing mental math. Estimating the budget. The budget to care for 120,000 children annually is about 240 billion won, which is less than 0.6% of the 43 trillion won, which is the government's budget for addressing the low birth rate. Just then, in prison, Jun-jong received a handwritten letter and a picture from her younger sister. In the letter, her sister wrote in great detail, "Sister, this is my high school uniform. I'm going to school now and living very well, so you don't need to worry about me anymore. We'll see each other again soon." Han Jae-ri walked up from behind and cheered happily. "Wow, Jun-jong looks so much prettier. She looks more radiant too." She looked at Jun-jong and excitedly suggested, "Jun-jong, whenever you get to meet her, let me come with you. Please, please, please." Suddenly, an authoritative police voice rang out. "Everyone, pay attention. This is the new arrival." Another woman stepped forward, bowing to everyone with a solemn expression. "Hello, everyone." Han Jae-ri and Jun-jong's eyes revealed shock as they saw this person. The woman looked flustered but had to confess the unwelcome truth. I was sentenced to 3 years and 6 months in prison for the exploitation of minors and brokering prostitution." She continued to introduce herself. Her gaze was full of sadness, but also a hint of defiance. "I am Do-gang-mi. Since there is only one women's prison in the whole country, the Cheongju Women's Prison, therefore, most female prisoners, including minors, are held here." Do-gang-mi acted frustrated, as if wanting to explain, but I think the judge misunderstood. "I was only helping the kids who ran away from home." As soon as the words left her mouth, a notebook flew straight into her dirty face. Han Jae-ri, filled with rage, scolded, "You wretched hag, you're finally here, huh?" Jun-jong glared with uncontrollable anger and spoke to her. "You tortured those kids and only got 3.5 years? If I were the judge, I would have given you 36 years. Do-gang-mi was flustered and speechless. You, finally." She remembered this person and gasped. Han Jae-ri? Han Jae-ri nonchalantly responded, her voice calm but filled with defiance. "Didn't I tell you? We'd see each other again soon." Do-gang-mi stood face to face with her, her angry gaze wanting to pierce right through the person in front of her. "Why you?" Han Jae-ri smirked, her voice dripping with mockery. "Say it, Auntie Oplin. I have something I absolutely must clarify now that I've run into you." Without hesitation, she stepped forward, pointed at the woman's chest, and declared loudly, "I am Han Jae-ri, not Daly." Han Jae-ri, got that? She turned toward Do-jung and pointed straight at the woman standing in front of them. "Do-jung, this is the hag right here." She gritted her teeth, anger flaring up. "This is the devil who tortured and exploited you." Hearing this, Do-jung's eyes dimmed. He calmly scratched the back of his neck and said, "Shouldn't we throw a welcome party for our newcomer?" Han Jae-ri smirked with satisfaction. "Heh, you're toast, lady," Do-jung coldly ordered. "Use your tongue to clean the floor. Go." Hearing this, Jong-mi gnashed her teeth in rage, her whole body trembling, but she was powerless to do anything. Do-jung then returned to the orphanage. After wrapping everything up, The Hwa-jin group spoke politely but urgently. In that case, we must ask for your permission to return to the Ministry of Education. I apologize for troubling you all this time. The director replied gently, offering a kind smile. Oh my, what trouble. I'm actually very happy that I can help children who have nowhere else to go. She paused, as if suddenly remembering something, then turned and said, Oh, that's right, Inspector. The director smiled, her eyes kind. A child who just arrived said they really wanted to meet the inspector. If you're free, could you offer them some counsel? Hwa-jin was surprised and pointed to himself, verifying, Me? Very quickly, he met the boy. The boy had shaggy black hair and was named Gyu-jung. His voice was trembling but laced with a hint of relief as he said, I managed to escape before I was almost killed. The boy reminisced with a grateful smile. If it weren't for those men fishing there who helped me, I probably would have become an ingredient in Mom's kimchi. Hwa-jin looked at him in shock, his tone full of empathy. What did your parents do to you? If you want them punished, Joan Sanjio can help you report this to the police. Gyu-jung jumped, quickly waving his hands to explain. Ah, no, that's not it. My parents are good people, he continued, his expression turning serious, his tone filled with indignation. Besides, even if you report it to the police, it's useless because they're all in on it together. Gyu-jung recounted with a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear as he remembered. The ones who tried to kill me were my own neighbors, on a night as black as ink, with torrential rain that showed no signs of stopping. In front of the local police precinct, where the red light was flashing, the sound of the TV blared from inside the room. Get out here! I told you to come out! Get out here! Hurry up! The man watching TV laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The characters in the village all spoke in the local dialect. The police officer couldn't stop laughing and kept praising it. That's what you call an entertainment show. But 15 years ago, it was way better. Now, they're just sitting there arguing. The police station door was kicked wide open by someone's hand, making the officer jump and look up. This was the teacher, Sun Hee-sung, whom the boy Gyu-jung wanted to mention. Sun Hee-sung stood in the pouring rain, having spotted the light from the station, and stepped inside, her voice trembling with anxiety. Officer, officer! The officer turned around, looking surprised to recognize the young teacher. Oh? Aren't you the new teacher? He looked at her with curiosity and a hint of concern, asking, What happened that you're here so late, when it's raining this hard? Sun Hee-sung looked at him with pleading eyes, her voice full of fear and desperation. Please, help me. The police officer nodded, trying to calm her down. All right, just take your time and tell me. Just as the teacher was about to speak about the people in the village, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. The village chief appeared, cutting off their conversation. He clicked his tongue, his tone full of annoyance. Why is it raining so hard, I wonder? The police officer jumped, exclaiming, Oh, for heaven's sake! What brings you here, chief? The village chief looked at him and answered gently, trying to appear calm. Nothing much. It's raining too hard, so I just stepped in to get out of the rain. The village chief quickly cast a glance at the teacher, Sun Hee-sung, who was soaked to the bone, standing to one side. He bared his teeth in a grin and tossed out a sarcastic remark. Oh my, isn't that the teacher? Are you here to hide from the rain too? At his words, Sun Hee-sung didn't dare utter another syllable. The village chief suddenly offered, I have an umbrella. My house and yours are close by. Let me take you home. Sun Hee-sung hesitated, wanting to say something, but she didn't know how to open her mouth. Officer, he cut her off. It's decided then, sir. Sun Hee-sung looked around, her eyes wide with helplessness as she was cornered by the village chief. The police officer only then paid attention to her and asked, By the way, what was it you were going to say earlier? Sun Hee-sung bowed her head, her voice faltering as if she wanted to explain, but was terrified by the village chief's cold gaze. In the end, Sun Hee-sung was forced to return home with the village chief. The two of them shared an umbrella. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. The village chief smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he asked, I heard you graduated from a university in the city, right? Then surely you understand the law well, don't you? He continued with a threatening tone that made Hee-sung shudder. But have you ever heard this saying? The laws of the king must yield to the customs of the village. Hearing this, the teacher was suddenly horrified, sweat beads pouring down her face in fear. The red umbrella in the village chief's hand dropped to the ground. He stepped closer, his eyes flashing with a cold, threatening glint. Because those who break the law in this village don't have to face the village's punishment? He shoved both hands into his pockets, his face twisted as he spat out every word. Hee-sung backed away in horror a few steps. She cried out in despair as she saw the entire village had arrived and surrounded her. Unintentionally, Gyujung passed by. He was hiding behind a wall, witnessing everything. But he was very timid. He only dared to steal a glance at the scene ahead and sighed. They've all left. Looking at the pitiful, crying teacher Sun Hee-sung, he silently prayed, "Someone, please save my teacher." Gyujung stared into the distance, his voice filled with nostalgia as he recalled the first time he moved to the village, standing in front of a large house. He remembered his father's joy at the time. "Wow, look, this is our house," he sighed bitterly. "My father was always working his back to the bone to earn money, always longing for a free, comfortable life in the countryside." His father rested his hands on his hips and said to the whole family with pride, "It's quite grand, isn't it? How could we ever dream of a house like this in the city?" Gyujung took a long breath, remembering the initial excitement when spring arrived and the whole family prepared to move to the countryside. Spring came, we packed up. Moving everything to this village, I was so exhausted by the cutthroat competition at school in the city. So honestly speaking, he paused, recalling the initial warm welcome from the neighbors, his voice tinged with a mix of amusement and sarcasm. "Oh, welcome, our new neighbors." That's what they had said. Gyucheon shook his head, his face darkening as the reality set in. But it didn't take long for the truth to hit. Two men walked up to introduce themselves. The one who spoke first was the head of the village elderly association, and the guy next to him looked a bit younger. "And I'm the village chief." Gyucheon's eyes turned icy. This place wasn't a paradise, it was hell. He let out a bitter, mocking laugh when recalling the massive sum his family never saw coming. His own father was the most shocked, blurting out, 30 million won? The village chief stood in front of Gyucheon's newly built house, his tone calm, but his eyes sharp with scrutiny. "I guess you city folk wouldn't know, but in this rural area, there's a village development fund that every resident is required to contribute to." Without blinking, he stared straight at Gyucheon's father with an uncompromising attitude. "If you want to be a resident here, you need to pay by next week. Seeing such a grand house, your family must be well off, right?" Gyucheon's father stuttered, panicking. He tried to explain, his voice trembling with worry. "Wait a minute, I heard about the development fund and asked the neighbors. They said the fee is only about 3,000 won. Why on earth is it 30 million now?" He looked up at the chief, sighing, and apologized sincerely. "I'm truly sorry, but we had to borrow money just to build this place. We really don't have that kind of money." Hearing that, the chief and the head of the association exchanged glances. The chief raised an eyebrow and smirked with total disdain. "Hey, do you think this is a market where you can haggle? Who told you it was 3,001? The chief's voice turned cold, his eyes threatening the family. "If you keep opposing me like this, I'm not sure you'll be able to stay in this village at all." Gyucheon's whole family heard this and gritted their teeth in fury. But they were powerless. One day, while Gyucheon's mom was driving him to school, just as they pulled out of the gate, a woman from the neighborhood had spread chili peppers all over the road to dry. Gyucheon's mom kept her cool, gently prompting her, "Ma'am, the road is narrow and you've blocked it right in front of our house. What are we supposed to do? Please move out of the way. I still have to take my son to school." The old woman whipped around, eyes bulging with rage. She put her hands on her hips and screamed, "You godforsaken woman, what did you just say? My family has been drying peppers on this road for 3 generations. Where did you even come from to tell me to move?" Gyucheon's entire family stood frozen, not knowing how to react to the villagers' stubbornness and defiant attitude. The air turned heavy and tense. Gyucheon recalled the cold treatment from the villagers, the mocking glares, and the whispers. Being talked about behind his back made him feel like an outcast who didn't belong. The locals were far more extreme in their hostility toward outsiders than he ever imagined. There were even times their house was covered in feces. "What is this manure?" he sighed, a heavy, helpless feeling swelling in his heart. The memory of those people swarming their house with taunts and vulgar attitudes played clearly in his mind. "Hey, you, is your mom home? Tell her to prepare a feast for us." Gyucheon shook his head, thinking about everything that had happened. And the difference between the city and the countryside, even in the city, people weren't this crude or manipulative. The neighbors' voices rang out like salt in a wound. "Oh, look at those new arrivals. I heard they scammed their company out of all its money and ran away in the middle of the night. Oh my God. No wonder their house is so fancy." Hearing the gossip, he felt as if the entire community had turned their backs on him. He lamented, "My parents regret their choice. My school life hasn't been smooth either." Gyucheon's voice grew bitter, but he could do nothing but endure it. Right now, he was being bullied by classmates, buried in the dirt with only his upper body exposed. The antagonist spoke up. "This dog isn't from around here, nor is he a tourist." The guy grinned, flashing his teeth. and wouldn't stop insulting him. If that's the case, he must just be a stray dog. He closed his eyes, remembering the face of Gyu Dongchon, the village chief's third son, who had been making his life miserable. He laughed, commanding him, "Hey dog, bark for us, would you?" Anger surged, and Gyuqian wanted to scream, but he couldn't. He wondered, I don't know if he inherited it from the village chief, but his bullying tactics are so uniquely cruel that not even the city had anything like this. His voice faltered, as if the words were stuck in his throat. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Gyuqian looked into the distance, trying to stay optimistic. It's okay, this is a vegetable field, so people pass by a lot. Just wait a little longer, and someone will help. He hoped someone would come to his aid. But then, he bowed his head sadly. But they'll probably just laugh and add some meaningless comment like, "Oh, look at these kids playing too rough. Kids will be kids. It's not a big deal." The more he thought, the more he grit his teeth in anger. Being bullied here was completely different from the city. Because they weren't just dealing with bullies and teachers. They had to become enemies with the entire village. No one was on our side. Gyuqian's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he saw a ray of hope. Teacher Sun Hee-sung was rushing toward him, giving him a renewed sense of hope in life. Actually, there is still one person. Another voice sounded, gentle and comforting. Are you okay? Gyuqian, the only one who spoke with a city accent in this place. The teacher asked anxiously, are you hurt anywhere? After being rescued, the two sat down to talk. Sun Hee-sung gave a sad smile, as if she were laughing at herself. They're so wicked, aren't they? Sun Hee-sung continued with a gentle smile, trying to encourage Gi-woo. Maybe they're just not used to an outsider yet. Give it some time, and you'll all become friends. The teacher smiled brightly and added, I'm working really hard on it too, so you have to do your best as well, all right? Gi-woo noted to himself that Miss Sun Hee-sung had been transferred here right around the time his family moved in. She was from the city, just like me, so one look was enough to tell how much she was struggling. One day, while walking home from school, Gi-woo saw the teacher working herself to the bone in the fields, being constantly hounded by the people around her. Hey, why are you so slow, teacher? Hurry up, you're absolutely useless. Despite their complaints, the teacher tried to keep her composure, but she couldn't hide the exhaustion on her face. Yes, I'll try to work faster, she replied. She was constantly forced to do farm work with the parents after school hours. I don't know if it's because there aren't many young women in the village, but they were always calling her to these pointless drinking parties. Then they would force her to drink, even though she couldn't handle alcohol. Gi-woo suddenly felt a surge of rage when thinking about these two men, the village chief and that old man. They act like the president and a congressman. If we go against them, our family will have nowhere to live. Her life is probably even more miserable than mine, since she doesn't have a single relative here. Yet, she always stays by my side to comfort me, helping me feel a little less suffocated in this hellish village. Amidst all the hardship and pressure, sometimes the scenery brings a little peace to the soul. Teacher Sun Hee-sung sat next to Gi-woo and sighed. The sunset is beautiful. The view here is actually quite nice, isn't it? But then, a familiar figure appeared, and Gi-woo and the teacher couldn't predict what would happen next. Oh, who could that be? A familiar voice rang out. The village chief appeared, and the conversation spiraled into something else entirely. Isn't that Miss Sun? Miss Sun Hee-sung greeted the village chief, but he couldn't hide the suspicion in his eyes as he asked, What are you doing here? Miss Sun Hee-sung explained gently, Oh, I'm just giving some advice to a student. Gi-woo quickly bowed his head. Hello, sir. But he couldn't help but feel strange having to work in an environment like this. The village chief snapped at him. Gi-woo felt even more flustered. You're not even from around here, so why are you greeting me? The chief turned his gaze back to Miss Sun Hee-sung and asked, Are you free in 2 hours? The teacher was startled and gave a short answer, but in her heart, she knew her life would never be peaceful again. Yes. The chief's words sounded like a demand. I'm hosting a party for the senior citizens tonight. You have to be there. The elders really like you, miss. Hearing that, Sun Hee-sung's face stiffened in panic. She forced a smile. She had no choice but to agree to attend the party. I'll definitely be there. See you later, sir. The village chief left, satisfied. See you later. Gi-woo looked at her with concern and asked, Are you okay? You can't drink alcohol, can you? Miss Sun Hee-sung suddenly smiled brightly and replied, It's perfect timing. I'll take this chance to tell Dongcheon not to bully you anymore. She even gave him a thumbs up. Just trust me, okay? Gi-woo stood there, still feeling unsettled. When he got home, his father handed him a thick, white envelope. He didn't forget to remind him, his voice filled with heartache. Gi-woo, take this to the village chief. His mother sighed, the worry clearly etched on her face. A large sum of money like that wasn't easy to give up. Honey, this is our entire year's living expenses. But his father deepened his voice, sounding strong yet bitter. Then tell me, what should I do? We can't keep living like this. He calmly puffed on a cigarette to regain his composure before continuing. I can take it. Your mother can take it. But what about Gi-woo? Does he ever come home from school without getting hurt? His father's words were like an order, but Gi-woo couldn't help but feel the injustice weighing down on his family. Gi-woo, you have to hand it to the chief directly and make sure he stamps it. Maybe then they'll stop making things so hard for us. Gi-woo opened the door and stepped outside. Suddenly, a downpour began, making the air cold and suffocating. Oh, it's raining? The rain seemed to add to the hardship of life here, making everything feel even bleaker. He put on a bright yellow raincoat that stood out, and that was the very day Gi-woo stumbled upon a scene where teacher Sun Hee-sung was in danger. The teacher's voice broke the silence in the rain. Village chief, I won't say anything. She looked at him in a panic. Please forgive me. I won't tell anyone what I saw at the chief's house. She lowered her voice, making Gi-woo feel like a secret was being revealed, a secret he didn't know what to do with. But the village chief just stood there, grinning with contempt. He continued, his eyes showing clear seriousness, unmoved by what had just happened. You can tell whoever you want, because that's nothing strange around here. But then the chief's attitude changed. His eyes turned sharp, like a warning to both the teacher and Gi-woo. He grabbed the teacher's hair, causing her great pain. Now, let me tell you the law of this village clearly. You better listen closely. I am the law in this village. The chief's gaze was serious and cold as he continued. Every word he uttered was like a decree. Everything that village chief Guan-chun said was law, and the president's command as well. These words carried immense weight, creating the feeling that in this village, everything was controlled by an unstoppable force. The village chief bared his teeth in a terrifying grin, as if to emphasize that what he was about to say would be more important than anything else. What did I tell you earlier? I told you to just sit there and drink. He recalled the scene from before. His voice held a hint of disappointment. But you were shaking and then threw it all up. The elders and I are very disappointed in you. These words were dripping with sarcasm and contempt, as if the teacher had done something so wrong that she could never restore her image in their eyes. The teacher's eyes, as if the teacher had done something so wrong that she could never fix her reputation in their eyes. The teacher's gaze, stunned and completely drowning in despair. A brilliant flash of light suddenly shone down on those villains, leaving them startled and shocked. It was Gu-won. He had gathered all his courage to appear before the village head to rescue Sun Hee-sung. He gritted his teeth in anger and took a deep breath. His expression turned a bit more serious as he continued to explain the situation. I don't know why they're treating you this way, he said, his voice shifting to a tone of genuine empathy, but his tone immediately hardened. However, Gu-won declared, I can tell you one thing for sure, this village is anything but normal. Just wait for me a little longer. When the villagers saw Gu-won, whose presence there was entirely unexpected, they were furious. They lunged at him like a pack of starving wolves, ready to tear him apart. Gu-won spoke with total confidence, as if a plan were already in motion. I'm going to expose the true face of this village. I'm going to find someone to help us, someone even more powerful than those who think they're above the law. This realization made him understand that there are invisible forces controlling everything. Without help from the outside, his family wouldn't be able to overcome these challenges. Finally, Gu-won and Lim Han-rim were on their way back to that village. Lim Han-rim jumped in surprise as a wig was suddenly placed on her head. She looked stunned, adjusting her hair while asking, What are you doing? Hwa-jin looked at her with satisfaction and said, Your symbol as an officer of the Protection Bureau is that red hair, he explained calmly. Because your red hair is so distinctive, it's very easy to remember. But if you change your hair color and wear glasses, you'll just be an ordinary person. Nothing memorable. Beads of sweat appeared on Lim Han-rim's forehead. She fumbled with the wig, her hands clumsy as she fixed it. She smiled at herself in the mirror, feeling both shy and smug. It looked pretty good, actually. Hwa-jin spoke up. This area is cut off from society, so the people here don't just ignore the government's authority, they are also extremely wary. He silently watched the waves and continued. So, we have to escape the government's authority, too. Hwa-jin gazed into the distance, deep in thought, and then spoke up. From now on, we will. Just then, at the pier, there were 3 middle-aged men. Their demeanor was relaxed, and their eyes were fixed on the approaching boat. As it turned out, they were the ones there to welcome Lim Han-rim and Hwa-jin deep into the village. The group stopped in front of a small house that wasn't exactly old, but didn't look new either. The 3 men gave them a warm welcome and introduced themselves. This is the new teacher's living quarters, the village head said with a smile. What do you two think? Please, take care of our village. We just welcomed one teacher, and now there's another one from above. Regardless, though I hope you'll pay plenty of attention to the people here." Lim Han Rim stared at the house, stunned and disappointed. "Just how old is this place?" The old villager spoke up again. "But I heard only one person was coming. Who exactly is the new teacher?" Lim Han Rim spoke up nervously. "Ah, I'm Na Lim Han Rim, the newly appointed teacher." Na Hwa-jin quickly made up an excuse. "And I'm her older brother," he said in a serious voice to smooth things over. "I just happened to be on vacation, and I heard the place my sister works has very fresh air, so I decided to come along to rest." Truly, he lied without even blinking. The old villager chuckled, nodded, and let it slide. He turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something, looked back, and told Lim Han Rim, "Teacher, you still have to meet the principal. So, go wash your face. As for you, big brother, follow me. Let me introduce you to a few of the village rules." Lim Han Rim chirped happily at Na Hwa-jin. "Well, then, I'll head to school, Sunbae Neem." She paused, catching herself. Na Hwa-jin helplessly whispered a reminder. "It's not Sunbae Neem. It's Appa brother." Lim Han Rim felt awkward and quickly covered. "Yes, Appa." While Lim Han Rim rushed off to wash her face, Na Hwa-jin and the three men moved to a corner behind the house to whisper. Na Hwa-jin's eyes went wide with shock at what the old village head just blurted out. 5 million won? Is this old guy robbing them or what? The old man kept rambling. "You city folks might not know, but in this village, there's something called a development fund that every single villager has to pay." He droned on about how since her sister just transferred here and would have to stay for at least 2 years, she's effectively become a villager. "Shouldn't you help her handle the so-called performance review so she can have a good life here?" He didn't even notice Na Hwa-jin's face had gone dark, his hands tucked behind his back. The old man acted like nothing was wrong and added casually, "Usually we charge more, but since you two are still young," Na Hwa-jin was annoyed. "Don't push it, I don't agree," he said, nudging the man's shoulder. "You guys aren't exactly bandits, are you? Why start asking for 5 million? The moment we meet?" The old man narrowed his eyes in frustration and signaled his lackey behind him. The bald guy took the order, walked up, grabbed Na Hwa-jin by the collar, and barked, "You little punk, you want to get smart with us? How dare you call someone old enough to be your father a bandit? You looking to die?" He shoved his stinking mouth right into Na Hwa-jin's face to intimidate him. "See my hair? It fell out because I can't control my power. You want to taste my fist?" Na Hwa-jin looked at him coldly and defiantly, barely sparing him a glance. Suddenly, the old man behind him changed his mind and intervened. Now, stop it." He flashed a fake toothy grin and said, "We aren't thugs. Regardless, if they don't want to become villagers, what else can we do? Just let him take responsibility for his own actions." The bald guy brushed off Na Hwa-jin's clothes and let go. Acting like nothing had happened, he turned to walk away, not forgetting to glare at Na Hwa-jin and threaten, "Watch that face of yours. I really can't control my power. You know." The bald guy asked the old man, frustrated, "Why did you back down so easily? That's not like you at all." The dopey-looking guy chimed in too. "That punk is so stubborn. Should I call the other villagers to come and jump him?" The old man calmly replied, "Things are a bit messy right now. What if word gets out to the outside world? There's no need to rush. Just take it slow." He spoke in a serious tone, ordering his 2 lackeys. "The most important thing right now is to catch that. That brat took the photo and took off. Handle each matter cleanly, no need for extra talk." The 2 guys nodded in unison. Then the 3 of them calmly continued on. The 2 burly henchmen trailed behind the old man. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the village chief stopped dead in his tracks. The 2 henchmen turned around, surprised. He tilted his head, wondering to himself, "We didn't even do anything. So why is he acting like that?" Meanwhile, at the school where Lim Han Rim was, "So, you're the one who got transferred here, right?" The principal greeted her warmly. "You must have had a rough time making it all the way out to this godforsaken place." He followed up with a witty joke. "I bet a young lady like you cried your eyes out when you found out you were being sent here, huh?" Lim Han Rim, feeling uneasy and awkward, replied, "Not at all, sir." She spoke brightly. "Ever since I turned 20, I've decided to stop looking for greener pastures. I'm sure I'll adapt to this place quickly." The principal nodded in satisfaction. "And here I thought, a pretty girl like you would be afraid of a little hardship." He grew bored and reached for a gift box, lighting a cigarette at his desk. People who don't know what this island is really like always assume it's some backwater town, but once they get here, everyone loves it. The air is fresh, and the people are so kind. Hearing this, Lim Han Rim couldn't help but show her displeasure. She quickly spoke up, with a hint of reproach, "Principal, I don't really want to lecture an elder about smoking, But isn't this office a no-smoking area? The old man slammed the table and stood up. Oh, come on. What's the big deal? He blatantly held his cigarette and blew a cloud of smoke right in her face. Lim Han Rim continued. Things like this are just small annoyances here, so don't worry about it. She annoyedly waved her hand to clear the smoke. She glared at him with disdain. The old man, acting lecherous, reached out and rested his hand on Lim Han Rim's thigh, saying, You just need to do your job well. Don't interfere with grown-up business like you did just now. Just learn to listen. His aged, withered hand settled on her lap as if nothing were wrong, and he even brazenly patted it a few times, shamelessly adding, Didn't you have to deal with stuff like this at your previous district before moving here? Lim Han Rim frowned, clearly disgusted. Elsewhere, after talking with the village chief, Hwa-jin hurriedly packed his things, buried his face in his phone, and fumbled around trying to find his way. He was flustered, searching everywhere and muttering, According to the address, the Gujung family's place should be right here, right? Suddenly, a crashing sound caught his attention. Hwa-jin was shocked by the scene in front of him. Across the street, the village chief and two of his henchmen were wrecking the place. Blood boiling, the homeowner shouted in anger, What do you think you're doing? Do you think you're above the law? The thugs ignored him, continuing their destruction. The homeowner cried out in desperate pleas, Please, just stop, I beg you. He was sobbing. He asked the village chief, Why are you doing this? The man calmly stood with his hands behind his back and replied, Didn't I just tell you? He pursed his lips and emphasized, Your son stole the community fund, so as his father, you have to take responsibility. Oh, and don't even think about paying it back. I'm going to drag him out here and make him pay. The wife stood there, tears streaming down her face, helplessly watching their house get torn apart. The husband wasn't going to take it lying down. He flew into a rage, grabbed the village chief by the collar, and roared. With tears and snot running down his face, he cried out in anger, We haven't heard a single word from Gujung either. It's been 3 days, and we've been so worried about him, we haven't been able to sleep at all. He took the money you asked for and vanished without a trace. Aren't you the ones who actually caused this mess? The husband shouted defiantly. Before he could finish, the bald guy, itching for a fight, rushed in and kicked the husband hard. Then he cursed, Humph. You talk like a nagging old woman. Do you think we don't know where you're hiding your kid? Not stopping there, the thug flexed his muscle, raising his baton to strike the husband again, threatening, You aren't going to hand your kid over, are you? If that's the case, I can't be responsible for my own strength. A firm hand reached out and caught the baton right in its tracks. The thug turned around, annoyed, and discovered Hwa-jin, who spoke with a cold edge. Hey, are you planning on interfering? Do you want to die? Hwa-jin calmly glanced at the village chief and replied, Not at all. I was just a bit annoyed, that's all. He smirked and explained, I came here to breathe in the fresh air and relieve some stress, but all I get is a bald guy talking nonsense. Hearing the other person mocking him, the bald guy snapped, You! This bald head is a sign of my power. Before he could finish, Hwa-jin closed the distance, his face icy, and threatened, That 5 million won, do you want me to pay it back for you? Or should I pay 5 million won for your medical bills instead? The bald guy was furious. You! How dare you look down on me? Damn it, I can't hold back anymore. The bald guy gripped his baton tightly and lunged at Hwa-jin. Meanwhile, back at the school, the principal was doing the same thing. After that perverse stroking, Lim Han Rim gave the principal a handshake that could reach the heavens. The old man shrieked in pain. Ag, ag, ah. His arm was squeezed so hard by Hwa-jin's protege that it was swelling up. Lim Han Rim stayed calm, pursing her lips and asking with a cute gesture, Oh, right. So you're the teacher who transferred from the other district, huh? The principal couldn't hold back his writhing screams. Ah, ah, ah. What are you doing? She smirked and continued. I have to learn from you to adapt to life here quickly. I won't let go until you say it. With that, Lim Han Rim playfully squeezed even harder. The principal, unable to take it anymore, grimaced and yelled, Ah, 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 ah. The pain was so real he was literally crying, with tears and snot everywhere, stammering, Are you some kind of thug? Lim Han Rim giggled and replied, Oh my, not at all. How could I be a thug? Over here, after the bald guy's incredibly stupid attempt at resistance, the end result, after just a few minutes, was him lying battered and bruised under Hwa-jin's heel. The village chief and the remaining henchmen stood there, eyes wide in shock. The bald guy under Hwa-jin's shoe stammered and begged, I was wrong. My head is naturally bald. It has nothing to do with me not being able to control my strength. Hwa-jin turned his head and called out to the village chief. The man jumped. Huh? Na Hwa-jin tilted his head, looking at the old man with a smirk. What do I have to do to become the village chief around here? The old man frowned in confusion. What did you say? Na Hwa-jin, his face covered in blood, turned and stared intensely at the village chief, growling, stealing money from people, and acting like a degenerate. If that's the case, it's no different from what I'm doing now. He casually emphasized, I've always wanted to have that kind of authority for once. This position suits me perfectly. The fat old man recoiled in fear, panicked, and shouted, What are you doing? Na Hwa-jin frowned, let out a soft laugh, and stepped forward. Do you still not get it? Back at the school, Lim Han-rim squinted her eyes and smiled cutely, bragging, My brother is actually a thug, you know. Her hand still wouldn't let the principal go. Na Hwa-jin, over on his side, was doing exactly the same, staring with wicked delight at the village chief. With a slight smile, they look like a match made in heaven, their mannerisms even identical. Everyone is overwhelmed by Na Hwa-jin's sheer power. The village head and his cronies retreat helplessly. After cleaning up the mess, he and the husband head into the living room. He pulls from his jacket pocket a thick envelope, handing it to the old man, saying, This is the money your son asked me to send back to the family. According to what he wrote, the kid used 1,000,000 won to pay the fisherman who saved his life, and spent about 80,000 won on travel and food expenses. Na Hwa-jin rubs his hands together and adds, Ju-jung is living very well at the youth shelter, so you don't need to worry too much, sir. The man chokes up, eyes tearing, and nods. Ah, yes, thank you so much. After a moment of thought, Na Hwa-jin smiles and remarks, But I have to admit, your acting was top-notch. I did tell you to act like you didn't know anything because they might come here to stir up trouble, but I didn't expect you to play the part so convincingly. The husband nods shyly. Oh, well, a subtle look of sadness crosses his eyes as he drifts into thought. Even though I said I was acting, in my heart, I really feel that way. Even if Ju-jung says he'll come back, I don't know if they'll leave him alone. Hearing this, Na Hwa-jin's heart aches slightly. He gazes into the distance, deep in thought. After sitting with the husband for a long time, Na Hwa-jin gets up to leave, the man's words still echoing in his ears. He walks along, lost in thought, feeling a hollow space inside. Just then, a voice from behind yells out, Senior! Na Hwa-jin turns around, startled, and sees Lim Han-rim. He sighs, pulls out a cigarette, and scolds her. I told you, it's not Senior, it's just me. What if someone hears you? Lim Han-rim looks a bit nervous and replies, Okay, big brother. Na Hwa-jin calmly cups his hands to light his cigarette and asks, Did you meet teacher Sun Hee-sung? Lim Han-rim looks troubled and replies, Well, about that according to the principal. She resigned voluntarily 3 days ago. He said that teachers from the city usually can't adapt to this place, so it happens often. Na Hwa-jin is caught off guard, his hands freezing in midair. Lim Han-rim wipes sweat from her forehead, gasping, and continues. But if it was 3 days ago, that's the same day Ju-jung ran away. Isn't that a bit strange? Lim Han-rim gives a bitter smile. I'm so used to talking casually to the captain. They walk for a long time before returning to the boarding house. Lim Han-rim walks up to teacher Sun Hee-sung's room, knocks, and calls out, Teacher? Is teacher Sun Hee-sung home? After knocking a while with no answer, Lim Han-rim presses her ear to the door to listen. But she can't hear a thing. She turns to Na Hwa-jin and says, Brother, there's absolutely no movement in there. Na Hwa-jin, also searching around, replies, Yeah, I checked the phone log too. It seems like nobody's here, he ponders. Where else could she possibly stay? Other than this place, in this tiny village? Hearing Na Hwa-jin, Lim Han-rim gets anxious. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through their thoughts. A police officer approaches from a distance and calls out, What are you two doing here? He adjusts his cap and says loudly, This is the dormitory, for teachers. What are you two sneaking around here for? His voice rings out clearly. Wait a second. I don't think I've seen you two before. What are you doing here? As he edges closer, Lim Han-rim immediately switches to her gentle persona. Bowing, Hello. I'm the new teacher transferred here, Na Lim Han-rim. He finally remembers. I've heard about that. You're the new teacher, right? He gestures vaguely toward the other side. Looks like you're lost. This side is teacher Sun's room, while the other side is teacher Na's room. How does a cop know all this so clearly? Lim Han-rim acts shy and timid. Oh, I see. To end the conversation, she and Na Hwa-jin turn and head in the opposite direction. The officer calls out, Do you need me to show you the way? They reply helplessly, No need, thank you. I understand now. As they walk away, Lim Han-rim switches to investigative mode. Having spotted something suspicious, She says, "Brother, that person." Hwa-jin calmly nods. "Yeah, he was spying on us. The village head probably ordered him to do it." Lim Han-rim looks at him, worried. "So, what do we do now?" "Originally, I was planning to get teacher Sun off this island if her situation was serious." Hwa-jin thinks for a long time, then turns to her and instructs, "Tomorrow, when you go to work, keep your poker face on. If you can, try to dig up some information from the other teachers," he says sternly. "And one more thing. If the village head's side tries to pull anything shady with you, you have to act like a fool." Hwa-jin warns her seriously, then looks back at where the officer was standing. He is glaring at them. Hwa-jin lowers his voice, emphasizing, "He's more than just a cop." Night falls over the village. The principal and the village elders gather to drink. Tipsy, the principal furiously recounts what happened earlier. He bitterly brings it up. Where did that brat come from? Daring to call the principal a gangster? Ugh, so annoying. And that bitch's personality isn't normal either. He brags, "I was going to touch her a little, but she dared to hold my hand. How is that little girl so strong? She nearly broke my wrist." The village head listens intently. He ponders for a long time, then boredly raises his glass to down it. The principal keeps babbling. "And I heard that the thug snuck into that bastard's house, right? Could he be a wanted criminal? He said he came here to hide because he got fired." Just then, after a patrol, the officer following Lim Han-rim and Hwa-jin finally arrives. He greets them. "The advisor is here." The principal waves his hand cheerfully. "Oh, the advisor is here. Is he?" The village head calmly puts his glass down and says, "Come on in." The principal eagerly grabs a bottle of soju. "Sit here. Do you want a shot of soju?" The officer quickly declines. "What's wrong, elder? Don't you know how much I hate soju? It's damn trash. Hey, what are you doing in there? You maid. Bring me some soju, now." A voice from inside hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." The village head, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "So, what about them?" The police officer, while taking off his shoes, answered, "Those damn bastards went to that teacher's house. It looks like they're snooping around Miss Sun's dormitory." Hearing this, the village head paused. The glass he was about to raise to his lips hung in midair, but he quickly pretended that nothing was wrong. He downed his drink in one gulp and asked, "Miss Sun's dormitory? What are they doing there?" The police officer quickly replied, "Well, they said they were lost." The officer tilted his head, feeling a bit suspicious. "But I find it very strange how they keep poking their noses into every single corner." Just then, a middle-aged man walked over with a bottle of soju in his hand, saying, "Here's your drink," and began making his rounds to fill everyone's glasses. The police officer didn't pay any attention to him and continued talking, relying on his instinct from years on the force. "I'm sure they're hiding something." He turned to the village head, raising his voice. "But hey, sir, what are you planning to do? After all, he already hit someone. We should just arrest him right now." The man with the bottle walked over and stood right next to the officer, pouring the drink slowly. The officer was too busy talking to notice the person next to him, letting the man serve him. "Just say the word sir, and I'll drag that bastard in immediately." The alcohol flowed steadily from the bottle, slightly overflowing the rim of the glass and touching the officer's hand. His eyes widened, and he snapped his head around to glare at the man. "What the hell?" He cursed loudly and flicked the glass of alcohol into the man's face. Furious, the officer stood up and yelled, "How dare you spill alcohol on my hand, you piece of trash." The man bowed his head timidly, apologizing over and over. "I'm so sorry, sir. Please forgive me." The officer, lacking any shred of humanity, flew into a rage and punched him right in the face, cursing, "You're older than me, and you still don't know how to pour a decent drink?" Without a care for what was happening, the village head raised his glass again, muttering, "The two of them just got here, and they're already snooping around Miss Sun's house?" He let the officer continue to abuse the man. The officer's verbal abuse rang out continuously, calling him a dog and other insults. The village head narrowed his eyes, staring into the distance, emphasizing, "I doubt that's a coincidence. Is it?" The next morning, Lim Han-rim officially started teaching. She excitedly went to school to greet the other teachers. "I'm Na Lim Han-rim. I'm the new teacher officially assigned here." She gathered all her courage and spoke clearly. "I'll be in charge of physical education. I look forward to working with you all." Taking a deep breath, Lim Han-rim bowed deeply to everyone in the room. As soon as her introduction ended, the room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone didn't care at all, doing their own work without even looking up at her. Lim Han-rim felt embarrassed, remembering Hwa-jin's advice from the morning, "I still have things to do, so you just act the part well." Rumors here spread fast. She immediately realized, so that's how it is. That annoying guy. Just then, a coughing sound came from the doorway. Lim Han-rim turned around, startled. and discovered a hunched figure walking in. Surprised, she blurted out, "Oh, village head." The old man had his hands clasped behind his back, pretending to be kind, and asked, "Everyone working hard as usual?" Hearing a familiar voice, everyone in the room immediately jumped up to greet him. "Why is the village head here? Are you doing well? The abalone you gave me last time was delicious." The atmosphere completely shifted from before. The teacher standing next to her also hurriedly spoke up. "Oh my, if you wanted to come to school, you just had to say a word, and we would've." He laughed it off and waved his hand, asking, "Did you check the weather forecast? They say there's a storm coming tonight." He squinted his eyes and continued, "So, all the villagers are busy reinforcing the embankment. Besides, there are many young people here. Could you lend me one of them?" The old man pointed his chin toward Lim Han Rim, implying, "I wouldn't mind if it were the girl over there." Hearing the village head's request, the teacher immediately tilted his head toward her and asked, "Ah, Miss Na, could you go?" One of the other teachers spoke up. "Wait, today is her first day at work. Will that be okay?" Another one quickly said, "Ah, it's fine. This is a great opportunity for her to greet everyone in the village." Lim Han Rim helplessly offered a strained smile. "Ha, you guys are acting, but you sure come up with excuses quickly." With that, she followed behind him. The village head left the school and headed to a fish market port. He walked with his hands behind his back and asked, "I'm sure you're wondering why I asked you to do this, right? But if I wasn't here, everything would fall into chaos, because I've always been the person who wants to help everyone." Lim Han Rim felt irritated and muttered to herself, "Poker face, poker face. Must act well, must act well." Then she replied, "Not at all, sir. I've lived in a community for a long time, so I understand." The village head smirked, as if he knew something, and said, "Is that so? So you're different from that teacher who didn't know etiquette and ran away, leaving everything behind." Getting the hint, Lim Han Rim hurriedly bowed her head to apologize. "I heard about what my brother did yesterday, sir. After work, I will go find the person he hit and apologize." Hearing this, the village head narrowed his eyes and thought. It seemed like he was calculating something in his head. He pretended as if nothing was wrong, let out a long yawn, and started rambling. Actually, 5 years ago, this village suffered a very harmful misunderstanding. News reports and gossip kept spreading groundless suspicions about our village. He bared his teeth, emphasizing, "Especially, there was a nasty reporter among them. I'm sure you girls aren't like him, pretending to be a fish market manager just to snoop around everywhere, right?" Lim Han Rim felt a bit guilty and hung her head low. The old man continued his rambling, "Ha, just thinking about stopping the news from getting out of here gives me a headache." After walking for a long time, he finally led Lim Han Rim to a small warehouse located right next to the fish market pier. She asked, puzzled, "Why are you saying this all of a sudden, village head?" He did not answer. With professional focus, she unlocks the warehouse door, which creaks open to reveal a group of disheveled, unkempt men. They turn their heads to sneak a glance at the door. Lim Han Rim, wary, frowns and scans the room. The village chief speaks up. "Didn't you girls talk about something yesterday?" He closes in on her, demanding, "Answer me. Tell the truth. That jerk isn't your brother, is he?" A thunderous blow deforms the thugs. An uppercut from below sends the long-haired guy foaming at the mouth. A strike from the side makes the buzz-cut guy's face warp. Lim Han Rim ruthlessly grinds her hand into the blonde guy's face, while the village chief watches from a distance. Seeing the scene before him, he blurts out in shock, "What? You did all that in the blink of an eye?" Lim Han Rim fixes a stern gaze on him. She lunges forward like an arrow and grabs his hand. Trying to block his slap, Lim Han Rim immediately puts the chief in a rear wrist lock, just like a cop arresting a criminal. He can't move, only able to choke out, "H-heng, H-n, H-n." Lim Han Rim tightens her grip, mocking him. "You've heard this line in movies a lot, right?" The chief screams in pain. "Ah! Ah!" Lim Han Rim clears her throat and adds, "If you don't want to die, start talking." Her expression darkens, and she glares with intense severity. "But when I interrogate POWs on the battlefield, I beat them first." She decisively snaps the old man's finger. He looks absolutely hideous with pain. His eyes look like they're about to pop out, as the chief lets out a miserable wail. "Hung! Ah! Ah!" Lim Han Rim stays calm, slowly warning him, "Remember this pain well, because I'll break every single one of your fingers whenever you don't give me a proper answer." Lim Han Rim scowls, pressuring the chief to answer. She raises her voice and asks slowly, "Where is Teacher Sun?" he sung. The chief, cornered, keeps denying it. How should I know where she is?" The old man's face becomes increasingly twisted as he yells, "Ah! Ah!" Lim Han Rim applies pressure, breaking another finger as she speaks with conviction. Don't play dumb. I already know you guys dragged her away 3 days ago. The chief turns his head back and yells at Lim Han Rim. 3 days ago? No, that's not how it went. When we were chasing that kid, the teacher ran in the opposite direction. After that, I don't know anything. We're still looking for her right now. Lim Han Rim stays silent, drawing her own conclusion. She thinks to herself, he's not the type who can withstand torture, and his voice is trembling. Lim Han Rim falls into deep thought, questioning herself. If what he said is true, is Teacher Sun actually not in danger? A warm, deep voice comes from behind. Gosei raises his voice. Please, stop. It makes Lim Han Rim pause. Gosei, with a dull look on his face, speaks slowly. Violence isn't good. We should only say nice things to each other. Lim Han Rim turns her back, already bracing herself to elbow him. She plants an elbow strike directly into Gosei's chin. Gosei's face changes, his eyes widen. Gosei lifts Lim Han Rim up with one hand. She is shocked, unable to react in time. Once she regains her composure, she can only manage, Lim Han Rim turns to look at Gosei, suspicious, thinking, what? This strength, none of this affects him at all. She thinks further. Even Hwa-jin or Uncle Do-hyun. Gosei reaches up to rub his chin. Blood sprays from his lips as he winces. That really hurts. Lim Han Rim keeps questioning herself. Wait, that's weird. The chief, on the other side, stares straight at Lim Han Rim. He says joyfully, well done, Gos. As the chief raises his hand, 2 fingers bandaged together. The chief says angrily, that bitch broke my finger. Gos opens the door to let Lim Han Rim out. The chief is stunned and blurts out, Gosei gently drops Lim Han Rim at the door. She is confused, not understanding what just happened. Gos walks in, waves at Lim Han Rim, and says goodbye. Take care on your way back. Lim Han Rim stares at Gosei with her jaw dropped. Surprised by his actions, a rake immediately flies into Gos's head. The chief helplessly curses. You idiot. He doesn't stop berating Gos. Are you crazy? How dare you ignore what I said? Gos rubs his aching head and defends himself. I didn't, but how could I hit a woman? Gos holds his left eye with one hand and continues. My dad said the same thing, didn't he? He told me no matter what a woman does, I'm not allowed to hit them. The chief growls, shouting in frustration. Damn it! What kind of hellish day is this? The chief swings the rake, taking his anger out on Gos, shouting, even a dog dares to rebel against its master now. Gosei doesn't dare resist, just quickly covers his head. The chief's phone rings, and he answers, speaking loudly. Yeah, you picked a good time to call. Get some people here and catch that bitch right now. The chief pauses for a beat. The other end reports news. The chief realizes something huge has happened. The chief is frozen, rendered speechless. The other side frantically reports, that gangster is at another location. A baton smashes, shattering a car window. The man in the black suit keeps landing lethal blows on the car in front of him. The car owner panics, crying out, The car owner frantically grabs Hwa-jin's sleeve, stopping him. Stop it, please, spare my car. Hwa-jin slowly turns, not saying a word. Hwa-jin shoves him hard, tossing him to the ground without a second thought. A truck driver walks up and shouts, they're trying to build a toll booth to trap tourists, right? The other one replies immediately, that's right. He got permission. That's why he dares to collect a sand tax. Hwa-jin stares at the car owner. The owner just trembles, whimpering. Hey. Hwa-jin uses his pinky to pick his ear, mocking. That's quite a good business on this island. But why are you guys blocking the road to collect a sand tax? It's not like these grains of sand are unfamiliar to you guys, right? Hwa-jin sits down with the ladies who are gossiping nearby. He casually grabs a handful of potatoes, puts them in his mouth, and says loudly, ladies, let's gather around and gossip. The ladies aren't exactly friendly toward the young man wanting to join their group. They glare at him. The crowd gossips. Hwa-jin, that damn brat is turning this whole island upside down. He throws trash at a degenerate and shouts loudly, why do you dare to bring trash to other people's houses to dump it, huh? The woman behind him crosses her arms, adding fuel to the fire, saying sharply, that's right. This hasn't just happened once or twice. In front of everyone, the litterbug receives countless looks of disgust. Hwa-jin settles countless issues one after another. A police officer comes to break up the chaos, yelling, hey, you trashy thug, causing everyone to turn and look. The officer keeps shouting, in broad daylight, you dare to harass the citizens, huh? The old men watching also quickly chime in. Gang up on him and grab him. We only trust the officer. That cop, taking it upon himself to pass judgment, shouted, you've been caught red-handed for your thuggish behavior. Hwa-jin kept the cigarette in his mouth, his face showing no fear. On the contrary, he smirked, sneered, and landed a punch right into the officer's gut. It sent the cop flying. The officer was terrified, foaming at the mouth, letting out a wheeze. The nosy crowd around them quickly rushed to help him up. They shook the cop and yelled, "He's gone crazy! How dare he hit a cop?" "Officer, are you all right?" A cop lay sprawled on the ground. The two old guys kept questioning. "Is this what you call being a cop?" One of them raised his voice. "Everywhere on this island, trouble is breaking out, and you're never around. What makes you any different from a dog waiting for these old farts to whistle so you can come running, tail between your legs?" Hwa-jin raised his hand to take a drag, smirked, and said, "I went to check it out myself. That so-called police station is nothing but a dog kennel with 2 dogs inside. If you're so good, come and arrest me." At night, the villagers gathered in front of a house. One man, dissatisfied, started the fuss. Even the police were beaten. Where did those savage thugs even come from? Doesn't South Korea have any rule of law? The president of the village senior association slowly replied, "Hey, officer, the 2 of us demand that you request reinforcements from the district station." The tall cop looked tense and said, "I've already requested them, but due to the storm, they can't make it in time." The president of the senior association turned and snapped, "What? If that's the case, aren't we just being held hostage here? And what is their background anyway?" "They're tearing this village apart looking for teacher son," the village chief conceded, softening his tone. All right. Why request more people? We should resolve our village's business ourselves." The village chief looked up at the sky, calmly saying, "Ho ho, it's already getting dark." The chief's expression shifted. His face became incredibly sly. He smiled gleefully and whispered, "The weather tonight is perfect for punishing 1 or 2 people, don't you think?" Elsewhere, Hwa-jin was sitting down discussing things with Lim Han-rim. Hwa-jin asked, "They don't know either?" Lim Han-rim avoided Hwa-jin's gaze, trying to answer, "Yeah, it seems they aren't lying. I even used military-grade interrogation methods, and they still claim they don't know," she added. "After that, I went to ask the teachers at the school, but not a single one knew anything. I also contacted the port authority to see if she received help and left the island like Gu did." Hwa-jin's face remained calm. He didn't say a word, just silently listening to Lim Han-rim. Lim Han-rim looked at the dark house, flickering with only a dim light. She probed, "But, Senior, why aren't you turning on the lights? You're using an oil lamp instead, and you've even pulled the curtains shut." Hwa-jin replied curtly. "Oh, we're having some guests over later," Lim Han-rim asked, confused. "Guests?" Hwa-jin's eyes narrowed. He whispered, "Actually, they're already here." The murmurs of the villagers could be heard just outside. They were marching in a group, carrying hoes and shovels, slowly approaching Hwa-jin's hideout. One shouted, "They're asleep, right?" The other replied, "They didn't turn on the lights, so I'm not sure." One of them sneered, "I thought city people stayed up late. Turns out they go to bed early." Hwa-jin tossed the baton toward Lim Han-rim. "Here, hold this tightly." The 2 stood up. Hwa-jin took a fighting stance, one hand gripping his baton. He asked, 2 versus how many dozen? You confident?" Lim Han-rim replied, "Confident?" Lim Han-rim breathed out, smiled, and answered, "You make me a little disappointed asking that." She thought of the blockheads standing outside and scoffed. "In a village surrounded by mountains with a bunch of people who have no guns and no proper training," she added slowly, "I can handle 100 of them." Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim grinned from ear to ear, gripping their batons, ready to sweep through the villagers that night. The village men, carrying hose and pipes, gathered in front of the guest house. The neighborhood watchman pulled out a key, surprising everyone. Originally, they intended to use the pressure of the crowd to break down the door. One man asked, "You even have the key?" The watchman smiled smugly, answering, "The village chief gave me a spare key." He inserted the key into the lock, muttering, "Those 2 came here and messed everything up. Even without the chief's word, this task would have fallen to me anyway." Suddenly, the watchman took a punch to the face, leaving him in agony. The key fell from his hand. The person standing next to him panicked, watching the watchman fall with a bloody nose. Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim opened the door, fully prepared, having waited for these people for a long time. Hwa-jin cheered, "Wow, there really are a lot of you." In front of them were the able-bodied men of the village, holding weapons, standing in a defensive stance. Ready to fight, a fat man with a shovel charged forward, filled with resentment, shouting, "You bastards, you should have been sleeping by now, because now, you're going to get beaten a whole lot more." Hwa-jin calmly asked Lim Han-rim, Remember your tactical training? Lim Han Rim replied with supreme confidence. Of course. Pow, 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 pow. The two darted past the villagers as fast as the wind. The villagers were attacked before they could even react, left in utter shock. Hwa-jin taunted. If you're so good, try and catch me. Nah nah nah. The thug gritted his teeth, his jaw clicking. Look at that bastard. The people behind him were just as furious. Because of Hwa-jin's provocation, they became even more enraged. They charged in with a roar, get them. Lim Han Rim was incredibly frantic. She ran while scolding him. That's too dangerous. How could you say things like that? Hwa-jin just calmly whistled and replied, wait until you're 30 and you'll understand. Rain began to pour down heavily. The village men rushed into the woods, trying to hunt the two of them down. When the teacher turned 30, the sky opened up with a torrential downpour. The men in the village rushed into the woods, trying to hunt the two of them down. One of the thugs snapped. Why the hell does it have to pour rain right now? We should have caught them way before this. His buddy next to him tried to calm him down. Aren't we already past the mountain? Where the hell could they go? The guy roared, threatening, just wait until I get my hands on you, Hwa-jin. She was hiding right behind a tree nearby, but he was completely oblivious. He arrogantly continued, we're gonna tie you guys up to a tree and beat you until, before he could finish, a hand clamped over his face. A muffled, choking sound echoed through the woods. The other thugs heard it and started frantically looking around. As for the arrogant one, he was being put in a chokehold by Hwa-jin, his face turning beet red. He struggled and sputtered, unable to breathe. A moment later, he went limp. He hung motionless in Hwa-jin's grip. She looked satisfied and started counting. One down. Hey, you toothless loudmouth, get out here. Seeing that violence and threats weren't working, she tried a different approach. We'll go easy on you guys. But who's stupid enough to walk out and get beaten up? Lim Han Rim sat on a tree branch, silently observing. Waiting for the others to scatter, only the loudmouth from earlier was left alone. Suddenly, Lim Han Rim dropped down and locked him in a chokehold with her legs. He couldn't even scream anymore. He could only manage to wheeze. Ki. His hands clawed at Lim Han Rim's legs, trying to push them off. But the more he struggled, the tighter Lim Han Rim squeezed his neck. Driven mad, he shouted at the others ahead. What the hell is going on? Over here. This spot, Lim Han Rim teased him. They can't hear you. The rain is way too loud, isn't it? The guy froze in place. Lim Han Rim flashed a feral smile, saying, a heavy rainstorm in the forest. In conditions like this, a civilian chasing an agent? That's basically suicide. The rain thundered across the entire area. The village chief muttered softly, man, it's really pouring out there. This storm is no joke. He folded his hands behind his back, staring into the rain, complaining, it's just two people. Why is it taking them so long? He pulled out his phone to call the men. He snapped, hello? Have you caught them yet? The voice on the other end stammered in pure terror. Chief, something's not right here. One of the buzz-cut thugs continued, there were over 30 of us. Now there's only 4 of us left. Behind him was a guy with glasses, a small-time thug nervously scanning the area, and a huge guy standing as still as a bear. The buzz-cut thug described it with horror, as if the mountain had a demon picking them off one by one. He trembled and begged, Chief, can we just come back now? We messed with the wrong people. The buzz-cut thug screamed in panic. Behind him, Hwa-jin and Lim Han Rim approached. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed from the other end of the line. The village chief's face shifted from calm to deeply worried. He barked into the phone. Hello? Hey! Hwa-jin picked up the phone from the ground. The buzz-cut thug had already been knocked cold. The 2 weaklings behind him were cowering, whimpering. But the bear-like guy remained calm. Hwa-jin answered, Village chief, you've done a very terrible thing. Her voice sounded dark. In this kind of weather, a few unexpected accidents probably wouldn't be all that strange. Right? The chief went silent, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hwa-jin hung up, lit a cigarette, and asked, So, do you guys know what's coming to you now? She glared at them with a menacing gaze. There's only one way I'll stop. Tell me where Miss Sun Hee-sung is. The 2 shrimps were terrified by that look. The big guy, still calm, spoke up. I know where she is. The small-time thug was shocked and looked back. The big guy asked, But why is a thug like you looking for Miss Sun? Lim Han Rim tried to jog her memory. That person, the thug shouted in shock. Gozé? Why are you? A baton smacked into his mouth. He cried out in pain, Herc. Seeing this, Gozé asked with concern, Are you all right? Hwa-jin spoke up. From now on, everyone except him, shut your mouths. Hwa-jin looked at Gozé, took the cigarette out of her mouth and asked, All right then, tell me, where is Miss Sun right now? Hwa-jin was cut off. Before anyone knew it, Gozé had appeared right in front of her, his hand ready to slam down. He brought his hand down on Hwa-jin's head. The attack hit like a boulder. Luckily, Hwa-jin was agile enough to block it in time, but her arm was already turning red. Hwa-jin stared silently at Gozé, then countered with a punch to Gozé's side. The man stumbled back, clutching his stomach. Lim Han-rim panicked. "Senior, are you okay? Be careful, he's strong." She looked at Hwa-jin with concern. Hwa-jin rubbed her arm. "I think my wrist might be broken." Lim Han-rim was extremely alarmed. Hwa-jin continued. "It looks like one of my arms. Won't be able to move for a while." Gozé cut in. "I don't hit women, but I do hit men," he said in a deep voice. "Besides, a thug like you is a bad person. I can't let kind, miss. Son, fall into your hands." Lim Han-rim stepped in front of Hwa-jin. "Senior, please step back. I'll handle this." Hwa-jin stepped forward. "If you step in, that's against the rules. He said he doesn't hit women, remember?" Hwa-jin smiled. "But don't worry. You can deal with the rest of them. This is the perfect one-on-one match." In Gozé's memory, the whispers of the village elders played back. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Why is he so slow? He's even slow at talking. Aigu, he's just big but acts like an idiot. Everyone, regardless of age, looked at me with the same eyes. Gozé, every day, the village chief would come to vent his anger on him. Why can't you understand what I'm saying? Even the old man's son would bring his gang along to blow off steam. Look at this. He's just like a punching bag. Living under the village's abuse like that. Gozé always thought, I must be someone who deserves to be beaten. But then, a gentle voice spoke up. "Hello." Back then, Gozé was cleaning the boats. Hearing the greeting, he looked up. It was Miss Sun, with such a kind face, striking up a conversation with him. "The weather is lovely today, isn't it?" Miss Sun was the only person in the village who looked at me with a gaze as warm as the sun. From that moment on, I decided, if anything happens to Miss Sun, no matter what it is, I will protect her. Gozé lunged to punch Hwa-jin, but luckily she dodged. The village chief put on his raincoat and went outside, grumbling, "Idiots! All of you are gathered together, and you still can't even catch two people?" He glanced back, deep in thought, wondering what he should do now. "She's chasing me. I need to hide." The village chief came up with an idea. Back in the forest, Gozé and Hwa-jin were locked in an intense battle, but it was only Gozé attacking, while Hwa-jin kept dodging the blows. Seeing Hwa-jin refusing to fight back, Gozé yelled, "If you're a thug, then fight me head on. Why are you just dodging?" Gozé swung a fist with the force of a weight. Hwa-jin ducked down low and managed to dodge. Phew, he let out a sigh of relief. He silently thanked the heavens for sparing him. If he'd taken even one hit, he would have been done for. Behind him, Han-rim was gripping a baton tightly. He kept advancing, forcing them to back down. With a thunderous blow to the head of the thug named Gyang, the bespectacled guy saw it and shrieked in terror. He turned to run, screaming as he ran, "I surrender! Stay back!" Lim Han-rim looked like he was possessed, chasing him down. In the end, the bespectacled guy met the same fate as Gyang. He also took a baton strike to the head. Lim Han-rim turned to report to Hwa-jin. "Senior, I'm done here," she asked. "Need me to help you over there?" Hwa-jin was silent and focused, so she didn't answer. Gozé was already getting anxious, thinking, "Oh, please just land a hit." Hwa-jin swung her right arm, lunging at Gozé's face with an uppercut that made him dizzy and go cross-eyed. After that strike, Hwa-jin followed up with a leg sweep, sending him crashing to the floor. As Gozé fell, he realized, so that's why Hwa-jin was dodging my attacks this whole time. If he had actually attacked, I would have been dead by now. Hwa-jin looked down at him and reached into his jacket pocket. It was clear now there was a scar on top of Gozé's head. Go saw Hwa-jin taking something out of his pocket and blocked him with his hand, terrified and trembling. "Is he attacking me?" Hwa-jin held up an ID card. Department of Education, official ID. Hwa-jin. Ministry of Education Protection Bureau, he said in a gentle tone. "I apologize for the rudeness. You were so worked up, I didn't have any other choice." Gozé stared, wide-eyed and dazed. Hwa-jin explained, "We aren't thugs. I'm with the Ministry of Education Protection Bureau, and I'm here to help Teacher Sun. You said you wouldn't let Teacher Sun fall into the hands of bad people, right? Based on what you said, it seems like you've been protecting Teacher Sun from the village chief. No villagers can hear us right now. Can you tell me where Teacher Sun is?" Ghost was stunned by what he heard. "So, I've been misunderstanding the good guys this whole time?" He remembered a rainy night when the village chief screamed, ordering the whole village to capture that brat, while his hand was gripping Teacher Sun's hair. He told the villagers, "I'm going home now, so take her there for me." Teacher Sun, noticing he was distracted, struggled free and ran. The chief was furious, shouting, "What do I do now? Damn it!" Teacher Sun ran headlong into the night. Even though she was running out of breath, she forced herself to keep going. She tried to escape that place. Suddenly, a hand clamped over her mouth. The village chief's voice echoed, "Teacher Sun, don't waste your effort. Come on out. You've seen everything. So don't think you're leaving here." Right then, Goes, who had been covering Teacher Sun's mouth, hid behind a wall. Waiting for the chief to leave, Go-se let Teacher Sun go. She looked at him, completely bewildered. Go said to her, "Follow me. There's a place where you can hide." He took her to a room and kindly asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable staying here?" Teacher Sun, holding a stack of documents, looked up at Goes. He was holding a bag of items. He explained, "Since early this morning, I've been sneaking clothes and food from your house." Seeing her say nothing, he startled and shyly added, "Oh, I didn't look at your undergarments. I closed my eyes while I grabbed them." Teacher Sun said in a sad tone, "It's okay. Thank you." Ghost told her his escape plan. "I've stolen the village chief's boat key. It looks like a big storm is coming. Once the storm stops, I will definitely." Teacher Sun interrupted, asking, "Can you make a phone call?" Worried, she said, "The police cannot be trusted because the village chief has connections with the authorities. Could you call the Ministry of Education Protection Bureau to help me?" Seeing Gose go quiet, she whispered, "If you don't know the number, you can call information to ask. Is it possible?" Gose froze for a moment. Then he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry. I can't make calls right now." As he remembered everything, he realized, right, there really is an Education Protection Bureau like she said. Gose knelt before Hwa-jin. "I am truly sorry." Hwa-jin replied, "I'm the one who should be apologizing." Gose said honestly, "Teacher Sun is currently at the fishing club's house. Except for when I go to clean up. Only the fishermen ever go there. Follow me. I'll lead you to there." Hearing that Teacher Sun was still safe, Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim smiled with relief. Outside the inn, thunder rumbled loudly. Teacher Sun was writing something by the desk lamp, looking out the window at the heavy rain. She thought, "Is it true that I'll be able to go home once the rain stops?" She quickly calmed herself. "No, even if I can't go back, I can still send this diary to the Ministry of Education Protection Bureau." A rattling sound interrupted her thoughts. Outside the door, someone was struggling to find the key. "Which key is it? Hurry up," Teacher Sun thought joyfully. It must be Go's. When they couldn't find the key, she went to open the door. "Are you back?" Like a bolt from the blue, she went numb seeing the man in front of her. It was the village chief, looking at her with a lecherous expression. He squinted and asked, "Oh, Teacher Sun. So, you were here? Teacher, did you know the villagers were very worried when you suddenly disappeared?" Hearing this, Teacher Sun's skin crawled, and cold sweat streamed down her face. The village chief entered the room and locked it behind him. "It's perfect. I have plenty of things to ask you, Teacher Sun." Then, his voice changed into a growl as he shouted, "You bitch! Did you call that thug here, didn't you?" The sound of Teacher Sun screaming echoed behind the door. Even though it was raining cats and dogs, Hwa-jin's group didn't care much. Everyone was soaking wet, frantically searching for Teacher Sun. Kim Sun-cheon suddenly pointed into the distance and yelled, "Over there!" They looked toward a dark, dilapidated house at the edge of the forest. He insisted that Teacher Sun was inside. All three didn't think twice and rushed in, kicking the door wide open. But then, they froze in their tracks. Inside the room, other than the messy, filthy pile of stuff, there was absolutely no sign of the teacher. Kim Sun-cheon's voice rose in denial. "This can't be." Not wasting a second, they stormed into the room, splitting up to check every corner. Kim Sun-cheon looked confused, stuttering, "See, where is the teacher?" Lim Han-rim quickly assessed the situation and said to Hwa-jin, "Senior, it seems like someone broke in here." She turned to Kim Sun-cheon and asked, "Did you tell anyone the teacher was here?" He replied, "No, I didn't tell anyone at all." Meanwhile, Hwa-jin was focusing on observing the fragments left on the floor. Thankfully, they hadn't missed a clue. Kim Sun-cheon suddenly remembered and shouted, "Ah, the village chief. He also has a key to this room." Looking down at the floor, a small table was flipped over, and a fairly thick notebook was torn to shreds. Hwa-jin grabbed the notebook and flipped through it to find more information. His eyes darkened as he realized, "It's all ripped out. Don't tell me the village chief?" At that moment, the knot in his chest loosened. Knowing the truth, he hurriedly rushed outside and told his two partners. Based on the tracks left behind, they couldn't have gone far. Let's chase them. Kim Sun-chae and Han Rim didn't question him. They rushed out into the heavy rain. Han Rim asked, Senior, you know where they are? Now Hwa-jin, in a rush, replied while running, Isn't it obvious? Meanwhile, the village chief and the teacher, at the seawall, angry waves crashed against the structure, sending white spray flying. A man's voice echoed slowly. Teacher Sun, you really shouldn't have done that. Kneeling right by the seawall was Teacher Sun Hai-sung. She was soaked from the rain, her arms tied behind her back, and her mouth sealed shut with duct tape. As she knelt, the man continued, If you had any grievances, you could have just said them out loud. Why did you have to write every little thing down like that? The village chief's face was vicious, devoid of any mercy. Hidden in a dark green raincoat, he continued to preach his cheap morality and blame. The girl shivering in the cold before him, This is all your own fault, so don't blame me. Cold and wicked. Facing a man like that, Teacher Sun Hai-sung looked up at him. Her entire body shook uncontrollably. The dark circles under her eyes were prominent, showing just how exhausted she had been for days. She remembered the past, when she had first set foot on this land. She was still young, full of life and hope, and well-dressed. She stood in the school's staff room, smiling brightly as she listened to the introductions. This is Sun Hae-sung, our new appointment. These days, there are so few teachers in remote areas. It's quite surprising that Teacher Sun volunteered for this. The principal standing beside her shouted, Everyone, let's give her a round of applause. Everyone clapped enthusiastically, welcoming her to this place. She bowed politely and introduced herself briefly. I am Sun Hai-sung. I look forward to working with you all. Teacher Sun Hee-sung began to retrace those first steps, the start of everything that was happening now. I'm 28 years old, and I just passed the civil service exam. I volunteered to come to this island village. A few people. As a volunteer, I got appointed pretty quickly, but deep down, ever since I was a student, I've had these doubts and deep-seated guilt. Back in university, I felt a profound sense of empathy because of what the professor said about how children in rural areas lack education, since people always avoid those places. My colleagues were really worried about my choice and how I'd adapt to island life. However, she suddenly stopped on the path leading to the small village. A brilliant sunset left Teacher Sun Hee-sung stunned. She remembered how she had shouted with pure joy, The flowers are so beautiful. When I saw that scene, I thought I had made the right decision. But from the very start, I faced problems I never even imagined. From then on, a series of unexpected events unfolded. As time went on, one day, the principal ordered Teacher Sun Hee-sung, Teacher Sun, go to the warehouse and help clean it up. She reported back, But I have a class right now. He didn't even bother listening, cutting her off. I'll teach your class instead. Young people should help the elderly, right? The villagers would just summon me whenever they wanted without any respect. Another day, the village chief forced me to drink with him. When I politely refused, saying, Chief, I can't handle my liquor, he just brushed it off. Drinking is like exercise. If you drink more, you'll get better at it. The peak of it was when even at midnight, some drunken villagers would come knocking at my door. They invaded my privacy so many times. She still vividly remembers the feeling of fear and disgust running down her spine back then. Outside the door, the noise wouldn't stop. Teacher, are you asleep yet? Ugh, they kept clinging to her like ghosts. She thought, even so, I can endure it because this only happens to me. But a group of students passed by while Teacher Sun Hee-sung was busy pulling weeds, looking completely frazzled. One shouted over with a mocking attitude, Hey, Miss Hee-sung, have fun weeding. Another kid walking right next to him, Gu Dongcheon, asked hesitantly, But isn't our rule a bit too harsh? Gu Dongcheon pulled a face and answered in an arrogant tone, That's the only way they'll listen. That kid, blessed by the heavens, added coldly, My dad said parents can endure pain, but they can't bear to see their children get hurt. In the end, aren't they forced to split the money anyway? My dad said, if they agree to pay, he'll give me 10%. His friend exclaimed, 10%? That's 300, right? That's awesome. She could only stand there in silence, watching the backs of those kids, thinking to herself, the truth is, there's a conflict between the villagers and the newcomers over the development fund. The confusion and shock I felt back then are still there, but to use children for this isn't something a teacher like me can just intervene in. Another day, the village chief brought Teacher Sun Hee-sung and Gu Dongcheon to a place. The chief invited us to a drinking party, and because of Gu Dongcheon, I felt I had to go. She even gave a thumbs up to encourage her student. At the party, they kept on trying to force her to drink, even though she didn't want to. Just by smelling it, Teacher Sun Hee-sung immediately covered her mouth, trying to suppress the urge to vomit. As a polite teacher, she said, "Chief, this liquor is too strong. I can't." He cut her off again, blocking her. The chief waved the bottle and said, "This is the ginseng wine that Mr. Park brewed." Then, some guy next to him chimed in, "You won't be able to control your strength after drinking this," the village chief continued, pouring the wine into teacher Sun Hee-sung's cup, ignoring how pale her face had become. The chief said shamelessly, "This is very good for your health, so have another glass." She hesitantly spoke up, "Chief, I have something I want to discuss. You know it too, right? Dongchon has been bullying Kiao." The village chief kept calmly sipping his wine and replied coldly, "Teacher Sun Hee-sung, they'll grow out of it on their own eventually. Do you have some difficulty you need to ask me about?" He looked at the untouched glass of wine in her hand and said, "And yet, your glass is still not empty." She turned pale, stunned, and speechless. Before coming here, she had been so determined, but the old man frowned and said in a condescending tone, "If an elder pours you a drink, you're expected to down it immediately out of respect." Even though teacher Sun Hee-sung thought to herself, "The village head looks terrifying today," she didn't dare say a word. She chose to close her eyes and swallow the burning, throat-scorching liquor while those old men watched with icy indifference. Damn it, the alcohol hadn't even settled before a wave of nausea hit her. Her stomach churned, her mouth twitched, and sweat poured down her face uncontrollably. She immediately left the table, acting as polite as she could. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom for a moment." They didn't even bother to look her way. As she walked away alone, with no one to lean on, the four middle-aged men stared greedily at her backside, each wearing a twisted, predatory grin. Teacher Sun Hee-sung reached a secluded wall nearby, bracing her hands against it as she retched violently. For her students, for herself, the sound of her heaving echoed in the dark. The retching finally stopped, replaced by tears of humiliation, pain, and the sheer helplessness of someone carrying the heavy burden of being an educator. She blamed herself and felt utterly heartbroken, feeling so powerless. Suddenly, a voice called out from inside, "Teacher Sun Hee-sung, are you okay?" The person spoke with genuine concern. "You seem to have had way too much to drink. You should go home and rest." Recognizing the voice of a local villager, she stopped crying and asked, trying to be sure, "Is that you, Goryeo?" She approached the small, barred window. It looked no different than a prison cell, and peered inside. "Why are you here at this hour?" The sight inside left her momentarily speechless. Kim Suncheon was tied up. He had been stripped of his shirt, and his body was covered in bruises. She gasped, stuttering in shock. "You!" A second later, teacher Sun Hee-sung screamed, "Why are you tied up like this? Are you okay?" Kim Suncheon replied gently and calmly, "Oh, I'm being punished because I made the village head unhappy this morning." He even tried to reassure her, "This happens to me sometimes, so please, don't worry about it." Of course, faced with such inhuman treatment, teacher Sun Hee-sung was still terrified. She questioned him. How could they treat a person like this? Kim Suncheon urged her, "Teacher, I think you should run away as fast as you can." Not understanding why the person who actually needed to escape was telling her to run instead, teacher Sun Hee-sung looked bewildered. "Huh? Run away?" Kim Suncheon struggled to explain. "This morning, I heard them talking. They plan to get you dead drunk and then do horrible things to you." He continued, "I couldn't let that happen. If you see anything strange, you need to head home immediately." Hearing this, teacher Sun Hee-sung's entire worldview shattered. Her body went cold, and the blood drained from her face. She stammered, "What? What do you mean?" Before she could finish, the village head appeared right behind her. He mumbled, "Oh my. What is the teacher doing here?" She screamed in terror. The village head remarked calmly, "Ah, you must be surprised to see this idiot, Gory." Teacher Sun Hee-sung didn't know what to do. She stayed frozen, gripping the window bars. She couldn't move even a millimeter. The village head stepped closer and said, "You know his brain isn't exactly normal, right? Get out of here, and don't worry about these things." Terrified, she stood her ground and questioned him. "But how could you do something like that to someone like Goryeo?" The village head stopped pretending. He reached out, grabbed a lock of teacher Sun Hee-sung's hair, and said, "I told you not to worry about it." He brought her hair to his nose and inhaled deeply. "Just get out of here and go back to drinking, shall we?" The implication was clear. Teacher Sun Hee-sung was so scared she couldn't even stand steady. From that moment on, she completely rejected this place. She told herself that while the scenery might be beautiful, the hearts of the people here were anything but. "I have to let everyone know, for students like Goryeo, for the new teachers who will transfer here." The village head's arrogant, malicious words haunted her. "You know what? Even if Goryeo tries to help, it won't make a difference." Returning to the present, The old man kept spouting his warped logic. 5 years ago, there were other fools just like you. They tried to tell everyone the truth about this island. The old man scoffed, reminiscing, scratching his short, stubby beard. It even made the 9 o'clock news. It was complete chaos. Something about slaves and oppressing newcomers as if we were some kind of monsters. Of course, teacher Sun Hee-sung couldn't argue back. She could only stare at him in shock. The village head gradually revealed the truth, but just a few days later, the news vanished without a trace. Do you know why, teacher? He clasped his hands behind his back and stepped toward the poor woman. Because it would have triggered the prejudices of the people in this region. Honestly, that's why the reporters and politicians all kept their mouths shut. Suddenly, he cast a look of disgust at teacher Sun Hee-sung and sneered. But honestly, it's really annoying when others badmouth us. He looked at her viciously. Is there surveillance camera here, I wonder? So, what do we have here? The wolf in sheep's clothing spoke to teacher Sun Hee-sung with calm indifference. If we just make it look like a disappearance due to a storm, then even God above wouldn't know. Hearing these words, she knew for certain that nothing could sway him. No miracle was coming. Perhaps tonight would be the final night of teacher Sun Hee-sung's life. Her tears began to fall, mixing with the heavy rain. Even faced with the teacher's desperate, pitiful, pleading eyes, the village head was determined to stomp on her. With a sudden surge of force, he prepared to kick her into the sea. I'm sure the thug you called for will take a few days to find you. Even I couldn't think of a better way than this. He laughed manically, gathering all his strength, ready to send teacher Sun Hee-sung to the afterlife, cheerfully saying, well then, have a safe trip, teacher. But man proposes, God disposes. Kim Soon-chan lunged out of nowhere like a bull, slamming his shoulder into the village head's face, forcing his murderous plan to fail instantly. A thunderous blow from Kim Soon-chan successfully broke several teeth of that disgusting piece of trash and knocked him unconscious. Teacher Sun Hee-sung was stunned, unable to process what had just happened in the blink of an eye. She turned to look at the fat man lying motionless on the concrete, her eyes wide. Kim Soon-chan walked up to her side and called out gently. Teacher? He asked with concern. Are you okay? Knowing that a miracle was truly happening, teacher Sun Hee-sung trembled from head to toe. Looking at the savior who risked everything to rescue her, she couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. Tears streamed down her face like a fountain. Kim Sun-cheon gently removed the tape from the teacher's mouth. Sun Hee-sung asked with genuine concern, Teacher, are you all right? Blood was dripping from the village chief's nose and mouth. Behind him, the village chief was still bleeding profusely. Kim Soon-chan moved behind the man and untied the teacher's hands. Sun Hee-sung, her eyes still swimming in tears, stammered, You. Unexpectedly, the village chief snapped out of it in just a moment. The short, stocky man scrambled up, glared at the young pair, and started cursing, Go, go, you little rat. With spit flying from his mouth, he screeched like a rabid dog. How dare a dog like you bite its master? Are you dying to die, Kim Sun-cheon? Kim Soon-chan just stood there without a word, listening to the old man's venomous words with calm and extreme restraint. He replied respectfully, I apologize, village chief, but no matter what, killing someone is. The village chief's anger was like a volcanic eruption. Nothing could stop it. He charged at Kim Sun-chan, still fuming. You idiot. He grabbed Kim Sun-chan by the collar and started berating him. You stupid brat. Didn't you see what that woman wrote? Didn't you see? She's already ruined our village. He ordered Kim Sun-cheon, disregarding right from wrong, shouting as if Kim Sun-cheon were nothing more than a mindless animal. We have to shut her mouth. Now do it. Throw that woman into the water, right now. As the two were struggling, a man's voice cut through. Don't. You can't do that. Hwa-jin walked slowly through the rain, asking the village chief with a mocking tone, Do you think it's just the teacher you're dealing with? What about us? Hwa-jin gave a provocative smile, challenging him. How exactly do you plan to shut this noisy mouth of mine? Lim Hun-rim looked at her respected senior and clicked her tongue. Honestly, sometimes I just don't get why he acts like this. Hwa-jin began his own performance. He spoke with the confidence of a true professional, listing off extortion, bribery of police, hiring people for assault, attempted murder. Hwa-jin threw his official identification card right in front of the village chief and growled, and obstructing a public official in the line of duty. The village chief finally started to panic. He let out a small, fearful gasp and backed away. Hwa-jin looked at him with utter contempt and said nonchalantly, With what we've seen here, plus the other crimes we'll uncover once you're arrested, you'll likely spend the rest of your life rotting in prison. The village chief was terrified. His hands and feet went cold, his spine tingled, and his whole body shook uncontrollably. Without wasting a second, After finishing his sentence, Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim moved in to approach the village chief. The old man backed away, cursing. Damn it. You guys are just government lackeys, aren't you? You damn high-ranking officials. You're from the Ministry of Education. And we didn't even realize it. Teacher Sun Hee-sung finally widened her eyes, recognizing the Education Rights Protection Bureau, and looked at the two, Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim, who were standing firm and unwavering on her side. Teacher Sun Hee-sung thought, they're just like the people I saw on the news. They really came to help me. Thinking of that, Sun Hee-sung was moved, and tears began to roll down her cheeks again. Hwa-jin ordered, Lim Han-rim, cuff him. We'll escort him to the police station once the storm passes. She replied crisply, yes, sir. Seeing her approaching without hesitation, the village chief backed away in fear. He ordered Kim Sun-cheon, go, do it. Throw them into the sea. Kim Sun-cheon asked, confused, sir. Like a wild beast driven into a corner, the old man's eyes were bloodshot. He hissed, if I go to jail, you know what will happen to your father. Mentioning his father was Kim Sun-cheon's breaking point. For a split second, he froze. Lim Han-rim approached the old man, holding out her handcuffs. Cooperate with me, before you get hurt. Yet, before she could make a move, a powerful force struck her a blow that sent her flying far away from the village chief. It was Kim Sun-cheon who had attacked. The blow was so strong that even the village chief had to cover his head. Kim Sun-cheon looked anxiously at Lim Han-rim, who was sprawled on the ground. She struggled to get up and asked, why? Kim Sun-cheon replied, I'm sorry. My father taught me never to hit a woman. But under the pouring rain, Kim Sun-cheon struggled to force the words out, as if it were agonizing for a person who was supposed to be mute to speak. You see, if the village chief gets arrested, my father will die. He postured, saying, the village chief has been paying for my father's hospital bills. That's why I can't let him be arrested. However, his eyes betrayed him. Tears were streaming down his face uncontrollably. Lim Han-rim snapped. She stood up forcefully and marched forward, declaring, if you dare to obstruct, but Hwa-jin stopped her from behind. Wait, Lim Han-rim. Stepping in for his subordinate, Hwa-jin approached Kim Sun-cheon himself. He asked, have you ever been to the hospital to visit your father? Have you heard any news from him? Kim Sun-cheon answered honestly, I can't go to my father because he can only lie in one spot. The village chief nodded frantically. Yes, that's right. Because he's in a coma, he can't visit. Hwa-jin's eyes flashed with coldness. Hwa-jin took out his phone. He calmly asked, Kim Sun-cheon, that's probably not your real name, is it? Give me your name and your identification number. He replied, yes, my name is Kim Sun-cheon, but I don't remember my ID number clearly. The village chief thought fearfully. What is he trying to do? Teacher Sun Hee-sung, standing nearby, recited it fluently. She explained, I found it very strange why you were being treated like this, so I memorized it to search for it once I got back to the mainland. Hearing that, Hwa-jin smiled. Human kindness is truly warm. The person on the other end answered, hello, Captain. Hwa-jin greeted him briefly. Sang-ho, are you awake? Are you on duty? Sang-ho replied, yes, I'm working. Is something wrong, sir? He answered, sorry, but I need a favor. The name is Kim Sun-cheon. ID number is XXXXX-XXXXX. The village chief turned pale and dizzy with fear. He continued, check this person's background for me. The person on the other end accepted the task. Yes, please wait a moment. Not long after, Sang-ho reported back, I found it, but this person is a missing person. Over the phone, the information continued in detail. According to the report, he went missing 15 years ago. His relatives include his father. Hearing those details, Hwa-jin pulled Kim Sun-cheon closer. He asked Sang-ho, because of the rain, I couldn't hear clearly. Can you repeat that? The person on the other end replied clearly, yes, name is Kim Sun-cheon, 32 years old. He held the phone close for Kim Sun-cheon to hear. Sang-ho continued. He was reported missing 15 years ago. His memories of the past surfaced. A young Kim Sun-cheon huddled on a boat as someone sneered. You're 17 and you've already lost your mind, kid? The village chief, back when he was younger, cruelly dismissed him. Just go. It's useless, no matter what you say, the other man replied. He's a bit young, but he meets all the criteria you want. He's got strength, and he's naive. He leaned in, whispering maliciously to the chief. Looks like he's a bit of an idiot. The chief approached 17-year-old Kim Sun-cheon and asked, hey, why aren't you in school? Kim Sun-cheon naively replied, my dad is sick and dying. How could I possibly go to school? I need to pay his hospital bills. Please, just let me work. Once he confirmed that Kim Sun-cheon was indeed foolish, the chief grinned. As time passed, while scrubbing the boat, Kim Sun-cheon asked the chief, who was relaxing with a cigarette, "Chief, I've been working here for a year now. Can I finally get my wages? I need to pay my father's medical bills," the chief asked. "Do you even know how to transfer money?" Kim Sun-cheon replied blankly. "Oh, I can't just send it to them?" the chief cursed. "You idiot! Do you know how far away the hospital is? You want to pay all that transport fee?" He bared his yellow teeth and sneered. "I've been sending your wages to the hospital every month, so don't worry about it. If you mention wages again, you're in for it. Got it?" Yet, young Kim Sun-cheon believed him completely. Feeling both guilty and grateful, he scratched his head and said, "Oh, I see. Thank you, boss." From then on, Kim Sun-cheon endured every hardship, taking any job he could find, whispering to himself, "Dad, I've been working from dawn till dusk. I've been punished plenty of times for being clumsy, but I'm not even tired." Kim Sun-cheon remained naively hopeful because he thought he could help his father. Then, Hwa-jin confirmed it over the phone. His father had passed away 1 year after Kim Sun-cheon went missing. Upon hearing this, before he could even process the information, Kim Sun-cheon snapped. He snatched the phone from Hwa-jin and screamed, "You're lying!" The sudden deafening noise made Hwa-jin wince. "Who are you?" The poor 3-2-year-old man roared like a wounded animal. "I am Kim Sun-cheon. What do you mean my father is dead?" The voice on the other end replied, "Kim Sun-cheon? Ah. So, that's why the captain called me." Hwa-jin announced, "Kim Sun-cheon. I am an investigative officer from the Regional Intelligence Unit. I am truly sorry, but your father, Kim Na-hun, passed away from a severe illness 14 years ago." Unable to believe what was happening, Kim Sun-cheon tremblingly repeated, "Kim Na-hun? That's my father's name." The voice on the phone continued. He had no next of kin, so his remains Kim Sun-cheon turned to look at the village chief. He asked, "Chief, what should I?" The chief had already started running away as fast as he could. Kim Sun-cheon was left in total shock as the chief screamed in terror, "Damn it! 5 years ago, I blocked all the information so he wouldn't find out. But how did he catch up so fast?" A large hand clamped onto his head. Slamming him to the ground, Kim Sun-cheon demanded, "Don't run. Tell me the truth. Is my father really dead?" The chief was momentarily speechless, scrambling for a lie. The chief sneered maliciously. "Ah, well, like they said. But aren't you still alive, Gyo-jae?" The chief continued to manipulate Kim Sun-cheon like a dog. "Listen closely. The only reason you're alive is because I've given you food and shelter for the last 15 years. You can't survive without me." A punch landed squarely on the chief's face. Blood sprayed instantly, like a watermelon being crushed under impact. Lim Han-rim gasped, "Oh my god, he's only had 5 minutes to process 15 years of news." She asked Hwa-jin, "Captain, shouldn't we stop him? He might kill that man if we leave him alone." Hwa-jin took a puff of his cigarette and calmly replied, "We should stop him." He added, "But honestly, I don't want to." The scene before their eyes was nothing short of a massacre. Kim Sun-cheon had lost all reason, repeatedly smashing his fists into the village chief's face. Pain, rage, the sting of betrayal, helplessness. Everything was poured into those punches. Gyo-jae landed a brutal blow on the chief's face amidst the pouring rain. Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim appeared together. They approached the two, who were locked in a violent struggle. Gyo-jae kept swinging his fists, his eyes flashing with a wild, savage light. He collapsed to his knees, sitting atop the unconscious chief, his chest heaving with rage. A moment later, Gyo-jae tilted his head back, letting the freezing rain wash over his face, trying to calm himself down. Gyo-jae sat motionless on top of the chief for a long time, then slowly spoke. "Teachers, what do you people actually teach others?" To everyone's surprise, his voice rang out like a desperate plea. "Then please, tell me, what am I supposed to do now?" He hesitated. "Now, Suddenly, Gyo-jae turned his head. His face was drenched in rain, mixed with tears rolling down in utter despair. He choked out, "What is there left to live for?" 2 days later, the storm had passed. Through the news broadcast, it was announced that the village chief and his associates had been taken to the police station on the mainland. On the screen, the village chief appeared with his head wrapped in bandages, being led away by police, followed by his accomplices. According to the police investigation, many others in similar situations to Gyo-jae were discovered at the chief's property. There was evidence of illegal funds from the village development budget and embezzled wages. The proof, shown as 3 large bags, was stuffed with high-denomination banknotes. Lobbying efforts involving the district office, the county court, and reporters were exposed soon after. The news that the chief wanted to avoid most kept surfacing. The news anchor continued reporting on the major event. The island, isolated for 5 years, was once again in the spotlight. As the events from 5 years ago were replayed, the reputation of the island collapsed. On the other hand, Gyo-jae was put in detention on suspicion of assault. The chief had a broken nose and severe facial fractures. Given the seriousness of the injuries, detention was unavoidable. However, seeing Gyo-jae huddled in the corner of the dark cell, a police officer approached and gently comforted him through the iron bars of the cell door. "Don't be so gloomy. Try to relax. From what I see, you didn't do anything wrong." The officer recounted the situation and told Gyo-jae, "Looking at the current situation, you'll have a chance. Public opinion is very sympathetic toward you. You did this to save people, rather than for any other reason, so you'll probably be released soon." Yet, despite hearing those words, Gyo-jae kept the same blank, hollow expression. "You're doing this to save someone, not for anything else, so you'll probably be released soon." However, even hearing those words, Gyo-jae kept his vacant expression. After scanning the information on his phone, he let out a heavy sigh. "This isn't really the kind of thing a cop should be saying," he muttered. "But honestly, you did a great job handling them. Those scumbags are all just animals." The officer turned to Go-se. "Hey, take a look at this." He opened his phone to play some videos. The first one showed a local resident standing in front of the camera, waving her hands and ranting incessantly. "I gave him food and a place to stay, and he wasn't even grateful." Listening to this, the officer cursed under his breath. "That woman is still off her rocker, isn't she?" The next video showed 2 men caught with the village chief. They were sitting there, challenging them. "Do you have any proof that we were drinking?" "It's just that woman having delusions." Seeing Go-se watching the news on the phone so intently, the officer commented, "Lately, everywhere you look, it's just news like this. There's only going to be more of this in the future." Basically, the people there aren't going to change. Ignoring the officer's remark, Go-se silently, lost in his own thoughts. In a different scene, at a bustling port where boats were docked side by side, Gose, Hwa-jin, and Charlie were all gathered together. Suddenly, a voice rang out in pure shock, shattering the atmosphere. "What? You're going back to the village?" Gose looked at the two of them, his confusion evident, as he explained his reasoning. "I've lived like this my whole life. What else could I possibly do if I leave?" Charlie quickly cut in, his voice firm and encouraging. "No, that's not true. There are so many people willing to help you now." Hwa-jin agreed, adding, "That's right. Mr. Kim Sun-chon will be taught a trade, and there's money coming in from all over enough for you to find a place to stay. Come with us. We'll help you until you can stand on your own 2 feet." Faced with their sincere advice, Gose hung his head in quiet contemplation. A moment later, he looked up and said softly, "Thank you. I've been thinking a lot about what I'm living for while I was in prison," he said, with a spark of excitement. "The kind officer showed me the news and told me the village is just going to keep on like this." Chunmi stood next to Hwa-jin, her face etched with surprise. She listened as Gose continued. "The news said the old teacher's dormitory is unsafe, and they won't be sending female teachers to the island anymore. Instead, they're going to send more police. But I see things a little differently. As a human being," Go said, his eyes bright with his own realization. "If the people change, then the island will change too." He spoke with newfound determination. "I've lived on this island for 15 years. I'm going to return as a local." His face gradually lit up, a genuine smile forming on his lips. His eyes shone with happiness. "The people coming from the outside, like Miss Sun and Gyuin, I'll help them. Won't that make the village a better place?" Hearing Gose's words, Charlie felt a surge of joy, as if Gose's hope was spreading to him as well. Hwa-jin, who had been quiet until now, suddenly chimed in with a warning. "It won't be easy if you're the only one. People don't change that easily." But, not wanting to dampen the mood, Hwa-jin smiled, looking at Gose with eyes full of trust. "But you'll do a great job. I've got this arm to back it up." Gose replied playfully. "Haha, sorry for causing you trouble." Time flew by. Just then, the clock struck 3:05 a.m. The phone on the nightstand suddenly lit up. Time flew by. Just then, the clock struck 3:05 a.m. The phone on the nightstand suddenly lit up. It rang loudly, shattering the late-night silence. The sound made the person in bed groan, pulling the blanket over their head. Trying to escape the noise, the person under the blanket pleaded weakly, "Please stop. It's 3 in the morning." The phone screen was still glowing. It displayed an incoming call. The light flickered in the darkness, but the ringtone kept going, as if it didn't care about the pleading at all. A moment later, the ringing stopped. A text message appeared on the screen from Mom. "Uchin, Is this how a teacher acts? How dare you not answer a parent's call? A new day began in the quiet halls of the school. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed in surprise. What? Hwa-jin is in a cast because he got beat up? Can't miss this show. Choi Kang-sok suddenly burst through the door. With a bright, happy grin, he shouted, Hey Hwa-jin, I heard you broke your arm, where'd it happen? He laughed with glee. But in response, all he saw was Hwa-jin doing endless push-ups. Suddenly, Hwa-jin sat up, clutching his wrist, then swung his arm as if to prove to everyone that his arm was perfectly fine. He spoke arrogantly. It's already healed. In the office, Lim Han-rim looked at Hwa-jin with concern and asked, How could your broken arm heal in just 1 week? While putting on his jacket, he replied calmly, Oh, I went for a checkup. It wasn't actually broken, just a slight sprain. Seeing a shadow looming at the door, Hwa-jin called out quietly, Director. Hearing this, Lim Han-rim also spoke up. You've arrived, sir? However, the man just slammed the door shut and left, leaving only a parting remark that he wasn't happy at all. Not understanding what just happened, Lim asked, What's wrong with him? Only Hwa-jin, who knew the full story, stood there and scoffed. I pushed myself to recover quickly because of that old man. He turned to Lim Han-rim and asked, Since I'm recovered, let's get back to work. Did you find the information? She quickly replied, Yes, here it is. Looking at the document in front of him, Hwa-jin frowned slightly. Why is there only one? I told you to pick 4 or 5. Hearing his question, she could only stammer. Well, because this one was very special. Hwa-jin read every line of the complaint carefully. I am a parent of a 5th grader in Class 2 at Hyeonjung Elementary. The homeroom teacher of my child is a bit strange. I'm certain she is a psychopath. Every time I hear about the child's homeroom teacher, I'm so shocked that I stay up all night wondering if I should keep sending my kid to that school. I will summarize what I've heard from my child, the classroom, and other parents to report to the Education Rights Protection Bureau. 5. She slapped the cheeks of students who didn't finish their homework and publicly humiliated them. 6. She even sent students to the mall during class hours to stand in line at luxury shops. 11. She provoked the class president to isolate students who dared to oppose her. Last year, one such student had to transfer to another school. 12. Regardless of everything, on Teacher's Day, the students still came to congratulate her and give her gifts, but she still nitpicked and criticized them. Seeing what was written in the letter, Lim Han-rim slammed his hand on the table in anger, his voice low. How in the world can someone like that be an elementary school teacher? As far as I recall, before being appointed, teachers have to pass a personality test. Holding the complaint letter in his hand, Hwa-jin also spoke up. There's definitely something unrealistic about this. They arrived at Hyeonjung Elementary School, stopping in front of Class 2, Grade 5. Lim Han-rim whispered, Here it is, Grade 5, Class 2. Through the glass of the classroom door, Lim Han-rim and Hwa-jin stood, peeking inside. Lim Han-rim said sternly, Let me see what this lesson is like. They saw the teacher standing on the podium, talking to the students below. Usually, people say things like that, right? If AI were to rebel in the future, what would happen to humanity? The teacher continued her lecture. So, let's look at how this problem is solved in comics. See? It's not like what's written in the complaint at all. Lim Han-rim whispered to Hwa-jin, Huh? She's more normal than I thought. The kids are focused, and the teacher is smiling the whole time. As the lesson ended and the students hurried out, promising to head to the anti-bullying room soon, the teacher remained on the podium, giving instructions. Get home safely, and I'll see you all tomorrow. The teacher smiled and walked out of the classroom. After walking a short distance, Hwa-jin called out, Are you teacher Choi Ji-son? Seeing the teacher turn around to look at them, Hwa-jin immediately pulled out his work ID, his voice serious. I'm from the Education Rights Protection Bureau. Hwa-jin continued, his voice firm. I'm here because of a complaint filed against you, teacher Choi Ji-son. Please cooperate so we can verify the information. Hearing this, the teacher's face suddenly turned pale. Her eyes widened, filled with terror. The teacher suddenly let out a loud scream. Before they could realize what was happening, Choi Ji-sun collapsed to the ground. Hwa-jin quickly rushed over, kneeling beside her, shaking her gently, calling out loudly, Teacher, teacher, please wake up. At the same moment Hwa-jin's call rang out, Choi Ji-sun's phone screen suddenly lit up. A faint light shone from beneath a book that had fallen on the ground. A threatening message appeared. You insolent brat. I've already sent complaints to the Department of Education, the Ministry of Education, and the Education Rights Protection Bureau. Seeing Choi Ji-sun pass out cold, Hwa-jin anxiously urged, Please, wake up, teacher. Teacher. He hurriedly told Lim Han. Rim. Call an ambulance. She replied, "Instead of that, it'll be faster to take her in my car. I saw a hospital nearby when we arrived. The two of them were in a rush. Then we have to go now. Hurry." At that moment, another teacher happened to walk by and saw Hwa-jin carrying teacher Choi as he ran past. She couldn't help but be stunned. She asked in confusion, "Ah, is that teacher Ji-sun?" Inside the hospital, Hwa-jin asked with great concern, "Teacher Choi Ji-sun, have you come too?" Choi Ji-sun stuttered, "The Education Rights Protection Bureau?" The teacher jumped up and blamed herself. "I was so careless." Hwa-jin waved his hand and said, "No, no, teacher, please lie down first," he said softly. "The doctor said you fainted from extreme stress. Have you been under a lot of pressure lately?" Hearing that, Choi Ji-sun remained silent, not knowing how to respond. Afterward, she spoke up. "Let's get to the main point first. Why did you two come to see me?" Hwa-jin said kindly. "No need, just get some rest and recover first." Then Choi Ji-sun proactively asked, "Is it because I made things difficult for the children, isn't it?" She said sadly, "I admit it. It's all my fault." Choi Ji-sun continued, "I will wait to be disciplined. But for now, please, the two of you, leave." Hearing this, Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim were a bit confused but had to leave the hospital room. Lim Han-rim pondered, why did she admit to it so easily? Something feels a bit off. At that moment, a teacher took the initiative to speak. "Oh, wait a minute," she asked anxiously. "Is teacher Ji-sun okay?" Hwa-jin asked. "Who are you?" It was only then that the teacher remembered she hadn't introduced herself. So she said, "Oh, I'm Park Hwa-jin-ju, a teacher at the same school as teacher Choi." Suddenly, Park Hwa-jin-ju asked in surprise, "Oh, the long red hair. Are you from the Education Rights Protection Bureau? Why is the bureau at our school?" Seeing this, Lim Han-rim smoothed his hair and thought to himself, "I guess I should dye it back. Everyone notices it." Hwa-jin said frankly, "Yes, that's right. We're here because there was a complaint about teacher Choi." He offered, "If you have some time, could we ask you a few things to verify what happened?" Park Hwa-jin-ju stuttered. Could it be because of a report from a parent about teacher Choi making things hard for the kids? Seeing this, Hwa-jin immediately asked for clarification. "You know something, right? Could you tell us about it?" Hearing that, Park Hwa-jin-ju hesitated. Originally, what is the most difficult thing for an elementary school teacher? Distracted students? Disobedient students? No, it's every time they get off work. Park Hwa-jin-ju was busy taking care of her young child while having to listen to parents complaining over the phone. In the end, because of Hye-won's mom, I'm about to go insane. No matter what, I cannot accept the fact that my son is sitting next to that bitch's daughter, Park Hwa-jin-ju said softly. "I know there are issues between you moms, but the children have a good relationship. It's not necessary to change seats." Seeing the teacher not taking her side, the parent went berserk. "What? Didn't you hear what I said just now? Are you looking down on me? Oh my god, is it movie time already? Fine, change the seats for me tomorrow. If you don't change them, you'll see what happens." After hanging up, Park Hwa-jin-ju was extremely exhausted. She hugged her baby and let out a long, heavy sigh. Lately, since almost everyone works, after work hours, questions from parents keep pouring onto the teachers. Park Hwa-jin-ju looked at her phone screen showing a call duration of 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 52 seconds, and thought to herself, my fellow teachers, and I too, even if we are off work, there isn't a single day I feel at ease, worrying about when the phone will ring again. At that time, Hye-won's mom even texted, "If the teacher takes so long to reply like this, how can I contact you in case of an emergency?" No, it wasn't just Park Hwa-jin-ju. Teacher Choi Ji-sun also fell into a similar situation. Even when busy with work, she had to listen to parents, grumbling about meaningless things. "Do you know, the director glared at me because of that broken water cup?" Park Hwa-jin-ju thought, if it were something related to the children, I would understand. However, there are all kinds of stories. No matter what it is, they force teachers to listen to parents venting their stress. Some people even said, business people must know how to hide their feelings, so how dare he treat the person paying him that way? Teacher Choi Ji-sun, despite being tired, still had to show empathy. Oh my, Uchi's mom must be so sad. After hanging up, the teacher looked as exhausted as if she had just gone through a tiring mental battle. Although this doesn't happen all the time, they occasionally call about personal matters unrelated to the children. In the worst case, parents treat us like a trash can to vent their anger. Dr. Hwa-jin-chu added, but we can't do anything about it because teachers can't refuse to communicate with parents. But then, that day, An incident broke out in Miss Choi Chi-son's class. Two parents started a conflict, and one of them raised her voice, claiming that her kid hit hers first. Yu-chin's mom snapped back. "Who said so? My son told me your kid hit him first." The other parent, furious, pointed to her son's forehead. "Look, see that scar on my son's forehead? If it leaves a permanent scar, are you going to take responsibility for it?" Yu-chin's mom remained stubborn, convinced she was right. "Forget the scar. What about his face? Look at these scratches. What am I supposed to do about this?" Another parent shouted angrily. "Apologize immediately and pay for the treatment." Yu-chin's mom yelled back viciously. "Why should I apologize to a shameless person like you?" At that moment, Miss Choi Chi-sun had to step in. "All right, mothers, please calm down first," she advised gently. "Both of you are in the wrong, so just apologize to each other and make up." Before she could finish, Yu-chin's mom snapped. "Call a school violence committee meeting right now. Let's see who's really at fault." The other parent didn't back down either. "Oh sure, if that's what you want, I'll play along." This whole situation really shouldn't have needed a school violence committee from the start. It wasn't even a bullying case, just two kids arguing, while playing with a phone and getting into a scrap. If they had just apologized to each other, everything would have been fine. However, both sides wanted to take it to the end, so the committee was convened. After it was resolved, Miss Choi Chi-sun gently asked Yu-chin's mom, "Are you okay?" Yu-chin's mom snapped. "This is unacceptable. How could we possibly lose?" Miss Choi Chi-sun still tried to look at things positively. "The verdict is just that you need to write an apology letter." Suddenly, Yu-chin's mom growled. "It was you, wasn't it? You took their side, didn't you?" Hearing that, Miss Choi Chi-sun froze. Yu-chin's mom clenched her fists. The feeling of betrayal had her trembling. "I thought we were close, miss," Choi Chi-sun nervously explained. "Yu-chin's mom, you've misunderstood. I'm not taking anyone's side." Suddenly, Yu-chin's mom shrieked as if someone had stolen her life savings. "I will never apologize to that. BT, you are responsible for handling this." From that day on, the calls and messages poured in like an endless flood. Late at night, Yu-chin's mom would call to blame Shi-sun. "No matter how I look at it, this is all your fault." Another day, she even pounded on Shi-sun's door. "Open the door. Face me and talk right now." They even went to the school to complain to the principal. Yu-chin's mom loudly declared, "The homeroom teacher must be held accountable for this, so fire her immediately." Even the principal had to bow his head before the parents. Miss Choi Chi-sun was being pressured more and more. Finally, one day, Park Shin-chu whispered to herself, "It's time to vaccinate the kids. Should we ask about the flu shot?" At 15 months old, which one should they get? Suddenly, she was startled by a notification on her phone. Meanwhile, Miss Choi Chi-sun was enduring even more. Yu-chin's mom had posted on social media with the title, "Our child's homeroom teacher is not mentally sound." The content read as follows. "My child's homeroom teacher is a bit strange. For sure, she's gone crazy. I was shocked by what my child told me about the teacher, and I'm wondering if I should keep sending my child to this school. I will document the psychiatric behavior of this teacher based on what I've heard from my child, the classroom, and other parents. 1. She makes the kids clean the classroom. 4. There's nowhere else in the world that makes kids do that. 2. She yells at kids playing on the playground during lunch and tells them not to enter the classroom until they wash up. 3. If the kids leave food behind, she makes them stand out in the hallway and tells them not to touch it unless they finish it all. My child gets psychologically traumatized every time they eat vegetables." Park Shin-chu also felt frustrated on her behalf. Just like that, she had become a violent teacher in the eyes of everyone in the neighborhood. Handing the phone to Hwa-jin, Park Shin-chu was determined, as if this were the hope to restore justice for Miss Choi Chi-sun and uphold teachers' rights. Lim Han-rim, standing nearby, was surprised. "Senior, this is completely different from the reported information." Park Shin-chu continued. "I don't know when it started, but Miss Choi Chi-sun started saying these things out of habit." She recounted, "I'm so exhausted now. I want to give up on everything. If I can't resign, then I'd rather be disciplined and fired." After that, Park Shin-chu said, sadly, "Miss Choi Chi-sun is a teacher, better than any teacher I've ever met. Even with 14 years of experience, she is always as sincere with the children as when she first started teaching. I realized I found the right person, didn't I?" Park Shin-chu's eyes welled up slightly. "I've always dreamed of this day, the day the Education Rights Protection Bureau handles cases like this. Please help Miss Choi Chi-sun know all elementary school teachers escape the fear of parents." After saying everything, she left to handle internal work. Lim Han-rim, confused, asked, "Senior, in the end, are the parents or the teachers the ones who are?" Before she could finish, Hwa-jin coolly reminded her. Don't jump to conclusions like that. That teacher might have lied to protect her colleague, he said in a low voice. However, according to statistical data, compared to the students or third parties, the number of parents violating educational rights is much higher. The next day, the school sent a notice to the parents. Dear parents of Year 5, Class 2, I am the principal of Hyeon-chung Elementary School. Miss Choi Chi-sun, the homeroom teacher for Year 5, Class 2, has resigned for personal reasons. Starting tomorrow, Year 5, Class 2 will be taken over by a new homeroom teacher. We hope for your understanding. Yu-chin's mom happily took a screenshot and sent it to the parents' group chat. The psycho teacher at this school has finally been fired, everyone. Finally, the complaint went through. That vicious, mentally ill person has finally been forced to give up her teaching position. Our kids. I feel like I've just saved all the children. Thank you so much for your support. It has become a huge source of strength for me. Everyone continuously sent messages. Yu-chin's mom. You did it. Sang-woo's mom. Congratulations, you worked hard. Besides that, there was a message from Dong-eung's mom. Was just resigning enough? Why didn't we make her leave immediately? Jeonbi's mom. You are so talented. You protected all the kids. At this moment, Yu-chin's mom was casually sitting there, gnawing on chicken feet after all the things she had caused. Hwa-jin thought to himself, as if all these accusations were just for one person to vent their own mood. Yu-chin's mom smiled happily, showing her teeth as if she had achieved a great accomplishment. That's something precious, Hwa-jin. His eyes were determined. If anyone wants to end a teacher's career, I'll definitely make them cry tears of blood. The next morning, the new teacher happily debuted to the students. Hello everyone, Class 2, Grade 5, she asked energetically. Are you guys very surprised to see me here, right? Then, the new teacher explained the situation. Actually, yesterday, Miss Cho Chi-sun wasn't feeling very well. So, I'll be taking over as your homeroom teacher for a while. She happily introduced herself. I'm Lim Han-rim. I hope you guys will help me out from now on. The little kids looked a bit surprised. One child boldly asked, Is Miss Chi-sun in a lot of pain? Lim Han-rim replied softly, she needs to rest for a while. Another student raised their hand. Teacher, I have a question. However, the child's words were like a knife stabbing into Lim Han-rim's heart. Why are the dark circles under your eyes so big? Other kids nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's right. It looks like you stayed up all night. Lim Han-rim replied irritably. Ah, I was studying all night. No, it's just because I'm stressed. That's why. A moment ago, Hwa-jin had placed a wig on Lim Han-rim's head. He adjusted his clothes and said, We have to check which side is lying, don't we? Lim Han-rim wondered. Is that coat a Doraemon pocket or something? Why does he just appear out of nowhere? Lim Han-rim put on her glasses and muttered, well, currently the probability that the parents are innocent seems higher, she said confusedly. Because I'm a woman and I'm young, I'll attract more attention from parents. So, I'm the most suitable person. But Hwa-jin asked calmly, I know, but how? What's wrong? Lim Han-rim voiced her worries. Did you forget? Elementary school teachers have to teach all subjects. She raised her hands in an X sign and shook her head vigorously. When I went to the island village, I pretended to be a P.E. teacher. But now things are different. All subjects is too much for me. Really, I can't do it. Lim Han-rim continued. Well, I mean, I only just graduated from high school, and you're from the 6th Infantry Division, sir. Hearing this, Hwa-jin fell into deep thought. Then, he said kindly, You have a point. I have the knowledge to teach the kids, but it won't be easy to win them over. You can expose the parents' true colors, but you lack the experience to teach the children. After that, Hwa-jin brightly concluded, There's only one way. You have to study, he added triumphantly, thinking, That's the best approach, right? So, you won't be called a know-it-all later. Hearing this, Lim Han-rim was extremely frustrated. Hwa-jin's decision kept her up all night. I stayed up all night studying yesterday, but after standing in front of the class, Lim Han-rim looked visibly flustered. Is it really okay to be like this? She wrote an expression on the board and said anxiously, Is it all right if you multiply it like this, everyone? The students remained quiet for a moment. Then a child raised their hand and asked the teacher, Isn't it 58, not 68? Caught in a mistake, Lim Han-rim stumbled, sorry. She gritted her teeth, hoping the nightmare would end soon, thinking to herself, I really admire elementary school teachers. How can they possibly teach every single subject? Suddenly, a carefree voice rang out. Teacher, it's okay. The little kid smiled and said, Everyone is like that at the beginning, anyway. That's right. Ji-sun also said, if you do it a lot, you'll improve. One student even encouraged the teacher, it seems like you're really nervous, teacher. Just relax. You can do it, teacher. Hearing this, Lim Han-rim was moved to the point of tears. These kids are so sweet. After the class ended, Lim Han-rim walked down the hallway and thought, above all, the kids are worried about me and listen to Ji-sun. According to the complaints, there's no way the kids could act this well. I have my own suspicions too. If so, then the problem definitely lies with… Just then, a message arrived. Hello, are you the new homeroom teacher? I'm Hwa-jin's mom. Lim Han-rim replied politely. Yes, hello. Hwa-jin's mom continued. I'm with the other parents right now. Would you like to come to the cafe in front of the school so we can meet? Lim Han-rim texted back. Yes, I'll be right there. She thought excitedly. Okay, this is my chance. Once she arrived at the cafe, Lim Han-rim introduced herself politely. Hello everyone, I'm Lim Han-rim. A parent took the initiative and said, yes, sit here. Hwa-jin's mom asked warmly, looking at her. You're so pretty. This is our first time meeting, isn't it? How old are you? Lim Han-rim replied softly. Oh, I'm 26. They continued to ask, are you really a teacher? It's like a blind date for a daughter-in-law. Which university did you graduate from? Must be in the city, right? Yeah, it must be. Which part of the city is that university in? Lim Han-rim replied, flustered. I graduated from the National Defense Academy. The parents' eyes widened. Good heavens, you studied abroad? You must be great at English. We're leaving our kids entirely in your hands. Lim Han-rim just quietly sipped her drink. In reality, the National Academy was the military academy. At this moment, Hwa-jin's mom probed, by the way, what about the previous teacher? She was fired, right? Lim Han-rim pretended to be naive and replied, oh, I heard it was just for health reasons. She feigned worry. I don't know for sure, but it seems she had a panic disorder. While she's resting, I'm filling in. Hwa-jin's mom grinned and raised her voice. Oh my, you really don't know anything, do you? You aren't a substitute. You'll be staying permanently because the previous teacher was disciplined. Hwa-jin's mom leaned in excitedly. Let me tell you a little bit about the previous teacher's true colors. They huddled together and gossiped endlessly. Hwa-jin's mom even talked so much she was spitting. The other two parents were eager to hear the drama. Lim Han-rim thought, this is nothing like the content of the complaints. She had seen them and judged this behavior. It felt like a story made up on the spot. If the complaints were written like this, I wonder if the person even remembers what they complained about. Lim Han-rim realized the fake complaint was definitely from this woman. At the same time, Hwa-jin's mom slammed the table in anger. My child was the one hit first, but she stood on Songmin's mom's side. She kept making a scene. Ji-dong's mom said she saw her with Songmin's mom. Don't you feel like there's something between them? The other parent nodded in agreement. Exactly. You can tell she's taking bribes. That's ridiculous. What era are we in? Hwa-jin suddenly spoke up. But that doesn't seem to be true, does it? Then she said seriously. Previously, the school violence control committee was held within the school, so a teacher's word carried some weight. However, currently, the law has changed and the committee is managed by the Education Support Office, not the school. Lim Han-rim thought, phew, I'm glad I used to work at the school violence control committee. Then Lim Han-rim continued, a homeroom teacher's opinion is only for reference and doesn't play a decisive role in the final judgment. Seeing that the new teacher wasn't on her side, Hwa-jin's mom frowned like she'd just eaten a chili pepper. What? Are you saying my kid was the one in the wrong? Lim Han-rim replied innocently. I didn't mean that, but the committee's decision isn't made, just based on the homeroom teacher's opinion. Hwa-jin's mom said irritably. When a parent is talking, you should know your place. What are you mumbling about? How annoying. She was clearly annoyed and said, aha, you must be young and inexperienced. Seeing that attitude, Lim Han-rim was speechless. At this moment, Hwa-jin's mom gulped down her drink. Ah. After finishing it, she turned to the server and said, hey, refill my drink. The staff replied politely, I'm sorry, ma'am. Drink refills are limited to Americanos and iced tea only. The other parents acted shocked. No refills? Are you serious? Hwa-jin's mom was extremely annoyed. Humph. Unbelievable. Why should I have to pay 6,501 for a drink I can't refill? She raised her voice. If you people want to do business here, you must meet moms very often, right? If someone leaves a review saying this is a stingy store, business will surely be booming, right? Right, everyone? Seeing this, the staff replied softly. I apologize for the dissatisfaction. I'll bring you some cookies. At this, Lim Han-rim generously took out her card and said, let me pay for it. Lim Han Rim smiled and said, "Take this. Give everyone the same drink, please." The server breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank you very much." Seeing this, Yujin's mom was even more irritated. She mocked, "Seems like the teacher has a lot of money, huh?" Lim Han Rim waved her hand. "Not at all. A civil servant's salary isn't that much." Then Hwa-jin smiled and added, "I'm not exactly rich, but I don't want to live like a slob just to save a few bucks." The parents were absolutely furious. "Excuse me?" They shrieked. "What did you just say? Live like a slob?" Lim Han Rim stood up calmly and said, "I have to go. It's time for my workout," then walked out, not even bothering to say goodbye. Everyone kept chatting, but Yujin's mom sneered. "A workout? How nice for her," she hissed. "Sit your butt back down." Yujin's mom adjusted her glasses and said condescendingly, "How dare you stand up without asking a parent for permission? You 20-somethings are so incredibly rude these days." Lim Han Rim fired back sharply, "Excuse me? How dare I?" At that, Yujin's mom lost it. "What? Excuse me?" She grabbed her glass of water, intending to douse Lim Han Rim. "You arrogant, are you crazy, you bitch?" With a few swift, effortless moves, Lim Han Rim swatted the glass away, sending ice and water splashing straight into Yujin's mom's face. She went ballistic, screaming, What the hell do you think you're doing?" Seeing the woman sprawled on the ground, looking absolutely pathetic, Lim Han Rim said coldly, "You should get one thing straight. The relationship between a parent and a teacher is not one of superior and subordinate." Sergeant Lim Han Rim went straight home and started training. Lim Han Rim was mid-handstand, panting, "Haha." Just then, her phone buzzed with an incoming call. It was Yujin's mom calling. Lim Han Rim ignored the ringing, grunting as she pushed herself up to finish a perfect, textbook standard handstand. On the other end, Yujin's mom was munching on octopus sausage, waiting for the call to be picked up, but all she got was the automated system. Since the other party wasn't picking up, "Please leave a message after the beep." Yujin's mom's face twisted in rage. What is this? Is she not answering me?" Meanwhile, Lim Han Rim, still holding her handstand, said firmly, "Yeah, I'm not answering. I'm off the clock," leaving Yujin's mom fuming, her face bright red with anger. The next morning, Lim Han Rim showed Hwa-jin a phone filled with spam messages from Yujin's mom. The messages read things like, "How dare you talk to a parent like that? How can a big, burly woman like you teach children? Why are you wearing such heavy eyeliner?" And on and on. There was so much more. Lim Han Rim reported it immediately. "These are the messages I received. Plus, I have 12 missed calls." Hwa-jin read through them and asked, "So, your conclusion is that the parent filed a fake complaint, right?" Lim Han Rim nodded. "Yes, exactly." Lim Han Rim looked a bit troubled and added, "I don't let it get to me too much because I've only dealt with this for a short time, but I imagine it's incredibly tough for other teachers who can't escape these kinds of calls." Lim Han Rim cautiously continued, "I saw on the news that some local governments are piloting a policy that only gives parents a work phone number for teachers, keeping their personal numbers private. Outside of working hours, any issues that arise are handled by a complaint system, and they would only contact the teacher directly in actual emergencies. Wouldn't it be great if this were institutionalized instead of just being a pilot program?" Hearing this, Hwa-jin was surprised. She thought for a moment and replied, "That's actually a great idea. The Ministry of Education is currently pushing to institutionalize giving elementary school teachers work-only phone numbers. However, that alone isn't enough to stop the spread of misinformation or distortion, because you'll find extremists everywhere, no matter what." Seeing Lim Han Rim's surprised reaction, Hwa-jin added, "The problem doesn't just lie with the school, it's the entire administrative system of our country." Then, Hwa-jin looked curiously at Lim Han Rim, who was standing there nonchalantly, and asked, "Anyway, looking at the content of these messages, it seems like something happened back then. You." But before Hwa-jin could finish asking, suddenly, the school's PA system blared, "Teacher Lim Han Rim, please come to the principal's office immediately." Lim Han Rim quickly headed to the office and knocked politely. "You called for me, sir?" Sure enough, the principal and Yujin's mom were inside. The principal looked at Lim Han Rim and said, "Ah, you're here." Yujin's mom immediately smirked and said, My, looking at that smooth, clear skin, you must have slept really well. Someone else has been so stressed by yesterday's events that they haven't been able to sleep at all." Hearing this, Lim Han Rim just gave a flat, indifferent smile and didn't argue back. The principal, seeing Lim Han Rim's silence, decided to confront her directly. "Teacher, is what this lady is saying true? That you cursed at her and threw ice water? Before the principal could finish, Lim Han Rim cut him off. Even though I was provoked, I admit that I called her that woman. The principal's face turned pale, twisting in panic as sweat started beading on his forehead. The principal quickly turned to Yujin's mom with a forced, awkward smile and immediately scolded. How could you say something like that to a parent? Apologize to her right now. Yujin's mom frowned, set her cup down, and demanded haughtily, Hold on. Do you really think I came here just for an apology? Yujin's mom sat, crossing her legs, then sneered down at Lim Han Rim. If you kneel and apologize, I might forgive you. Hearing that bullcrap, Lim Han Rim just gave her a pitying, condescending smile. Then, Lim Han Rim's firm voice rang out. I refuse. If I'm in the wrong and the victim wants me to do that, I would obviously do it. Lim Han Rim narrowed her eyes, staring straight at Yujin's mom, and said, However, you're the one who disrespected me and spammed my phone with calls and texts all night. If you kneel and apologize, I'll do the same. Even though I'm the one who's been more inconvenienced, let's both just kneel and end this. Hearing that, Yujin's mom was so furious she looked ready to blow a fuse. She sputtered, her face twisted in rage. What did you say? The principal, sitting next to them, started stuttering, shaking like a leaf. Yujin's mom couldn't hold it in anymore. She jumped up, pointed a finger at Lim Han Rim, and shrieked, Are you kidding me, you crazy bitch? The principal scrambled up in a panic and immediately bowed 90 degrees in front of Yujin's mom, screaming, I apologize. Yujin's mom stood there, stunned. The terrified principal started explaining, Since teacher Na is a first-time homeroom teacher and quite young, she clearly doesn't know how things work yet. The principal bowed even lower, showing total subservience. I promise I will discipline her thoroughly and will come to your home to apologize in person after school. Yujin's mom, hearing the principal's words, calmed down a little. She grabbed her bag and marched out, but not before turning around and screaming, I'm leaving because I respect you, principal. Now, I suggest you discipline her immediately. The principal just hung his head and lowered his voice, saying, I'll do my best. After Liu Na Hwa-jin's mother walked out, she pouted her greasy face in annoyance, tapped on her phone, and muttered, Ha, how ridiculous. Then, Liu Na Hwa-jin's mother dialed a number and called immediately. Hello? Is this the Civil Affairs Department of the Ministry of Education? I'm a parent at Hyunchung Elementary School. My child's homeroom teacher has been incredibly rude. All of these reporting actions by Liu Na Hwa-jin's mother were seen by Na Hwa-jin. Over on Lim Han Rim's side, the principal was absolutely furious. He pointed a finger right at Lim Han Rim's face and barked, What kind of attitude is this, teacher Na, to a parent? Seeing that Lim Han Rim didn't react, the principal continued screaming, Do you have any idea who she is? She's a member of the school steering committee. Last year, because she was in a bad mood, she dragged the whole committee in to nitpick every single little thing. But this time, it's a huge deal. Lim Han Rim heard this and immediately retorted, It seems like you're groveling to this parent a bit too much, don't you think? The principal was stunned and asked back, What did you say? Lim Han Rim remained calm and said, I'm not asking you to take my side, but shouldn't you stay calm and listen to both sides before verifying the facts? The principal grew even more furious, his face distorting as he stammered, and shouted, What? The principal clutched his head in misery, his old face wrinkled up as he wailed, I already told Teacher Choi to resign because she caused trouble. A child with so much pride like you is giving me a massive headache. The principal continued to scold. Hey, do you even know about the complaints? If she files a complaint with the Ministry of Education and the media shows up here right now, will your self-respect still matter? Huh? The principal kept pointing his finger at Lim Han Rim's face, yelling, It's all because you refuse to get on your knees that this school is going to be ruined. Just because of you alone. Lim Han Rim listened while thinking to herself. I finally understand what my senior meant. The principal just kept rambling on. The future of an entire school can be turned upside down by a single complaint to the Office of Education. You should just forget the truth. We could be finished if there's a complaint. Looking at the principal, Lim Han Rim thought, This person doesn't even want to be doing this. He just thinks if he swallows his pride once and lets it go, the problem won't grow bigger. Regardless of who is right or wrong, if higher authorities or the media show up, this school is going to suffer. Ultimately, the problem is that the administrative culture of this country forces people to bow down to any citizen's complaint. The principal kept getting more and more worked up, angrier by the second. Especially if the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau gets involved, you'll be the one held responsible. When Teacher Choi was still working, I was so worried about complaints being filed with the Education Office. Hearing the principal pour out his heart like that, Lim Han Rim sighed and replied, You don't need to worry that much. The education office isn't an agency that just sides with one party without grasping the truth. The principal roared. How would you know that? At this moment, Lim Han Rim stopped acting and ripped her wig off right in front of the principal's shocked eyes and said, I know, because I am one. Lim Han Rim took off her glasses and said, It would have been better if I had just sent an official notice to the head of the school, since I already knew the attitude of the principal in charge of the school's complaints. Sergeant Lim Han Rim coolly pulled out her official badge and introduced herself with immense pride. Let me introduce myself once again. I am Lim Han Rim, a field inspection officer from the Teachers' Rights Protection Bureau. The principal just stood there with his jaw dropped, his mind full of question marks, wondering, what is this? Is this a hidden camera show? Lim Han Rim suddenly walked over to the principal's desk and slammed it hard, saying loudly, Principal, having lived through this kind of pressure all this time, you must have aged quite a bit, haven't you? Lim Han Rim flashed a devilish smile, looked the principal straight in the eyes, and emphasized, We will give you a proper answer, so please help me deliver a message, without missing a single word. Meanwhile, Hwa-jin's mother, of course, still knew nothing. As soon as she got home, she posted a long, angry rant with the title, The homeroom teacher has been replaced, but this time, an even crazier woman has come in as the new teacher. In the post, Hwa-jin's mother lied, claiming Lim Han Rim called her a hag and threw ice water in her face. She also talked about how the principal had apologized and even promised to come to her house to apologize further. Right under the post was a series of comments from parents outraged by Lim Han Rim's behavior. Hwa-jin's mother even posted a picture of Lim Han Rim's face and said in a snide tone, Can everyone see that expression? I've been so frustrated I couldn't sleep. Of course, underneath that were more nasty comments, with people saying Lim Han Rim looked like a streetwalker or a bar girl. Someone even said they would report her to the Ministry of Education. Hwa-jin's mother grew more and more delighted as she read them. I was just going to accept the apology and let it slide, but you just had to make me do this, didn't you? You're finished. From now on, you won't be able to step foot in this neighborhood again. How dare you mess with me? You're nothing. Just as Hwa-jin's mother was saying this, she suddenly heard the doorbell ring. She went to open the door with a smug look, saying, The principal is here. Then, Hwa-jin's mother looked around the hallway and noticed only the principal was there. So she asked in confusion, Huh? You came alone? Where is that rude teacher? The principal looked at Hwa-jin's mother sternly and said, The teacher didn't need to come. Hwa-jin's mother asked in shock, Oh, what's going on? The principal explained. She recorded the conversation from that day. It seems you also attacked her in a similar way. Furthermore, when we checked the CCTV at the coffee shop, it was you who threw the water, not her. I hope you won't escalate this any further, because both sides are equally at fault. Hearing this, Hwa-jin's mother's face flushed red with rage, gritting her teeth. She spat out, Equally at fault? How can a teacher and a parent be the same? The principal didn't answer. She continued, And one more thing. Even if the teacher were wrong, I will no longer comply with inhumane demands like kneeling. A school is not a place for parents to do whatever they please. The next day, after arriving at school, the principal gathered all the teachers and announced, Well, has everyone seen the official notice the Ministry of Education sent yesterday? Finally, our school has provided private phone numbers for teachers. From now on, you are not obligated to. There is no obligation to share personal phone numbers with students or parents, nor are you required to respond to them outside of working hours. All complaints will be handled through the school's general complaints line. I will reach out to everyone personally if an urgent matter arises. Although we expected the parents to push back just like they did last year, this is an official pilot policy from the Ministry of Education, so we can stand our ground. The policy is effective immediately. Shortly after, a notice was sent to all parents stating that teachers would now be using a dedicated work phone and would not be answering any inquiries after 6 in the evening. As soon as she read the notice, Liu-shin's mother's eyes widened, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. What is this? A personal work number, telling us not to contact them after hours? It was the same thing yesterday. Why do these ridiculous things keep happening? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, sputtering with rage. What is wrong with this school? The next afternoon, as Lim Han Rim was enjoying a massive pastry, a woman's voice suddenly called out, Are you the teacher from the Office of Education? Lim Han Rim took a sip of her banana milk and turned to greet her. Oh, hello, Miss Chisan. Miss Chisan smiled and replied, I thought it was you. I had a hunch. Lim Han Rim paused for a second, then panicked and covered her face. Wait, how did you know? Have I been exposed? Miss. Chisan sat down and said, I saw your face that day, and I remembered your voice. Then, Miss Chisun asked, so, this work phone policy, did the Office of Education step in? Lim Han Rim calmly took another bite of her pastry, sipped her banana milk, and said, today is only my 3rd day as a teacher. In just those 3 days, so much has happened that I've really seen how hard teachers work. Lim Han Rim smiled warmly at Miss Chisun and said sincerely, I hope you won't have to worry about dealing with extreme parents anymore. Teachers are human beings too. We need to rest after work. Miss Chisun listened, then said worriedly, but I don't think this will be easy. Lim Han Rim asked curiously. Why is that? Miss Chisun explained. To be honest, the school tried to implement this measure last year, but the parents protested so aggressively that they were forced to withdraw it. Lim Han Rim asked, you mean the parents opposed it? But how? Miss Chisun started to say. Well, it was, but before she could finish, a commotion drew their attention. A group of parents, led by Liu Xin's mother, was storming into the school. As they walked past Lim Han Rim and Miss Chisun, Liu Xin's mother shot a sharp, icy glare at Lim Han Rim, who simply bowed politely as if nothing happened. Seeing the parents enter, Miss Chisun was anxious, but Lim Han Rim remained completely unfazed. The moment she entered the school, Liu Xin's mother headed straight for the principal's office, threw the door open, and said in an arrogant tone, Principal, can we have a word? At that moment, Hwa-jin's voice cut in. There's no need to call the principal. The parents were confused. Hwa-jin turned around, looking haughty, and said, why are you all so worked up? You can just tell me. Hwa-jin then smiled brightly and introduced herself. Hello everyone, I'm Hwa-jin, a field supervisor from the Bureau of Education Rights Protection. I've received complaints from you parents that this school is infringing on educational rights. I have implemented the dedicated work phone policy under my authority. Hearing this, Liu Xin's mother gasped in shock. What? Immediately, the group of parents rushed into the room, making a huge scene. What do you mean, Bureau of Education Rights Protection, infringing on teacher rights? Who said we were doing that? Are you kidding me? I work too. If I can't call the teacher after work, what am I supposed to do? What if our complaints are ignored or not handled in time? Then what? Hwa-jin took a deep breath. Then, she stared them down. Everyone, be quiet. The parents were instantly intimidated and froze in place. After a long moment of silence, with no further reaction from the group, Hwa-jin said calmly, well, as you can see, my voice is very loud. Hwa-jin laughed it off, saying, but I don't think we should be yelling at each other. Once you start shouting, it's impossible to have a calm conversation. Seeing the parents' faces turning dark with anger, Hwa-jin suggested, since it's too cramped here, we should move to a meeting room to discuss this calmly. After that, Hwa-jin and the parents went into the meeting room. Hwa-jin sat down opposite them and began. The reason I implemented this policy is to ensure teachers have the right to rest and to reduce their stress. I think everyone here understands that. If any parents think this method is unfair, please state your opinion and don't raise your voice. Immediately, a mother with short hair spoke up. It's not like that. I know teachers work hard. I know I'm on leave right now. But for those of us who work, what are we supposed to do if we can only contact them during those hours? Do you have any idea how worried parents like me are? If I get off work and can't find my child, or if I have something to consult about, what am I supposed to do? Consulting on the weekends, even losing my days off, we have every right to speak up, don't we? Hwa-jin sighed and started to explain. It seems there's a misunderstanding here. I don't mean you can't contact them outside of work hours. If there is an emergency, the school will obviously contact the teacher. And if you need a consultation, you can just schedule it in advance. Of course, both sides can freely speak on the phone after hours if both agree to it. We will also implement a paid leave system, so teachers can conduct consultations. While there may be some inconvenience, ensuring the health of the teachers also benefits your children. Hearing this, the short-haired mother seemed to understand and stammered, "Oh, I see." At that moment, a parent in a red shirt raised her hand. But what's the problem with contacting them after hours? Every family has its own situation, right? 2 years ago, my child's homeroom teacher also valued privacy. Everyone knew he had a separate phone for work, but my child has severe asthma. When the condition became critical, the homeroom teacher had to keep an eye on it, right? Because of that, I asked for his personal number so I could be updated on his condition immediately. Back then, he was happy to be understanding and gave me his number. That was when the other parents started making a fuss, asking why the teacher wouldn't give them his personal number too. After that, Hwa-jin and the parents headed into the meeting room. Hwa-jin sat across from them and began to explain the reasoning behind this new policy. It's to ensure teachers get their proper rest and reduce their stress. I think everyone here understands that much. For those of you who disagree with this approach, please state your opinions calmly. Don't start raising your voices. Suddenly, a woman with short hair spoke up. No, look, I know teachers work hard. I know I'm on leave right now. But for working parents like me, those are the only times we can reach out. What are we supposed to do? Do you have any idea how anxious we are? If I finish work and can't find my child, or if I need to discuss something, what then? And waiting until the weekend? We're losing even our time off, so of course we're going to speak up. Hwa-jin sighed and began to explain. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. I never said you couldn't contact them outside of work hours. If there's an emergency, the school will naturally get in touch with the teachers. And if you need a consultation, you can just schedule it in advance. Of course, both parties can talk on the phone after hours if they both agree to it. We're also implementing a paid leave system, so teachers can handle these consultations. It might be a bit inconvenient at first, but ensuring the teacher's health is ultimately for the benefit of your children, too. Hearing this, the woman with short hair seemed to realize her mistake and stammered, "Oh, I see." Just then, a parent wearing a red shirt raised their hand. But what's the problem with contacting them after hours? Every family has their own situation, right? 2 years ago, my child's homeroom teacher was very strict about privacy. Everyone knew he had a separate work phone. But my child has severe asthma, and when his condition flared up, the teacher needed to keep an eye on him, right? For that reason, I asked for his personal number so I could stay updated on how he was doing. Back then, he was happy to be understanding and gave me his number. Then, the other parents started making a fuss, demanding to know why the teacher wouldn't give them his personal number too. There were even rumors that I'd bribed someone and that it wasn't asthma at all. Back then, both the teacher and I were completely shell-shocked. Hwa-jin nodded, listening intently to the information. The parent in the red shirt continued. The school environment, including students, teachers, and parents, involves over 1,000 people. It's an incredibly complicated place. Of course, you can't avoid unwanted situations, but if things keep going like this, won't it just lead to more conflict? Hwa-jin cut in, offering her opinion. This is a very meaningful reform. We could consider making exceptions, not just for illnesses, but for family circumstances as well. Obviously, that could lead to accusations of discrimination. However, disputes only arise when teachers have to constantly argue with parents to get their point across. On this point, I believe giving teachers the autonomy to decide is the right move. If a teacher's decision is seen as an authority that no one can overstep, then these arguments would mostly vanish, because the teacher is simply exercising their duties, not discriminating. Just then, the most toxic person in the parent association, Lee Uchin's mother, curled her lip and spoke up. Honestly, I find this extremely unreasonable. Uchin's mom sneered. We have so many things to worry about already. How can you be so cold-blooded about this? Do you have no conscience? Isn't a teacher supposed to be a second mother? Acting like this is no different than those heartless bureaucrats. What are the kids supposed to learn? How are they supposed to feel close to a teacher who keeps them at such a distance? Seeing Hwa-jin remain silent, Uchin's mom turned to the other parents, looking for validation. Honestly, everyone here is frustrated, right? A parent in a blue shirt stammered. Right. We are quite frustrated. Hwa-jin bowed her head slightly, her voice sharp and firm. Using the word frustrated might not be entirely accurate, but I completely understand your feelings. As you said, teachers and students are like mentor and pupil. Teachers have the power to influence a child's entire life. Simply restricting interactions in such a relationship, it really isn't the best solution. That is why many teachers are unhappy with the current situation. But who is the one crossing the line first? Why are even the teachers so uncomfortable that they need a system like this? Isn't it because some extreme parents insist they are in a higher position than the teachers? Hearing this, Uchin's mom's face twisted in rage. She jumped up, slammed the table, and shouted, "Extreme? What did you just say? What do you mean by that?" The other parents also stood up in unison, clamoring, "Yeah, how can you call us troublemakers? We're tired too, you know? I have to take care of my kid the second I get off work. If they're a teacher, they should just accept it. Why are they whining? Is it okay to just hand over precious children to others and just act like this?" As Hwa-jin listened, her expression darkened. Her voice, cold and chilling, slowly filled the room. "I already said it, didn't I?" Hwa-jin's eyes glinted with killing intent as she growled, "Please, do not raise your voice like that." Uchin's mom, far from being intimidated by the threat, sneered. Ha! And what if I do raise my voice? Huh? She pointed a finger right in Nana Hwa-jin's face and went on a tirade. You're just a civil servant. Anyway, click. A pair of high-end, silver handcuffs suddenly clicked onto Uchin's mom's wrists, making her jump in terror. In an instant, Nana Hwa-ji had also shackled the other parents with cute, figure-8 silver handcuffs, leaving them shivering and stammering. What is this? We're just civil servants. Nana Hwa-ji smirked as she retorted, You don't have the right to belittle teachers or civil servants. Because I am a representative of the state carrying out national duties, you are free to ask as many questions as you want, but those who yell, curse, insult, or degrade, and make wild, baseless accusations against a public official can face severe criminal penalties for obstruction of official duty and defamation of character. Every word hit home, and Uchin's mom started sweating buckets out of pure terror. She shrieked, Hard labor? Criminal penalties? Even though she was saying that, Nana Hwa-ji had already used the handcuffs to apprehend Kang Hyun-suk. Her face was twisted in a grotesque mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Holding another pair of handcuffs, Na Hwa-jin swung them around with a smug look on his face. As he toyed with the cuffs, he added that filing a criminal complaint over something like this was a clear abuse of power. Kang Hyun-suk's face twisted in pure rage, turning bright red. Na Hwa-jin continued, telling her, This is just a warning. He then calmly asked her to behave herself. Furious at his tone, Kang Hyun-suk screamed, Are you kidding me? You really startled me there, Na Hwa-jin remarked, still casually swinging the handcuffs. He then went on to add, The situation changes when it comes to malicious, false complaints. At these words, Kang Hyun-suk froze, standing completely still. Na Hwa-jin flashed a smug smile and stood right in front of her. His expression darkened as he continued, The truth is, we came to this school because a parent reported that the homeroom teacher was frequently abusing the children. Na Hwa-jin's words hit like a ton of bricks. Kang Hyun-suk and the woman standing next to her were left stunned. With a cold, cutting tone, he continued, But no matter how we investigate, there isn't a single shred of evidence to show that the students were being abused. So, what should I do now? Kang Hyun-suk, burning with rage, shrieked, It's only like this because you didn't investigate properly. Before she could finish her sentence, Na Hwa-jin cut her off immediately. Since she is no longer under suspicion, Choi Chi-sun will be returning to work tomorrow. He then looked at Hyun-suk with a disgusted expression and added, And the final investigation results have proven she is innocent. Seeing Hyun-suk standing there in a defensive, ready-to-fight stance, Na Hwa-jin continued, This is considered a malicious complaint that has ruined a teacher's life with lies. Therefore, a criminal complaint will be filed without mercy. The scene shifts to Hyun-suk at home, scrolling through her phone laughing loudly as she read the news. This is hilarious. Criminal charges. My foot. She sat on the couch with one leg propped up, laughing hysterically. You're all just a bunch of bureaucrats anyway. How do you expect to win against the parents? Just wait and see. I'll rally the other parents and head to the Ministry of Education. A user named Song-woo commented, This is insane. They're trying to cover everything up. I'm in. Let's all go to the Ministry of Education. Immediately, Woo-jin's mom replied to that comment. The Office of Education has been a problem for a long time. They beat the stubborn kids and throw them in jail because they have so much power. So, wake up. Really. As Hyun-suk read the comments, a strange smile crept onto her face. She seemed to have stumbled upon a different comment. It turned out to be Na Hwa-jin-ju, who wrote, I read this person's post, but is it even believable? The teacher's alleged brutal behavior seems completely unrealistic. And seeing that the school itself is siding with the teacher, I feel like this person is just causing trouble for the school. A new comment popped up immediately from Go Jun-soo's mom, who replied, I'm also a parent at Hyeonjung Elementary, and I've never heard my child mention a teacher like that. Suddenly, Kang Hyun-suk seemed to realize something. She muttered to herself, What? Why is the atmosphere? A new comment from Rong-eun's mom appeared. I think something is off. Are you doing this because you're scared? Immediately, Janbi's mom replied to the comment saying, If this is all a lie, please stop posting it here. That's why the mom's cafe keeps getting slammed. Another account named Min Jung's mom is the prettiest also commented, If even the Office of Education is saying that, she's 100% lying. If this keeps up, we're going to get dragged into this too. Should we kick her out of here? Reading this, Kang Hyun-suk realized the tide had turned. She screamed in anger, What is going on? Then, she threw her phone onto the floor with all her might before slumping down on the sofa, clutching her head in despair. She buried her face in her hands and whispered to herself, If I'm really charged with a crime, what am I supposed to do? Kang Hyun-suk felt like she was falling into a bottomless pit. She drowned in thoughts about her future. Will I go to jail? Will I have to pay a fine? If my husband finds out, what then? If the people in the mom's cafe find out I lied, I won't be able to live in this neighborhood anymore. Do I have to move? No, absolutely not. The housing prices here are worth a fortune. Kang Hyun-suk tried to comfort herself with pathetic thoughts, telling herself that, at worst, it would just be a fine. Her face was completely distorted, looking grotesque. She thought to herself, but if there are bad rumors in this neighborhood, the sky outside had turned pitch black. Night had blanketed the city, with only the dim lights of the buildings glowing. A young teacher sat across from Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim. Hwa-jin spoke up. Our investigation concludes that you did nothing wrong. The teacher's expression was a mix of sorrow and fear. Hwa-jin looked at the teacher and continued. You can return to work tomorrow. The young teacher bowed her head quickly, saying, Thank you. Hwa-jin replied. Thank you for what? You've been through so much lately. Then, the young teacher asked, but will Woo-jin's mom really be charged with a crime? Hwa-jin slowly raised his glass to his lips and replied, we believe so. He then added, statistics show that more than half of elementary school teachers have been harmed just like you. Even if it's just to set an example, I believe this measure is absolutely necessary to limit parents infringing on educational rights in the future. Hearing this, the teacher seemed deep in thought. Seeing her reaction, Hwa-jin didn't know what else to say. So, he remained silent for a moment before asking, is there anything you want to say? The young teacher was a bit hesitant, but replied, I'm human too. To be honest, Woo-jin's mom didn't have a good attitude, and I do want her to be punished. The teacher then asked another question. But what about Woo-jin? This left both Hwa-jin and Lim Han-rim stunned. They both suddenly realized something. The teacher hung her head low and added, although Woo-jin accidentally got into a fight with his friend once, deep down, he isn't a bad kid. The teacher clenched her hands and continued, he's 12, in the 5th grade. He's approaching puberty. If his mother is criminally charged now, the boy will be really hurt. Then, the teacher looked up. Her expression was incredibly anxious. She continued, just knowing that the bureau chief trusts me makes me so happy. So can we just let this go for now, Uchin? Hwa-jin heard this and gently set down the glass of water he was drinking. Then he spoke up. We aren't an organization that operates just for one person. As I said before, this is a violation of educational rights. To keep everyone on their toes, I think punishment is unavoidable. Hwa-jin lifted his glass, his face expressionless as he added, it's not that I don't understand where you're coming from. It's true, the child is innocent. Hwa-jin's face remained cold, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he continued. Then how about we do this? After their conversation, the young teacher walked home along a deserted road, the street lights barely illuminating the corners of the street. She could only sigh, her mind a tangled mess of worries. Suddenly, a voice called out, hello, teacher. She jumped in surprise. Woo-jin's mom had appeared out of nowhere, holding a box of something in her hands. It's getting late, isn't it? She said. I heard you've been away somewhere. The teacher looked a bit panicked, stuttering, Mrs. Woo-jin? Mrs. Woo-jin stepped forward immediately, causing the teacher to instinctively step back. Why are you here? The teacher asked, and Mrs. Woo-jin replied right away. I heard from my child that you were on leave because you weren't feeling well. Mrs. Woo-jin lowered her head and continued. Lately, I've caused you a lot of trouble, haven't I? I admit I was a bit excessive with you because of my son. Mrs. Woo-jin pressed on. I came here to apologize for that. Hearing this, the teacher smiled, genuinely happy as she replied, no, it's not like that. You don't have to. Before the teacher could even finish her sentence, Mrs. Woo-jin cut her off, her expression suddenly twisting into something sinister. She spoke in a chilling tone. When we were at the school violence committee, you sided with Songmin's mom, didn't you? Just admit it. Her eyes turned bloodshot as she added, then I'll also admit that I was overly agitated and filed a false complaint. Does that work for you? Mrs. Woo-jin continued spewing nonsense. She went on. If we just make some concessions for each other, won't you get a lighter disciplinary action? Hearing this, the teacher was terrified. Trembling, she asked, what? Disciplinary action? Mrs. Woo-jin kept going. Honestly, you did side with Songmin's mom. That's the truth. The teacher couldn't take it anymore. She pressed her lips together and retorted firmly. No, I won't admit to that. I already submitted the documents to the education office, and they've already confirmed it wasn't the truth. The teacher walked past her quickly, adding, if that's all you wanted to say, I'm leaving. This caught Mrs. Woo-jin off guard. She hurriedly shouted, Teacher! And grabbed her arm. Startled, the teacher swung her hand, accidentally hitting Mrs. Hwa-jin's face. Mrs. Hwa-jin yelled, "What the?" The teacher calmly responded, "I will pass on the message from the education office." With a stern face, the teacher made it clear, if you admit that everything was 100% lie and make a public apology at school, then you won't face formal charges. The teacher turned to leave, but before walking away, she added, "For Hwa-jin's sake, I hope you do the right thing." Mrs. Hwa-jin shrieked in fury, "Ah, ah, ah," and threw the box of fruit juice onto the ground. She stared at the mess. She screamed, "Only by yielding to each other can we survive. A public apology? Are you crazy? Do you want rumors to spread?" Then, grinding her teeth, she hissed, "Because of that brat, Hwa-jin, just wait and see how this turns out." Meanwhile, on a beautiful sunny day at school, the teacher's voice rang out, "Long time no see, everyone. I'm feeling much better now." The scene in the classroom was beautiful. All the students were listening intently to her. It's great to have such a young, pretty teacher, but what a shame. This old lady is back, one student joked. "No way," another chimed in. "We're so lucky you're healthy again." Another student added, "That's right. So happy to see you back." The teacher smiled, clapped her hands and said, "All right, let's give a round of applause for Miss Na, Lim Han Rim, who has worked so hard all this time. Come on, everyone." The whole class clapped with bright smiles. Suddenly, a student spoke up. "Miss Lim Han Rim, even though you were sick, thanks to you, we're so happy. Your classes have improved too. You didn't do anything wrong yesterday." Another student added, "Next year, please be our homeroom teacher." Other students chimed in, "Yeah, you have to come back." "That's right. Next time, you definitely have to come." Hearing her students, Lim Han Rim was overjoyed and beamed. Then she bowed and said, "Teacher, I'll be going now." The other teacher bowed back. "Yes, thank you so much." Suddenly, Hwa-jin stood up, slammed the desk, and shouted, "Don't ever come back." Hwa-jin pointed at his head, making a grotesque face, and sneered, "Miss Lim Han Rim can't even teach. You don't even know math." "A teacher like that?" Hwa-jin continued to scream. "If you're too incompetent to teach, just stay home." The teacher was flustered, not knowing what to do, her lips trembling. No, after Lee Hwa-jin's antics, the teacher was furious and shouted, "Lee Hwa-jin, how can you speak to a teacher like that? Apologize to her right now." Hwa-jin raised his hand to mock her and said, "I don't wanna." Then he stuck out his tongue, rolled his eyes, and said in a mischievous, destructive tone, "Is it wrong to tell the truth? What are you looking at? What are you going to do about it?" Lim Han Rim, who had endured it all, just looked at Hwa-jin and gave a faint smile. In his student file, Lee Hwa-jin was just a boy with glasses, a buzz cut, and a baby face. Because of his parents' issues, she had kept a close eye on him, but he only played games during class occasionally. He hadn't caused any serious trouble yet. Sergeant Lim Han Rim thought about the student as she walked, recalling what her colleagues had told her. Deep down, she couldn't help but wonder. Like Miss Choi Ji-son had said, deep down, he wasn't a bad kid. But why? All of a sudden, could it be? In the classroom, while the teacher was lecturing, Lee Hwa-jin shouted, "I don't want to," making the whole class turn toward him. He gave the teacher an ultimatum. "You have 5 seconds to tell me why I have to read this." She was incredibly flustered. Lee Hwa-jin put his hands on his desk, making a demonic face. He stuck out his sharp tongue and counted down. 5, 3, 1. "Time's up," he retorted rudely. "You're disqualified." While his classmates were busy doing their work, he wouldn't stop. "Hey, isn't that right? Why do you keep saying I can't eat beef soup because I can't eat it?" He mocked her. "You really are an idiot." He was so bold that he even waved her off, casually replying, "What homework? Did you even give me any homework?" All while the rest of the students were focused on studying on their computers according to her instructions. Just then, the kid blatantly turned on his tablet, cranking the volume up. "Where are you looking? Let's play soccer with Jenny." The sound was so loud that the teacher had to remind him, "Uchin, that tablet is for studying. Could you please turn it off and focus on the lesson?" Ignoring her, he stayed glued to the tablet screen, which was blaring, "I've turned into a fat pig," and laughed out loud, joining in with the others. That pig looks so funny. No matter how many times it happened, no matter how many times, the teacher looked helpless, not knowing what else to say. Slowly, she walked over to the student who was engrossed in the tablet. "A Chanma won't fall," it blared. She said firmly, "Lee Uchin, if you don't want to study, then give me the tablet." He hugged the device tight and moved away, stubbornly asking, "Why?" He even had the audacity to shout, "Isn't this discrimination? Are you trying to infringe on my right to learn?" Unbeknownst to them, 2 people had been watching from outside the door. Sergeant Lim Hanrim was so angry her face turned red, and she indignantly said, I can't stand this, really. Nana Hwa-jin just stood there observing, then added, I used to teach, but I've never seen a kid behave like that in class. Lee Uchin stiffened his neck and argued, if I file a complaint, will you take responsibility for it? She couldn't help but wonder, what was the reason the boy suddenly started acting like this? Nana Hwa-jin calmly gave an answer. That's clearly because his mother instigated it. Since she can't do anything else, she's using the boy to vent her anger. Nana Hwa-jin turned and walked away. Having heard the answer, Sergeant Lim Han-rim still couldn't swallow her anger. She gritted her teeth. I'm going to secretly pull him out and interrogate him. She was stopped. Let's go, Sergeant Lim. Lim Han-rim obediently replied, yes. Nana Hwa-jin walked ahead, hands in his pockets, explaining, right now is class time. If a third party interferes, it will be a violation of educational rights. Sergeant Lim Han-rim stubbornly called after him, that child has already violated educational rights. How can we just let this go? Before she could finish, Nana Hwa-jin cut her off. It's fine. Even if what you say is true. Plugging a cord into the computer screen, the teacher regained her composure and smiled at the student. Uchin, then at least you should wear headphones, okay? Handing the headphones back to him, she kindly advised, when you feel comfortable, come back and study, okay? If it were teacher Choi Chi-son, she would handle it well. He put on the headphones and pondered after the very unstable class ended. She carefully warned the others, guys, get home safe. See you all tomorrow. The students were bustling, some playing, some packing up books. The classroom was like a hive of bees. The teacher carefully approached Uchin, who was busy preparing to leave. His eyes caught her gentle, concerned tone. Uchin, do you have a moment? She leaned in with a bright smile, looking concerned. It seems like something is bothering you today, Uchin, right? She whispered. Can you tell me what it is? The boy's expression shifted. He didn't know what to say. She continued to comfort him. If it's not convenient to talk here, let's go outside and get something to eat while we talk. I hate it. He sat in the middle of the room, shouting at his mother. Why do you always have to start trouble with the teacher? His mother hissed. Uchin, if you don't listen to mom, do you want to see your mother get ostracized by everyone? Her fatty face went blank, eyes squinting behind her glasses like an owl, when he replied, everyone likes teacher Chi-sun, and I do too. But why are you the only one who doesn't get along with her? Lee Uchin pulled the drawer open, her threatening tone making him sit there stunned. She tapped a rod in her hand, eyes fierce like a beast, hissing, do you need me to pick up the cane for you to listen? He gritted his teeth, remembering yesterday's confrontation between the two. The teacher's voice echoed, what does Uchin like to eat? Hamburgers. Seeing that, teacher Chi-sun patted his shoulder gently. If not, there's a new place in front of the gate. He shoved her hand off his shoulder with great force, shouting, let go, leaving her stunned. The teacher gently coaxed him, Uchin, why are you acting like this today?